2050, Mars will break away from its orbit and head straight for the Earth. With a deafening bang, the Earth met its final destruction. The entire planet turned into dust and exploded completely. However, at the last moment of this catastrophe, the will of the Earth never surrendered. It burned out its last bit of strength and teleported human souls to a completely new world full of unknown and vitality, the primordial world. In the primordial world, everyone is endowed with unique talents, owns exclusive territories and arms, and has unlimited potential for growth. But this is not heaven, but a trial field of blood and fire. Every 7 days, a tide of beasts will sweep in. Only by facing and repelling the tide can we defend our place of survival and continue our hope for the future. However, I awakened the lowest talent of double F level, destined to become cannon fodder. However, fate did not sentence my end there. I unexpectedly received incredible compensation, the Red Flame Star and the first level Zerg Queen. From now on, I will devour my enemies with a sea of insects and create the future with genetic modification. The novice player trembled in front of me. The forces of all races were swept away and crushed by me. I collected genes from 90 million worlds, continuously evolved the Zerg, and eventually established an unprecedented racial empire. As my power increased, I moved step by step towards the supreme throne, but gradually I discovered that a pair of cold eyes had been watching me for a long time, a gaze from the abyss. Abyss? Huh. I clenched my fists and laughed wildly. Abyss? How many divisions are there in the Abyss? At this time, in the Lord space, Novice Village number 10086, I stood on the awakening platform, looking at the virtual panel in front of me and my legs that were able to stand again, my heart filled with mixed emotions. Panel information name: Jiang Wang Lord Type. Summoning system: Insect Lord Power. First Order level. Dust can be upgraded through killing by individuals or arms. Next to me, an elderly guide was staring at me, his brows slightly furrowed, as if he could see my confusion. Don't be discouraged, young man. Although the Insect Lord starts slowly, he will be very powerful in the later stages. He is a typical example of accumulating strength over time. The guide Subo consoled him with a smile. Hearing this, several lords standing nearby murmured quietly. Does this old man say this to everyone? Isn't it? It's the same rhetoric every time. It's so perfunctory. These people have obviously awakened good lord attributes and have long gathered here to look for potential strong people, ready to recruit them. Unfortunately, a weak lord like me seems to have disappointed them. I walked down the awakening platform. My steps were a little unsteady, not because I was disappointed, but because there were too many things for me to digest. An hour ago, I was a dying person on Earth with a terminal illness and paralyzed lower body, waiting for death to come. But in a sudden blue light, they and all human beings in the world were forcibly brought to this so-called original world. The rules here are extremely bizarre. No matter if you were suffering from a terminal illness or had just been executed, as long as you were still alive, you will be completely restored to health. I recovered miraculously, and it felt like I had gone through a complete ups and downs. According to the message titled "A Letter to the Lord" on the public screen, everyone will awaken their own inner world and become lords of different categories. I soon learned that I was a summoning lord of the insect family. Compared to other types of lords, the insect family seemed weak and inconspicuous. But for me, surviving is already a gain. Just as I was thinking, a line of words appeared in front of me again. World type confirmed. Random talent extraction begins. Lord's spiritual power detected to have reached S level. An extra extraction opportunity obtained. Mental power? I was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. The problem with my brain once made me a paralyzed patient, but perhaps because of this, I now have the bonus of S-level mental power. While he was thinking, the results of 2 talent extractions appeared. 1. Level F. Cultivation, 0/100. Increases the speed at which the Lord cultivates his followers by 20%. 2. F level. Evolution, 0/100. You can obtain evolution points through fusion, creation, evolutionary genes, etc., and use them to strengthen yourself and your followers. Note, evolution points and killing cultivation cannot be strengthened at the same time. I was stunned, staring blankly at the double F rating on the panel. The joy in my heart seemed to be doused by a bucket of cold water. 2 chances, both the lowest grade F. I looked at the probability distribution in A Letter to the Lord, again, S level. 0.0001%. A level, 0.1%. BE level, 99.8998%. F level, 0.0001%. Looking at this cold number, I felt powerless. The probability was obviously as rare as S level. So why did I get the worst result? Am I lucky or unlucky? You say I'm lucky. I drew all FS. You may say I am unlucky, but being able to hit the lowest probability twice is also a kind of chosen by God. The chosen one? The ancestor of unlucky people? Maybe both. Soon, I recovered from my depressed mood. After all, bad luck was a common occurrence for me. At this moment, the system's prompts sounded in my ears. Detection of the Lord's talent as double F. Triggering the primordial fairness law. Obtain the compensation gift package. Red flame star. Obtain the consolation gift package. First Order Zerg nest, larva First Order Zerg queen, Anna, hatched in 3 hours. As most people have completed their talent extraction, the public screen has become completely lively. Excuse me, the army type is orcs. Is this considered powerful? Orcs are nothing. My army consists of 3 dwarves. I'm crying. Brothers, does the size of the territory matter? I have a B-level talent, and this place is like the Hulumber grassland. Upstairs, is there anyone? A-level passing through. The territory should be a circle larger than yours. It seems that the better the talent, the larger the territory. Please take me, boss. The red flame star in the Lord's space, a huge planet comparable in size to Saturn. The better the talent, the bigger the territory. Then what am I? A talent that is both rubbish and outrageous? Although the territory is large enough, the surface of the planet is full of erupting volcanoes, toxic gases, raging sandstorms, and forests and fresh water resources account for only a pitiful 1%. Even so, I still feel happy. The harsh environment is a headache, but the rich mineral resources on the planet are a big surprise. Even if I sell the minerals, it is more than enough to support myself. I placed the Zerg nest in the only forest area. I walked in to check on my Zerg queen. The nest in front of me was about 5 meters high and covered an area as large as a football field. The fungal blanket only covered 2 meters around the nest. In the core area, a crystal clear egg sac stood quietly. Inside the egg sac, a humanoid larva is curled up. It is about the size of a 12-year-old human girl and has 2 small tentacles on its head. Suddenly, the tentacles moved slightly, and a childish and intimate voice came into my mind. Master. I was stunned, glanced at the egg sac, then turned my head away, facing the wall of the insect nest and thinking, Anna. It's Anna. Anna is here. There was joy and a hint of anxiety in her voice, as if she was afraid that I couldn't find her. However, I forced myself to suppress my emotions, responded with a few simple words, and then regained my composure. At this time, more and more people around completed the test, and an information panel appeared in front of each person. Hello, Lords of the Original World. From now on, you will have a 7-day novice protection period. During the protection period, the novice village you are in will not be able to be explored or attacked. After 7 days, the protection will disappear and the first invasion challenge will come. If the village is destroyed, you will die. P.S. After surviving, you can fight for resources or wait for guidance. Information provided by Xingqian Chamber of Commerce. I wish you all good luck in fighting. Before anyone could react, Su Bo, who had always looked kind, suddenly flew into a rage and yelled, Shameless thief. You're the one who's going to interfere with the recruitment of our AIDS family? As soon as he finished speaking, his figure rose from the ground, and several huge trees appeared behind him, and they fiercely whipped towards the distant void. Ha ha, don't be angry. I'm leaving now. A figure in a black robe tore through the void and disappeared in an instant. The entire 10086 novice village fell into silence. Then, the public screen exploded again. Li Pingyan, holy crap? Shattering the void? Then I, Li Pingyan, also have a sword. Otangasi. Oomph. How can I, Green Xiao, be willing to be left behind? Xiao Yin, I am the Fire Lord. How can I be so powerful? Zhaoya, what's going on? The letter didn't say anything. Although each person can only post 10 messages on the public screen every day, messages still scroll across the screen at a rate of thousands per second. Perhaps this has something to do with the disruption caused by the Star Chamber of Commerce. After Su Bo returned angrily, he immediately gave additional explanations to all the lords of Novice Village, number 10086. Dear lords, I believe you have already learned some basic information from the letter. At this moment, the primordial realm is being watched by countless forces, and they are all paying close attention to the lords who get out of here alive. Our family is also one of these forces. We will provide you with the best service and the most detailed explanation to help you become a member of the Kaiyuan world. As soon as Su Bo finished speaking, he continued to host the Lord's Awakening. He also had to comfort and enlighten those lords who were depressed because of their poor aptitude in the awakening world. After a short silence, a lord quickly walked out of the village. Seeing this, the people who were still hesitant followed him. In an instant, all the awakened lords rushed out under the pressure of the protection period, seizing the time to kill monsters, upgrade, and accumulate points. As for me, because my body is not yet fully adapted to the newly awakened state, I chose to stay in the novice village. As the square became empty in an instant, I felt a rare calm in my heart. I don't like crowded environments. Years of bedridden experience have made me somewhat socially phobic, but it has also made me accustomed to loneliness. TSK, how many people can survive this time? Not far from the square, two young guides sighed in a low voice as they looked at the large group that was moving further and further away. I'm afraid this village isn't very good. I heard there are only 4 S-rank lords, and one of them is a plant-type lord. Plant-type? Then the combat power in the early stage is almost 0. Who says it's not true? But it's not too bad to be able to bring back 4 S-ranks. What bad luck, being assigned to a village like this. Just stop talking. I was eavesdropping on them, and when I saw their eyes coming towards me, I walked over. Although I was a little nervous, my mind told me that if I chose to turn around and leave at this time, it would easily cause misunderstanding. Hello. The 2 guides looked at me, a little surprised. They didn't expect that after they discovered that they were eavesdropping, someone would dare to come forward and talk to me. Yeah, Li Qing and Wang Wu folded their arms and nodded symbolically. Excuse me, are all the novice villages under the charge of the AIDS family, or just a few? The 2 of them were stunned, obviously not expecting me to ask such a question. It seemed that the fear of the unknown did not have much impact on me. More than a few villages. Okay, thank you. I simply nodded and turned to leave. Wang Wu was a little stunned when he saw my back. They also came from the novice village, and they knew too well that the fear of the unknown would make ordinary novices ask 100,000 whys. It was the first time I saw someone like me who was not greedy and only asked for one key piece of information. This person is quite interesting. Li Qing touched his chin with interest. He knew that the question I asked contained a lot of information, and the calmness and wisdom behind it surprised him even more. As I walked in thought, I sorted out the information I just received. More than a few villages means that the AIDS family is one of the many guide forces, and its strength is not weak among them. The intervention of the Star Chamber of Commerce also indirectly proves that what is said in the letter is true. There is indeed a world outside the primordial world. Suddenly, I stopped and looked at the door of the tailor shop. After a little hesitation, I turned around and walked in. Inside the tailor shop, I looked at the floral dress in my hand, then raised my head and glanced at the smiling boss in front of me, and suddenly fell into an awkward situation that a socially anxious person could not face directly. No money. This scene is like the ice cream assassin attack. Put it back? Shame. Take it away? How can I pay? Do I have to rely on my stunning face? The young lady boss, who seemed to be so familiar with me, seemed to see my embarrassment, and then said with a sweet smile, "Okay, this dress is given to you by your aunt. This is your aunt's business card. If you get out alive, remember to come and see me." Her tone was not deliberately seductive, but her gestures exuded an inexplicable charm that was irresistible. I silently took the business card, but in my heart I was wondering, can I really get something for free just by relying on my looks? Sister, I can cough. Thank you, sister. Hearing my thanks, the boss who called herself Annie Shue smiled even more brightly. I like young people like you. Here, take this dress, and this one, and this one. Back at the square, I looked at the extra 9 long skirts, 12 sets of clothes, and 8 sets of clothes in the Lord's space, and suddenly felt that Carrie's enthusiasm was simply unbearable. She almost gave me the store. The dark business card in his hand was glowing with a faint light, and it was engraved with the words Star Alliance, Aunt Li Shue. Thinking of this gift, he couldn't help but feel a little curious about this force. However, during the subsequent stroll, I visited all the shops but did not receive a second business card. At this moment, a childish voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Master, Master, I broke out of the shell. When I stepped into the insect nest again, the scene in front of me was completely different. The fungus carpet spread outward to 5 meters away, and earth-shaking changes took place inside the nest. The wriggling flesh walls, the differentiation of the ear chamber space, and the various hatching pools make the entire insect nest seem alive. In the core area, I finally saw Anna squatting on the ground. Bang dash, she turned back to look at me. Her snow-white skin and purple-gold nails complement each other. The 2 small antennae on her head were beating gently, and her eyes were big and bright. Paired with that floral dress, the contrast is simply overwhelming. If I ignored her Zerg characteristics, I would even mistake her for a junior high school student on Earth. Master, Anna's intimate voice sounded in my mind, making me get goosebumps all over. Don't call me Master, just call me Lord. Anna tilted her head and thought for a while, as if trying to understand. Then, her eyes lit up and she said solemnly, Yes, Master. Forget it, as long as it's not Master. You can call me anything. Seeing that I didn't refute her, Anna lowered her head and continued to gnaw on her eggshell. The shell was not only a protective barrier for the Zerg Queen, but also the first pot of gold for quickly replenishing energy after breaking out of the shell. The only sound left in the nest was the sound of chewing. As Anna ate, her scales became more and more splendid and noble, and a row of options popped up in front of me. Random gene selection for initial soldiers 1, undo, beetle 3, mantis 4, fleas 5, cockroach. I chose 3 out of 5. Without much hesitation, I decisively chose ants, fleas, and cockroaches. The ants' great strength and reproductive capacity, the fleas' jumping ability, and the cockroaches' survival and defense abilities can be said to be the 3 rogue genes in the insect world. Gene selection completed, troops being created. Countless genetic fragments flashed like stars before his eyes, and then reorganized and merged in the air. Anna closed her eyes, and her whole body glowed with golden purple light. The gene sequence continued to break and reorganize, eventually forming 3 types of soldiers. Springtail, it is a fusion of ant and flea genes. The ant's hidden wing gene was discovered, allowing it to perform short-distance flying combat. Cockroach, the cockroach's genes combine the ant's shell and great strength, and it takes on defense and transportation tasks. Tank, cockroaches combine the genes of fleas, possessing powerful jumping and defensive capabilities, and can quickly break through the enemy's formation. Gene analysis completed, troop creation successful. Evolution points plus 50. After the types of troops were determined, I quickly allocated resources. 40% to springtails, 20% to cockroaches, 20% to tanks, and the remaining 20% was stored in the hive. As the orders were given, the hive began to operate at high speed like a precision machine. 30 minutes later, Anna and I stood in front of the springtails. Their pure black carapaces were covered with barbs, their claws were like sickles, and their teeth were sharp, as if they could tear through anything easily. Their majestic hind legs and hidden wings on their backs further demonstrated their terrifying mobility. The Zerg was so strong when I played StarCraft 2 back then. There was no rush to hatch cockroaches and tanks. After all, they required several times more energy than springtails, and energy was the most scarce resource in the current hive. The 2 hatching pools were running at full capacity. 1 hour later, a team of 12 springtails disappeared into the forest, moving as fast as the wind. I let out a long sigh of relief as I watched them go away. As a lord, I knew that nothing on this planet could stop this team from killing. After explaining the remaining matters, I turned my attention back. The gene selection and fusion just now had almost exhausted my mental strength and caused me to have a splitting headache. When I got back to the novice rest area, I fell asleep immediately. Have you heard? The Tiger Squad was exploring the central area yesterday and was completely wiped out. Aren't they full of B-level talents? How could this happen? Who knows? Maybe he encountered some terrifying beast. Now, only a few S-level leaders dare to go to the central region, and the rest can only survive on the periphery. During the break, the system taught everyone basic information about the world through the public screen, such as the characteristics of exotic beasts, territory management, and military advancement. These news made people eager to try, especially under the pressure of life limit. They were more eager to enter the forest to compete for resources. Amid the discussions around me, I rubbed my forehead and slowly woke up. Although the headache had not subsided, it was still bearable. After an hour of meditation, the pain gradually dissipated. I have been using meditation to restore my mental power, and every time I overload my mental power, the quality and capacity of my mental power will improve as it recovers. At this moment, I feel refreshed and my mind is particularly clear. Return to the Lord's space. In just one night, I was shocked by the development of the Zerg. The fungal blanket covered the surrounding 30 meters. The number of springtails increased from 12 to more than 400, and there were even 2 teams consisting of 100 cockroaches and tanks each, which were efficiently mining and transporting minerals. I clicked on the Lord panel. Lord, Jiangwang, Strength, Duzro, Spirit, S level. Territory, Red Flame Star, Zerg Arms, Zerglings, Cockroaches, Tanks, Expandable, Zerg Buildings, Zerg Nests, Expandable, Zerg Queen, Anna, Expandable. View Unit Details. Zingling, Reproduction, 7/20ths, LV1, Attack, 10/20ths, LV1, Devouring, 3/20ths, LV1, Defense, 4/20ths, LV1. Remaining evolution points, 50. Thinking of the war in 6 days, I decisively upgraded Reproduction, Attack, and Devouring to LV2, consuming 40 evolution points. The remaining 10 points are used as a backup. As for Defense, the Zerg strength is numbers. In the face of a surging tide of troops, death is just part of the process. Out of curiosity, I clicked on Anna's panel. Zerg Queen, Anna, Combat Power, 10 out of 100, Intelligence, 64/100. Seeing this simple but partial attribute, I quickly understood the direction of Anna's training, intelligence specialization. After all, without her deducing gene selection and evolutionary path, I would not be able to complete these complex operations on my own. After returning to the Novice village, I simply packed some dry food and headed straight out of the village. Although choosing to hide and grow troops in the village is a safe strategy, there are fair rules in the original world, which means that the difficulty of the monsters here must be controllable. The Zerg naturally need to evolve by devouring, which means that the monsters that can be fought are our restaurants. The dangerous area outside the village has become my hunting ground. Opening the public channel, I quickly browsed the latest information. Shit, there are 8 to 12 giant wolves on the east side of the perimeter. Come and divide them up. Let's bury the ones upstairs. There's basically no way to deal with a pack of giant wolves. Goodbye. Outside the Novice village, we are short of 4 men. For strong men, please come. My sister will be a great helper. Good legs. Wait, brother will be here soon. Friendly reminder, don't rush into the central area. Upgrade in the periphery first. Xiao Yinlu. I'm Krayan. My army is a troll, and I can't afford it. Top Outer Monster Guide, Central Monster Guide, can be supplemented at any time. Apart from the last piece of useful information and the photo of the long legs, the rest of the content means nothing to me. Without further delay, I summoned 6 Zerglings, 3 to clear the way and 3 to protect, and quickly moved towards the forest. Outside the forest, the springtails were working flexibly, and I was also concentrating on controlling them and moving forward cautiously. Just then, a sweet voice came over. Little brother, do you want to join us? I ignored it and just kept on going. But before I got far, a muscular man suddenly stopped me. He angrily asked, "Why are you pretending? I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me?" The delicate young lady was about to cry. "Li Hao, don't be like this. Maybe he is something urgent." Her tears instantly aroused the muscular man's desire to protect him, and he became even more aggressive. "I hope you can apologize to Wei Wei and let this go. Maybe the forest can help you." Li Hao's tone was full of threats. The aura of a martial arts lord emanating from him seemed to want to use oppression to make me surrender. I was confused, and my mind quickly recalled what had just happened, trying to figure out how I had offended these 2 people. "You made Wei Wei cry." Li Hao's accusation was loud and clear. I pondered for a moment and came up with 2 possibilities. Either these people were committing fraud, or they were just idiots looking for trouble. "You mean I was in a hurry and didn't hear her talk, which made her feel wronged and cry? So I should apologize?" I couldn't help but repeat it, my tone full of disbelief. "Yes, you made my girlfriend cry." Li Hao held his head high, with a proud look on his face. I sneered and asked back, "Excuse me, but your girlfriend is so awesome that even Jesus would have to kowtow to her before leaving?" As soon as the words fell, Li Hao's face instantly turned as ugly as pig liver. His smug look just now disappeared without a trace, replaced by a face full of anger. "You're looking for death," Li Hao roared, swinging his fist straight at my face. His fist was wrapped in red light, and this punch was full of murderous intent, clearly intending to kill me. Recently, a springtail shot out like an arrow, and its sharp blade pierced through Li Hao's shoulder blade, hanging him high in the air. The remaining two springtails quickly surrounded me, their movements swift and imposing. Ah! A shrill scream broke the silence of the forest and echoed around. This was because I asked the Zerglings to hold back. Otherwise, Li Hao would have been torn into pieces by the sharp blade. The air was filled with the smell of blood, and only Li Hao's heart-wrenching screams broke the dead silence. Everyone looked at each other. No one dared to act rashly. They all knew that Li Hao relied on his brother being a martial arts lord and had always been domineering and overbearing. Recently, he had also been hated by everyone for trying to please Wei Wei. But the current situation was obviously a setback. Some people secretly gloated over the misfortune, while others were worried. Wei Wei hid behind her teammates, her face full of fear, even holding back her tears, not daring to speak. As for me, I was puzzled. What was Li Hao trying to do? What was the purpose of this? Li Hao's face turned paler as the blood flowed out, and he was about to go into shock. The scene was awkward for a moment, and the air was filled with tension. Friend, it's not that serious, is it? We are all from the same roots. Why do you have to be so cruel? The boy in front of Wei Wei stood up. He was worried that if Li Hao got into trouble, they would definitely suffer the wrath of Li Hao's brother. No, brother. Did you not eat enough nutrition to get to your brain? I asked back with a sneer. What kind of logic? Li Hao wanted to cripple me, but now it turns out that my men were too ruthless? Wei Wei with his elbow, signaling her to stand up and speak. Wei Wei hesitated for a moment, and under Wang Qi's threatening eyes, she reluctantly moved forward. I admit that Li Hao was a little impulsive, but it's not all his fault, right? If you weren't so cold, he wouldn't be like this. Wei Wei looked innocent, and the more she spoke, the more confident she became. I'm just a girl. Do you have to force me like this? There was a brief silence. Putting aside the facts and talking about logic, are you serious? I'm sorry. I overestimated your intelligence and education level. I said calmly, either apologize or fight. The Zerglings that were on a reconnaissance mission had rushed back from the depths of the forest, staring straight at Vivi and her group with their scarlet eyes. TSK, this dog licker must die a horrible death. Someone in the crowd whispered. Who said it wasn't true? Wei Wei relied on Li Hao's support and wanted everything she wanted. She deserves it. The crowd was talking, and some people also mocked the voices supporting Wei Wei. People close to the speaker even brushed off the dust on their bodies while cursing, as if they had been tainted by bad luck due to her halo of the Virgin Mary. Wei Wei seemed to be oblivious to the ridicule, and her courage was rekindled by a word of support. She raised her head and said in a condescending tone, "Let's both take a step back on this matter. You apologize to me, and I apologize to you too." Wang Qi's face turned black. He originally wanted her to come out and apologize, but he didn't expect that her dog-licking behavior had made her completely lose her self-awareness. I stroked my fingers gently, staring at Wei Wei, and suddenly smiled. His handsome face looked as dazzling as an angel fallen into the world. Wei Wei was a little absent-minded for a moment. However, the springtail moved. Li Hao's body was thrown hard against the tree trunk, blood gushed out, and he fainted instantly. 3 springtails formed a battle formation and rushed towards Wang Qi and others. Done! Wang Qi roared. All of a sudden, various summoned creatures appeared. Winged tiger, giant scorpion, centaur archer. He raised his hand, and it was Frost Storm, showing the powerful strength of the Frost Lord. My face remained calm, but my mind moved slightly, and another jumping insect beside me suddenly rushed out and joined the fierce battlefield. In the Lord's space, more than 400 Zerglings stood by silently, stopping all activities, like an army ready to go at any time, waiting for the call of the Overlord to destroy all creatures that blocked their way. Even Anna held her breath and watched the battle closely. However, those who looked at the battlefield were doomed to be disappointed. Among the 4 Zerglings, one was controlled by the Frost Storm and then killed by concentrated fire, while the remaining 3 fully demonstrated their killing instincts. In just a moment, all the summoned soldiers were covered in blood. The armor of those scorpions was vulnerable to the sharp blades of the springtails and was easily torn apart like fragile paper. The battle ended in a crushing defeat. After dealing with these vulnerable enemy soldiers, the target turned to those lords who were living in their dreams. The sharp blade of the springtail pointed directly at Wei Wei's neck. "No, you can't do this. I'm a girl." Wei Wei cried in horror, her voice full of helplessness. completely ignoring the fact that she had just indirectly caused her teammate to be seriously injured. Wait! A deep voice came from the forest, and a strong man strode out. Brother, I am from the Shadow Group. These people are certainly wrong, but they don't deserve to die, right? After all, we still have to fight against foreign enemies together. To give face to anyone now, I stared at the man coldly, and an icy atmosphere instantly enveloped the entire place. Liang's team suddenly felt as if they were being stared at by some terrifying creature, and their whole bodies were chilled. If I didn't have some strength today, I would be the one lying on the ground dying. I'm just a passerby. Who among you would stand up for me? My tone was merciless. Although I am a social phobic, I am definitely not a fool. I am being blamed for no reason, and I am being beaten by a justice iron fist, and finally being slandered as cruel and ruthless? Is there still the law? Is there still law? A flash of blue light flashed, and 400 jumping insects descended together, densely surrounding the battlefield. I want to see who wants to be a saint today, and who wants to pretend to be reasonable. My tone was cold, but extremely domineering. In this world, when people say you are bullying, you'd better really be bullying. The swarm of insects sensed my anger and began to let out shrill hisses, their scarlet eyes staring coldly at everyone. The sturdy man looked at the black swarm of insects in front of him, swallowed in shock, and quickly turned around and ran back to the forest. The people watching around also scattered. So many springtails? Who is this boss? The object of social phobia? The end of social phobia. How cool. It's time to deal with these self-righteous people. At this moment, being unconscious might be a blessing. Otherwise, being surrounded by more than 400 springtails would be enough to scare him to death, even if he was not killed. Wei Wei at this moment. Her eyes were dull, and she kept muttering, I am a girl. You can't do this. In fact, she was the one who should have been unconscious, but she was unharmed and was simply scared crazy. Seeing this, I was too lazy to bother with it anymore. Killing people? It's not impossible, but it's definitely not necessary. I am speechless about this ridiculous conflict. After taking a look at the barbed back of the springtail, I finally gave up the idea of riding it and led the swarm of springtails into the depths of the forest. Anna saw all of this. Putting down the eggshell in her hand, Anna began to carefully plan something. At the other end of the forest, the sturdy man returned to Liang. When he passed Wei Wei, he stopped and slapped her on the back of the head with such force that her head was deformed. Humph. Deal with the body. Then, he quickly walked towards Li Hao, picked up his unconscious brother, and ran quickly towards the Novice village. Although he was very disappointed with his younger brother, they were still his brothers after all, and he already had a general understanding of the ins and outs of the matter. At this moment, Wei Wei's body was lying coldly on the ground. Looking at his brother's pale face, a cold light flashed in the strong man's eyes. Jiang Wang. At this moment, I have passed through the outer area and arrived at the central area under the protection of the insect swarm. Despite sacrificing more than a dozen springtails, I still successfully killed my first alien beast and gained a base. Looking at the two-headed black tiger in front of me that was already riddled with holes, I finally understood why countless people warned future generations not to easily step into the central region. The 400 fearless Zerglings were killed. This strange beast was indeed terrifyingly powerful. But what I didn't know was that this two-headed black tiger is almost one of the top exotic beasts in central China. After a moment of deep thought, I summoned the insect nest. On the fungal blanket, the insect swarm is truly invincible. In the insect nest, Anna carefully poked her head out, her purple gold eyes sparkling with curiosity about the new environment. Anna changed into a white sweatshirt and jeans, looking like a human girl, which made me laugh. Is this the world where the Lord exists? Do you like it? I looked at Anna and found that although she was curious, she was still afraid to walk out of the insect nest, so I asked softly. Anna pondered for a moment, then smiled innocently and answered firmly. Wherever the master is, Anna likes it. I know that Zerg are naturally 100% loyal to the Overmind, but when I saw the worry and nervousness in Anna's eyes, I was still slightly stunned. She seemed to sense my emotions and mistakenly thought that she had said something wrong, so she quickly turned her face away and stood there cautiously. These expressions of hers were obviously learned through observing and studying human society from a shared perspective. Although they seemed a little clumsy, her intentions were clear. Her loyalty and following were forever. Following Anna's order, the Zerg hive quickly entered strategic mode. The fungal blanket expanded outwards 50 meters as if it had life, and the springtails were busy dragging the hunted alien species back to the fungal blanket area, where they were quickly decomposed and absorbed, and the useful genes were stored in the gene bank for the queen and the overlord to create new species. The speed of the insect swarm's expansion was almost jaw-dropping. In just 3 days, the swarm had taken over 1/3 of the central region, and the hunting radius of the springtails had expanded from the initial 10 kilometers to 80 kilometers. Whether it was biological or mineral resources, as long as they were valuable, they would be efficiently transported back to the nest by the cockroaches. At this moment, I was lazily lying on the sofa chair that Anna had specially made for me, leisurely checking the public screen information. Damn, Boss Jiang Wang is awesome. He killed 12 giant wolves with great force, and I finally survived. At Jiang Wang Dalak, can you give me some alien corpses? My trolls are about to rebel because of hunger. Crying. Brother, can you take care of your sister? My sister is very good and not clingy. Master Jiang Wang, don't be fooled. The people upstairs are just scamming. At Jiang Wang, we, the Shadow Group, the Magic Flame Group, and the Dandelion Alliance, hope to form an alliance with you to jointly resist the invasion and discuss strategies for attacking the core area. We look forward to your reply. This message made me think for a moment, and then I replied, thank you for the invitation, but my type of soldiers is not suitable for cooperation. However, I will share the useful information I encounter with everyone through the public screen. Caught the boss. Boss, check me out. Please take me with you. The messages on the public screen scrolled faster and faster, so I simply quit and ignored them. In fact, I have also tried to cooperate with other arms, but it turns out that the unique attack rhythm of the Zerg is always disrupted. In comparison, fighting alone is the best solution. Rubbing my swollen brows, I leaned back on the soft sofa that Anna had specially made for me, closed my eyes, and tried to relieve the fatigue of the past few days. Anna stood by, approached silently, and gently massaged my temples with her cold little hands. Her movements were cautious and gentle. Oh, no need. Forget it, whatever you want, I said softly, with a hint of helplessness in my tone. As the person with the deepest spiritual connection with me, Anna could sense my pain at that moment. The intense pain was like millions of needles piercing my brain. Even if it was only 1% of the pain, it made her feel heartbroken. She taught herself how to massage me to relieve my headaches through the public screen. Although I tried to stop her many times, she still insisted and even disobeyed my order for the first time. Perhaps this wasn't such a bad thing. Under Anna's gentle pressure, my frown gradually relaxed and the pain seemed to be relieved a little. However, this time the headache was more severe than any other time before. This is due to the massive amount of genetic data brought back by the recent Zerg expansion, which not only contains alien genes, but also includes genes from insects and other diverse species. I, Jiang Wang, have been trying to interpret and combine these genes to create a more powerful Zerg army. However, things went against my wishes. After 3 days of hard work, I only created 2 types of soldiers, one of which was even transformed from a failed product. About an hour later, the headache finally subsided. Hatching is complete. Hearing the system prompt, I suddenly stood up from the sofa and pulled Anna straight to the culture pool. Squeak, crackle, crackle. 2 new types of soldiers appeared in the training pool. Larva, the defective product, composed of 100 million genes, with extremely high defense capabilities. It can release genes when necessary and transform into any form controlled by the hive. Evolution points plus 100. Worker bee. Its sharp blade can cut any mineral resources, and its oval-shaped fan ensures its balance during high-speed movement. Evolution points plus 30. I was shocked when I saw the introduction. Although these 2 arms are not direct combat units, they are the key to building and expanding the hive, especially the larva. As long as the energy is sufficient, it can even quickly replicate the insect nest and the culture pool. And it also brought me a full 100 evolution points. As for the worker bees, they are the right-hand men for transporting resources and building hives. The significance of these 2 arms is self-evident. Put them into production immediately. Just 10 minutes after birth, the larvae received instructions and began to transform into a hatching pool. Its body expanded rapidly, spitting out a crystal and drilling into it, gradually melting and filling the crystal. 10 minutes later, the crystals melted, and the fungal blanket continued to inject energy. After about 2 or 3 minutes, a 5-meter diameter incubation pool was formed. The size of the incubation pool could be adjusted according to the injection of fungal blanket energy. This process has once again refreshed my understanding of biology. I never expected that a failed gene fusion would give birth to a versatile soldier. Back in the hive, I looked at the flashing evolvable option on the Lord's panel and fell into deep thought. F. Cultivation, 0/100, evolvable F. Evolution, 0/100, evolvable soldier, evolvable. Anna, evolvable. I rubbed my fingers subconsciously and finally decided to invest all 100 evolution points into the talent, evolution. Only by improving this ability can more Zerg become stronger. Evolution completed. E-level talent. Evolution, 0/1000. Mental power plus 100 points, current mental power, 174 points. Oh wow. I was surprised to find that this was the first time that mental power appeared on the Lord's panel. By comparing myself with Anna, I realized that my mental power was 10 points higher than hers. With the remaining 10 evolution points, I invested the remaining 40 points into Anna's intelligence. Anna, who had suddenly evolved, immediately asked for instructions, saying that a short period of time was needed for evolution and that all Zerg actions would be temporarily handed over to me. After getting my consent, Anna spun a cocoon right there, still with the familiar crystal shell. With the continuous energy supply from the fungal blanket, the cocoon quickly wrapped her up. At the same time, I began to take over the swarm. Although the operation was a little unfamiliar, with my current 174 points of mental strength, I quickly mastered it. Compared to my leisurely state, the Defender Alliance was in a state of anxiety. Bah! A captain of the Shadow Legion slammed his fist on the table, furious. This is too crazy. If the defense fails, everyone will die. Yin, the leader of the Flame Demon group, glanced at him with disdain in his tone. Say, no matter how crazy you are, they don't have the strength. If you can capture 1/3 of the middle, let alone pounding the table, you can even overturn it. Xiao Yin's words hit the soft spot of the Shadow Legion, causing them to become angry and humiliated. You. All right, stop arguing. Tang Si, the leader of the Dandelion Alliance, quickly came out to smooth things over. Although they don't want to join forces with us, they didn't say they won't cooperate. Sharing information is always possible. Do you really want to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Zerg? He turned to the Shadow Legion and said in a more gentle tone, Leon, where is your leader? Liang immediately put on a smiling face and answered easily. As you know, the leader's lord characteristics are quite special, so he went to the core area to investigate first. So this time I have to come to meet you all. Tang Si originally wanted to take this opportunity to make trouble, but seeing Liang's flawless answer, he could only nod in the end. Okay, stop talking nonsense and get down to business. Xiao Yin stood up, stared at the map in front of him, and said decisively, since Jiang Wang wants to work alone, let's give him the core area in the south. We will divide the remaining area equally. Who will choose first? Tang Si hesitated for a moment and chose the west. Liang was still smiling and did not express his opinion. Seeing this, Xiao Yin directly chose the north. He turned around and was about to leave, leaving behind a few words. One last reminder, whoever gets the supplies will own them. With the invasion in progress, we can settle our grudges later. I hope the two captains can manage their men well. He hinted at the grudge between Li Hao and me, but didn't say much. He left the meeting room with his people. Looking at Xiao Yin's back, Tang Si's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. As a natural strong man, he could not tolerate someone daring to speak to him like that. This scene was seen clearly by Liang, who had been observing silently from the side. As combat orders and restrictions were gradually released on the public screen, I also received my tasks and areas. These guys are quite capable. Looking at the well-organized battle plan, I smiled with satisfaction. No one came to disturb me, which was just what I wanted. Then I started to formulate a strategy plan. In the alley outside the meeting room, Liang took out a pack of treasured Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to Tang Si. Seeing that Tang Si had no interest, he smiled and shrugged, lit one himself, and started smoking leisurely. The smoke swirled in the air for a few circles and gradually dissipated. Liang closed his eyes, letting the stimulation of nicotine spread through his body, then opened his eyes and said to Tang Si, according to the guide's instructions, if nothing unexpected happens, after the battle in the core area is over, the problem of resisting the invasion should be solved. What are your plans next? Tang Si stared at Liang, his eyes slightly fixed, watching him puffing away smoke, and replied indifferently. Our relationship is not yet at the point where we can discuss such things. If there is nothing else, I will leave first." Seeing Tang Si turning around to leave, Liang took a deep puff of cigarette and said in a calm but meaningful tone, "I heard that after resisting the invasion, we can start the plundering mode." He paused, then added, "The guide calls it kill mode. You're not interested in that?" Tang Si paused. He did not look back, but remained silent for a moment. Seeing this, Liang smiled and said slowly, "Fire overcomes grass. But if you can kill the Fire Lord, I heard that the reward will be higher, and you can even let your soldiers gain fire resistance or even dual attributes. And this probability is especially obvious with S-level talents." These words made Tang Si turn around suddenly and stare at Liang. "Where did you hear that? Did Wang Tian tell you?" Wang Tian. The captain's face appeared in Liang's mind, and then he smiled disdainfully. Looking at Tang Si's clearly shaken expression, Liang slowly finished the cigarette in his hand and stomped out the burnt butt. "Don't worry about it. You can go to the guide to verify it. However, Jiang Wang and I have some grievances. If you are willing to cooperate, the fire system will be yours and the insect system will be mine." After saying that, he said no more and turned to leave. In the alley, Tang Si watched Liang's back gradually go away, his face gloomy. Suddenly, he shouted, "How many people can you command?" Liang stopped, turned his back to Tang Si, and raised the corner of his mouth slightly, 70%. After a long silence, Tang Si finally whispered, "Okay." Liang's smile deepened, and he walked out of the alley with a relaxed look. After a moment, Tang Si also regained his composure, walked out of the alley, and left in the opposite direction. At the same time, various forces began to gather and prepare to launch a comprehensive attack on the core area. Roar! Along with the roar of the giant beast, the metallic blades tore through the air, and fatal attacks pierced the huge ape. The giant ape let out a final wail, then fell to the ground with a bang, dying in the northwest. However, this is only one battlefield among many. The worker bee quickly followed up, used its huge double claws to lift the body of the giant ape onto its back, turned around, and moved quickly towards the insect nest. The insect nest is like a precise scalpel, operating accurately and elegantly. Not only that, I can even command multiple squads to conduct intermittent attacks, and I can also conduct detailed micromanagement of each unit. Command, which was like a real battle, made me keenly discover a key shortcoming of the current Zerg, vision. Although the Zerg's large-scale attack has been extremely oppressive, there are still some blind spots in the field of vision. Although the scope of these blind spots is extremely small, once there is an enemy lurking in them, even if there is only one person, they can use the Lord space to instantly deploy an army in my core area, posing a fatal threat to the hive. This is something I cannot accept. Unfortunately, after repeated searches of the gene bank, I have not yet found a gene that can enable large-scale, all-around detection. Therefore, I decisively stopped all offensive operations and instead directed the Zerglings to enter the core area in batches and on a small scale for exploration. At present, the resources efficiently collected by the worker bees have made the insect nest extremely rich, so there is no need to rashly confront the high-level monsters head-on. All you need to do is continue to increase the number of troops and stockpile resources at the base, and eventually push forward. As the order was issued, hatching pools sprang up one after another, and springtails hatched rapidly at a rate of one batch every 10 minutes. I closed my eyes and waited quietly for Anna's rebirth. 40 minutes later, ding, mutated springtail X1. I suddenly opened my eyes, and my mental power covered the entire insect nest like a tide. Soon I noticed a different springtail. Its hind legs were particularly strong, and the shape of its webbed feet was also different from that of ordinary springtails. Its blades and body were sharper, and the sense of oppression emanating from its body made it clearly different from ordinary springtails. Ordinary Zerglings are usually quiet and low energy when waiting for battle, but this mutant Zergling seems unusually agitated, constantly waving its blade or pacing on the spot, as if ready to fight at any time. As my will came into being, the ordinary Zerglings began to become restless, and the mutant Zerglings suppressed the surrounding Zerglings and even roared at them. After a brief observation, I named it Violent Springtail, a creature that is always eager to fight. But to further understand its potential, the most direct way is to attack. As the order was issued, the ordinary Zerglings attacked the furious Zerglings without hesitation, and the furious Zerglings also wielded their sharp blades to launch a crazy counterattack. Its jumping, speed, and attack power were almost 2 to 3 times that of ordinary Zerglings. Finally, after paying the price of 36 ordinary springtails, the violent springtail fell down. But before it died, it still pierced a springtail and crippled another. Hiss! I couldn't help but take a breath. If this terrifying combat power could be mass-produced, I am both afraid of such power and excited to control it. Soon, the fungal mat absorbed and decomposed the dead and violent springtails, and their genetic information appeared in front of me. However, looking at the densely packed gene chains, I couldn't help but feel distressed. Without Anna's comments and assistance, it was quite laborious to analyze. Comforting myself that a good worm is never too late, I continued to patiently wait for Anna's rebirth. During this period, in order to adjust my mindset, I opened the public screen to check the information. Charcoal grilled lamb chops. Fresh lamb chops. Please ask the above. Where do sheep come from? Please give me the address. I will reward you handsomely. I am the animal lord. This is my type of soldier. They grow fast, have no attack power, and are pure and natural and harmless. I'm a plant major. How about I grow some vegetables and open a restaurant? +1. Learn more about the ancestral charcoal grilled lamb. Watching these relaxed conversations, an idea suddenly occurred to me. At present, I have absorbed almost all the alien genes in the central region, and the life energy of the alien corpses is far less valuable than the ore. Since there are still many people whose arms cannot obtain points, why don't I directly use the points of these alien corpses to exchange with them? There are more than 10,000 lords in a village. According to preliminary estimates, there are nearly 80,000 tradable soldiers alone. Thinking of this, I immediately decided, at all I am Jiang Wang. If your arms cannot normally earn points, you can exchange them with me. I will offer a reasonable price based on the value of the arms. No deception. Location: the outer area of the southern forest. Time: 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. After a moment of silence, someone finally asked on the public screen, "Boss, do you need my sheep? Can I exchange it for points?" "Sure. As long as it's a type of soldier, I'll take them all." Chapter 8: Selling Exotic Beasts. With the successful sale of the sheep-selling boy, a large number of non-combatants began to sell their own types of soldiers. The public screen was hot. Jiang Wang has been staying in the forest to kill monsters and gather soldiers. Even if he meets other people, their soldiers are suitable for fighting, or their own lord space is suitable for fighting. This led to Jiang Wang always thinking that no one would sell his own type of troops. But today's lamb chop guy completely woke him up. No matter what time, the strong are always the minority. If it weren't for his double F talents, his birth territory would be dozens of times larger than others, and he would also have the Zerg queen. Then I can only watch others fight, while I become a carrier of the corpses of alien beasts and earn meager points. Click! As Jiang Wang turned around, the cracks on the crystal shell gradually widened. Master! As Anna broke out of the shell, a wave of mental pressure came over her. Anna, mid-larval stage. Combat power: 30/100. Intelligence: 120 out of 500. As Anna frantically waved her tentacles, the mental pressure gradually subsided. Anna also showed an expression of shame and panic. After all, in the Zerg's genetic chain, the Overmind is the supreme god, and any disrespect to the Overmind can be regarded as a betrayal of the Zerg. Not bad, although not proficient enough, but the quality and pressure of mental power are full. As he spoke, Jiang Wang rubbed Anna's head. It should be said that the humanoid Anna is almost the same as a human in both shape and hair. Except for the more noble and beautiful scales and tentacles, she is almost a human. After comforting Anna a little, Jiang Wang immediately took Anna to work. It can be said that the Zerg are ruthless 007 machines. Once they start working, any unnecessary emotions will be blocked. With Anna's assistance, Jiang Wang quickly decomposed the genes of the violent springtail and found out why it was so powerful. Adrenaline and a large amount of corresponding enzymes. Adrenaline can keep the springtail in a violent state at all times, while the corresponding enzyme can accelerate the springtail's physiological functions. But due to adrenaline and accelerated metabolism, the lifespan of springtails is greatly reduced. But for the Zerg lifespan, as long as the hatching rate is faster than the death rate, those who understand will understand. After obtaining enough analytical data, the violent springtails began to consider putting them into production. By analogy, cockroaches and tanks also began to evolve under Zhang's hand. Evolution points plus 200. Evolution points plus 100. Evolution points plus 100. Evolution points plus 50. This was purely an unexpected surprise, an evolution point picked up for free. Just by developing the corresponding enzyme and opening the adrenaline valve, you can directly get 450 evolution points. Invest 100 evolution points into Talent F cultivation. Evolution is complete. E-level training, 0/1000. Increase the training speed of soldiers by 60%. Invest 150 evolution points into Zerglings. LV3 reproduction, 0/100. Level 3 attack, 0/100. LV3 devour, 0/100. Level 1 defense for 20ths. PS. Try to avoid using such templates in the later stage, and lay the foundation for the system in the early stage. The remaining 200 are all invested in collection and transportation by worker bees. Directly raise both skills to level 3. When all this was done, it was already late at night. But facing tomorrow's transaction, I can't even take out a single exotic beast. Master, leave it to Anna. Anna is very strong now. Mustering up the courage, the big purple gold eyes looked at Jiang Wang shyly but bravely, and even its tentacles began to shake at a higher frequency due to the excitement. Jiang Wang's feelings towards Anna have always been complicated. On the one hand, in the Zerg system, everything is a tool of the master. But because of this spiritual connection, Jiang Wang would rather regard this humanoid little queen as his own sister. Stroking the slender fingers, Jiang Wang actually didn't want his sister to do such a thing. Suddenly, Anna's disappointment and despair were reflected in the mental link. In Anna's simple mind, when the overmind was thinking about whether she could do the job, it meant that she was not capable enough, and she was not worthy of being the overmind's tool. For any Zerg, this was something more terrifying than death. Okay, I believe you will complete this task very well. Right, Anna? Anna was like a drowning person who suddenly grabbed a swimming ring, and her originally dim eyes suddenly became bright. The Lord can totally trust Anna. Jiang Wang rubbed Anna's head helplessly. Really, why are the Zerg not happy even though they are not allowed to go to work? The birth of the king of roles? Jiang Wang shook his head and went back to the soft sofa to rest. After a day of high-intensity work, it is a bit too much even though my mental strength has been greatly improved. And Anna, with the expectation of dominance and endless fighting spirit, made the entire insect nest operate at overload while Jiang Wang was sleeping. In the night, teams of monsters glowing orange-red began to sweep across the entire forest at an extremely fast speed. The next day, rubbing his still aching head, Jiang Wang slowly woke up. He originally wanted to get up in the middle of the night to see how Anna was handling the situation, but because he had overdrawn his mental energy the day before, he could hardly get up from his sleep. Jiang Wang casually took out a processed beef leg from the Lord's space and started eating. After all, only when he was full could his mental strength recover faster. Taking advantage of this gap, Jiang Wang opened the public screen. Jiang Wang is awesome. Photo, a mountain of strange beast bodies. Top. Holy shit. Is it such a big deal to exchange it for the exotic beasts in the core area? If you compare yourself to others, you will die. If you compare yourself to others, you will be thrown away. Sorry. Troll sauce. Can you believe it? I exchanged 2 sheep, 3 pigs, and 7 chickens for a demon tiger, with photos. Me too. I traded my various species of mushrooms and plants for 2 giant wolves. Photos attached. To be honest, this little sister is so damn cute, with photos. Jiang Wang looked at the public screen in confusion. Etc. I haven't even left the house yet. Who did you exchange it with? No. Is it this Anna? Only then did Jiang Wang notice the time. 11:20. In order to ensure Jiang Wang's sleep, Anna always keeps the temperature and humidity in the core area of the insect nest in the optimal range. As a result, Jiang Wang suddenly broke his habit of many years and slept until almost noon. Master. Anna's voice sounded not far away. Look at Anna in front of me, and then look at Anna on the public screen. You went out. No, they are larvae. Anna looked at the confused Jiang Wang with her big eyes and suddenly wanted to laugh. This always calm and powerful master would actually feel panic. After confirming the spiritual connection, Jiang Wang breathed a sigh of relief. Later I thought about it, and it was a little funny. How could Anna, a stay-at-home workaholic who occasionally liked to watch the cartoons he remembered and the queen on the public screen through mental connection, walk out of the insect nest? Jiang Wang directly took over the control of the larvae and implemented remote sales, and began to clarify on the public screen. If you like other looks, she can also change into other looks. As she spoke, Anna's expression began to change towards Jiang Wang. He didn't want to expose Anna to others. Who knows what others think when they see Anna in this strange world? Chapter 9. Boss or Zerg. And with this sales activity, Jiang Wang obtained a large number of genes of various types of soldiers, the variety of which far exceeded what he had obtained in the forest. Whether it is spores, elements, or even advanced soldiers, they are all included in the gene bank. But one stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Deeper problems are brewing. Holy shit! Did Jiang Wang slaughter all the animals in the forest? I almost walked from the outer area to the core area, but there was not a single beast. Kill like crazy. Those upstairs can enter the core area without worry. Wherever there are signs of Zerg activity, there will be no one alive within a 10-mile radius. This is a bit too much. You guys eat the meat. Can't you just let us drink some soup? In fact, I am confused about why Jiang Wang wants to collect other people's troops. What is his purpose? It's terrifying to think about it. Oh my god! What the above person said is right. Once Jiang Wang kills all the monsters, we can only exchange points with our troops. After resisting the invasion, then... Fuck, I was saying, what insect lord? I think he's just a bug. When the invasion is complete, I am afraid we will all be his food. Boss or bug? As unfavorable comments continued to appear on the public screen, although the exchange was still hot, the number of people was decreasing. Looking at these unfavorable comments, Anna lowered her head in self-blame. In order to show her role to the Overlord, she put the violent Zerglings, evolved cockroaches, and tanks into use last night. Almost all the people in the central and outer areas, as well as parts of the core areas, were massacred. Looking at Anna, who was so weak that her tentacles were hanging down, Jiang Wang smiled and then tried to comfort her. In fact, he doesn't care about conspiracy theories on the public screen or insults against him personally. During the years he spent in the hospital, he saw too many fickle things in life. There are filial sons who take care of their parents at their bedside for several years, and there are children who force their parents to reveal their bank card passwords before they die. At first, Jiang Wang was terminally ill and disabled. Countless scholars and experts cared about him and pitied him, thinking that he was a talent that was envied by God. But when he made achievements that shocked the academic world on his sickbed, these people became jealous and wished he would die. Because of Jiang Wang's existence, many people lost their reputation, wealth, promotion channels, and research funds. Jiang Wang became the object of everyone's disgust and hatred, until he crushes them all. Anna, this is how the world is. If you are weak, others may not necessarily sympathize with you or pity you, but there will definitely be people who will step on you and scold you. If you are strong, not everyone may like you, but they will respect you and fear you. Especially people like us, Zerg, huh? Jiang Wang laughed at himself. In fact, when he started to sweep across the central region, some people expelled him from the society and directly called him a bug or a stink bug. He didn't care about the insults on the public screen now. Relax, I'm not angry. As long as we are strong enough and stand high enough, no one will slander you. They will only fear you and worship you. Looking at Anna's confused expression, Jiang Wang smiled and rubbed his head. In fact, being expelled from the human race is not a big deal. Sometimes, compared to the killing of the Zerg, the darkness in people's hearts is more terrifying. The sales continued, and the questioning and insults on the public screen did not stop. Due to the large number of hunts Anna did, the exchange did not end until the evening. Such a large-scale exchange also attracted the attention of the leaders. I heard that this was the work of an insect lord. Yes, sir. TSK, I didn't expect that. Send someone to find him and give him your business card. Don't mess it up. Even if you can't recruit him, you have to leave a good impression. As the old man waved his hand, the waiter prepared to leave. Wait, hasn't Wang Tian been found yet? No. The remaining S-Class hasn't been found yet? No. Bang! The cup next to the old man was smashed to pieces. The invasion will begin in 2 days, and I don't want us to return empty-handed. Yes, go find it. The old man was the plant lord, Subo. Not only them, but also countless chambers of commerce, alliances, and even other empires are paying attention to this large-scale lord recruitment event and want to poach top talents. Therefore, even the old people around his young master were under tremendous pressure. As the public screen fermented and the invasion day approached, everyone's emotions reached the most sensitive moment. But Jiang Wang remained unmoved and continued to implement the original strategic plan, advancing into the core area from the south, and began to transfer resources and military forces to the Lord's space as a backup. Ding, Xiao Yin sent a letter. Can we advance the core area normally? Xiao Yin Lu. This private message function is exchanged with points and can make personal contact more convenient. But since Jiang Wang didn't have many friends, he didn't activate these functions. But just because he doesn't contact others doesn't mean others won't contact him. Xiao Yin took the initiative to pay for this function for Jiang Wang. No problem. What do you think of what happened after the invasion? Protect yourself and wait for guidance. I want to form an alliance with you. If anything unexpected happens after the invasion, we can stand together. How about that? Aren't you afraid that I will eat you alone? Ha! Come on, I'm very good at judging people. Let's not talk about whether you have the ability or not. Even if you do, you won't do such a dirty thing. Can you just say something quickly? Can. Seeing Jiang Wang's reply, Xiao Yin felt a little calmer. Although his talent was in the fire element, it didn't mean that he was hot-tempered and simple-minded. On the contrary, his sixth sense was extremely accurate, especially since his right eyelid had been twitching recently, which made him upset. How far have we advanced? March into the core, central area immediately. Speed up the attack. It's best to get the supplies before others. With that, Xiao Yin walked out of the operations room. He had never been a commanding boss. Go for me or go with me. The latter is always more attractive. Tang Si frowned slightly as he watched the slow progress despite the attacks of various types of troops. Don't show mercy to the troops. As long as they can be regenerated and recruited, push them forward. Speed up the progress. While in the secret room, Leon looked at the shadow soldier in front of him and revealed a cruel smile. The storm is coming. Even the sky over the Novice village began to turn blood red. Everyone felt the oppressive, almost suffocating atmosphere. Crack! It tastes good. Anna looked at Jiang Wang with starry eyes. I was so greedy for the potato chips in Jiang Wang's hand. Seeing Anna drooling, Jiang Wang smiled and handed her all the potato chips in his hand, and also threw her 2 bottles of Coke. This was developed by Jiang Wang after he obtained many genes. Under the ripening and genetic configuration of the insect nest, what pepper, potato, cumin, or fruit, cola, fried chicken? Anything produced by insect nest must be of high quality. Pure natural, pollution-free, say goodbye to Hextech. And these little snacks that he made in minutes actually provided him with 1 evolution point. Although it is small, it is better than nothing. Lying on the soft sofa and enjoying the short happiness. After all, we have done everything we can, so how can we not enjoy ourselves? Suddenly, the two seemed to sense something and turned their heads at the same time to look in a certain direction outside the insect nest. Anna's tentacles kept shaking, and the entire hive entered a state of combat readiness. Jiang Wang's mental power continued to extend outward under the amplification of the insect nest, as if looking for something. Chapter 10: A Visit from the Guide. 1/3 of the violent springtails were distributed in a fan shape in the direction that Jiang Wang had just looked at. Just now, Jiang Wang and Anna both felt a fleeting danger. The danger was not directed at Jiang Wang, but his presence forced the entire insect nest into a state of combat readiness. 500 meters outside the insect nest. Wow, your perception is quite sensitive. Your mental strength must be 120, right? Besides, the individual combat power of this type of soldier is a bit ridiculously high. It should have reached dust level 6. I think there are more than that. Look at the number and the speed at which they are moving. They are born for killing. Tisk, if he kidnaps this guy, do you think we can get a promotion? Come on, have you forgotten Yichin? Thinking of this ruthless man, they both shuddered at the same time. As they spoke, the two of them immediately showed up after hiding. The moment they were exposed, the surrounding violent Zerglings immediately surrounded them. Look at the ferocious Zerglings and the sharp blades flashing in the dim light. Wang Wu muttered, TSK, this level is fucking 7th level dust. Li Qing took off his hood and spoke loudly in the direction of the insect nest in the distance. Guides Li Qing and Wang Wu have come to visit brother Jiang Wang to discuss important matters. Inside the insect nest, Jiang Wang was a little confused when he saw the two familiar faces. Why did the guide come to find him? Aren't they just responsible for guiding? Jiang Wang rubbed his fingers and pondered for a while. He made the Zerglings make way for him, but all the Zerglings in the hive started moving. Currently, Jiang Wang's combat power was all concentrated on controlling the hive. Apart from being able to attack with mental power, his own combat power was only slightly stronger than that of ordinary people. Li Qing and the other person looked at the road in front of them that led directly to the insect nest. Do it with a smile on your face. After all, with their Bronze 5 level, Jiang Wang might not be able to find it even if they touched the insect nest directly. Revealing his chi was just a test for Jiang Wang. Under the moonlight, the swarm of insects lined the road to welcome them. And at the end of the road was Jiang Wang, who had already prepared the tables and chairs. Nice to meet you again, Brother Jiang. Li Qing and Wang Wu were not at all arrogant. They greeted Jiang Wang naturally, as if they were old friends who met after a long separation. The two guides have come to visit us. I wonder if they are. Looking at Jiang Wang, who was so straightforward, Li Qing and the others actually felt a sense of familiarity and relief. It's nothing. The two of us have seen your hive and the configuration of your troops. I think it will be no problem for you to pass the novice village trial. So, I wanted to ask if you have any plans for what to do after the trial. Wang Wu and Li Qing sang the same tune and revealed the real purpose of this trip. After hearing this, Jiang Wang slowly stopped Anna from moving the insect nest to the Lord space. What do you two mean? Li Qing and the other person placed a business card and a document on the table and pushed them in front of Jiang Wang. This is the name card of our AIDS family. When you are under a fatal threat, it can resist damage from Bronze 9th level and below, and can increase the possibility of survival in the trial. And the purpose of our trip is to invite you to join our AIDS family. Looking at the business card in front of him, Jiang Wang suddenly remembered the business card of Aunt Li Shui in the Lord space. Looking at Jiang Wang, who was thinking, Li Qing and the others were not in a hurry. They took out a booklet and placed it next to the business card. When our family recruits talents, we emphasize mutual consent. Even if you don't join, we still adhere to the principle that one more friend is better than one more enemy, so you don't have to rush. Take your time to think about it. Just give us an answer before leading you out of the novice village. This booklet contains some basic information about the Tianyuan world. It can help you get information faster than others and also help you better understand the situation of our family. They are not afraid that Jiang Wang will take a fancy to other forces. After all, as long as this thing leaves the primordial realm, other forces will also distribute it. It is better to do them a favor. After the two men conveyed the message, they stood up and prepared to leave. After all, with the Yichen incident, all forces now follow the principle of not seeking merit, but avoiding offending others when recruiting new lords. Wait, the two guides have come from afar, and I haven't had time to prepare any drinks. These snacks are foods I researched when I was free. The two guides can take them back and try them. Jiang Wang took out all the potato chips, cola, fried chicken in the Lord space. After all, the other party came with good intentions, and he couldn't let them go back empty-handed. Li Qing and the other two smiled knowingly when they saw Jiang Wang's attitude, and after some refusals, they put it away. Aha, then the two of us won't eat your food in vain. Let me tell you a piece of information in private. According to the news from outside, the intensity of this invasion may be different from the past. You have to strengthen your insect nest, and you have to get the resources in the core area. Li Qing said this quietly, and then said goodbye and left. Looking at the two people's fleeting backs, Jiang Wang stood outside the insect nest, not knowing what he was thinking. It was not until a cool breeze brushed his cheek that Jiang Wang slowly came back to his senses. In fact, from the time he traveled to this world to the time he became the master of the hive, he had been in a trance, as if it was a dream, real yet unreal, and full of a sense of separation. So he stayed in the insect nest all the time and rarely went out. I was afraid that when I opened my eyes, I would see white sheets in a room full of medicine again. But now it's different. When he really communicates with people in this world, that sense of reality and truth makes him excited and at ease. Just in that brief moment, he actually felt that he had integrated into this world. It felt like thoughts are clear. Suck. The fresh air slowly filled my lungs, and then I held my breath for 1 minute. Call. Due to lack of oxygen, the heart beats particularly clearly and powerfully. Looking back at Anna, who had been standing beside him at some point in time, Jiang Wang smiled and pulled Anna back to the insect nest. Orders were quickly transmitted from the hive to each Zerg. No one is destined to sleep peacefully in the forest that night. Latest news: Zerg are moving. Photo: a large number of Zerglings marching. Move now? We have almost defeated 2/3 of the Flame Demon group. Photo: Xiao Yan's heroic figure burning the four directions. We're almost two-thirds of the way to the dandelion. Photo. A large number of plants and soldiers. I envy Dandelion for having so many girls. For some reason, most of the lords of plants and auxiliary systems are girls. The male-to-female ratio of Dandelion is 3-7, and Tang Si is surrounded by beauties. Holy shit, what the hell is this? Video. As a video spread on the public screen, Jiang Wang's reputation became even worse. In the video, the Zerg faced the giant wolves living in groups and tore through the giant wolves' defense line in almost one encounter. Even though more than 30 giant wolves, under the command of the Wolf King, were fearlessly blocking the Zerg swarm, they were still like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It was soon destroyed in the endless charge of the Zerg, and the bodies of the Wolf King and the dead Zerglings were quickly carried away by the worker bees. The video should not exceed 30 seconds. More than 30 giant wolves didn't even make a splash. Xiao Yan and Tang Si both looked slightly gloomy when they saw this scene. After all, the strength displayed by Jiang Wang was a bit beyond expectations. But Leon's face was full of excitement, and his bright eyes reflected an emotion called desire. Chapter 11. Enter the core area. But Jiang Wang didn't have time to pay attention to what was on the public screen. His order to the Zerg was to kill their way through the core area with the highest efficiency. Bring back the resources. According to the guide's implicit meaning, this invasion must be no simple matter. He does not want to and cannot fall here. On the other hand, Anna returned to the Lord space and quickly replicated a hive with the help of the larvae, developing on two fronts to maximize the use of resources. In the forest, swish, swish, swish. What's that sound? All members of Dandelion Team 7 stopped. Team leader Zhang Xian frowned and looked around. The vibrations on the other side were getting stronger and stronger. There are even annoying roars from time to time. It makes the hair on your body stand on end. The girl with a bad mentality was already squatting on the ground with a pale face. From the tiny particles of dust bouncing off the ground, it could be seen that this level of alien beast march was likely a large-scale counterattack by alien beasts in the core area. It's over, it's over. No, that's the sound coming from behind. The captain of the 7th team turned around quickly and saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. Countless small orange lanterns quickly attacked them. Enemy attack. But it was too late. Due to the widespread fear, the entire team was almost in a state of unconsciousness. The army of Zerglings is already close to our face. The leading springtail jumped directly over their heads and glided past with the help of its hidden wings on its back. The Zerglings that couldn't escape also leaped high, and the army dispersed to both sides, without directly colliding with the 7th squad that had collapsed to the ground. Looking at so many bugs, a team member who had a mental breakdown waved his stick around and released water-based abilities. Zhang Xian, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, vowed to kick the crazy team member 7 or 8 meters away and make him unconscious as quickly as possible. Jiang Wang, who was controlling the jumping worm, also breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that they crossed the border and were out of his attack range, but that these people lost their way and happened to run into Jiang Wang's march. This video caused an uproar on the public screen that had just calmed down. The Zergs all over the mountains and flying in the sky gave everyone an indescribable shock. To be honest, it's not the teammates' fault. I would go crazy if this happened to me. Mr. Zhang's kick was really merciless. TSK. If it weren't for Mr. Zhang's kick, they would probably be dead. Latest battle report. Zerg arrives at the outer core. Latest, Zerg arrives at the core area. Each force sent a different number of people to monitor Jiang Wang's actions. Core area. There were dead and wounded springtails all over the ground. Jiang Wang looked at the rhino standing in front of the Zerg and asked the Zerglings to stop attacking. On the other hand, the huge rhino, thanks to its heavy armor, made the springtail's sharp blade have little effect. The black rhino snorted and looked with red eyes at the ants who dared to challenge it. Suddenly, there was a commotion behind the swarm of insects, leaving 3 straight passages. Boom, boom, boom. Under Jiang Wang's control, the 3 tanks rammed the black rhino at the same time. A huge crash echoed throughout the forest. The huge black rhino was knocked all over the place and fell heavily to the ground. A dozen cockroaches sprayed streams of corrosive liquid at the black rhino. This is a modified version of the cockroach's long-range attack that Jiang Wangja created after absorbing the genes of many types of soldiers. On the basis of weakening the armor, cystic glands were added, which can secrete and store various corrosive or toxic liquids. Therefore, it is called Splatoon, also known as poisonous cockroach. Surrounded by tanks and corroded by poisonous cockroaches, the black rhino collapsed to the ground and felt the fear of death in just a moment. It screamed and struggled to stand up, but the tank's repeated impact made the black rhino unable to move. As corrosion increases, the outcome is decided. The springtails also bypassed the black rhino battlefield and rushed quickly towards the more core areas. The remaining springtails quickly moved forward to save the black rhino's life as its armor corroded. The worker bees immediately stepped forward to dismember the body for transportation. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner under Jiang Wang's command. Jiang Wang sat on the sofa in the insect nest, rubbing his aching temple. In fact, he didn't have to give personal command, but the price would be greater casualties. This was hard to accept for Jiang Wang, as he had less than 2 days left before the battle. Close your eyes and rest for a while. The battle has begun again. The Zerg dismembered the black rhino in just 10 minutes. The Zerg killed the two-headed tiger. Zerg, but in the eyes of others, the black rhino is an 8th-level dust monster that is simply invincible. The two-headed tiger is a monster of level 9 in dust. They are existences that require huge casualties to kill. But all this was broken by Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang killed one strange beast after another at a speed that no one could understand. In his eyes, these are excellent genes, life energy, and hope for survival. Report, Jiang Wang has surpassed our progress, and will continue to surpass. The 3 major attacking groups received the news almost at the same time. Everyone was shocked to find out who they were insulting and mocking. Seems like it can push them. Some people are happy, and some are worried on the public screen. With Jiang Wang around, we don't need to worry about invasion. Jiang Wang is so terrifying. For the safety of everyone, he must hand over 2/3 of the Zerg. The Zerg are invincible. Boss Jiang Wang is awesome. What if Jiang Wang attacks us? Then, there are admirers and fearers alike. The ignorant and the greedy coexist. People long for a powerful Jiang Wang who can protect them and resist invasion, but they are also afraid of the greedy and powerful Jiang Wang, hoping to kidnap his strength, his power, and everything he has. But they were destined to be disappointed. The Zerg are like passing locusts, harvesting all valuable lives. Jiang Wang killed his way through the core area. Just 2 hours. Under the unstoppable offensive, no matter it is the giant crocodile in the mud or the hidden poisonous snake. All of them become nutrients on the fungal mat. By this time, Jiang Wang had already found the supplies. In addition to a variety of high-tech defense materials, there are also various precious resources needed by the lords. Notice, Insect Lord Jiang Wang was the first to arrive at the core area and received a special reward, Primordial Stone. This reward is provided by the Star Alliance. Among the supplies in front of the Zerg, a square jade plate that looked like a piece of Hetian jade slowly flew up with a faint glow and flew straight towards where Jiang Wang was. After a while, Jiang Wang looked at the jade plate in front of him that was emitting a warm luster and couldn't help but reach out to touch it. Silver level, Primordial Stone, incomplete, nourishes the spirit and speeds up mental recovery. Silver level incomplete. An extremely simple introduction, but it has extraordinary functions. After all, no matter when, things that directly act on the spiritual level are considered rare items. Through the introduction of the booklet, the current Tianyuan world is divided into dust, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, master, and void. I heard that there is something above breaking the void, but this is beyond what Jiang Wang can reach. Chapter 12, Who is in favor and who is against? 2 hours later, various attacking teams entered the core area. Everyone looked at the supplies on the ground and fell into silence. Logically speaking, in the original covenant, whoever breaks through first can take 40% of the supplies, the second 30%, the third 20%, and the last 10%. The original intention was to motivate everyone to attack the core area to the greatest extent, but when they actually saw the supplies, everyone fell into a strange silence. Boss Jiang Wang is so strong, and we have worked hard to get to the core area. Can you give us 10%? In the public screen, the Dandelion Alliance took the lead in launching the attack. After all, they are mostly plant and auxiliary types, and they only enter the core area at last. They only have the least 10 of the resources, but they have the most people. Yes. Anyway, You are alone, and there are more girls here. To be fair, I think it would be best if everyone gets an equal share. After all, we are all here to get through this together. Yes, you were killed by the Zerg, and many of us died. If you ask me, Jiang Wang doesn't need these supplies at all. He is so strong. It's hard for me to fight a 4th level dust now. The public screen overwhelmingly hoped that Jiang Wang could give up some of his vested interests. From giving up 10% to 20% at the beginning, and finally giving up all the interests. Even Jiang Wang, who was used to seeing the fickleness of human nature, was still shocked by their shamelessness. If there wasn't an inexplicable energy protecting the materials above, he would have already moved out the materials he was entitled to. Why would he still be waiting for them to come and complain? As everyone arrived, the protective shield slowly disappeared. First of all, congratulations to all the lords for arriving at the core area. The following materials are jointly provided by the AIDS family, Lotus Chamber of Commerce, Star Chamber of Commerce, and Star Alliance to help all the lords successfully survive the invasion day. I wish all the lords good luck in military affairs. This information technology is provided by the Mechanical Alliance. Jiang Wang narrowed his eyes slightly in the insect nest. The participation of so many forces made him think of the sponsors on Earth. The design of this protective cover, at best, is to ensure that materials are fully used by the lords. At worst, it will cause disagreements among all lords over distribution. Whether it is good or bad depends entirely on the humanity of all the lords. Oh, human nature. It was a blatant conspiracy, and Jiang Wang was the center of it. Novice Village, Village Chief's attic. Su Bo and the middle and senior leaders of this tour, as well as Li Qing and others, stood in the corner of the room. The huge virtual screen reflects everything that happens in the core area. What would you do? Everything in a novice village is actually a test for potential lords by major forces. A strong person is not just strong in physical strength. Rather, it is his performance in the face of various conspiracies and even desperate situations that can determine whether this person is worth investing in. At this time, Jiang Wang happened to be on the key observation list. Core area. How about this? Each team gets an equal amount of supplies. They're all used to fight the invasion, so it doesn't matter how you divide them. What do you think? The deputy head of Tang Xi's team spoke first. It seems to make sense, but in fact it secretly changes the concept. Oh, if that's what you mean, just give them all to me. When I'm invincible, I can just protect you, and that way I can also resist the invasion. The deputy leader of the Flame Demon group did not indulge him at all. His arm is still broken because of the last battle, and he fought hard to get to second place. You say we should split it equally? Why is he like this? Really, it was not easy for us to break in. The words of the Flame Demon deputy leader caused him to explode on the public screen, and he was hit hard. Don't be so angry. Did we come here so hard just to quarrel? Liang stepped out with a smile to smooth things over. Where is Wang Tian? Xiaoyan glanced at him and said directly. Judging from other people's evaluation, Liang is undoubtedly perfect, but from his personal perspective, he hates Liang and thinks he is too hypocritical. Hearing this, Liang's eyes instantly turned red. Boss Wang, when he was deep in the core area, he was besieged by strange beasts and accidentally bitten by a poisonous snake. He died of poisoning. Liang was crying as he spoke. It was so sad to see the tears and hear the sadness. That an S-level soldier with S-level talent died just from being bitten by a poisonous snake. Xiao Yin and Tang Xi frowned. Under Tang Xi's shocked and sad expression, there was a hint of shock in his eyes. Dead. Others don't know, but he knows that Liang controls almost all the forces of the Shadow Group. He is powerful himself, loyal to his brothers, and caring for his subordinates. Except for having a useless brother, he is simply a perfect boss. But Wang Tian died just a few days ago when he reached an agreement with such a person. Jiang Wang, who was far away in the insect nest, also frowned. Something is wrong? It's not that you can't die, but the timing of death is not right. Although there were many casualties in the core areas of the attack, a broad look revealed that among the middle and high-level officers of the 3 attack groups, many were injured, but only a few died. It's such a big deal. Under the temptation of material and other emotional differentiation, Wang Tian's death was diluted to the maximum extent. Boss, you did this for us. Whoa, I'm sorry, boss. I'm sorry, brothers. It is hard to imagine that a strong man of 1.78 meters tall was crying so hard. It even evokes the sadness that many people have suppressed in their hearts. whose battle was without casualties. Suddenly, the sentimental girl group behind Tang Si burst into tears, and even the big men from the Flame Demon group had red eyes and looked sorrowful. From an emotional point of view, Jiang Wang also felt sad for those who had passed away. But from a rational point of view, Li Ang's words put himself in a very unfavorable position. With his understanding of human nature, why did Jiang Wang take away 40% of the supplies without killing anyone? Jiang Wang, who was paying attention to the public screen, sighed. What is coming will eventually come. What? One stone caused 1,000 ripples, and everyone found an outlet to vent their sadness. They did not blame the monsters that caused their deaths and injuries, nor did they care about the deaths and injuries of Jiang Wang's Zerg, nor did they care about Jiang Wang's contribution to this battle. At this moment, Jiang Wang seemed to have become an unforgivable evil person. If he were a human being, he shouldn't take supplies. Since he has so many Zergs, why can't he contribute them? Can't he think about the team? Under deliberate guidance, Jiang Wang became the opposite of everyone. At this time, Anna forced her way out of the Lord's space. The cute little face is full of anger. Master! Anna's eyes were filled with tears of grievance. The little girl didn't understand why this happened. Looking at the aggrieved Zerg queen and feeling the anger coming from all the Zerg, Jiang Wang suddenly felt that he was not standing against these people. But they stood on the opposite side of Jiang Wang. First, Jiang Wang's voice rang out in the core area. The larvae are temporarily transformed into signal receivers and small speakers. In an instant, the noise in the core area gradually stopped until it was dead silent. I feel sad and sorry for all those who have passed away in this raid, but their deaths were not caused by me. The raid was decided by the 4 parties and was everyone's choice. Secondly, I will personally conquer the entire southern region that I am responsible for and arrive there first. According to the alliance agreement, I am entitled to 40% of the supplies. I can give 10% of it free of charge to the relatives and families of those who died in the war. But these are all my personal wishes and respect for the war dead. It is my freedom to decide who I give the supplies to and how to use them. I can give, but you cannot take them. 30% I'll pick first. I've finished speaking. Who's in favor? Who's against? Jiang Wang's calm and elegant voice became the only sound in the night sky. As Jiang Wang's voice fell, the Zerglings instantly formed a battle formation and looked at everyone with eager eyes. The orange-red eyes flashed with excitement and bloodthirstiness. Chapter 13, War Begins. Dead silence. Thousands of people in the huge core area were all shocked by Jiang Wang's firm attitude. Several team leaders narrowed their eyes and looked at the Zerg that were about to pounce on them, and fell silent. I agree. Xiao Yan's voice rang out in the night sky. Let's not talk about the alliance he secretly signed with Jiang Wang. He would agree if it was only for the invasion day and the brothers who were killed and wounded under his command. Although he participated in leading the charge and did it himself. But in fact, everyone is still an ordinary person who has just traveled through time. They are not like Tang Si's team, which mostly provides support and healing. In order to compete for the second place, their Flame Demon group suffered many casualties. The 1% of supplies that Jiang Wang gave up just helped him relieve the tremendous pressure. Tang Si Liang looked at Xiao Yan, who had expressed his opinion, his eyes slightly narrowed. I don't agree. A familiar voice sounded. Li Hao walked out from behind Liang and shouted loudly. Although we signed the agreement, you were not there at the time. To be precise, the agreement was aimed at 3 parties, and you were not among them. But we all see the contributions you have made to everyone, so I think that you only need to have 10% of the resources. Only when everyone is strong can we be truly strong. Li Hao spoke passionately with a flushed face, and his speech also pointed out some not-so-fatal shortcomings of Jiang Wang. Is that what you mean? Obviously, Jiang Wang didn't think Li Hao had the ability to speak such targeted words. The anthropomorphic larva looked at Leon, who was silent in the darkness. After a brief silence, understood. Jiang Wang, the personified larva, said expressionlessly, then looked at Tang Si. And you? Tang Si pondered for a moment, then showed his signature smile. I think we should move the supplies back to the Novice village first. Let's sit down and talk slowly. There's no need to do this. Let's wait. The smile instantly turned into panic. Back off. Liang in the darkness suddenly shouted at Li Hao, who was closest to the insect swarm. Puff! Ah! The sharp blade of the springtail pierced through Li Hao's shoulder blade, which had just recovered, with lightning speed. In that case, let's go to war. Jiang Wang's voice spread throughout the battlefield. Jiang Wang and the insect nest cut off the connection of the larvae. Devote yourself fully to commanding the battle. Zerg, no need to compromise. Zerg, there is no need for a compromising overlord. With the advent of the master's will, the entire swarm of insects fell into a frenzy. Wait, we can discuss this. Defense. Attack. The springtail rushed to Liang, Tang Si, and others in just one breath. Scarlet compound eyes and sharp blades shining in the moonlight. Boom! The battle is about to break out. The Zerglings are fighting on two fronts, and the tanks are dropping directly from the sky. The anthropomorphic larva stood in the center of the Zerg army, looking straight at Xiao Yin opposite him. At this time, Xiao Yin was in a dilemma. Betray or help? The clenched fist loosened and clenched again, and finally fell down helplessly in compromise. He would not risk the lives of his brothers, nor would he take down the butcher knife on humans. The sound of a sharp blade piercing the body and the hissing of a springtail before its death. Blood and screams became the main theme of the forest. Novice village. The subordinates around Su Bo were somewhat shocked by what Jiang Wang did. Not only him, almost everyone was shocked by Jiang Wang's toughness. No negociação, no hesitação, no compromise. Uncle Su, should we? Do you think he looks like a human being? Su Bo did not answer his subordinate's question, but said with a hint of relief. You mean? Ye Chen? A hint of excitement flashed across Su Bo's eyes. Send the message outside and win him over at all costs and make friends with him. Also, tell the people below to keep their mouths shut. Court area. Li Hao was lying on the ground, his life or death unknown. The cries changed from shock to disdain at first. It turned into panic and fear. Only when you truly face the Zerg, the overwhelming and continuous killing machines, people finally returned to rationality. When a strong person is no longer bound by morality, he will become stronger. With only a few days of combat experience, compared to the combat genes carefully selected by Jiang Wang, he was like an ignorant baby facing a bloodthirsty wolfhound. Stop! We can talk! Tang Si released a large amount of green grass to resist while shouting at the larvae, and he had no place to use the hidden weapon in his hand. Although the larva looked like Jiang Wang, he was still a larva after all. If they continue as they are now, they will not be able to gain any advantage. I'm afraid many more people will die. Inside the insect nest, Jiang Wang watched everything with indifference. The worker bees continued to transport supplies to the insect nest, leaving only 30% and placing it directly opposite Xiao Yin. He looked at the supplies in front of him and then at the larva Jiang Wang opposite him. His expression was complicated. He still murmured about Jiang Wang's courage. Originally, he wanted to share 20% of Jiang Wang's spoils and then join and help Jiang Wang. But, looking at the people wailing around him, he shook his head helplessly. After taking the supplies, he quickly retreated. After Jiang Wang completed the transportation of supplies, he gradually retreated. At Jiang Wang's command, the cockroaches standing at the back fired a volley of bullets directly in front of Liang and Tang Si. Venom mixed with corrosive liquids stood in front of them. It is a cover and also a threat. If I can block you in front, I can shoot you from behind. Don't push me. Save me. Please, save me. Screams rang out one after another. This is what fighting is like. People will get hurt and die. The Zerg are already on their way back, and strategic measures around the hive have been completed. Inside the insect nest, Jiang Wang lowered his eyes, although he tried his best to control the mass casualties. But in the end, many people still died at the hands of the Zerg. Dominate. Anna felt Jiang Wang's pain and confusion and didn't know what to say. After a long time, the heavy sigh seemed to let out all the depression. As a human being, he could be too cruel and ruthless. But as the ruler of the Zerg, he was not wrong. If we must discuss it, that's where the mistake is. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Liang and Tang Si looked back at the people wailing everywhere and the empty supplies. There was a hint of fear in his eyes, but more of it was anger. How dare he? How could he wield the butcher knife against his own people? Jiang Wang, you killed your own people just for supplies. You killed your compatriots. You are hated by both humans and gods. You must not die a good death. The Shadow Group announced. From now on, we will cut all ties with Jiang Wang and regard him as an alien, a bug. All members of the Shadow Group regard Jiang Wang as an enemy. This hatred the Shadow Group will avenge. The Dandelion Alliance announced, because Jiang Wang acted recklessly, killed his compatriots, and had no humanity, Jiang Wang is listed as a blood enemy. This hatred is irreconcilable. Jiang Wang, you will pay the price. Everyone who heard about this was outraged on the public screen. But those who witnessed this incident remained silent. When the Zerg scythe cut through their chests, they realized that this world was different from Earth. This world needs strength. Liang stood in front of Li Hao's body with an expressionless face, even though he had released the Shadow Soldiers to the rescue. But it was still a step too late. Jiang Wang didn't care about Li Hao's life or death. But Anna, who served as an assistant, remembered this hateful human being, and let 3 Zerglings send him off, one beheading him and one piercing his heart. The dead can't die anymore. Chapter 14, Internal Strife. Liang placed his hands on Li Hao's body, trying the last possibility. With a faint glimmer in my hand. Soon he had a second talent. A-level talent. Martial Arts Lord. That's his ability. Wang Tian died, but not from a poisonous snake bite. He was killed by a pierced heart from behind, for his S-level soldiers. And he is the last S-level talent that Subo has been trying hard to find. Devouring. You have 3 chances to devour other people's arms or talents. Looking at my younger brother, who had once been in danger of murder, robbery, and kidnapping together. The brother who had depended on each other since childhood, who was always noisy and would not allow anyone to bully him, suddenly became so quiet, lying in front of him without a sound. He had the opportunity to obtain better talents, but he chose to devour his brother's abilities. Although his brother was reckless and stupid, when he really died in front of him, his ambition suddenly turned into a strong sense of loneliness. So he devoured his brother's abilities, as if that would relieve him from the feeling of loneliness. After burying his brother's body with his own hands, Liang then returned to the Novice village with the remaining injured people and corpses. After comforting everyone, Tang Si also set off to return, but always kept a safe distance from Liang's shadow group. At this time, Xiao Yin returned first and used the remaining supplies to build his own fortress. After all, because of his inaction, he was already tied to Jiang Wang's warship. In other words, even if he tried to explain, no one would listen to him. The supplies provided by various forces were quickly deployed. There are various advanced technologies in the Mechanical Empire. There are also spells and runes from the Elemental Empire, and even fruits that increase one's own strength. When everything is ready, at the end of the distance, the figures of Liang and Tang Si slowly appeared. Xiao Yin clenched his fists. Under his orders, all members of the Flame Demon Group had entered combat readiness, ready to deal with the counterattack and anger of the 2 of them at any time. Unexpectedly, Liang held Li Hao's body and entered the Novice village with an expressionless face. There was no conflict and no angry accusations. Everything seemed very quiet, eerily quiet. Jiang Wang deserves to die. Even though the people who stayed in the village had heard about this, when they actually saw the injured people, their eyes were still red and they denounced Jiang Wang's actions. Kill him. If everyone distributes according to the established rules, then things will not develop in this direction. Amidst the many accusations and insults, a discordant voice suddenly emerged. He is so slight, but he pierces the heart of every cynic, pitiful person, and saint like a steel needle. FCK, you bought a lamb kebab. You sold out your conscience. Didn't you see so many deaths and injuries? Damn it. Why are you so angry with me? If you are not greedy, why is it so? Support you. +1. The kebab trio was not to be outdone. Are you kidding me? Who the hell isn't a keyboard warrior? He really thought he was the supreme god. I think you were Jiang Wang's dog, not even as good as his bugs. At least his bugs can kill people, but you can only sell a bunch of dog barks. Yes. I'm selling skewers. You're being chopped. Fuck. Just wait for me. In fact, I also think that Jiang Wang did nothing wrong. Amidst the numerous insulting voices, a group of insect protectionists gradually emerged. And amidst numerous insults, they still insisted on their own ideas. Jiang Wang was stunned when he saw this fleeting message. He thought that all the remaining people at this moment would curse him and think that his death did not deserve a pity. But these people were beyond his expectations. The condemnation continues. What did Jiang Wang do wrong? Which of you combatants treated us logistics as human beings? You combatants are human beings. But we are not fucking human beings. The Shadow Group threatened us to explore the way, and 12 auxiliary teams died, tragically. Our lives are not lives. And Dandelion used coercion and bribery to use our lives to test whether the alien beasts were dead or not. They would rather let us die, rather than let their troops get hurt. How can this be accounted for? Jiang Wang is not good at speaking, so you use moral kidnapping to threaten him and make him give up resources. Why are the lives of your combatants noble? To put it bluntly, it's greed. You want moral kidnapping, but it didn't work. You didn't dare to fight back after being beaten. You only dare to bark at us. At least, Jiang Wang is the only big guy who is willing to treat us equally and let us have a share of the spoils. The grumpy old man started to rant on the spot, pouring out all the unfair treatment he had received in the Novice village. For a moment, everyone was speechless. The logistics staff looked sad. Yes, the lives of combatants are lives, aren't they? Everything happened one by one, as vividly as if it were a movie. If Jiang Wang hadn't exchanged the corpses of the exotic beasts, they might have starved to death long ago, or they might have been tricked to death by the major groups for the sake of points. No matter why he wants to redeem points, or for what purpose. But eat the food that is given to you. Remember the kindness that is given to you. If I stand by and watch coldly today, who will cheer for me when disaster strikes me in the future? All of a sudden, many auxiliary personnel stood up and suppressed the one-sided criticism. Jiang Wang looked at the constantly refreshing public screen and felt a little move. As a scientific research and business giant on Earth, he has seen too many intrigues and deceptions. Only by being calm and ruthless enough can he protect his assets and his lifeline. As the current Zerg ruler, only by being ruthless and indifferent can the continuation and survival of the Zerg be guaranteed. But now, those ordinary auxiliary staff, those logistical staff who made jokes and begged for help every day, were like a ray of light, shining into his cold and lonely heart. The past is heavy, and we can talk about right and wrong after we have resisted the invasion. I hope we can unite as one and overcome the difficulties. Xiao Yin spoke up in time, and if such remarks were allowed to continue, the combat and auxiliary personnel would have disagreements and become enemies. Then there will be no need for us to resist all races. Just wait to be slaughtered. Village Chief Sadik. What do you think? Uncle Su looked at the farce on the public screen and asked the people around him. People who are used to the law of the jungle actually don't quite understand such behavior. The winner is the king. The loser eats dirt, and the weak eats dust. This is the law of survival in this world. Everyone was silent. The justice and kindness of the weak are meaningless. Li Qing said loudly at the end of the crowd. Oh, continue? Subo was obviously interested. Facing the gazes of many big men, Li Qing straightened his clothes and looked at them bravely. But if it can resonate with the strong, it will be the best weapon and investment. Ah, that's right. So, standing in line is very important. Su Bo's sharp eyes swept over everyone present. He took this opportunity to suppress everyone again, telling them not to betray, not to have any bad thoughts, and not to reveal everything here. Chapter 15 Invasion Day begins. In the depressing atmosphere, time seemed to last for everyone, but it passed in a flash for the guide. The guide left the original world under the illumination of beams of light. Jiang Wang looked at Li Qing in front of him and waved goodbye. See you in Tianyuan world. As the beam of light suddenly became brighter, Li Qing had left this world. See you in Tianyuan world. Jiang Wang murmured. Under the bloody setting sun, the invasion day began. Dark clouds are pressing down on the city, threatening to destroy it. Pa! The raindrops gently streaked across the dark barrel of the cannon, and gently hit the crowd that was waiting in full force. Deep in the forest, spaces were torn apart by dark claws. Countless dark monsters rushed into this space one after another. This is a disaster for the Lord and a feast for all races. The original world was fair. It granted space to human lords, but the gift of fate had already been secretly marked with a price. Myriad races are their price. If one's virtue does not match his position, he will suffer the consequences. Only those who can stop the invasion of all races are the real lords. Otherwise, they are the nourishment for the evolution of all races. The heavy rain gently brushed over everything, as if shedding tears of sorrow for the slaughter to come. All kinds of cubs rushed towards the novice village of 10,000 races. Zhang Wang was still stationed in the southern part of the forest, using a large number of supplies to make the insect nest indestructible, and he also made preparations for both situations in the Lord's space. It's not that the novice village rejects him and doesn't allow him to go back. Instead, he directly rejected Li Ong and Xiao Yan's suggestion to put aside their past grudges and fight the enemy together. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Here it comes. As the outskirts of the novice village, Zhang Wang was naturally the first person to sense it. The reason why he sent out the signal for the novice village was to reduce the number of casualties, especially those logistics personnel. Dominate. Anna was ready. News has just arrived from the outpost. All races have broken through the core area and are rushing towards the novice village and the insect nest. Through observation, the 10,000 races seem to know the location of everyone. Start. In the past, the Zerg might just have to fight, and it would be over. Life or death would depend on this one wave, but Zhang Wang is not like that. He is a human being with a high IQ. A master who understands the art of war, plus a fearless Zerg equals a devastating existence. In the world when everyone returned to the novice village, the worker bees continued to dig the ground and grass around the insect nest and set up various traps. Zhang Wang also used modern weaponization knowledge to create a lot of new gadgets. Corrosive mushrooms, ground spikers, poisonous fog cysts. Boom! On the only way for all races to reach the novice village insect nest. More than a dozen strange beasts were covered with green slime. The most terrifying thing about this mucus is not corrosion, but spore invasion. Once it enters the body through the blood, 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 3. Eventually, it becomes a huge mushroom of flesh and blood. Roar! When the leading members of the 10,000 clans saw this, a trace of disdain flashed in their eyes. Humans can only hide in the novice village and use these insidious means. Spread. A huge black tiger spoke in human language. He was one of the leading clans in this invasion of all clans. The beast tide, like a torrent, quickly dispersed under his command. Boom! 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 There was another explosion of several mushrooms. But the deaths of dozens or hundreds are nothing to the huge tide of beasts. Boom, boom, boom. Sizzle. After suffering nearly 10,000 casualties, the beast tide finally made it through the various traps set by Zhang Wang. It was impossible to tell the expression on Heihu's dark face, but his eyes were filled with anger. The endless mushrooms and the thorns that sprouted from the ground, and a large area of poisonous fog. These difficult to defend against biological and chemical weapons caused them to suffer considerable losses. The novice village was not far away. Heihu focused his eyes and saw all kinds of gun barrels on the city wall. Prepare! Emission! In the novice village, on the city wall, hundreds of cannons were spewing flames crazily. Missiles fell on the herd that had just arrived. Giant turtle? Under Heihu's command, more than a dozen giant turtles were carried out, and as waves of blue light curtains emerged from the giant turtles, hundreds of cannons smashed out countless dazzling fireworks on the light curtains. Up was him. Tang Si leaned against the city wall, veins bulging on his hands. A humanized sneer appeared on Black Tiger's face. For so many years, humans have always liked to be like this, without any care. Now all they have to do is wait for them to panic and slaughter them indiscriminately. Reload! Ready! Shoot! Xiao Yan's voice sounded. He just noticed that although the blue light curtain could block the artillery shells, it was not unscathed. There are big holes and cracks in several weak spots. At times like this, you have to fight ruthlessly. You must not be intimidated by these myriad races. Boom, boom, boom. Round after round of volleys exploded on the blue light curtain. Gradually, some giant turtles could no longer hold on and exploded and died. Report. The barrel is red. Logistics water attribute cooling. Elemental team, get ready. And all the races finally waited for this moment at the cost of the deaths of 8 giant turtles. The Black Tiger's eyes are red. These damn humans. Kill. For evolution and awakening. Black Tiger took the lead and rushed towards the novice village like a black lightning. On the other side, the blue blackbird and the red giant ape looked at the densely packed Zerg with shock. Through the map in my mind, there was only one human being here. I thought he was a human who was hoping for a lucky break, so I just sent a small team to search and kill him. Unexpectedly, there was not even a splash of water. A team lost their lives silently. A whole team followed, and then there is this large army. Suanio looked at the injured animals behind him with a grim expression. She couldn't even think about what she had just been through. The hardships along the way were no less than those encountered by Black Tiger on his way to the Novice village, and were even worse. A giant pit filled with corrupted mushrooms. The canyon is filled with poisonous fog and swelling, and assassins who set ambushes along the way. After the 20,000 Wanzu arrived at the Zerg, only 10,000 were left. They didn't even see the enemy. Although there will be more myriad races coming in later, the casualty ratio and death rate are already unacceptable to the myriad races. How about waiting for backup? Suanio looked at the insect nest and the large number of Zergs not far away, his heart pounding, and asked the giant ape tentatively. The giant ape, who was almost losing his mind due to annoyance caused by the trap, ignored the blackbird. He roared at the remaining tribes behind him. All races, never fear. Warriors, kill, roar. Countless beasts, filled with anger, followed their leader and charged forward. As the giant ape charged, all the ground spikes in front of him were crushed into the ground by his powerful defense. All the beasts behind him followed his huge body and passed through the ground spike area smoothly. The earth spiker needs some adjustments. Zhang Wang and the insect nest watched this scene and silently noted down the pros and cons. He was not panicked. After all, the battle had just begun. Kill. Countless violent springtails followed the command of the Overlord. He drew out his sharp blade and charged towards the invaders. The blackbird flew high up and looked down at the battlefield from above. The various torrents of all races and the black army of Zerglings collided violently like two tanks running at full speed. There were broken limbs and arms, and blood was everywhere. For a moment it was difficult to tell which side was stronger or weaker. The myriad races were coming with great momentum, but the insect's sharp blades and fearlessness of death held back the myriad race's advance. The poisonous cockroaches in the back are constantly spewing corrosive liquid, and all the races are not willing to be outdone. A giant centipede that breathes fire, a water snake that uses the power of ice. Boom, boom, boom. One after another huge figures slammed down from the sky. The addition of tanks was like dung beetles joining the battle, instantly disrupting the opponent's camp. The most fatal thing was that the tanks, relying on their powerful defensive capabilities and their own powerful hind limb strength, made all the races a little helpless for a while. Chapter 16, The War Begins. Roar! The red giant ape stood up, beat his chest, and roared at the tank in front of him. And he was surrounded by countless Zerglings with twisted bodies. They were all crushed to death or hammered to death by him, and the wounds all over his body proved that he was not as relaxed as he looked. The giant ape rushed towards the tank with big strides, and the tank also gathered its strength and prepared to crash into the giant ape. Boom! Bang! Inside the insect nest, Zhang Wang looked at the scene in amazement. The tank was actually flying straight towards him in the air, but was hammered down by the giant ape. Boom! Smoke and dust rose up, and in the huge pit, the tank was struggling to stand up. But the giant ape didn't give it this chance. It jumped on the tank's back and punched it on the head. Blood splatter. Roar! The giant ape looked at the lifeless tank, stood up, and roared towards the direction of the insect nest. Roar! Countless beasts also roared along with the giant ape, as if declaring their strength and fearlessness. Zhang Wang could hear the roar of thousands of beasts even across the insect nest. He narrowed his eyes and said lightly, "I'm pretending to be your mother." The Zerg certainly would not be deterred by such a demonstration. Dominate what the Lord wants. Fight to the end, without regrets, even if you die. Venom blade tank. Countless springtails didn't give the giant ape any chance to breathe. They rushed forward in a swarm. Seeing this, the blackbird in the sky dived rapidly. A breath of icy air accurately froze the pile of insects that was as big as a hill. Then there was another breath of scorching flames. In an instant, whether it was a heavily armored tank or a crazy jumping insect, all under the stimulation of cold and hot, they turned into pieces one after another. The giant ape in the center was also emitting scorching flames all over its body. This is how they work together. After exhaling twice, Suanio rose quickly, but Zhang Wang noticed that compared with the lightness at the beginning, Suanio's rise this time was a little weak. Looking at the giant ape that looked like a demon, Zhang Wang smiled slightly. Okay, I can't kill you, right? Huge cannon barrels were pushed out one after another. Did your father give you face? Can't you tell the difference between the big and small kings? You know, Zhang Wang took away 70% of the supplies, even exchanging some city defense supplies with a novice village for some soldiers and other supplies. Then he also has 50% of the supplies in hand. Boom, 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 boom. Full coverage of artillery fire. Not only the giant ape, but also the beast men behind him. Huge fireworks went up. The black bird in the sky was worried, but helpless. Too strong. She was a little worried. The giant ape that released the magic flame was actually at the end of its strength, but it just persisted for the sake of morale and did not fall down. However, as long as there is 10 minutes, not even 5 minutes of rest time, under the effect of the magic flame, the giant ape can quickly recover. But Zhang Wang's attacks continued one after another, leaving him no room to breathe. After 3 rounds of salvos, the poisonous cockroaches quickly followed, and this time they used spore poison mist. The purpose is to allow the injured orcs to absorb the spores. Bun bun bun. A fungus ball carrying a large number of spores fell on the battlefield. In an instant, the green poisonous fog almost covered half of the battlefield. No, disperse! The blackbird kept warning the people below in the sky, but it's too late. Withdraw! She could no longer take care of the giant ape. Deep in the enemy territory, surrounded by swarms of insects, life or death unknown, all these circumstances force Suanio to give up the giant ape. The strange beasts that were not covered by the poisonous fog retreated quickly under the leadership of Suanio. As she was retreating, she looked back at the poisonous fog that represented death. Countless roars of resentment, anger, and fear emanated from the poisonous fog. But the end of death is already determined. After a long time, the poisonous fog dissipated. A row of flesh and blood mushrooms stood in the center of the battlefield. The red giant ape survived because the magic fire on its body burned the surrounding spores. After the springtails cut off all of the giant ape's hands and feet, they were taken back to the hive by the worker bees that were cleaning up the battlefield. After all, according to Li Qing's explanation, this time the invasion of the 10,000 races was different from usual, and they only found out that the intensity was different, and they didn't know anything else. Therefore, the life and death of the giant ape became important. The worker bees continued to drag the corpses and flesh mushrooms towards the hive. Spore poison mist is extremely precious. Even for Zhang Wang at the moment, the stock is only enough for about 20 rounds of salvos. What's the difference between this and nothing? This thought made Anna feel very safe having such a master. The fungal blanket has expanded outward to 1,000 meters. But even so, the accumulation of so many corpses made the fungal blanket a little insufficient. You can imagine how cruel war is. With Anna's assistance, Zhang Wang continued to organize and integrate his genes. Over at the Novice village, the black tigers quickly rushed through the elemental coverage area, with one tiger leading the way and rushing towards the top of the city. A red light appeared on Liang's hand, and Tang Xi's green grass continued to block the black tiger. Seeing such a ferocious black tiger, there was a commotion on the city wall. Suddenly, Xiaoyan was engulfed in flames. He immediately jumped off the city wall with flames flying in his hands. The huge phoenix pounced straight towards the black tiger. The black tiger, with no escape possible, emitted a dark glow all over his body and forcibly withstood the attack. Sizzle. Even with the dim light blocking its way, the black tiger was still burned by the scorching flames. Shaking off the unextinguished flames, the black tiger stared at the human lord in front of him. Different from Liang and Tang Xi's shock at his strength and the excitement of everyone on the city wall, Xiaoyan was more thankful. If it weren't for his S-level talent, being the god of fire Jerome, if he hadn't used the strongest god of fire form right away, then he just died. He looked at the wound on his chest that was so deep that the bone could be seen, and it was gradually recovering under the healing of the flame. When the black tiger in front of him saw that his attack failed, a faint light flashed all over his body and he disappeared. The reason why he charged so fast as the leader was that he wanted to use his racial skills to be the first to kill a human leader and cause chaos. As long as there is chaos on the city wall, the myriad races can take advantage of the situation and capture the Novice village in one fell swoop. But things never go as planned. He also didn't expect to meet a rare elemental lord and even open the elemental body ahead of time. If it was Liang or Tang Xi who came to fight, then his plan might have really succeeded. Unfortunately, there is no if. If the attack fails, flee thousands of miles away. The black tiger returned to the herd and was breathing heavily. The dim light is turned on twice a day, once for a short moment. For him, as a young child, the burden was too great. Attack the city. Test your skills. Retreat if it doesn't work. Following Black Tiger's order, the orcs rushed towards the city wall one after another. As the vanguard, even if we cannot defeat the enemy, we must test the enemy's level. Provide effective information for the next attack. The attack and defense lasted for an hour. After all, if they can't attack the city, then the siege is just a fearless sacrifice and a training ground for the enemy. Behind the forest, the camp of all races. Hehu looked grim when he heard the news brought by Suanio. Even I had to put in a lot of effort to kill the giant ape, but I don't know whether it's alive or dead. This is with the cooperation of Suanio and Gigantic Ape. The combination of these two beasts is powerful enough to fight even a bronze leader. Nearly 15,000 tribesmen were killed, including a leader. And the cause of all this is just a human insect lord. Add to that the losses I suffered along the way. On the first day, the losses were huge. This is rare in the history of invasions into the primordial world. After all, on the day of the invasion, it was basically all the races that overwhelmed humans. Humans could only stay in the Novice village for 3 days before ending the invasion. This time the situation was reversed. The strength of the Novice village is average. Except for the elemental body, it is even considered weak in terms of artillery and other aspects. The real variable is the insect lord in the southern forest. Hehu thought about it for a moment and figured out a key point. If it's not a special tactic, then it's probably because the two sides are at odds. As for other possibilities, Hehu no longer had the energy to investigate them in detail. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he instantly thought of a brilliant idea. Chapter 17, Gifted Genes? His teacher had taught him when he first went hunting. If you want to eat the big calf, you have to play with the small calf first until the big calf can no longer bear it and attacks you. Then you will have the chance to eat the big calf. All kinds of strange beasts retreated comprehensively, waiting for the follow-up reinforcements. There are a total of 120,000 exotic beasts that can enter this time, 20% higher than before. Vanguard Army 5W. There are another 70,000 troops to follow, and the 4 leaders will all arrive early tomorrow morning. This is the Novice village. Since Xiao Yin displayed his great power today, and the attack of the strange beast was not actually very strong, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It has to be Captain Xiao. I saw it clearly from the top of the city wall today. The way he was covered in flames and confronting the big black tiger was like a fucking god descending to earth. I'm so jealous. I want to see it too. Captain Xiao, I want to give birth to a baby for you. Upstairs, Captain Xiao likes people, not monkeys. On the public screen, people were excitedly discussing everything that happened today. Hey, what do you think happened to Jiang Wang? The relaxed and happy atmosphere was suddenly broken. There are tens of thousands of people on their side, defending the city wall, while Jiang Wang is surrounded on all sides and the strange beast can attack from all directions. It would be better if he died, but it would be a waste of so many resources. That's not the case. I actually hope that Jiang Wang is still alive, so that he can help us attract some firepower from the monsters. Looking at the prefixes before their names, they are basically combatants. No matter how much the logistics staff support Jiang Wang, once the war breaks out, everyone will have to crawl under the tyranny of the combatants. After all, their lives need to be protected by combatants. Although combatants also need subsequent guarantees, this relationship is not equal at all in the eyes of combatants. Hey, you come here and massage my legs? Zhao Lu looked at the fighter who was waving at him, clenched his fist, then turned off the public screen and walked towards the man. Damn it, I risked my life to protect you bastards. Don't you like Jiang Wang? Why didn't he say anything and come to protect you? Looking at Zhao Lu, who was massaging his legs, Li Jin became more and more angry. Bang! Fuck! You haven't eaten yet. What the hell can you do? You're useless. You're not even worth feeding the monsters. Huh? A mouthful of thick phlegm was spat directly onto Zhao Lu. His fists were clenched so tightly that his nails even pierced his palms, causing scarlet blood to flow out. Looking at Zhao Lu, who was still unconvinced, Li Jin raised his hand high and was ready to hit Zhao Lu in the face the next moment. Enough! On the city wall, Xiao Yin, who saw this scene, stopped Li Jin's behavior. Looking at Zhao Lu's lonely back, Xiao Yin felt a little helpless, and this scene was happening everywhere in the Novice village. In fact, this Li Jin cannot even be considered a combatant. He is just a loader of artillery shells, yet he dares to bully the logistics personnel like this. It is conceivable that the seemingly harmonious surface is actually full of cracks. Jiang Wang, who was far away in the forest, had no idea about this. After learning from the public screen that the Novice village was safe and sound, he began to fuse the genes and interrogate the giant ape. Looking at the 3,000 evolution points, Jiang Wang upgraded both of his talents to level D. D level, proliferation, 0/10,000 points. Cultivation speed, construction speed, and hatching speed increased by 100%. D level, evolution, 0/10,000 points. It can initially evolve the host body and further comprehensively evolve the arms. There is a chance to see the evolution direction of the arms and increase the number of evolution points obtained. Then upgrade the Zerglings to LV5. All remaining evolution points are invested in poisonous cockroaches. As a ranged unit, the poisonous cockroach actually requires more evolution points. Just to upgrade from level 1 to level 2, each item requires 50 evolution points, which is 30 more than the jumping worm. But the improvement is also huge. After doing this, Jiang Wang turned his attention to the giant ape. Looking at the giant ape that was still unconscious, Jiang Wang's mental power transformed into a thin needle and gently pierced into the giant ape's spiritual world. Just a light touch. The giant ape seemed to be in great pain and began to tremble all over. Looking at the giant ape whose face was full of pain but still woke up, Jiang Wang's voice rang out in this space. "Hello. Roar. Can you speak human language? Roar." The giant ape struggled violently, but with his hands and feet broken, he had no way to break free from the cage built specifically for him. "Can't you? Then forget it, just kill him. Despicable human." Listening to the giant ape's fluent language, Jiang Wang understood instantly. Damn, this fucking red-haired gorilla is pretending to be nice to me? Let me make it short. First, you introduce yourself, and then explain the scale, quality, quantity, and strategic intention of your invasion. The giant ape's eyes rolled, and he spoke haltingly. "What are you talking about? It's just like the Japanese who just learned Chinese, fucked up and stupid." Jiang Wang didn't give in either, and stabbed the mental needle again, and this time it went deeper than last time. "Roar!" The giant ape seemed to be in great pain, twitching all over and foaming at the mouth, as if the next second would pass away. This time Jiang Wang was confused. "Does it hurt so much?" "Then I stabbed myself. It was okay." Under Jiang Wang's warm and kind questioning, under inhumane interrogation, the giant ape told everything he knew. And Jiang Wang gave him a quick death as he wished. There was no pain in death. As the giant ape's genes were uploaded, Jiang Wang discovered a bright spot like a morning star. Demonic flame. It can be used as a weapon to burn enemies, and it can also help you quickly recover from injuries and restore energy, twice a day. This thing? Is it the black fire on the giant ape? When Jiang Wang tried to integrate it into the springtail gene, a strange scene happened. The simple and stable springtail gene collapsed in an instant. This was something Jiang Wang had never encountered before. He thought that even if the creation failed, there would always be fragments of genes left behind. But this time it was a complete collapse, not even a slag left. Jiang Wang rubbed his fingers and thought for a long time. Anna looked at the master who was thinking and gave up asking for instructions, and took the initiative to dispatch troops and arrange traps. Chapter 18: The Rift closes, and all races gather. It is obvious that the demonic flame should be an advanced gene. An ordinary gene chain should not be able to withstand it. Jiang Wang kept trying, dividing the magic flame into 100 portions and adding them one by one. But even so, the effect was still unsatisfactory. Worker bee genes, collapse. Cockroach genes, 3 copies of the crash. Tank gene, 8 collapses. Another set of genes was extracted, which were from larvae. The long gene chain seems endless. Jiang Wang slowly added the genetic points of demon flame to the larvae bit by bit. 1 copy, 2 servings, 3 servings, 98, 99, 100 copies. Just as Jiang Wang was excited, the entire gene chain that seemed to have no end suddenly collapsed and fell apart. No matter how many genes he put into the larvae, it always crashes at the 100th copy. Jiang Wang slumped on the sofa helplessly. He had been fighting with this gene for 6 hours. Almost everything in the hive was left to Anna's management. Everything he had done before, including personally directing the battle, was to set an example for Anna. Look, this is the minimum standard. These were Jiang Wang's exact words, and this request almost brought Anna to the brink of collapse. Fortunately, her learning ability is extremely good, and she has reached 80% of Jiang Wang's level. Jiang Wang lay on the sofa like a corpse, with a milky white primordial stone on his forehead, emitting a cool breeze that soothed the pain in Jiang Wang's head and accelerated his recovery. Unconsciously scanning the insect nest and various ambush points and trap points in my mind, and carefully checked the details everywhere. Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something. The view was pulled back to the insect nest. A tank that was crippled in a previous battle was instantly healed by the larvae. The treatment of larvae is also very simple. Small wounds will cause silk to condense. Great injury and self-sacrifice. The larva drilled directly into the tank's body, and in just 10 seconds, the gushing blue liquid, with the help of the energy replenished by the fungal blanket, actually restored the half-damaged tank to its original state. Jiang Wang's eyes lit up. If the larvae can bear the genes, so when the larvae merge into other insects, can they also merge their genes into them? Just do it. In the highly efficient insect nest, everything Jiang Wang needed was ready. As the larvae with magic flames entered the body of the disabled tank, fusion begins. The amount of magic fire in the tank gradually increases as the larvae recover. Increased from the original 8 points to 28 points. But if the number is increased any further, it will collapse on the spot and turn into a mass of flesh and blood with no energy. No matter how serious the injury is, the number is 28. As the larvae integrated into various types of soldiers, their upper limits of resistance to magic flames were increased. But Jiang Wang gave up this idea and sealed the magic flame. Because of this thing, what a fucking waste of resources. To hatch a larva with demonic flames, the resources required can hatch 32 springtails. 8 cockroaches. 4 tanks. If it's for that little bit of recovery and burning ability, that's just not worth it. But that doesn't mean he has given up on researching this advanced gene. It's just that he doesn't have the ability to do so at the moment. As Jiang Wang gradually fell asleep, court area, a dark mass of beasts gathered, and the pair of huge hands that could tear apart space slowly retracted. The beastmen have reached the limit of what the primordial world can endure. If they continue to be released, all the beastmen will die. As the cracks close, for beasts of different shapes stood in front of the herd. Two-headed dog, gale wolf, burning bull, and heaven-shaking phenomenon. If there was a guide here at this moment, he would be shocked. The quality of the invading races this time is comparable to the highest in history. Almost all the leaders are from the upper clans among all the clans, and even Han Tianxiang belongs to the top upper clan. Although they are all larvae, this scale and herd are like. You play a bronze promotion match and start out with no runes, and your opponent is also full of runes. If you start out with a big item, and you need to ensure that the crystal is not pushed down within 30 minutes. I heard that the giant ape's life or death is unknown. The two-headed dog looked indifferently at the Suanio Legion not far away. Waste. Han Tianxiang said with disdain. Hiss, why hasn't that person been dealt with yet? Fenyu asked puzzledly as he looked at the yellow dot hanging alone outside the novice village in his mind. Because he was an insect lord with a large number of followers, and the giant ape was also defeated there. The black tiger slowly walked out of the darkness. Due to Xiao Yan's fiery phoenix, his dark and smooth fur was now charred and curled in patches. You permed your hair? Wind Wolf said while trying to hold back a laugh. He and Hay, who have always been at odds, so naturally he would not give up the opportunity to mock him. Humph! There is a fire lord who has awakened his elemental body in the novice village. I believe he would like to eat roasted whole wolves. Black Tiger angrily scolded Wind Wolf. I believe that there will be many humans awakening high-quality lord spaces this time. Whether you can grab the awakening talent depends on your ability. After saying this, Heihu led his men back to the front army tent. Although the leaders were not in harmony, they still followed together. After all, this is the only chance in this life to come to the primordial world to plunder talents and gain opportunities for promotion and awakening. From now on, you can only fight on the battlefield of all races. Following Heihu's explanation, the 6 leaders fell silent. I think we should eliminate the Zerg Lord first, Suanio said viciously. She and the giant ape worked well together, and now that the giant ape's life or death was unknown, she naturally wanted to avenge him. What are your opinions? Heihu looked at the other leaders. It's not worth it to fight that bug. According to you, that bug is well prepared. Even if we fight it off, we will suffer heavy losses. Gale Wolf said calmly. Hehu nodded secretly. Although they were not on good terms, he never looked down on this old enemy. If we attack the Novice village by ourselves, how can we divide the battle? We have to fight on our own. Han Tianxiang said in a muffled voice. I think that we can't kill the bugs. The loss is too great. Since he is waiting for us to attack him, we can also wait for him to fall into our trap. Oh, your brain is still sharp even after being burned? Wind Wolf understood Black Tiger's meaning almost instantly. Let's attack the Novice village. If he is just a bait, he will definitely come back to help, and we can ambush him. If they are just at odds, that's even better. We can attack without worry and take down the Novice village before coming back to deal with him. Black Tiger's orange vertical pupils swept across the eyes of each leader, and he said with confidence of victory, Agree, agree, agree. Except for Suanio, who remained silent, all other leaders agreed. Suanio looked unhappy. Without the giant ape, she, a member of a middle-class clan, had no way of competing for superior talents among this group of superior clans. Ignored the silent Suanio. Black Tiger immediately began to make combat arrangements. After all, there are only 2 days left. The sky was slightly bright, and the faint sunlight shone through the thick clouds, bringing some light to the world. The faint light was refracted into a vague image under the influence of Tyndall. The faint light mixed with the drizzle sprinkled sparsely on the Lord and the beasts. Fire. Boom, boom, boom. The smoke from the artillery fire rose up, announcing the beginning of a new battle. Chapter 19 Sleep, Sacrifice, Fight. The Black Tiger set up ambushes along the way, while the Black Bird conducted reconnaissance from high altitude, watching the movements of the insect nest from afar. According to everyone's arrangement, Han Tianxiang and Fun Niu would attack from the front, while the two-headed dog and the Gale Wolf would serve as flanks. Suanio and Hehu were waiting on the way for Jiang Wang to come back for help. Jiang Wang and the insect nest seemed to be in a deep sleep. The primordial stone on the forehead emits an even stronger milky white glow. Thanks to Black Tiger's arrangement, the pressure on the insect nest dropped suddenly, and Anna had time to squat in front of Jiang Wang and became conflicted. Thanks to the public screen and the existence of the reconnaissance larvae they sent out, they have, of course, understood the situation that the Novice village is facing at this time. She understood that the Lord had extremely complicated feelings towards those people, especially after someone spoke up for the Lord on the public screen last time. Although the Lord did not say anything, he clearly felt the Lord's happiness. And making the Master happy is also one of her strategic goals. If the Novice village is full of combatants, Anna can of course not send out troops. But there are still many auxiliary personnel, especially those who have received information from the larvae reconnaissance. Because they helped Jiang Wang speak out last time, they are not having a good time at the moment. The Lamb Kebab trio are being bullied in various ways. And even the girl who helped Jiang Wang speak out is being teased and insulted in various ways. Whether to send troops or not became Anna's dilemma. Looking at the Master in front of her, who had become gentle and elegant due to relaxation and relief of pain, Anna clenched her fists, suddenly stood up, and walked towards the center. She would not risk the safety of her Master. If we send out troops at this time, we will be confronting a beast tide of nearly 100,000, a situation that even the current Zerg nest is unwilling to face. But she understood that once Jiang Wang woke up, he would definitely send troops for those who deserve to be saved. So all she can do is to increase the troops, even if it means overdrawing resources, even if it means overdrawing her genes and vitality. As the Queen injects her genes and huge life energy into the hive, all Zergs, even overloaded Zergs, have one layer of restriction opened. Extinction mode. When the Queen opens this restriction, it means that the Zerg is facing a huge crisis. In this mode, both combat capability and production capacity, all are raised to the creature's upper limit. All for extinction, for fighting, for survival. Novice village. Shaking the sky, bearing the endless artillery fire and elemental attacks, arrived at the front of many arms. Huge body, sharp fangs. All the Novice lords turned cold at the sight of this scene. Can this really be stopped? A lord murmured unconsciously on the city wall. Seeing that all the battle lords on the city wall had low morale, it even affected the troops below. Xiao Yin gritted his teeth, his whole body emitting flames that shot up into the sky, and he jumped off the city wall again. And following his figure, The lord behind him seemed to have found hope. Oh! A flaming lotus slammed heavily towards the heaven-shaking phenomenon. The heaven-shaking phenomenon, which had not stopped all along the way, finally staggered back a few steps under this blow. Ah! Countless lords screamed wildly upon seeing this. The low morale to fight gradually turned around. And Han Tianxiang also looked at this elemental body and said in a muffled voice, "You are the most powerful being here." Seeing that Xiao Yin didn't say anything, his eyes like copper bells lit up. "You belong to me. The battle is about to begin." Liang's fists flashed red light as he fought fiercely with Fenyu. Tang Si brought several high-level fighters and deployed a plant field. The green grass fought 1 against 2, whipping and entangled the Gale Wolf and the two-headed dog frantically. The Wind Wolf is as swift as the wind, dodging left and right, and can easily avoid all kinds of traps and entanglements of the green grass. Weakling. In a flash, the Wind Wolf came directly in front of Tang Si and grabbed him, knocking him away. And he was surrounded by many arms. Tang Si, who was knocked away, had blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He smiled at the trapped Wind Wolf. Retarded. Swish! Countless green grasses broke out of the ground, wrapping up the other soldiers and the Wind Wolf into a big ball. The green grass on the periphery continued to thicken, and a green glow appeared on the green grass. This is the ability of his S-talent, Fusion. He combined the properties of various plants into the green grass, which enabled him to firmly sit on the throne of one of the 3 major groups. And one of them is the carnivorous plant. Leon, who was fighting the Burning Bull, also noticed this scene. The artillery fire was still venting his anger madly. Various types of soldiers and various beast tribes fought together. The mechanical overlord fired wildly with his machine gun. The sword lord brandished his long sword, and his 3-fingered green blade harvested the lives of the beastmen as freely as splashing ink. The battle lasted all morning. Xiao Yin and others looked at the 4 leaders in front of them breathlessly. It was a shocking phenomenon, with bits of it charred and blackened all over, and one could even smell a faint smell of barbecue. Liang broke one of the Burning Bull's horns, and Liang was not in a good situation either, as a big hole was poked in his waist. And Tang Si was the worst. His hair was disheveled, and there were signs of burns all over his body. But the other party is not having an easy time either. The Wind Wolf used the power of its blood to tear a hole in the wall and escape, but even so it was badly injured and almost missed out on the feast. As for the two-headed dog, one of its heads was seriously injured and unconscious. Han Tianxiang stared at the many A-level talented lords who still had combat power on the opposite side and chose to retreat. Although the strongest members of the other side were weakened, they were not that strong. They are here to awaken, not to risk their lives. Use your own death to exchange for the awakening of other races? It's better not to wake up. As the leader retreated, the beastmen also retreated like the tide. Looking at the beastmen going away, everyone stopped. Whoa, help! On the city wall, someone collapsed and cried. Someone was injured and calling for help. On the city wall, the bodies of humans, soldiers, and beastmen were scattered all over the place. 3 times. The orcs attacked the city wall 3 times. The logistics and support personnel, armed with spears and swords and everything they could get their hands on, rushed up to the city wall, throwing themselves at the wall with all their courage. Even though it has a minimal effect, all the soldiers were killed or wounded, and countless of them even resorted to hand-to-hand combat, gathering all their courage to rush towards the beastmen. In the end, he even had no choice but to release elemental attacks towards the city wall. Countless people died at the hands of the beastmen and their own people. Whoa. Silence and despair became a shadow over everyone. Blood slowly flowed down the city wall. The drizzle washed away everything. The larvae not far away watched this scene and slowly shrank into the ground. Insect nest. Zhang Wang looked up and watched the drizzle gently falling on his body, and then reluctantly sliding down his body. He has sent out nearly 30,000 Zerglings from 3 directions to help the Novice village. But it's still a step late. The 3 groups of Zerglings fought fiercely with the ambushed Black Tiger army. There is no preparation at all, carrying various traps and ranged attacks. The crazy jumping worms killed 30,000 orcs. The Black Tiger was besieged by more than a dozen tanks and hundreds of Zerglings. They left behind more than 10,000 beastmen corpses and retreated first. The Zerg, which had lost nearly half of its population, devoured the corpses of the orcs directly on the spot to recover, and then rushed nonstop to the Novice village. Jiang Wang is caught in the rain. He thought he had it all under control. He was fully prepared. His hive is impregnable. He has so many reasons. But when he woke up from his deep sleep, he saw Anna, who chose to sacrifice herself for him, so that he would have the ability to protect the people he wanted to protect. When I see those people who spoke up for him, recognized him, believed in him, and even sent him messages to comfort him, bravely rushing up the city wall, only to be killed tragically by beasts or elemental attacks, he suddenly felt he is too weak. Chapter 20 Killing I. Inside the Novice village, everyone was filled with despair. Mr. Jiang Wang, please come back. Both the combatants and the auxiliary personnel remained silent when faced with this statement. They didn't even know if Jiang Wang was still alive, because according to other people's judgment, Jiang Wang faced at least 40,000 beastmen alone during this siege. They were just calling out in vain, calling out for the hope in their hearts. Damn it, still thinking about Jiang Wang at this time. If it weren't for him, if he defended with us, would so many people have died? Li Jin slapped the woman in front of him hard. The last time Jiang Wang went on a killing spree, he was also at the scene and was so scared that he was stunned. If the sharp blade of the jumping insect had not just grazed his thigh, he might have become a two-legged person. But based on his strength, if Jiang Wang had not been so murderous, he would have died on the spot. That's why he hated Jiang Wang so much. And he was almost scared to death today. He was reloading when the orcs rushed over. If the logistics person next to him hadn't pushed him away, he would have been the one who died in the mouth. His legs were shaking a little just thinking about it now. He is actually a giant lord, but because of his rubbish talents, he can only be a loader. It can only play a tiny role, but even so, he can still bully and control those whose troops are not strong or can only provide weak auxiliary treatment. For example, the woman in front of him. This is the woman he has been coveting for a long time. Enchanting figure and pure appearance. At this moment, she was in tears and naked. Please, let me go. Damn it, we're gonna die anyway. Let me have some fun first. Bah! The door was knocked open. Beast, let go of my wife. The man, who was dirty, had messy hair and red eyes, stared at the man who kidnapped his wife. Fuck, you scared me. How did you see the door? Oh my god, he's like crazy. Besides, can you hurry up? Two people came in from the door and pushed Wang Ho to the ground. Then they dragged him back. You will be punished. This sentence made Li Jin laugh directly. Wait, since you want to see it so much, I'll let you watch it. Ah! Li Jin grabbed the man's head and pressed it on the table, facing the bed. The prince's eyes were wide open with anger, and blood was almost seeping out of his eyes. He hated this world. He hated that blue light. He struggled madly, his jaw was rubbed bloody, and his hair was torn out. But he could only watch the bastard walk towards his wife. Please, please, let my wife go. The prince was desperate. Li Jin looked at the delicate and weak woman on the bed with a lewd smile on his face. Suddenly, a unique neighing sound came from the door. The larvae slowly emerged from the ground. All the fighters around looked at the familiar, yet unfamiliar milky white larvae. The larvae slowly changed and gradually became like Jiang Wang. Everyone stopped, including Li Jin, who had already taken off his pants. He stared at Li Jin intently, and his cold eyes made Li Jin feel as if he had returned to that night in the core area. Looking at the two people who were pressing down Wang Wu. Then he looked at the silent fighters around him. Seeing Shanshan coming late, Liang, Tang Si, and Xiao Yin. The scantily clad woman. Seeing the man being pinned to the ground, Xiao Yin understood what was happening here in an instant. Did you know? Jiang Wang said coldly as he looked at Xiao Yin, who was rushing over. Looking at Xiao Yin's lowered head, Jiang Wang smiled. Why? Why can you treat these people like this? Today, the casualties among logistics personnel are close to 10,000. They are more heroic than you so-called combatants. Jiang Wang's cold voice rang out in the battle camp. Them. That's enough. What have you done for them? At least we kept them safe. At least we kept them alive. Besides hiding in that forest, what have you done? Tang Si shouted at Jiang Wang loudly. Zerg! The sound from the city walls was transmitted to the battle camp through loudspeakers. The Zerg army has arrived. I'll tell you what I did. Jiang Wang walked towards Tang Si closely. In my first battle, I stopped 20,000 Zerg and killed 15,000. I killed a leader. In my second battle, I faced an ambush of 30,000 orcs and killed 15,000. In my third battle, kill all the races. Zhang Wang spoke one sentence at a time. Looking at Zhang Wang, who was so close, Tang Si swallowed his saliva. Protecting means you can insult me? If I kill all the beastmen, will you just wait for me to be killed? You! Tang Si was furious, but facing the current Zhang Wang. Even though he was just a larva, he felt incomparable pressure. The Zerg are entering the city. Countless insects quickly rushed into the battle camp. Larvae emerged from the ground. One by one, the fighters were walked to the square with springtails holding sickles on their necks. Zhang Wang, you still want to attack your fellow tribesmen at this time? Liang also shouted harshly, because half of these people were his subordinates. Zhang Wang walked into the room without saying anything. The prince had been released, and he hugged his wife tightly, as if nothing could separate them. Zhang Wang lowered his eyes. Wang Ho was the first boss who sold him sheep and the first person to speak up for him. The huge man burst into tears and hugged his wife tightly. An expressionless larva finally showed a hint of human-like anger, which was not something it was capable of. The fact that he had such an expression only showed that Zhang Wang's anger could no longer be suppressed. Bah! The huge mental power directly pressed Li Jin to the ground. Zhang Wang wished he could just crush Li Jin to death, but that would be too easy for him. Zhang Wang looked around, sweeping his cold eyes over everyone. Since you think that protecting others gives you the right to kill or humiliate them, then open your dog eyes and take a good look. Suddenly, a dozen larvae formed a screen. On the screen, countless Zergs were marching, and their destination was the Orc territory. No traps, no tactics. Nearly 200,000 Zergs rushed straight towards the Orc territory. This is Anna's achievement, and it is Anna that allows him to avoid having to compromise. Inside the insect nest, Zhang Wang glanced at Anna, who was in deep sleep with tenderness in his eyes. Anna, advancing. Combat power, advanced. Intelligence, advanced. Ability, advanced. Everyone looking at that screen? Of course, the Orcs also detected a march of this scale. All beastmen were on high alert. Several leaders' eyes were filled with shock. They all had a question. There are so many Zerg coming here. As the leader who was fighting the Zerg head-on, Black Tiger immediately felt that something was wrong with this group of Zerg and quietly retreated behind the crowd. Almost every type of soldier in this group of orcs is a killing machine generated by the extinction mode, with the Queen's will, expectation, unwillingness, and anger. The birth of a super soldier. The battle is about to begin. A group of springtails jumped high into the air and glided quickly into the orc position. Puff, puff, puff. Poisonous cockroaches sprayed corrosive liquid towards the orc positions. Oh! The tank slammed into the giant turtle's blue screen like a cannonball. Boom, boom, boom. Click! With the impact of more than a dozen tanks, the blue curtain finally couldn't hold on and broke. Bah! The rain is getting heavier. Under the gaze of the crowd, in the fear of the beastmen. From then on, the terrifying Queen's Guard began its first killing. Chapter 21 Killing, Part 2. Puff! Under the shocked gaze of the giant bear, the sharp blade directly cut through the fur armor that he was so proud of. A springtail passed by him in an instant. Swish! The bear's head flew high into the air. He still doesn't know what happened, but he died just like that. Such scenes were also played out elsewhere on the battlefield. Roar! The two-headed dog, one ice and the other fire, constantly harvested the lives of the springtails. But the next moment, the jumping insect leaned over, wiped the flame, and swung a knife in an instant. Puff! Roar! A knife slashed across the eyes of one of the dog heads. The sharp blade was swung again, trying to strike again before the flames burned his body. But the gap in strength is too great. It was reduced to ashes in a fraction of a second after being sprayed by flames. Although the knife was not fatal, a small gap appeared in the perfect defense of ice and fire in an instant. Puff! Swish! Although that springtail died, 3 more springtails rushed in from the narrow gap. The gap keeps getting bigger. Soon, the two-headed dog was surrounded. Ice and fire still burned the life of the springtail. But soon, the ice melted and the fire went out. All the leaders were under siege, especially Han Tianxiang. The attacks of the springtails can only leave shallow white marks. And Han Tianxiang can kill a large number of springtails with just one strike. But ants can kill elephants if they are in large numbers, and they are killing machines. With the corrosion of poisonous cockroaches. Han Tianxiang gradually lost his strength, and he finally began to get scared and ran away. But as far as the eye can see, there is an endless sea of insects. Moo! With endless reluctance and despair, the celestial phenomenon rushed left and right, struggling desperately. But the result was inevitable. The huge body fell into the endless sea of insects. The same fate befell the burning ox and others, who died in despair and unwillingness in the face of an endless sea of insects. The black tiger and the swift wolf were galloping quickly in the forest. When the battle just started, the black tiger fled the battlefield directly. Seeing this, the swift wolf did not hesitate and followed the black tiger out. Just hit and run? You don't understand. These bugs are not afraid of fear, let alone death. Then suddenly, a star shattered in their minds. That is the star that represents the life of the two-headed dog. Then there's the burning of the cow. Shake the heavens. Wind Wolf couldn't help but be glad for his decision, but deep down he was even more shocked. Only 3 hours have passed since they left the battlefield. For battles of more than 100,000 scale, even if these leaders were to die, it would take them 5 hours to die. Besides, they all have legs, so they can always run away. You knew this would be the outcome? The Zerg this time is completely different from what I encountered. What do you mean? The Zerg I encountered during my last ambush were fearless, but they gave me the feeling of tools, bugs that only knew how to kill. Then this time, based on the original foundation, it has emotions that kind of anger, unwillingness, and wisdom. Do you know what this means? Hey, who continued with a palpitating heart. I relied on ambushing ordinary Zergs to achieve a 1 minute and 1.5 second score. Black Tiger and Wind Wolf were not the only ones who were thankful. There is also the black bird above the 9 heavens. Since Jiang Wang still lacks anti-aircraft capabilities, he has no way to deal with this black bird that occasionally comes down to spit a few breaths. But when she saw several leaders fall one after another, she rose high above the clouds. I will not give up. I plan to hold on until the invasion date. On the front battlefield, countless orcs are still fighting with the Zerg. Countless lives are lost every second. Many beastmen have begun to fear fighting and are considering fleeing. Can face the dark swarm of insects. Except for the orcs who have the ability to fly for a long time, the possibility of escaping the Zerg encirclement is very slim. In the Novice village, the rain is still falling. The raindrops fell gently on everyone like feathers. The raindrops hit everyone's heart like iron ingots. People watched with mixed emotions, watching the once brutal and bloodthirsty orcs being slaughtered by the Zerg like chickens and dogs. Watching the invincible heaven-shaking phenomenon being overwhelmed by countless Zerg. Whoa! Countless auxiliary staff members fell to their knees on the ground as if their souls had been sucked out, crying blankly, crying for the dead and the grievances of the past. Countless people prayed and remembered the dead. The killing continues. When the dawn light rises, people see. The land is full of beastmen corpses. The land stained with blood. Looking at Jiang Wang, who looked like a king, standing in the dim light. Jiang Wang looked at the screen expressionlessly. Open your lips slightly. Now, am I qualified to judge your lives? The voice came from the mouths of all the larvae Jiang Wang at the scene and echoed throughout the Novice village. Liang and Tang Si trembled slightly, not for any other reason, but because all the larvae Jiang Wang was staring at them and saying these words. The suffocating feeling of oppression made it almost impossible for them to breathe. Xiao Yan's face was gloomy. He knew that Jiang Wang would not put down his butcher knife so easily this time. Orc camp. Jiang Wang stood on the corpse of Han Tianxiang. This was his first time leaving the insect nest, but he had to do this for Anna for this Zerg. Facing all the crawling Zergs, Jiang Wang used his mental power to sweep over all the Zergs present. As Jiang Wang's mental power passed over, the Zerg's head lowered even lower. It's like a pilgrimage. There was dead silence on the huge battlefield. Jiang Wang carefully took Anna, who was still evolving, out of the Lord's space. For a moment, all the Zerg present had a special feeling. I, the Lord of the Zerg, officially name you the Queen's Guard. Use your reluctance, anger, and ruthlessness to tear apart everything that dares to stand in the way of your queen. Hiss, hiss, hiss. All the Queen's Guards trembled their antennae and made hissing sounds. They are cheering, swearing, and thanking. Following his orders, they completely separated themselves from the ordinary Zerg and had their own numbers. In memory of all Anna did, Now let's go. The Zerg vanguard marched towards the Novice village in a mighty force. The black bird above the sky hesitated for a long time, but still did not dare to swoop down, and finally flew away into the distance. She always had a feeling of being locked by a powerful mental force. Feeling the black bird flying away, Jiang Wang sighed. He had originally wanted to use her to test his mental power. Nearly 100,000 Zergs faced the dawn light, guarding their master and marching towards the Novice village in the rain. The storm is coming. But this time the mountain rain was not caused by the beastmen, but by Jiang Wang. The guards on the city wall soon saw the Zerg vanguard at the end of the horizon. It was rushing towards the Novice village like a wave. Countless Zergs leapt onto the walls, ignoring the anger of the guards, drove everyone off the walls, and took over the defense. As for who to defend, Liang and others looked unhappy. Extra springtails entered the city, staring at all the combatants with their orange-red compound eyes. Raindrops slid down the sharp blade and dripped onto the muddy ground. But it seems to be dripping on everyone's neck. This was the Queen's first order. This is the first time that the Overlord leaves the hive, and any possible threat to the Overlord must be eradicated, eliminated, and destroyed. Suddenly, a strong vibration came from the ground. Everyone saw the Zerg army and their Overlord on the big screen. Outside the Novice village, Jiang Wang helplessly looked at the Zungling etiquette team lined up in 2 rows and couldn't help laughing. Obviously, this was an order from Anna, who was still in the crystal shell. Suddenly, the swarms of insects on both sides advanced quickly. In everyone's shocked gaze, a staircase made up of Zerg appeared in front of everyone. Unparalleled shock. After a brief moment of shock, Jiang Wang stopped smiling. This was arranged by Anna for him, so he would not let Anna down. Pa! Jiang Wang stepped on the carapace of the first layer of springtails. Climb up the stairs. Jiang Wang was like the one and only supreme emperor. Lonely, noble, powerful. I hope that next time you arrange a similar occasion, you will come with me. Good master. When Jiang Wang appeared on the city wall, everyone understood that the time of judgment had come. Chapter 22 Killing, Part 3. Jiang Wang just stood on the city wall, looking at everyone, looking at those who had once been his enemy and slandered and insulted him, looking at the people who once spoke up for him and were bullied because of him. He finally saw with his own eyes the first prince who spoke for him. Looking at his miserable appearance, Jiang Wang was filled with grief and anger. Puff! Ah! Li Jin screamed heart-wrenchingly at the sharp blade of the springtail, but he did not dare to struggle. The more he struggled, the greater the damage caused by the blade. Puff! Puff! The once arrogant fighters were hung on the sharp blades by the Zerglings like dead dogs. Fuck! I'm gonna fight you! Zhao Xian threw water attacks at the jumping insects like crazy. Swish! Puff! Ah! A shrill scream echoed throughout the Novice village. Blood gushed out, and Zhao Xian's hands fell to the ground. Jiang Wang, are you crazy? Liang looked at Jiang Wang on the city wall with his eyes wide open and shouted loudly. He had no choice but to be anxious. Among all the fighters whose shoulder blades were pierced by Jiang Wang's jumping worms, nearly half were from their shadow group. Oh, are you anxious now? Jiang Wang watched Liang's performance expressionlessly. He didn't believe that Liang was unaware of what his men were doing. For example, Zhao Xian, whose hands were chopped off. Without his connivance, how could he dare to bring the girl to his room and humiliate her in such a high profile? Jiang Wang glanced at everyone with a cold gaze. I destroyed the beast tribe and protected you. Doesn't that mean I have the power of life and death over you? Everyone present here, count them all. Who dares to say that they haven't bullied the logistics personnel? Maybe they have, but these real warriors have died on the city wall, died in front of you, the so-called combatants. No, it's all because of you, Jiang Wang. Zhao Xian's eyes were red, and he retorted loudly while enduring the pain in his body. If you hadn't betrayed everyone, if you had killed all the beastmen earlier, how could they die? We wouldn't have made mistakes out of desperation. It's all because of you. You killed everyone. Zhao Xian seemed to be going mad. He is an A-level talented deputy leader, so what's wrong with playing with a woman? Anyway, he has been abandoned, so he wants Jiang Wang to die a miserable death. Everyone looked at Jiang Wang with complicated eyes. Yes, Jiang Wang, please stop causing unnecessary killings. Tang si spoke hypocritically. You farted. I saw a woman with pretty face and good figure rushing out of the crowd. Fearless killing. Li Shui was forced to death by that beast. Jiang Wang, I beg you, please kill them. They are in cahoots with each other. Li Shui will die with regret. The woman knelt on the ground and cried bitterly, constantly telling Jiang Wang about their grievances. Li Shui was the woman who was raped by Zhao Xian. When he found out about it and tried to stop it, it was too late. Li Shui couldn't bear the humiliation and wanted to commit suicide by jumping off the city wall. But after being persuaded by her best friend, she was bullied by another group of people and eventually committed suicide with endless resentment and humiliation. Tang Xi knew about this, Liang knew about it, and even Xiao Yin knew about it. But an A-level talented fighter, an insignificant woman. Everyone remained silent, except for those who work with him in logistics. But the voices of the weak in this world can only bring the anger of the strong. All those who spoke out were suppressed and insulted. At that time, Jiang Wang, who was not strong enough and far away in the forest, could do nothing except contact Xiao Yin to stop it. Did I cause you to make a mistake? Jiang Wang suddenly raised his head, and his huge mental power pressed down on everyone like a heavy hammer. He had seen Li Shui's eyes open after her death. Despair, unwillingness, and overwhelming resentment. When a brave man is angry, he draws his sword against the stronger. When a coward is angry, he draws his sword against the weaker. Coward. Jiang Wang's words deeply hurt Xiao Yan's heart. For the sake of everyone's survival, he resisted these things at first, but later turned a blind eye to them. Li Xian was thrown by the springtail in front of Li Shui's best friend. I'm sorry I'm late. Whether it was Jiang Wang slaughtering the beastmen or the current bloody suppression, all the victims endured the grievances. They hoped that Jiang Wang would speak up for them, but they were also afraid that Jiang Wang would end up compromising like the others. Whoa! The people finally couldn't hold it back anymore and burst into tears after hearing these words, muttering about the grievances they had suffered during this period. Xiao Yin and others looked at this scene with complicated expressions. Puff! A snow-white sharp blade stabbed Li Xian's body fiercely. This was the dagger she used to commit suicide in Li Shui. She didn't stab Zhao Xian to death with one knife. Instead, she stabbed him with one knife, and one knife. Ah! Crying, screaming. But in the end, there was only crying. Li Xian has died in great pain. Li Jin also died at the hands of Wang Wu. He cried bitterly and begged for forgiveness before his death, but he still died. Wang Wu stabbed the dagger into his heart without hesitation. Li Jin and Zhao Xian had a common problem. They never thought until their death that these cowardly logistic staff would actually dare to kill them. The adjudication has begun. Jiang Wang remembered all of them, and all the bullies he recorded were eliminated and released by Jiang Wang. He would take revenge on all of them. For a while, the Novice village was like hell on earth. I still don't accept it, even if he did something evil. So what if you killed him? What's the difference between you and them? Tang Xi and Liang said respectively. Jiang Wang's thoughts are now extremely clear. I suddenly remembered a sentence. As long as I have no morals, you can't use morality to hold me hostage, right? Jiang Wang felt extremely comfortable at the moment. What the hell did he care? How was the difference between him and the evildoer? He just needs to follow his own heart and not let others down. The friendly exchanges and cordial venting continued. The outside world also noticed something strange about Novice Village number 10086. Are all the beastmen in this village dead? Several bigwigs in charge of admissions looked at the sand table representing the 10086 Novice Village. On the huge virtual sandbox, there are only a few scattered light spots representing the beastmen. This means that someone has defeated the orcs. But there is a strange phenomenon that although the beastmen are almost extinct, but the human population is still decreasing. But the speed of reduction is not as fast as a direct massacre by a powerful being. More like Bao Gong beheaded people one by one. Hiss, how strange. Is this the first village to deal with the beastmen? The 23rd one. All the big guys' eyes lit up. In the past, if there was one person who could defeat the beastmen, it would be considered a new genius among humans. But this time there were 23 at once? And Su Bo, who was behind the boss, kept telling something to the rich young man next to him. Aunt Li Shui also looked at the familiar village with her eyes moving. Chapter 24 unexposed. The friendly exchange lasted until noon. The kind Zerg continued to help clean up the battlefield. Looking at the bodies of all the damned people, Jiang Wang nodded with satisfaction. It felt like seeing the invaders, with corpses piled up like a hill, which was a feast for the eyes. Looking at the smile on Jiang Wang's lips, all the fighters couldn't help but shiver. They suddenly remembered that Jiang Wang used to be a social phobic, and facts proved that he was indeed a terrifying existence to the society. Another group of people think that Jiang Wang is a fair and just judge and a kind man. Social phobia is really a beautiful thing in the world, but he himself doesn't care much. The swarm of insects gathered. Jiang Wang looked at Liang from the three groups. Slowly teased. Actually, I didn't really want to bother with you. But you're really jumping. You killed someone and got some benefits, so you shouldn't be more low-key, right? Are Wang Tian's shadow troops useful? Jiang Wang's words rang in Liang's ears like thunder in a clear sky. Under Xiao Yan's shocked eyes and Tang Xi's ugly face, movie Emperor Liang was possessed. What do you mean? Liang was still struggling. Although it was only a flash, when I killed Li Hao, the shadow soldiers rushed out of his body. Anything more? Jiang Wang's expression was as if he was reminiscing with an old friend. Oh, I thought you were going to say something like this. This is what our leader gave me before he died, but I kept it as a backup and never used it. Liang said this in a casual manner. Really? Swish, swish, swish. 3 jumping insects came forward and kept swinging their sharp blades at Liang. Liang, with a red glow all over his body, easily blocked the attack. What are you doing? Liang's eyes were fierce, and he was afraid that today would not end peacefully. It's okay. I just want to kill you or be killed by you. Several more springtails joined the battle. Tang Xi rarely spoke up to help. Instead, Xiao Yan stood up. Jiang Wang, I know you have grudges against each other, but there is no need to. Pong! Liang burst out with martial arts shock, pushing away the surrounding Zerglings, and then shot towards Jiang Wang like a cannonball. Jiang Wang's expression remained unchanged. The fact that he dared to stand here today meant that he had the ability to defeat everyone here. Bang! The huge mental force was like a fly swatter, swatting Liang straight into the ground from the air. Oh, you're pretty stubborn. Jiang Wang directly used his mental power to capture the shadow army that was trying to approach in the dark, exposing them to everyone's sight. What else do you want to say? That was what Boss Wang gave me before he died, Liang said with blood spitting out and a look of unwillingness on his face. Jiang Wang, you're going too far. Blood oozed from the corner of Liang's mouth, and he stared at Jiang Wang fiercely. Everyone thought a war was about to begin. Not good. In just a blink of an eye, Liang, who was originally hiding in the deep pit, instantly appeared behind Tang Xi. Puff! Tang Xi looked at his still beating heart in his chest in disbelief. He didn't understand how Liang came behind him. He didn't understand why Liang came to kill him at this moment. I'm sorry. Liang stared at Jiang Wang with cold eyes, completely unlike his previous reckless and stupid behavior. Suddenly, the surrounding space distorted. Liang disappeared instantly and was replaced by a dull shadow soldier. Pong! The shadow soldiers were crushed by Jiang Wang on the spot. If Liang had just said a few harsh words, he could have stopped him from leaving. Damn it. Tang Xi covered the big hole on his chest and weakly grabbed Xiao Yan, who was nearby. His weak but struggling hands covered Xiao Yan's body with blood. After several battles, Xiao Yan looked at the pale, dying Tang Xi and felt scared for the first time. Ahem. Help me. Tang Xi murmured weakly. He longed for someone to save him. He's an S-class soldier. He has an S-class talent. He doesn't want to die. He still has too many tricks that he hasn't used yet. He doesn't want to die. Bang! Tang Xi fell heavily to the ground. Die with eyes open. Everything happened so fast that Tang Xi died in front of everyone, and then he slowly realized what had just happened. Countless Zerglings rushed out of the Novice village and searched the surroundings. Jiang Wang also released his mental power and searched inch by inch. He didn't believe how far Liang could run in this state. He absolutely could not tolerate such an enemy living. Xiao Yan was still in a daze. If Liang attacked him, he would probably die. What a great wish. What a strong man's dream. He wiped the blood off his face carelessly. At this moment, he was like a child waking up from a dream, helpless and scared. At this moment, Liang was hiding in a safe house dozens of meters underground in the Novice village, gasping for breath and coughing up blood. The loss of 2 replacement shadow soldiers in a row and the slap from Jiang Wang left him seriously injured. This is the escape route he left for himself. Just in case he couldn't resist the beast men, he could hide here and wait for the invasion. I didn't expect that I would use it now. But this isn't his only safe house. His experience since childhood told him that even a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows is considered few. Because of this habit, he was known as the most cunning and vicious criminal. Ignore the physical injuries. Liang tried hard to hold the still beating heart, trying to sense Tang Xi's talent from it. The heart beats weaker. Finally, a panel appeared in front of Liang. S-level talent detected. Fusion. S-level soldiers detected. Green grass. Choose one. Liang looked ecstatic. It really is it. I chose fusion without hesitation. In fact, his first choice was Jiang Wang. According to his observation, Jiang Wang's talent was probably the function of accelerating the training of soldiers, and the lowest level was A, which was in line with his shadow soldiers. That was why he kept it for the last time and waited for the opportunity. He originally wanted to wait for the day of extradition, when everyone's vigilance was at its lowest, to have a heart-to-heart talk with Jiang Wang. Unexpectedly, Jiang Wang took the initiative to attack without hesitation. From the moment Jiang Wang said his first sentence, he knew he was exposed. That's why he didn't hesitate to sacrifice a substitute shadow soldier and get close to Jiang Wang. He didn't expect that his mental power was so strong that he controlled the shadow soldier in an instant. I had to settle for the second best and choose Tang Xi. As for Xiaoyan, it should be an S-level talent related to fire, which is of no benefit to him. As Tang Xi's talent appeared in his personal column, Liang's spirit was shocked. Lord Liang. Military type. S-level shadow soldiers, ordinary soldiers, A-level martial arts field. Talent. Devour. Completed. S-level fusion. With the start of fusion, the martial arts field is directly integrated with S-level shadow soldiers and ordinary soldiers. Ding. Fusion is complete. S+ grade military shadow. At this moment, if Liang's shadow soldiers face Jiang Wang again, although they may not be able to defeat him, they will definitely have no problem struggling. And he is still a martial arts lord, but his military shadow has become more powerful because his fusion has raised the upper limit. Ha ha ha! Ignoring the blood at the corner of his mouth, Liang looked with red eyes at the shadow of the military weapon in front of him that was glowing slightly red. It was the power given to him by his brother, and it was the type of troops he carefully integrated. Jiang Wang! Like the growl of a wild beast, the sound of the evil spirit seeking revenge echoed in the safe house. Chapter 24. Wind Wolf and Black Tiger. Countless springtails were scattered by Jiang Wang. It's not that he is a pushover who has to help Wang Tian get revenge, but the vague murderous intent and greed in Liang's eyes when he looked at him, as well as his actions, are enough to make Jiang Wang regard him as an enemy. Jiang Wang was also very ruthless and was determined to kill Liang even if he had to dig 3 feet deep into the ground. Even with such thorough preparations, he still managed to kill a regiment leader right under his nose. If he were to run away, now that I have taken action, I must kill him. Even many sensory auxiliary personnel joined the search team for Liang. But they are indeed too weak. If it could be a little stronger, even the first level of Black Iron. They can also search for Liang, who is buried deep underground. The search lasted until the evening, and Jiang Wang had no choice but to return to the insect nest first. After all, Tang Xi, who was so big, died in an instant in front of him. What if Liang still has some tricks up his sleeve and is having such a heart-to-heart talk with me in the dark? That would be a huge loss. The insect nest is the safest home. Again, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. On the other side, Black Tiger and Gale Wolf narrowly arrived at a location 1 kilometer away from the insect nest. The orcs were almost wiped out by one man. But it also illustrates a problem. It is the talents and arms of this insect lord that are extremely powerful. It could even be the legendary S+ or higher. This is why they took the risk to come here. If they can kill and absorb it, then their bloodline talents may be raised to the top level in the clan. But you are a Real Tiger. Wind Wolf couldn't help but admire Black Tiger's courage. Aren't you afraid that you might be killed but not spent? Looking at the serious face of Black Tiger, Wind Wolf couldn't help but tease. Then go ahead. Why are you following me? Heihu said quietly without even looking at him. Wait for you to attract the damage, and I'll take advantage of it. Gale Wolf said in a mean way. Nightfall. Black Tiger watched the batches of springtails return. Here I come. Jiang Wang moved forward slowly under the heavy protection of the springtails, and his mental power almost covers an area of 1,000 meters in radius. He was not afraid of Liang confronting him openly, but he was afraid that Liang would launch a sneak attack on him. In fact, Jiang Wang's caution was not wrong. A 3-member military shadow team was tightly guarding the 1,000-meter safety line. Far away in the safe room, Liang looked at Jiang Wang, who was so cautious, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. If Jiang Wang lets down his guard because he was severely injured, then his most glorious moment today will be the day of his death. He has used this trick to kill countless famous gangsters. Then I will have some fun with you. Liang, with ruthlessness in his eyes, licked his lips excitedly. It was not until Jiang Wang entered the insect nest that Shadow returned leisurely after waiting for a while, without any results. Just as Jiang Wang entered the insect nest, he felt that there were at least 3 groups of people lurking around. After entering the insect nest, his mental power would be increased by the nest. In an instant, he discovered 3 military weapons: a black tiger, a wolf, and a black bird hidden in the clouds ready to dive at any time. Jiang Wang, who just felt that he had some strength, calmed down instantly. Strength is the most delicious forbidden fruit, especially when Jiang Wang's mental power is expanded and he can look down on everything from a god's perspective. His spirits were infinitely high, if it weren't for the long-standing habit of being cautious. There is at least a 20% chance that we will perish under the siege from 3 sides today. There is an 80% chance that your chances of survival are no different from those of death. Jiang Wang, have you become inflated by the smooth sailing? Haven't you fought such a prosperous battle? If you don't have the aura of a king, you must have the aura of a turtle. Only by staying safe for a long time can you live a long life. Jiang Wang, whose life was threatened the first time he went out, began to warn himself without limits. He even prepared to compile a survival manual and 3,000 ways to survive. While I was still thinking about the outline, Black Tiger and Wind Wolf were brought back covered in wounds. If the Shadow Soldier had not moved quickly, the 3 Shadow Soldiers would have become nutrients for the fungal blanket. It's all your fault. You run so slowly. You got your dad into trouble. You act like you're worth a fortune every day. You must be dumbfounded. You must be dead. Even though the Wind Wolf had its torso pierced by Zerglings, it continued to chatter and curse at the Black Tiger. But He, who lowered his head and said nothing. Jiang Wang looked at this interesting scene. Of course, he knew why Wind Wolf was cursing. If it weren't for Black Tiger, the mistake would have caused Wind Wolf to turn around and shoot out a wind blade to save him. Maybe he will escape the encirclement. Of course, this was just Wind Wolf's fantasy. Even if he ran with his head down, there were still a large number of Zerglings waiting for him ahead. A tiger and a wolf were trapped in the same insect nest. You're dead, right? I knew you were black all over, and you must be a bad boy. Following you is bad luck. It's a pity that my romantic and dashing father has to be buried with a black coal ball like you. Huh? The Wind Wolf cursed. In fact, they are enemies on the surface, only because their blood powers are similar. One can ride the wind at high speed, and the other can teleport with a faint light. The 2 races have competed for countless years for the fastest. As the first echelon of the new generation, they naturally went from contempt and fighting to mutual respect, and finally still despised each other. But in fact, they have already confirmed each other in their hearts. On the one hand, they are archenemies, and on the other hand, they are close friends. I really envy you, community wolves. You can curse in other people's homes. Jiang Wang's voice came from the door. The 2 beasts watched as one man slaughtered all the humans who invaded the beast tribe. Showed surprise. They have always believed that such a fierce and cruel person must have a look that reflects his heart. Even if he is not big and strong, he must have a ferocious face. But Jiang Wang was unexpectedly young and elegant. If they had not been in the insect nest, the 2 of them would have thought they had met the legendary Confucian lord on the battlefield of all races. You can kill me or chop me up, it's all up to you. He, who turned his head away very arrogantly. Oh, Jiang Wang narrowed his eyes slightly, emitting a dangerous light. Wait, boss, don't listen to this bullshit. What do you want to know? What do you want us to do? Just tell us. As long as we don't die, we can do anything. Gale Wolf quickly took over the conversation. He became a Shinyu wolf because of his keen perception of various emotions. He just clearly felt that Jiang Wang might not want to kill them. That's why I'm making this final struggle. You. Black Tiger stared at Wind Wolf with his eyes wide open. He had always believed that although Wind Wolf was unreliable, he was also a man of steel. Okay, if you just help me do 3 things, I won't kill you. How about that? Jiang Wang was unexpectedly easy to talk to. It wasn't because the swift wolves looked like huskies and their noisy behavior was amusing to him, but because there was not much point in killing them directly like this. Really? The black tiger, who was so strong just now, was stunned for a moment. How could the ruthless man who slaughtered the beastmen without hesitation be so easy to talk to? I always keep my promises. Let me tell you something first, and you guys think about it. First, help me find someone. I know you seem to have a positioning system in your brain, so this shouldn't be difficult for you. Second, give me 1,000 milliliters of blood and some fur. Third, as my insider in your beast tribe, you can guarantee my safety and convey some information to me without betraying your own race. Of course, words are not enough. If you agree to the above conditions, I will implant 2 of my spiritual seeds in your minds. If I die, you will say goodbye to this world with me. Of course, as I become stronger, this seed will also nourish your spirit. After saying that, Jiang Wang looked at the 2 beasts who seemed to be thinking about something. Chapter 25. The 2 Generals. They are not thinking that this condition is too difficult for them. But with such simple conditions, is there a trap hidden? Are the first 2 also considered conditions? Not to mention finding one, you can even add a few zeros at the end. There is still 1,000 milliliters of blood and some fur. Forget about that. It would be fine even if you cut off one leg. The only one is the last one, but they have already stated the prerequisite. Don't betray your own race. It would be a bit ungrateful to refuse this. My ancestor god of all beasts. This feeling is like you were looking for a job when you were hungry. Not to mention 996. You are even ready for 007. As long as the company gives you a meal, you will work hard for it. As a result, the boss makes you work 4 days a week, 6 hours a day, 30,000 yuan a month, including accommodation, 6 insurances, and 2 funds, and overtime is not allowed. 30 days of paid annual leave throughout the year. The beast is numb. It's a deal. No regrets. Come on. Sign your soul. The husky-like Gale agreed immediately, but the boss went back on his word. Black Tiger is still in deep confusion. Under the teaching of Wind Wolf, Jiang Wang signed a soul contract with them and planted spiritual seeds in their minds. Things went so smoothly that both parties were a little bit unbelievable. Looking at the excited Wind Wolf, Jiang Wang touched the Wind Wolf's head as if possessed, or to be more precise, a dog's head in Jiang Wang's eyes. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Wind Wolf thought he had offended this big guy and that the other party was going to kill him, but he found that the other party only rubbed his head. If there was anything more excessive, it was that he pinched his handsome wolf dog face. In this inexplicable situation, Jiang Wang looked at He, who with the same eyes as he looked at the always hungry big orange. Ahem. Jiang Wang withdrew his hand. Then please help me find it. Jiang Wang took Liang's clothes out of the Lord's space and put it before the wind. Ji Feng looked at the clothes and then at Jiang Wang. Finally, under Jiang Wang's expectant eyes, he smelled the clothes. Take this thing with you. This person will most likely not move around. If you need, I can also mobilize the people in the Novice village to cooperate with you. Tomorrow is the last minute. I hope you can find him before the extradition tomorrow. This was the first time that He, Hu, and Ji Feng felt such stagnant, murderous intent from this elegant and easy-to-talk young man. After solemnly agreeing, Jiang Wang left the cell. The flesh walls that originally imprisoned them also began to supply them with energy to help them recover from their injuries. When they passed through the thickets of springtails and stood in the endless wilderness, everything seemed like a dream. By the way, the little bird seemed to have witnessed the entire process of you being captured and released. You decide what to do. Jiang Wang's voice sounded directly in their minds, proving that everything that had just happened was real. Upon hearing this, Hung Hung and Ha Ha's faces darkened. As for the name, as long as you survive, who cares about the name? After petting the dog and playing with the cat, Jiang Wang felt happy. Under Anna's resentful gaze, he began to fuse and recombine his genes. After all, in this war, nearly 100,000 Beastman genes and 3 leader-level genes are waiting for his favor. Due to the existence of the spiritual seed, he can observe the situation of the 2 generals Hung and Ha at any time. Anna felt the change in the master. By the time the Overmind came back, Anna had already evolved, but for safety reasons she was not released. In fact, she had been paying attention to Jiang Wang inside the crystal shell, watching his every move. From her memory in Jiang Wang's mind, she discovered a very strange point. It's just that the overmind is too cold, which is undoubtedly the best quality for a Zerg. But as a human, since childhood, because of his outstanding IQ, everyone either admired and envied him, or was jealous of him and hated him. Coupled with his orphan status, adults use his intelligence to gain fame, and experts use his wisdom to complete their unfinished wishes. He is an emotionless machine, a tool for everyone. Few people are friends with him. Later, Jiang Wang raised a big orange cat and rescued a local dog. This is Jiang Wang's only attachment. As he became disabled and saw the ugliness of human nature, he didn't care because he had no feelings for the world. But in order to make his cat and dog live a better life, he built a business empire and published books when he had some creative ideas. Until Fat Orange died in his bed. The dog knew that his time was up, so he left and finally accepted his fate in a reed marsh. This reed marsh was where Jiang Wang first picked him up, and it is their passing. It was the first time that Jiang Wang truly understood death. As he traveled through time, he faced threats to his life and moral kidnapping. Jiang Wang handled everything using the established method he had used in the past. Until Anna sacrificed her life, energy, and precious class genes for Jiang Wang's uncompromising and unrestrained love, and for Jiang Wang's happiness. Jiang Wangkai truly experienced it again, the warmth that people bring to him. Only then did he realize the feeling of home that the insect nest gave him. It's like a bird without feet that has been flying for a lifetime finally found its own nest. Anna felt joy and happiness from the bottom of her heart, and she will give everything to dominate her inner joy and happiness. What are you doing, little Anna? Get to work. Jiang Wang looked back at Anna, who was standing there in a daze. This shouldn't be the case. Did he become lazy after evolving? Or is it because his injury hasn't fully healed yet? But as Anna threw herself into his arms, he realized that the little girl had grown taller. It's no use being a spoiled brat. Get to work. There are so many genes. How many evolutionary points do we need to provide? Jiang Wang was curled up on the sofa, and Anna was beside Jiang Wang, annotating various genes. The huge insect nest gradually began to feel like home as Anna added sofas, beds, snack barrels, and all kinds of new things. On the other side, the two generals Hung and Ha have arrived at the Novice village. Countless bright little dots in their minds gathered in the Novice village. This is the benefit given to them by the primordial world. Humans have a public screen, and the corresponding beastmen also have such a map. In order to complete the mission, the two beasts began to check one by one. And under Jiang Wang's instructions, everyone stayed in their positions and was not allowed to move. A large number of Zerglings are guarding the Novice village, controlling the situation. The Wind Wolf quickly shuttled through the Novice village. He had clearly memorized the smell of the clothes. As long as the person was in the Novice village, he would never escape his nose. And there are undercurrents in the Novice village. Chapter 26, Can You Defeat Me in Seconds? The search continued all night. The two generals Hung and Ha stood at the foot of the wall. Looking at the map in my mind, I was confused. Are you sure it's here? Xiaohe looked at the Wind Wolf with distrust. That's definitely it. After Jiang Wang surrounded the area with a swarm of nearly 30,000 insects, he began to order the swarm to dig downwards. Jiang Wang was watching this scene in the insect nest. The military shadow he explored last time was obviously twice as strong as the one he crushed to death. If you can fight in a group, don't give yourself the chance to be beheaded. Today's stable. As a large number of Zerglings surrounded the area, Leon in the safe house also found that he was exposed. But he was not in a hurry to leave as a substitute for Shadow. Firstly, there is a limit to the number of substitutes. Even with his current military rank promotion, there are only 5 of them. Moreover, if one is destroyed, it will take a month to restore one, which means that he currently only has 3 available. Secondly, he wanted to see how Jiang Wang found him. Due to the rapid digging of springtails, the soil layer of more than 10 meters was reduced to only half a meter thick. Collapse! Leon broke out of the ground and saw Jiang Wang not far away from him. Suddenly, murderous intent arose. But he calmed down the next second. He had already seen that it was the larva Jiang Wang. Puff! In the moment he was distracted, a springtail scratched his calf with its sharp blade. Leon's martial arts field unfolds, covering a 3-meter range around the body. He moved left and right, easily avoiding the attack of the jumping insect. His eyes were constantly searching for something. The larva Jiang Wang also noticed Liang's actions. Chance! Then the larva's body instantly exploded with nearly half the volume of his mental power, covering Luong. Liang, who was enveloped, stopped struggling and spoke calmly to Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang, there's no need to do this. Kaiyuan world is coming soon. How about you and I put aside our past grudges and cooperate? Okay, don't leave. Then there's nothing to discuss. Swish! The Zergling's blade pierced through the stand-in shadow. The human-shaped shadow turned into a ball of shadow and dissipated on the spot like water. The larvae also gradually collapsed, following Jiang Wang's order. The Wind Wolf ran quickly towards the Novice village with a large number of larvae. Just when Liang was replaced, a bright spot suddenly appeared out of nowhere among the many bright spots in the Novice village. Inside the insect nest, Jiang Wang rubbed his fingers. He was actually shaken for a moment by Liang's last words. He also didn't want to have another scheming and powerful enemy. But put yourself in their shoes. Someone killed your brother, forcing you to kill a regiment leader in public, and then used a large number of people to hunt you down. When lives are in danger, you wave your hand, resolve all grievances, and choose cooperation over war. Can you believe it? Anyway, Jiang Wang didn't believe it, which made him more determined to get rid of him. And he must be eliminated in the original world. On the other side, according to Shadow's report, Leon saw countless Zergs running towards him. Leon quickly hid in a crowded place. Just before he was replaced, he saw the orcs who were not Zerg. There is no way to hide anymore. Only in a crowded place can the map and the orcs' minds be obscured. Looking at the countdown in my mind, there are only 3 hours left until the extradition. At this time, Jiang Wang was moving towards the Novice village under the protection of a large number of Zerglings. There's no way. Liang ran towards a logistics camp. Even he himself guessed that he didn't have many substitute shadows left. But to kill him with only Zerglings within 3 hours, he had to use himself as bait and bet that Leon also wanted to kill him. Novice village. Led by the Wind Wolf, countless Zergs have surrounded the logistics camp. Countless people were driven out by the Zerg and checked one by one. What? I heard they were hunting down Leon. Oh my god. Could he have hidden here in disguise? Who knows? By the way, who are you? The Wind Wolf stood far outside the camp, checking one by one. Whenever he wanted to walk towards the camp, he would feel uneasy. Suddenly, he seemed to smell something. The smell of blood. Help! Liang is behind us. He saw a man with blood all over his face, staggering towards him, constantly asking for help from the surrounding Zerg. And his back was indeed a mess. Countless springtails surrounded it. Wind Wolf stared at the man covered in blood. Leon looked at the Wind Wolf and took 2 steps back. Orcs, prepare to fight. Hearing Leon's words, the Wind Wolf felt relieved, looked at him with contempt, and then focused his attention on the insect swarm. Suddenly, wrong. Wind Wolf, activate your innate skill and dodge backwards. Bang! Leon was covered in blood. Seeing that his attack missed, he used his martial arts skills and quickly rushed forward. Seeing this, the black tiger not far away, with a faint glow all over its body, charged directly towards Liang. Core death. Suddenly, a military shadow appeared under Liang's feet, holding a long sword and slashing straight at the black tiger. Liang didn't care and trapped the Wind Wolf in a 3-meter martial arts field. The long sword in his hand is flying. Every knife was slashing at the fatal point of the Wind Wolf. Not really, big brother. The Wind Wolf was chopped and blood splattered everywhere, but it avoided the fatal points. Liang saw that the Zerg were surrounding him. The sword skills in his hand became more and more fierce. Seeing that the Zerg's rescue was too late, the Wind Wolf looked at Liang fiercely, activated the power of his bloodline again, and fled directly towards the Zerg. Seeing that the decapitation was about to fail, he looked at the already weak and powerless Wind Wolf in the swarm of insects. Liang gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, if they don't die, I will die." Each man with a knife charged straight towards the swarm of insects. Damn, what a huge vengeance. Seeing that the Wind Wolf was unwilling to let him go at this time, he also became ruthless. He walked tremblingly towards the deeper swarm of insects. I just don't believe it. Can you kill me in 1 second with a 100-meter swarm of insects? Luang, who was wrapped up into a ball, released all the shadows he had hidden in his chest and rushed towards the Wind Wolf. Seen from above, it looked like a lone arrow-shaped army was carving out a path through the insect swarm with unstoppable force. Seeing Liang getting closer and closer, the Wind Wolf felt scared. This guy is such a ruthless person. And Leon is also gritting his teeth and moving forward. Although the Shadow's combat power crushed the Zerg, there were too many Zerg. It has come to this point now. If we give up, we may not have such a good chance to kill this wolf dog. It was only 20 meters away. Liang's whole body was glowing red. Chop with one knife. All Zerg within 15 meters were killed with one blow. Shadow rushed forward quickly. Just 10 meters. Junwa's Shadow risked his life to open up a path. Liang fiercely swung the long knife in his hand towards the Wind Wolf that was already unable to move. Die, etc. Puff. Chapter 27 Strangulation. No matter how hard Jiang Wang tried, he was still a step behind. The Wind Wolf was nailed to the ground by Leon's long sword. The long knife pierced through the heart, and the Wind Wolf's eyes were filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe that he was going to die like this. Cough. Blood kept gushing out of his mouth and body. Bang! The substitute Shadow was knocked to the ground. One step faster. Just one step. The Black Tiger also quickly ran to the Wind Wolf. Feeling the Wind Wolf's vitality gradually disappearing, he was a little bit unbelievable. He fought his way out of the many geniuses in the clan and did not die at the hands of Jiang Wang, but died at the last step. Jiang Wang looked at the unwilling Wind Wolf and slowly squatted down. The Wind Wolf was doomed to die. Liang was not a fool. The knife was smeared with poison, which had spread from the heart to the whole body. Dead, but can be transformed into Zerg. Blink if you want. The Wind Wolf used up his last bit of strength to close his eyes, but he didn't have the strength to open them. Jiang Wang did not hesitate either. Under Anna's guidance, the modified Zerg genes were injected into the Wind Wolf. Under the suppression of the dominant bloodline, countless genes were integrated into the flesh and blood of the Gale Wolf. Jiang Wang's face gradually turned pale. Okay. Anna was so anxious that she almost came out of the Lord's space. Jiang Wang sat on the ground, breathing heavily. He paused for a moment and said to the Black Tiger in front of him, "What? With such a good opportunity, you won't kill me?" A hint of surprise flashed in Hu's eyes. "I've thought about it, but not to the extent that if you die, he has to die too." He didn't hide it either. He did think about just killing him directly. He was so powerful that he would definitely be able to advance his bloodline. But later I gave up. He didn't believe that Jiang Wang was unprepared. Besides, there was a spiritual seed in his brain. Even if he was killed, not only himself, but also the Wind Wolf would die. Looking at the film gradually condensing on the body of the Wind Wolf, tenderness flashed in his eyes. "A beast, love?" Sung. The Black Tiger's sharp claws stretched out directly. "Okay, I understand. I won't ask," Jiang Wang said seriously. The moment he caught Black Tiger, he knew that this was a tigress. But the Wind Wolf seemed to not know it yet. After putting the Wind Wolf into the Lord's space, Jiang Wang discussed the remaining matters with Hu. Looking at the countdown in my mind, which was less than 2 hours, Jiang Wang said as he looked at the Black Tiger in front of him, "Help me keep an eye on all the spots of light." As they spoke, the surrounding Zerglings rushed towards each tent. He wants to take a gamble. When I shot the stand-in to death just now, it didn't feel right. He definitely took a picture of Liang and seriously injured him. He bet that Liang didn't dare to be in the main camp, so he could only be in a safe house. So it's very easy to find him, as long as everyone leaves the city. Moving tens of thousands of people is difficult, but it would be easy if there were an equal number of springtails. Countless people were driven out of the tent by Jiang Wang, and under the gaze of the Zerglings, they slowly moved towards the outside of the city wall. Jiang Wang was on the city wall, scanning every person with his mental power. "Jiang Wang, do you really have to kill everyone? Have you really become a bug and want to treat everyone as food?" Looking at Liang's words on the public screen, Jiang Wang smiled. He had made the right bet. Liang felt the changes in the outside world in the safe house, his face gloomy and uncertain. He didn't expect Jiang Wang to be so determined to kill. If he wasn't very sure of the memory in his mind, he would have thought that Jiang Wang was a relative or boyfriend whom he had tortured, killed, kidnapped, or murdered. Besides, he has run out of tricks. Only 3 shadows were left seriously injured. The rest all died in the recent battle. If I allow Jiang Wang to move everyone like this, it will only be a matter of time before I am exposed. Panicked? Jiang Wang also replied indifferently on the public screen. Although Jiang Wang completely ignored Liang's psychological warfare, others did not think so. This is how human nature is, even if most people think Jiang Wang would not do that. But what if people queuing to leave the city looked at the ruthless compound eyes and razor-sharp blades of the springtails? Thinking of how Jiang Wang treated those illegal combatants, everyone was frightened. How are you going to kill them? Hack them to death or poison them? Just chop them to death. It's not the first time you've done this, right? Liang constantly stirs people's hearts. Jiang Wang looked at the restless crowd and nearly half of the people who had not left the city. He took out a map and said, "Hey, who? Mark the location of the light in your mind for me." Because all the people were gathered at the city gate and outside the city gate. So the labeling is also easy. Looking at the densely packed dots at the city gate. Within 20 minutes, everyone must leave the city in an orderly manner. Anyone who fails to leave the city will die. Jiang Wang's voice rang out on the city wall. He didn't waste time explaining, but told everyone his standards in the most blunt manner. Heihu looked at Jiang Wang with some surprise. He always thought that Jiang Wang was a kind but stupid lord. In his eyes, as long as Jiang Wang killed everyone, Liang would have nowhere to escape. After all, it took him less than 10 hours to kill the Zerg. For a moment, everyone stopped worrying about whether Jiang Wang would kill them. When someone suspects you of planning to kill them, you'd better actually be able to kill them. Jiang Wang's tyrannical remarks instantly aroused everyone's desire to survive. 9 minutes left. Watching the time pass by, Jiang Wang patiently scanned everyone. "Wait, I found it. It's right under my feet." Bang! 3 shadows rushed out directly. Instead of heading straight for Jiang Wang, they wantonly killed innocent people around them. Liang took the opportunity to rush towards the crowd outside the city. Swish! Puff! Bang! Puff! Liang spit out blood, but successfully entered the crowd. Due to excessive consumption of his mental energy, Jiang Wang was unable to kill Liang immediately. Liang was in the crowd, moving quickly and killing anyone who got in his way. "Jiang Wang, come, kill us." Liang pulled a girl in front of him and looked at Jiang Wang with a crazy face. He loves this feeling so much. Just like in all justice movies, in the end the heroes who uphold justice always hesitate to compromise at such moments. Blood continued to flow out of Liang's body, and his eyes were full of madness. The girl almost suffocated and fainted under his powerful strength. She used up her last bit of strength to look at Jiang Wang. "Save me. Come on, Jiang Wang. Come on." Liang's crazy look frightened the people around him. Those outside didn't know what was going on, and those inside tried desperately to stay away from Liang. The bloodthirsty red eyes stared at Jiang Wang with a cruel smile. "He's gambling." Jiang Wang didn't dare to kill him without restraint, and he succeeded with this trick time and time again. Unfortunately, Jiang Wang is not a hero. In the past years, he was just a ruthless tool. Looking at the girl, who was almost suffocated to death, Jiang Wang also made up his mind in an instant. Weakness will only bring greater death. Countless springtails rushed into the crowd and strangled Liang. 7 minutes left. The springtail let go of its hands and feet and approached Liang at an extremely fast speed. For a moment, screams and wails continued to ring out. "Jiang Wang!" Xiao Yin glared at Jiang Wang. In order to catch Liang, he saw all of Jiang Wang's actions. Whether he agreed or not, at least Jiang Wang had never thought of attacking ordinary people. But now, Xiao Yin felt that Jiang Wang had gone crazy. Jiang Wang glanced at Xiao Yin indifferently. Ruthless and indifferent. Xiao Yin was stunned for a moment. Jiang Wang looked at him as if he was looking at a stranger or an object. He never doubted his intuition, but Jiang Wang now seemed like a different person. It's like another personality or another mode. A ruthless fighting mode? But for a moment, Xiao Yin was stunned. At this moment, Liang moved left and right, even using innocent people to block the knife, until he was sure that Jiang Wang was the same kind of person as him, who regarded human life as worthless. Jiang Wang held the primordial stone in his hand, constantly recovering his mental strength. His current mental strength is only enough for him to attack once, so he is waiting for an opportunity. A chance to avoid trouble forever. There is 1 minute left. There were corpses all around Liang. Luong was breathing heavily, blood almost covering his eyes, and he used his martial arts to mechanically kill the Zerg that kept besieging him. The poisonous cockroaches continuously sprayed spores and poison around Liang. He was barely hanging on to his life thanks to his martial arts. Right now, it seems that Liang is the lone hero, and Jiang Wang is the sinister villain. But Jiang Wang didn't care. Puff! The black tiger instantly appeared behind Leon. With no other options to evade, he could only let the shadow help him take the attack. Shadow died on the spot, and Leon was slapped and flew out. Countdown, 321. Ha ha ha! Leon laughed wildly in the air, and he held on. Countless beams of light descended from the sky. Bang! 0. Finally, when Leon was most relaxed, Jiang Wang took action. The huge mental power grasped Liang's spiritual world like an invisible hand. Puff! Leon vomited blood and fainted on the spot, and Jiang Wang also fell into a coma. Chapter 28, Kaiyuan World. I finally survived. Whoa! My leg! My leg! Why doesn't it hurt anymore? Similar scenes continued to play out at the reception. Jiang Wang was leaning against the back of the hall, as if he was asleep, and the primordial stone in his hand continued to glow. Everyone was broken up and reunited. Crying and joy were happening everywhere. Suddenly, a huge pressure came, and everyone was instantly unable to breathe. My lords, I'm the president of the Lotus Chamber of Commerce, Feng Tianxing. First of all, welcome to the Kaiyuan world after successfully resisting the invasion of the Beastmen. On behalf of the Lotus Chamber of Commerce, I welcome you all. Now, please enter the rest area in an orderly manner. There is everything you need. After everyone left in an orderly manner, Feng Tianxing stood in front of Jiang Wang. He had noticed the strangeness of Jiang Wang a long time ago. Although Jiang Wang's breathing was normal, his mental power was huge and complicated. This is clearly a sign of advancement. Suddenly, he saw the glimmer of light in Jiang Wang's hand. Original stone? It's not that he's not strong enough to fully explore. But the primordial stone itself is a special existence, and it is not something that can be given by a certain force. Instead, it requires the approval of the original world. Just when he wanted to take Jiang Wang to a more secret and safe place to advance, 2 business cards suddenly appeared in front of me. Star Alliance, Antli Shui, Anos Family, Subo. Feng Tianxing was stunned at first, then he was delighted. Quick, take him to the VIP room and feed him to the soul-soothing serum I treasure. Let's not talk about Subo for now. The third son of Anos sat down as the #1 servant. This Antli Shui is an extraordinary woman with an incredibly high status and vision. The youngest son of the Elemental Alliance wanted to be her disciple, but she was not happy about it. Unexpectedly, she could get a chance. Even if Antli Shui comes, I can still do her a favor. It won't be a loss either way. Jiang Wang was carried into the luxurious VIP room. As the soul-soothing serum was fed drop by drop from his lips, his mental strength gradually calmed down. On the other hand, Antli Shui also felt that her business card was stimulated. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Antli Shui at this time is not similar to the one in the original world. Although the one in the original world is also very beautiful, the difference between the two is huge. Only the temperament is the same. Although it was an unconscious smile, many young nobles around him secretly swallowed their saliva. Mr. Wang, I have something else to do, so I will leave first. Antli Shui's charming look made Mr. Wang roll his eyes. If you want to leave, just leave. Stop talking nonsense here. Antli Shui smiled mischievously and flew away into the distance. As Antli Shui walked away, it was unknown who among the many noble children was the first to sigh. Ah ha ha, Mr. Wang. Aunt Shui is still so charming. Li Yulin, who was next to Wang Tianfeng, said jokingly. What's the point of being charming? You still can't find a partner, right? Look at what you said. With just one word from Aunt Shui, people chasing after her can line up from the primordial realm to the 10,000 races territory. Shit. The 2 big men were flirting, but it gave the noble children behind them some hope of a happy marriage with Antli Shui. This hope exists every year, but no one has ever realized it. Antli Shui, who had changed her appearance, flew towards Jiang Wang. This trip to the primordial world to wander around was just a spur-of-the-moment decision. Jiang Wang's business card was an unexpected surprise, and he did it casually. Although Jiang Wang's army is not strong and his talent is probably not high, Jiang Wang's mental strength always gives her a warm and tough feeling. For newcomers who have just arrived in the original world, mental power itself is the thing that best reflects a person's nature. The mental energy of a person who is murderous and cruel in heart will appear red. People with kind hearts will appear green. Most people's hearts are colorful and intertwined. Jiang Wang's color is a special milky white, without a trace of other colors. Relying on her inner feelings and Jiang Wang's uniqueness, she gave him the only business card. After a while, Aunt Li Shui arrived at the reception area managed by the Lotus Chamber of Commerce. Feng Tianqing was already waiting at the door. Assistant Professor Li. Feng Tianqing bowed slightly and spoke to Aunt Li Shui, who had changed her appearance. You know me? Aunt Li Shui asked in surprise. I just accidentally triggered the protection mechanism of the business card. I will wait here after I settle my friend down. Feng Tianqing still has his signature smile. What a smart man, no wonder he is the president. Only shuasmilad nuingli. Thank you for your kindness. Please come this way. Feng Tianqing turned around and walked towards the VIP room where Jiang Wang was without even looking up at Aunt Li Shui. A faint floral scent came from behind. Feng Tianqing suddenly quickened his pace. Soon, Aunt Li Shui met Jiang Wang again. Jiang Wang's mental power was more than a circle stronger than last time. He could feel the mental fluctuations remaining in the air and the smell of the soul-soothing serum. Yes, what a smart man. Compared to the slightly sarcastic words above, this compliment is much more sincere. It's not Aunt Li Shui's fault. After all, with her identity, there are countless people who want to get in touch with her through such designs. It should be. I forgot to tell you that the business card of Su Bo from Anos has also been activated. I think he's on the way here. Okay, got it, Aunt Li Shui said lightly. Then you chat. Feng Tianqing left quickly and closed the door. Only after walking a long way did I dare to take a deep breath, and his face also revealed an ecstatic look. The Lotus Chamber of Commerce is only a third-rate chamber of commerce, barely qualified to host a reception area. With the mentality of giving it a try, I sent out my treasured soul-soothing serum and went to wait at the door. I didn't expect that I could actually get a chance to ride on Aunt Li Shui's ultimate white and smooth thighs. VIP room. Looking at Jiang Wang's milky white spiritual ball, there were wisps of black and gold spiritual power floating in the middle like seaweed. Aunt Li Shui fell into deep thought. It was fine when I came. Why did it turn dark? Although it still feels warm, what's up with this touch of black and gold? And Jiang Wang finally woke up slowly. His mental power suddenly erupted, but was quickly controlled by Jiang Wang. Looking at the unfamiliar woman in front of him, Jiang Wang opened his mouth and shouted, Sister Li? Aunt Li Shui. Am I so bad at disguise? Call me Aunt Li Shui. It always feels weird to call me Sister Li. In fact, Aunt Li Shui is only 28 years old, but because of her name, people older than her have to call her Aunt. Your mental power seems to be raging. What's wrong? Did you fight before you came out? Well, there was a strong enemy. I don't know if he was killed. Jiang Wang spoke as if he was drinking water. Aunt Li Shui narrowed her eyes slightly. Jiang Wang's tone sounded like a murderer who would disregard human life, but his mental power was pure milky white. Could it be that streak of black gold? Oh, then tell me and I'll help you kill him, okay? If someone familiar with Aunt Li Shui was present at this time, they would know that she was digging a hole again. And Jiang Wang's next words will directly determine his fate. No, that's my grudge against him. Chapter 29, Aunt Li Shui. Jiang Wang's words were quite standard, even annoying, but not pleasing either. But Jiang Wang's mental strength will not lie. His mental power just now showed a brief moment of surprise, confusion, and firm rejection. He just absolutely didn't want Aunt Li Shui to get involved in anything he thought was dangerous. The good thing about newcomers is that they don't know how to hide their mental strength. Aunt Li Shui nodded with satisfaction and continued. So, where do you want to go next? Star Alliance. As if it had been decided long ago. Why? Why don't you go to Anos? Is it because of me? Aunt Li Shui asked curiously. It had been a long time since she met such a person who kept chatting with her, but whose mental power did not turn yellow. Except for those old guys. Jiang Wang. Looking at Aunt Li Shui, whose temperament and expression did not match hers, he thought about it and decided to answer her 3 questions. Based on the manual, the Star Alliance's series of measures are most suitable for outsiders like us. Although the Anos family treated me well, I didn't really like the family-style service. When it came to the last question, Jiang Wang paused briefly and then spoke under Aunt Li Shui's proud gaze. Isn't this the business card you sent me? Aunt Li Shui was petrified instantly. The most important thing, there is not even a slight fluctuation in mental strength. This shows that Jiang Wang was not lying. He went to Shanghai purely because Xinghai suited him. This was the first time she encountered such a situation since awakening her succubus realm. This was the first time someone rejected her so frankly. Except for that old man Wang. You're good. You're great. After saying this, Aunt Li Shui slammed the door and walked out. Bang! Jiang Wang scratched his head. Assistant Instructor Li. Uncle Su still had that smiling face. Yeah, Aunt Li Shui had already sensed that he was waiting not far away outside, but she was too angry to say much. Then Su Bo asked in confusion. Go ahead. Didn't you give your business cards too? Whoever gives the business card will be recruited first. I abide by the rules, Aunt Li Shui said calmly. Su Bo was also a little unsure of what this witch was thinking. But thinking of Jiang Wang's potential, he hesitated for a moment and finally opened the door. Uncle Su. Jiang Wang was a little surprised. Are all people in the other world so harmonious and friendly? Young friend Jiang, are you injured? Oh, it's my fault. I was delayed on the road. Uncle Su said with a smile, as if he was an elder whom Jiang Wang had not seen for a long time. It's nothing serious, Uncle Su. I just wanted to come over and ask you where you were going. Our third young master. Before Su Bo could finish his words, the door was suddenly pushed open. Aunt Li Shui walked up to Jiang Wang in a hurry. Boy, if you want to come to Xinghai, I will be your master. Then he smiled apologetically at Su Bo and went out again, leaving behind a confused Jiang Wang and shocked Su Bo. Well, Uncle Su, I am planning to join Xinghai. Jiang Wang said calmly. I understand everything, but my friend Jiang, please remember that it is not easy to be Assistant Instructor Li's apprentice. Although the news was too shocking, Su Bo still wanted to try to save Jiang Wang. Thank you for your kindness. I have made up my mind. Looking at Jiang Wang's determined expression, Su Bo sighed in his heart. As expected, no one can resist Aunt Li Shui's charm. What a pity. Such a good seedling. This is the business card of my third son. He will also go to the Star Alliance. Young man, we can have a chat. Then Su Bo stopped wasting time. Aunt Li Shui has already stated such conditions. So what's the point of playing? Hurry up and recruit the next one. Wait, Uncle Su, have you ever given a business card to that Liang? Jiang Wang still misses Liang. Oh, that, I haven't sent it before. Is there anything special about it? Oh, it's nothing, it's just a friend of mine. I'm worried that nothing happened to him, and I'm worried about him. After Jiang Wang waved goodbye to Su Bo, he saw Aunt Li Shui not far away, who had returned to her previous calm and elegant, yet charming appearance. Actually, it's not Aunt Li Shui's fault. It is determined by her talent and military type. Okay, let's go. Aunt Li Shui took Jiang Wang to the teleportation array. The news that Flower of the Star Sea had accepted a male apprentice spread like wildfire. On the other side, Jiang Wang made the final attack with all his strength. Although Liang wanted to resist, he was powerless. Jiang Wang's mental power turned into a big hand and directly crushed his spiritual world. Now he is not even a mental patient. At best, he is an unconscious fool, a walking corpse. He was also treated as a frightened lord and became the lowest-ranking house slave in the reception area without being registered. Tisk damn. What bad luck. There are no powerful lords, but there are a lot of fools. Grass. Li Tian, the young master of the Li family, severely beat up the fools in front of him. It doesn't matter even if I get beaten to death. Anyway, these people are not registered. Young master, I heard that assistant teacher Li has recruited a new lord as his disciple. What did you say? Check it for me. This scene was also happening in front of the children of princes and nobles everywhere. At this moment, Jiang Wang was sitting in Aunt Li Shui's luxurious-looking aircraft heading to the teleportation array. Wang Tianfeng frowned as he looked at the news in front of him. Nonsense. Block the news. Let Aunt Li Shui come to see me. Also, check this Jiang Wang. Sonai. Aunt Li Shui threw a personal terminal to Jiang Wang. If you want to know anything, just check it yourself. Also, don't come in. Don't touch anything. Then he walked towards a lounge. The elegant long skirt perfectly outlines Li Shui's curvy figure. Wait. Aunt Li Shui curled her lips into a sneer. Humph, the fox's tail is finally exposed. There's a code. Dead silence. Jiang Wang just suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura, but it suddenly dissipated. Aunt Li Shui said elegantly, Terminal, authorization. Although the voice is nice, it always feels a little shaky. Jiang Wang didn't care about these details. The terminal's virtual screen is mapped directly in front of you. Virtual? Quantum? Jiang Wang rubbed his fingers and thought, but soon his attention was attracted by the information in front of him. Survival guidelines for novice lords. The distribution of power in the Kaiyuan world. 36 moves that every lord must know. Jiang Wang's eyes kept scanning the relevant content quickly. Kaiyuan Empire. According to historical records, the Kaiyuan Empire was vast, covering galaxies and territories within billions of light years, and it continued to win battles with all races and expand its territory. The reason behind this victory is precisely due to the existence of them, the lords of the alien world. In nearly 2 hours, Jiang Wang had almost finished reading the basic distribution of power and history. But Jiang Wang keenly noticed that it seemed that all history was deliberately beautifying or hiding something. And all these things seemed to involve one person. Yi Chen. Chapter 30, Star Alliance. This aroused Jiang Wang's desire for knowledge. The slender fingers quickly swiped across the terminal. Yi Chen. Gender male. The founder of the Star Alliance. The destroyer of all races. The breaker of Kaiyuan. Apart from these introductions, all the content about Yi Chen seemed to have been erased by an eraser. When a man wants to know something, or wants to know a certain website, then this matter will not end until death. His fingers searched and browsed as fast as an afterimage. Finally, Jiang Wang found some information in a corner of a forum. Yi Chen. It also came from the primordial realm, and his world seemed to be a world of cultivation, so he became a martial arts lord. The Kaiyuan world at that time was far less friendly to newcomers from the original world than it is now. Self-guided talents and arms from the original world. At first, it can also provide fresh blood for the Empire. But slowly, as more and more lords became stronger, they gradually began to squeeze the cake of the original forces. The Kaiyuan world began to resist, and even assassinate lords whose strength reached a certain level. But Yi Chen fought back powerfully under such circumstances. With an advancement speed that ordinary people could not understand and various adventures, he managed to kill all the assassins and continued to advance in battle. In just 300 years, Yi Chen punched the old nobles, kicked the central royal family, and slapped the elemental alliance who were watching the show. Shengsheng established a force exclusively for the original lords, the Star Alliance. And under his friendly communication, various forces reached agreements. During this period, countless powerful lords emerged, which made it possible for the Starry Sea to remain prosperous even though Yi Chen broke through the void and left. Jiang Wang couldn't find more content for a while. But these few pieces of information also showed, as Jiang Wang said, that the Kaiyuan world was not as friendly to them, the lords of other worlds, as it appeared. Then Jiang Wang seemed to have thought of something and looked back at the closed lounge. The finger tapped on the virtual screen, Li Shuelian. Swish. Information that fills the huge virtual screen. There were even falling petals surrounding the virtual screen, and a few large words slowly floated out from the center of the petals. May my angel be happy, every day, love you, Rome. Jiang Wang's expression was like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. It's just exaggerated. Li Shuelian, the flower of the alliance. Age, top secret. Relatives, Wang Tianfeng uncle. The youngest Platinum Lord. The battlefield of all races fights against the Platinum Beast tribe. There are countless suitors. Rejected the application of the Elemental Alliance's youngest son to become his disciple. She politely declined the marriage proposal from the third prince of the central royal family. A series of honors and past achievements are like a pie with no end in sight. After seeing all the honors, Jiang Wang turned his head and looked at the lounge with the closed door. My first reaction was, it's over. He's a little dull, but not stupid. In the primordial world, girls like Wei Wei have their own admirers who will risk their lives for them. Even Jiang Wang has some doubts. If it weren't for Wei Wei, he and Liang wouldn't have had such a feud. And now, the flower of the alliance. That is not a fairy. Isn't this the dream of hundreds of billions, or even trillions of young boys? How many licking dogs are there? Jiang Wang's handsome little face fell in an instant. I should have gone to Anos earlier. Sure enough, beautiful women are roses with thorns and meteorites that bring disaster to the country and the people. The storm outside came much faster and more fiercely than Jiang Wang had imagined. But fortunately, Wang Tianfeng's energy is strong enough. Apart from just a few people, not many people know Jiang Wang's portrait and abilities. But the more they act like this, the more anxious the crowd of spectators becomes, jumping up and down like badger in a melon field. Star Alliance Senior College Cafeteria. Have you heard? Assistant Lee has accepted a disciple, Mon said to his good friend, his fat face full of disbelief. I just don't believe it. How can a goddess find a male disciple? This must be fake news from some stupid public account. The tall and thin man opposite him looked disdainful. That's hard to say. Assistant Lee is old enough. What the fuck did you say? Say it again, damn. Suddenly, a group of people behind Ma and stood up and glared at Mon, who had spoken out of turn. The furious group of people picked up their plates and started fighting. There was a group of people gathered at the school gate, waiting for Aunt Li Shue's return. Jiang Wang looked at the contact number on the terminal that kept vibrating. The note clearly reads 2 words, stupid. For a moment, Jiang Wang didn't know whether to hang up or answer the call. Ding, ding, ding. Idiot, there's a phone call. Aunt Li Shue, who was thinking about why she lost her composure, was stunned when she heard Jiang Wang's words at the door. Bang! Who are you scolding? Aunt Li Shue glared at Jiang Wang at the door. The nightgown, made of unknown material, perfectly highlights Aunt Li Shue's already hot figure. Ahem. Jiang Wang turned his head away, awkwardly, and placed the terminal in front of Aunt Li Shue. No, I'm talking about this. Aunt Li Shue realized something was wrong and snatched the terminal away. Bang! The strong wind from the closing door blew in my face. You can see how powerful it is. On the other side of the door, Aunt Li Shue's face was blushing. It's not like she's deliberately seductive or flirtatious. Although she is in the realm of succubus, she is actually extremely conservative in her heart. She wore pajamas just out of habit. You know, except her apprentice and uncle, no one else could ride her shuttle. If not, Jiang Wang was so angry that he lost his mind. Beat you. You're going to die. Aunt Li Shue cursed at Li Rong. Oh, my dear Shue, I am so happy to hear your voice. Li Rong was really happy. It was the first time he felt the different tone of Li Shue's voice. You have something to say? Aunt Li Shue said coldly after she recovered. Dear Shue, I heard that you accepted a male apprentice. It's none of your business. Hello. Beep. Li Rong looked at the terminal that had been hung up with a dull expression. Bang! The terminal was smashed to pieces by Li Rong. On the other side, Aunt Li Shue was still a little angry when she looked at the terminal she had thrown on the bed. Due to the Alliance's regulations, if an assistant teacher wants to become a professor, he or she must train an A-level apprentice to ensure the long-term prosperity of the Alliance to the greatest extent possible. He had also found several female disciples with outstanding talents, but because of Jiang Wang's peculiar mental power, things were now in a difficult situation. If the disciple is a female, then everyone will be happy. Some people even want to please themselves so that their female disciples will benefit as well. But his willfulness put Jiang Wang in the spotlight. Aunt Li Shue started to have a headache when she saw the video of her uncle change clothes quickly. Hey, dear uncle, what's the matter? Aunt Li Shue's appearance as a good girl is enough to win her any love and sympathy. Where are you? Wang Tianfeng looked serious and didn't bite at all. I'm on my way back to school. Where is Jiang Wang? On my hyper shuttle. Bah! A loud noise was heard in the video. Wang Tianfeng's desk couldn't withstand his pressure and broke directly. I have connected to your super shuttle. Wang Tianfeng's face was so gloomy that water seemed to be dripping out of it. Oh, Aunt Li Shue responded aggrievedly. Chapter 31 Star Alliance 2. Wang Tianfeng directly used his authority to go through special channels. Aunt Li Shue's shuttle covered the distance that would normally take 2 hours in just 20 minutes. The portal opens directly to the door of your home. The shuttle went through the back door and stopped directly at Wang Tianfeng's small attic. Puff! The super shuttle door slowly opened, and a black shadow instantly jumped out. Uncle! Aunt Li Shue, who is 1.7 meters tall, looks like a little girl in front of Wang Tianfeng, who is over 1.9 meters tall. Wang Tianfeng glared at Aunt Li Shue, who was trying to act cute. Jiang Wang followed closely behind him and got off the shuttle. A muffled groan. As soon as his feet stepped firmly on the ground, he felt an extremely strong pressure. Jiang Wang continued to use his mental strength to resist the mental force that was as strong as Mount Tai. Fine beads of sweat kept sliding down his cheeks. Even the stone bricks on the ground were cracked. Whenever Jiang Wang adapted to the current mental intensity, Wang Tianfeng would immediately increase the pressure. Gradually, A hint of surprise flashed in Wang Tianfeng's eyes. With the current strength of mental power, not to mention Jiang Wang's small black iron, even the bronze would have been crushed to the ground. Time passes by every second. Li Shui also looked at Jiang Wang a little nervously. Bang! The floor shattered, and Jiang Wang fell straight to the ground and fainted. Good boy, you have guts. After Wang Tianfeng praised them, he took the unconscious Jiang Wang and Li Shui back to the house. Looking at the dead body of Jiang Wang, Wang Tianfeng hesitated for a moment and said to Li Shui, "This boy has excellent resilience and outstanding strength, but for now, he can only be regarded as a registered disciple." Hearing Wang Tianfeng's words, Li Shui breathed a sigh of relief. According to the Alliance's system, mentoring is a very serious rule. Once the apprentice makes a mistake, the master is responsible for cleaning up the mess. If the apprentice betrays the master, he will basically have no way to survive and will be killed by anyone. On the contrary, if the master encounters a great disaster, the apprentice will basically not be spared. But if the apprentice wins multiple honors and his strength improves rapidly, the master's status will also rise with him. There is also a supervisory bureau responsible for supervision to prevent masters from maliciously suppressing their apprentices. Let the masters be open and impart their knowledge to the greatest extent possible to ensure the strength of the alliance. If you let outsiders catch you because of an inexplicable impulse. After discussing the process, Jiang Wang was carried away by people arranged by Wang Tianfeng. The breeze blew across Jiang Wang's face, and he slowly opened his eyes. Clean room, simple desk. For a moment, Jiang Wang seemed to have returned to Earth. Hiss! The pain of mental overdraft came and pulled Jiang Wang back to reality. After a long time, Jiang Wang slowly stood up, put on the light blue uniform and a terminal bracelet on the desk. As soon as the bracelet was put on my hand, a virtual screen popped up. Star Alliance, C-level students. Name, Jiang Wang. Lord type, insect. Notification 2. Jiang Wang clicked on the notification. Academy announcement. At 7 o'clock tonight, all other world lords will arrive at the Great Hall for the opening ceremony. Li Shui. Star Ocean Survival Manual for Novices. Don't say that the master didn't help you. By the way, you are my registered disciple now. Don't embarrass me in the novice trial. Thinking of the somewhat neurotic Li Shui, Jiang Wang shook his head. What kind of people are they? Jiang Wang packed up his things and walked towards the meeting hall. Along the way, people kept looking at him. Jiang Wang gradually quickened his pace. Classmate, are you Jiang Wang? Suddenly, several students in dark blue uniforms appeared on the road that Jiang Wang had to take to get to the Great Hall. Yes, Jiang Wang said frankly, unable to avoid it. There is no doubt that the news that he was Li Shui's registered disciple had spread, otherwise he would not have been blocked on the road by someone who named him right after entering the school. Classmate, don't be nervous. I just want to tell you something. Then they surrounded him. I'm not nervous. Just tell me what you want to say. I'm in a hurry to get to the Great Hall. Jiang Wang looked at the three people who surrounded him and said coldly. The three of them were stunned. They didn't expect that this little brother was so tough. You don't quite understand the rules, so I have to teach you a lesson. As he spoke, the leader released his mental power and pressed towards Jiang Wang. How do I teach? Jiang Wang looked at the senior in front of him with a harmless face. Are you kidding? Wang Tianfeng can handle it, so why would he be afraid of you little lickers? Seeing Jiang Wang appearing to be fine, Buck looked grim. How could a newcomer have such strong mental power? You have to know that he is at the bronze level 3, an upper middle C-level student. Then he used all his strength to launch a mental attack towards Jiang Wang. Needle stabbing, knife hacking, sledgehammer smashing. It did make Jiang Wang feel a little uncomfortable. Seeing that mental power was not enough to knock Jiang Wang unconscious directly, the two people next to him prepared to take action directly, knock Jiang Wang unconscious, and carry him away to complete the task. Seeing the two people gradually approaching, Jiang Wang narrowed his eyes slightly. The huge mental power directly swept over the three of them. Puff! Buck vomited blood and fainted. The other two also fainted after feeling a sharp pain in their heads. Jiang Wang's face turned a little pale. After all, Wang Tianfeng had just finished reaching the 9th level of bronze, and his mental strength was already depleted. After looking at the three people who had fainted and making sure that no one was dead, Jiang Wang quickly ran towards the conference hall. Tizke, what trouble? Jiang Wang said helplessly. In this farce, these three people are just pawns. Through his understanding of Antli Shui on the terminal, these three people were probably just sent out to test him, or to be more precise, to serve as tools to test Antli Shui. Once I lose, then, sure enough, the more beautiful a woman is, the more trouble she causes. The news of Jiang Wang's crushing victory over 3 bronze-level seniors quickly reached the ears of those who were interested. Inside a private club, under the dim light, the virtual screen showed Jiang Wang defeating 3 seniors. The waiter, dressed in black stockings like a bunny girl, placed the goblets on the plate on the table. Bang! Ethan rubbed his round buttocks and spoke to the person next to him. Interesting. Just after reaching the iron level, he was able to leap forward a level and defeat 3 bronze-level players. That's quite a feat. Humph! No matter how strong an ant is, it is still an ant. The figure in the middle of the 3 snorted coldly and said, "Deal with it during the novice trial, and don't let it affect the adult's plans." As he spoke, the shadow stood up and left, revealing a pure black mask under the dim light. Tisk, these people are so boring, Lewis. Do you want to play with me for a while? Another dark figure stood up, with golden hair and a charming smile, like an angel from God. Mastery is in a good mood, but I have some business to attend to. I'm sorry I can't accompany you. With Lewis's departure, there is a charming scent in the air. Chapter 32, 3-star badge. Jiang Wang stood in the conference hall, a little shocked. It's no wonder that the name contains a big character. Although countless humans were killed or injured in the original world, nearly 40% of them still entered the Kaiyuan world alive. 1/10 of them joined other forces, and the remaining 30% all joined the Star Alliance. All these people entered Xinghai College for basic trial teaching in order to integrate into the Kaiyuan world as quickly as possible. The college is divided into 4 levels: S, A, B, and C. Dust Bronze are all in C rank. Silver is in Class B. Gold and Grade A. The top colleges are at the S level. Once you reach Platinum, you can be said to be a big boss. The conference hall was filled with noise. Hey, what kind of troops are you? I am a dwarf. I am a demon wolf. I rely on A-class troops, sir. This scene was played out in every corner of the lobby. It is human nature to stick together for warmth. Quiet. The voice rang out from the center of the hall, spreading to the surroundings with endless pressure. Jiang Wang was speechless. Why do these people love this move so much? They feel uncomfortable if they don't show their dominance? Hello, everyone. I am Wang Tianfeng. Welcome to join the Star Alliance. Wang Tianfeng's face was reflected on the virtual screen hanging high in the air. Let's make it short. The Star Alliance has a long history and is inclusive. 3 hours later, finally, all students who receive an S-level evaluation in this original world will receive a 3-star C badge. 3-star C badge winners will receive the following benefits. It's free in the cafeteria. Private room. 1 free entry into the Star C trial. The recipients of this medal are Marcus Little Ben Baga Jiang Wang, a total of 143 people. The badge flew directly out from the center and hovered in front of each recipient. The virtual screen also showed the faces of the medal winners. Jiang Wang felt the envious, jealous, and greedy eyes around him, and calmly held the badge in his hand. The content and details of the meeting will be sent to everyone's personal terminal. Finally, I sincerely warn you that in the Kaiyuan world, strength is paramount. No matter how high your status or how powerful you are in the original world, here, everything is reset to 0. As long as you have strength, you can have everything you want. Countless people had red eyes and clenched their fists. They are eager to achieve success in this world and restore their glory. Money, power, desire, the most primitive impulse agitated everyone present. Wang Tianfeng smiled as he watched this scene. With the disbanding of the meeting, countless people poured out of the synagogue. Those medal winners have become even more popular, surrounded by countless people, comparable to international superstars. However, Jiang Wang had foresight and slipped away before the meeting ended. After covering his face, he successfully escaped from the conference hall. Lying in his own single room, Jiang Wang looked at the various materials about the meeting and given by Antli Shui. Vertical Day. Jiang Wang arrived at the classroom on time, and the lecturer was a young senior. This is a good opportunity for them to earn points. Points are the currency in Xinghai Academy. In addition to completing tasks issued by the Academy, they can only be obtained by killing beastmen in Xinghai trials. On the podium, the senior student was using an outdated PPT that was from an unknown year. It narrates the contents projected on the screen like a robot. At the beginning of the Empire, these seem to be established facts to them, which they have understood since childhood. For example, if you were asked to explain 1 plus 1 to a group of adults, you would find it boring. Although he had already understood and learned these contents through various channels, he still listened carefully. After all, even through the changes in tone, Jiang Wang could understand that the information had special significance for the people of Kaiyuan world. Suddenly, a mythical photo filled the virtual screen. The surrounding lights gradually dimmed. Pieces of broken stars appeared around. Countless giant ships comparable to planets are lying across the universe, ready for battle. In the 1,289,327th year of the Kaiyuan calendar, the 10,000 races broke through the borders, plundered 273 star systems and 1723 star clusters, and countless people died in this catastrophe. And at this critical moment, the founder of our alliance, Yi Chun, with his own strength, he crossed the battlefield, killed 3 ancestral beasts, and seriously injured 2. He turned the tide and saved the building from collapse. It is known in history as the Battle of Dinga. The surrounding light, temperature, and even the environment began to change. Everyone seemed to be there. Jiang Wang looked around. There were no classmates or classrooms around him. There were only giant warships that were 10,000 meters long and various types of soldiers that exuded a terrifying aura. Opposite Jiang Wang, there were giant beasts as big as planets and densely packed tribes. Suddenly, a huge beam of light flashed above Jiang Wang's head and slammed heavily into the Wanzhou. I saw a man with laws flashing all over his body, killing all the races. The battle is about to begin. Jiang Wang was ready to summon the Zerg in an instant. However, Jiang Wang's lord space was blocked by an indescribable restraint. Just when Jiang Wang was about to use his mental power for a final fight, suddenly the picture froze. This is a fragment of the Dinga War. The voice came from the podium. The surrounding light curtain slowly faded away. Everyone was still immersed in the grand battle. Many people have become emotional and even collapsed because they cannot release their troops. Calm down, students. I have just activated the forbidden magic circle to prevent you from being unable to control the troops. Lin Sheng paused briefly and then continued. The Battle of Dinga, just from the video recording, has already begun to possess the power of laws. Since the power of your lords is not high, today's segment presentation of our battle for national sovereignty ends here. Get out of class dismissed. Lin Sheng packed up his things on the podium and left. The segment of Dinga War is a compulsory course for every novice lord. It is also the most convenient way to help newcomers broaden their horizons. Lin Sheng had already left the classroom, but Jiang Wang was still immersed in what had just happened. You will definitely die. Just now he saw Yi Chen rushing towards the 10,000 races. He kept thinking about how he should survive if he were in such a battle. But the result was that no matter how you looked at it, he and his Zerg could not even withstand an aftermath. Jiang Wang laughed at himself. A show of force? In the teaching building, some people covered their crotches and left in shame, while others were still crying helplessly in the teaching building. But more people are longing for strength. Jiang Wang walked towards the cafeteria calmly. Thanks to the first lesson of the Dinga War, all the determination to become stronger was ignited. But in subsequent courses, apart from basic common sense and history, battles were rarely mentioned. A week later, that's all for today's class. Tomorrow will be your novice trial. I hope you will take it seriously. As your substitute teacher for the first week, I would like to remind you that in addition to the various things we have talked about, such as gaining points to become stronger and being assigned to classes, the novice trial also has an important function. It is to make you recognize the cruel reality that one general success is the result of the sacrifice of thousands of soldiers. Please take it seriously. Get out of class dismissed. Chapter 33, Evolutionary Sequence. Vertical Day. All freshmen gather in the playground. A serious atmosphere condensed over the playground. I believe everyone has learned the details of the novice trial in the past week. So, let's get started. A vice president wearing a 5-star black robe finished speaking to everyone. A curtain of light slowly opened behind him. Everyone entered the novice trial in an orderly manner. Jiang Wang slowly passed through the dark blue light curtain. Suddenly, everything went dark in front of his eyes. His mental powers seemed to be grasped tightly by a big hand. Suddenly, he felt suffocated and died. The next second, he was standing on a vast expanse of land. There were also quite a few people standing around. Those who came in first have formed various small groups. After Jiang Wang stopped, he quickly moved to the back of the crowd. Now everyone, if you don't want to die, report your military type. Talent. Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Wang left the crowd, the groups that had already summoned their troops threatened the Lord who had not yet recovered. In the novice trial, you must not only be wary of all races, but also be wary of your own people. The Lord will gain points by killing all races, and if his own people defeat his own people, he will gain the original 10 points and all the points on him. The personal terminal will record the Lord's actions, points, etc. in the novice trial and upload them in real time. Another important function is to automatically teleport the Lord when he is on the verge of death. However, if it is just trauma or other situations, the personal terminal is not responsible for transmitting back unless the self terminates, triggering the near-death transmission. In a sense, the novice trial can be said to be even darker. Fuck him. Behind Jiang Wang, there were sounds of fighting. Jiang Wang moved quickly with an expressionless face. Such gangs of evil people who bully others can be found everywhere. When they were far enough away from the crowd, Jiang Wang summoned 500 springtails to act as vanguards, and summoned a small number of elite Zerglings to protect the surrounding area. Although there are a large number of Zerg reserves in the Lord's space, before the Zerg nest is developed, large-scale marches can only be the target of the powerful orcs. Ouch! Look at the Zerg-like Wind Wolf taking the lead. Jiang Wang smiled. He was really tired of being depressed during the period of insect transformation. During the evolution period, the selection of genes and appearance were intentionally or unintentionally moving towards the image of the husky in Jiang Wang's impression. Zerg. Alps, Wind Lord, Lord of Speed, King of Support, Chatterbox. Health 100. Power 100. Intelligence 150. Skill. Can you see the taillights? Increases your speed by 100%. In view of the fact that Wind Wolf was a very talkative person, Jiang Wang ignored his objections and directly named him Hua Hua Wang. In order to express his resistance, he added a bunch of prefixes. Jiang Wang sat on the springtail that Anna designed specifically for him, eating potato chips leisurely. His days in college always made him feel a little restrained and uncomfortable. After searching with many springtails, Jiang Wang finally chose a suitable territory as the location for the insect nest. As a large number of larvae transformed, one insect nest base after another sprang up from the ground. On the other hand, the middle and senior management of the academy were also watching this trial closely. Billions of lords were assigned to various battlefields. According to statistics, there are 84,936 dual S-level lords and 3,894,823 single S-level lords. The secretary in a robe reported the intelligence to everyone in the conference room. Wang Tianfeng and Antli Shui were also on the list. I heard that Assistant Instructor Li's registered disciple is also in this trial. The first one, a white-haired old man, smiled and said to Antli Shui, "Yes, Principal Zhou." The virtual screen also switched to Jiang Wang's picture in time. I saw teams of springtails quickly leaving the hive, and groups of worker bees carrying all kinds of supplies. It is rare to be able to use the insect lord to this extent. This registered disciple is pretty good. The principal was also a little surprised when he saw the real-time data flashing on the virtual screen. The insect lord has always been a mediocre type of lord because of the high material and mental requirements required. Jiang Wang is at the top level in terms of the speed of his troops, the defense of his base, and the variety of his troops. What is even more shocking is that black iron alone can control such a large swarm of insects, which shows how powerful Jiang Wang's mental strength is. In this trial that was watched by top leaders, Jiang Wang was completely exposed to the sight of many people due to the principal's words. In the trial battlefield, Jiang Wang watched the genes in front of him continue to recombine. Except for the Queen's guards who are still standing still in the Lord's space as a trump card. The rest of the arms are the arms that Jiang Wang can expose. He is not afraid of being seen by someone with ulterior motives. The Zerg's strength lies in its evolution every minute and every second. Bang! Another genetic chain was broken in front of Jiang Wang. Shit! Jiang Wang rubbed his hair, which was like a mess, feeling helpless and furious. This is the 2,798th failure. Fuck, I don't believe it. Jiang Wang, who refused to admit defeat, had red eyes and started genetic recombination again. No wonder Jiang Wang is so crazy. This time, as soon as he entered the novice trial, this land gave Jiang Wang a surprise. The worker bee actually brought him back an egg-laying insect. Oviparous babies are not rare, but what makes Jiang Wang excited is that oviparous babies can have multiple babies in one litter. And within the gene upper limit that Jiang Wang checked, up to 3 babies can be in one pack. If this gene is integrated into the active military forces, Jiang Wang's troop expansion speed will reach an unprecedented level. Ban. Failure. Ban. Failure. Ban. Failure. The 3,246th time. Ding success. Completed the bronze level gene sequence. Oviparous. Get 10,000 evolution points. Jiang Wang looked at the soft and rhythmic gene sequence in front of him. I was a little obsessed for a while. There wasn't even enough time to pay attention to the genetic points. The more Jiang Wang learned about the diversity of organisms, the more he marveled at the greatness of genes. Jiang Wang rubbed his slightly stiff face. The ovipositor cells from 0 to 1 have been reorganized, and the next step is to inject them into the soldiers. But before that, he needs to evolve himself first. All 5,000 evolution points are invested in evolutionary talents. Talent evolution completed. Sea-level talent. Evolution 0/100000. Function. Initially change the host gene. Initially improve the tolerance of the troops to the gene sequence. As the evolution was completed, a burst of energy surging from deep within the genes quickly enveloped Jiang Wang's entire body. Screening gene pool. Suddenly, 2 gold and 1 black appeared in front of Jiang Wang. Option 1. SS Plus Level Divine Mind User. Introduction. Communicate with gods through divine thoughts. Function. Can greatly enhance the host's mental range, toughness, quality, etc. Option 2. SS Plus Reincarnation. Introduction. Immortality, eternal reincarnation. Effect. Greatly improves the host's physical strength. Option 3. Level Destroyer. Introduction. The judge of the gods, the savior of all living beings. Function. Unknown. Jiang Wang looked at the 3 options in front of him and fell into deep thought. The 3 evolutionary directions represent 3 paths. Chapter 30, for the originator/destroyer. Jiang Wang can give a general analysis of the people with divine thoughts and the people of reincarnation through the introduction. It's nothing more than one improving the spirit and the other improving the body. And it is most likely derived from the 2 situations you are currently in. Because as the rank increases, the soldiers can feed back to the host, so that the host's body will not be too weak. This is why so many summoning lords can cross the void. If the first and second options are based on your own choices, then the third. Jiang Wang looked at Jiang Wang in front of him, and the Zerg army displayed not far away. Then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The gambler's genes have been moved. Option 3. The direction of evolution is determined. Start evolving. There's nothing to hesitate about. All the energy in the insect nest gathered around Jiang Wang. The huge amount of energy eventually turned into a thin crystal shell that wrapped Jiang Wang. The cells in the body collapse and reorganize, and new gene chains are completed. As Jiang Wang absorbed more energy, the already weak crystal shell became even weaker. At this rate, the entire hive would be in a state of shutdown before evolution was complete. Anna, who was standing by, changed her expression and gave the order quickly. All the Zergs on the periphery went crazy. Their overlord now needs energy. Lots of energy. If Anna was not unable to open the Lord's space without permission, she would have wanted to mobilize the Queen's guards. Countless Zergs poured into the plains and forests. All living things except humans, even minerals, are taken back to the hive to replenish energy. Fuck, that big guy is washing the picture through the gap. Oh my god, I saw it too. Our team was killing monsters and hundreds of bugs rushed out and were snatched away by the monsters. Fuck, can you believe it? I'm taking a shit. Thousands of bugs are flying over my head. The noise was so loud that it even alarmed the observation team within the academy. Assistant Instructor Lee, you are an incredible registered student. Yes, in just 2 hours, we have reached the top of the list in District 13. Aunt Lee Shui was polite and courteous to all the uncles. At the same time, I was a little confused about what Jiang Wang did. If the crystal shell hadn't blocked the messages on her personal terminal, she would have wanted to see what Jiang Wang was up to. Inside the insect nest, with the Zerg's frantic killing and the worker bee's transportation, Jiang Wang's crystal shell began to gradually thicken until it no longer absorbed energy. Just in case, Anna integrated the egg-laying gene chain into the springtail and worker bee genes. It's not that the genes of other arms cannot be integrated. The stronger the soldiers, the more energy they need. For soldiers like poisonous cockroaches and tanks, once they lay eggs, 2 or even 3 parties will compete for energy in order to raise more powerful poisonous cockroaches or tanks. As the energy of the hive gradually increased, a terrifying race began to emerge from this moment. Jiang Wang knew nothing about the outside world at the moment. He seemed to be traveling in deep space, and the densely packed stars around him were filled with all kinds of genes. Whenever Jiang Wang wanted to get closer, the genes in the stars would fall into an unstable state, as if I saw my family whom I hadn't seen for a long time. Excited, enthusiastic, she wanted to rush into Jiang Wang's arms right away. However, due to the obstruction of the outer light curtain, once the gene becomes unstable, the light curtain will emit a scorching light curtain to disperse Jiang Wang. He just wandered around aimlessly, and he had a companion by his side. Original Stone. For unknown reasons, the primordial stone also followed him into this unknown space and continued to emit a faint light around him, dispelling the darkness of the universe. I don't know how long it took, but as the genes around him became fewer and fewer, Jiang Wang seemed to have reached the end of the universe. And in front of him, there suddenly appeared a gene without a light curtain. It's so big and so small. It's like a black hole. The small body actually caused the surrounding space to distort. As Jiang Wang approached, the black gene suddenly moved. At this time, the original stone that had been obedient also began to move. It kept circling around Jiang Wang, as if it wanted to take Jiang Wang away. The black gene seemed to be too heavy, and as it started slowly, its speed increased. Finally, it was like a black meteor, about to crash into Jiang Wang's body in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the primordial stone suddenly attached itself to the black gene and entered Jiang Wang's body. The surrounding space was instantly shattered, and countless genes scattered. Well, Jiang Wang seemed to hear a sigh when the space was broken, but it didn't seem real. When he opened his eyes again, 3 days had passed. Jiang Wang. Gene Sequence. Destroyer/Original. Function 1. Absolute Balance. All attributes are on par with the highest attributes. Function 2. Endless Life. Can quickly absorb various necessary substances in the void, and has the ability to heal and create. Effect 3. Absolute Destruction. When damage is caused to all things, it is absolute destruction. Every strike has true damage plus critical hit. Rank. Dust 3 stars. Mental Strength. 400. Stamina. 400. Jiang Wang looked at the brand new panel and saw that his rank had dropped instead of rising, as well as his physical strength had increased significantly. The unparalleled benefits that the genetic sequence brought him made him have the illusion of dominating everything for a moment. All in all, Jiang Wang had never felt so refreshed. Mental power instantly covered the entire insect nest. If Aunt Li Shui looked at Jiang Wang's mental power now, you will find that the black mental power has occupied 1/3 of the total mental power. Notice all 13 district member scoreboards. First place, Jiang Wang, 13,947 points. Reward, 1 drop of Requiem Serum. Second place, Sanshin Regiment, 3,947 points. Reward, Mechanical Empire Standard Special Operations Equipment X-24 sets. Third place, Skyfire Regiment, 3,723 points. Reward, 1 Rule Reference. Rewards are now being distributed to the top 10. The top 100 individual positions are now announced. I hope all the lords will be brave enough to take the lead and have a prosperous military career. The next moment, a huge map appeared on Jiang Wang's personal terminal, with himself marked very conspicuously with a golden origin. Not far away from me, the 3rd and 7th place were moving quickly. Well, Jiang Wang sighed. The tree wanted to be still, but the wind did not stop. Publishing such a highly targeted list at this time is clearly intended to encourage competition, but the problem is, Jiang Wang looked at the darkness that occupied 3/4 of the map. You've already started raising goo before you've even finished fighting all the races? Jiang Wang looked up into the void. In the observation room, Jiang Wang's face almost occupied the virtual screen, and his eyes seemed to be able to see through the virtual screen to everyone sitting there. Interesting. The first principal raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he had discovered something interesting. In fact, this kind of fight between the strong was originally scheduled for the middle and late stages, but it was brought out in advance now, obviously to increase the difficulty. But the principal's decision obviously disrupted the original arrangements of the remaining 29 districts. But the principal got everyone to pass the resolution with just one sentence. Kaiyuan and the Alliance need stronger people who can turn the tide and lead the Alliance to the next glory. All district leaders no longer objected, because the strong ones are not only facing all races, but also humans. What's more, there are terminals as a guarantee. Chapter 35, Biological Warrior. The many battle groups surrounding Jiang Wang became more frightened the closer they got to Jiang Wang's location. Wherever the swarm of insects passed, there were few plants or trees, let alone animals, as they were all pulled back to be used as energy. Moreover, they also discovered that there was a team of about 300 springtails following them not far away. And every time they tried to get closer, the springtails would leave at an extremely fast speed. This made Li Wang very upset. Xiao Yin, you said you were from the same primordial realm as him. So first tell us what you know about him. Li Wang looked at the deputy head of the group, Xiao Yin, who was standing behind him. Because Li Wang was originally a fire lord, and his troop type was an S-level fire demon, and Xiao Yin happened to also be a fire lord, and was even an elemental lord. As soon as he came in, he was promoted to deputy leader by Li Wang, and could share more resources, which made Xiao Yin envied by many people. I advise you not to provoke him. Huh? You mean that all of us are no match for a bug? Zhang San, who had always been unhappy with Xiao Yin, snorted coldly. Technically, yes. Xiao Yin didn't care about Zhang San's shocked and angry expression at all, and continued speaking. I know that Boss Li is also a person who defeated several lords of all races in the primordial realm alone, but Jiang Wang is different. Li Wang narrowed his copper bell-like eyes and spoke in a muffled voice. What's the difference? I want to ask, Boss Li, did you defeat the leaders of the myriad races by relying on the delay of other lords in the primordial realm? Yes, if there weren't several equally powerful lords at that time, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to break through the siege. That's the difference. Jiang Wang, with his own strength, killed all the tribes in a few hours and dominated all the lords of District 10086. Zhang San suddenly said in a stern voice. Xiao Yin, stop talking nonsense. How can one person kill all the races? Why don't you blow his finger and crush the primordial realm? Xiao Yin looked at Zhang San coldly, but he ignored the clown. Instead, he said to Li Wang, Boss Li, if you insist on robbing Jiang Wang of his points, I'm sorry I can't accompany you. I will return all the resources except what I deserve. Li Wang looked at Xiao Yan's serious expression. His face was terribly gloomy. But the next second, he suddenly laughed and patted Xiao Yan's shoulder. Brother Xiao, what are you talking about? How can I not believe you if you are willing to tell me such valuable information? Since you've said so much, I won't risk the future of my brothers. After all, we've only opened up a quarter of the map, so we have plenty of points. As he spoke, Li Wang hugged Xiao Yin, looking like a loyal elder brother and a willful younger brother. Can't. That's enough. I am the boss of the Skyfire Regiment. Zhang San wanted to continue speaking, but was interrupted by Li Wang in a harsh voice. Xiao Yin sighed inwardly, damn. Why is it so difficult to get along with people? In front, Li Wang killed people mercilessly with silver coins. And in the back, Li Wang used both kindness and force to control people's hearts. Could it be that the primordial world is intelligent? Under the persuasion of Xiao Yin and the leadership of Li Wang, the Skyfire Regiment successfully escaped the disaster. However, the 7th Yisun team, which was only a few dozen miles away from them, was not so lucky. At this time, the Yisun team was in a mess. Looking at the endless Zerg swarms, they felt extremely desperate. They originally wanted to carry out a decapitation operation directly, but the sudden appearance of the Zerg put their assassination team into an extremely passive situation. Jiang Wang, if you are a man, come out and fight us. The only response he could get was a ruthless blade. Although the teams that dared to come and rob were all top fighters and could kill springtails as easily as chopping melons and vegetables, they simply could not handle the sheer number of them. Both the elements and the summons were buried by the sea of insects. This scene is also happening elsewhere. Jiang Wang sighed softly as he watched the teams being recalled by the terminal due to fatal injuries in the insect nest. Why bother? As the yellow dots around him disappeared, Jiang Wangyu began to slack off. The scene of him surrounding and killing many robbers was seen by all observers. The principal frowned slightly, somewhat dissatisfied, and said to Wang Tianfeng beside him, "Old Wang, I think this guy is a rare talent, but why is he a little lazy?" "Ahahaha. Thanks to the principal who thinks highly of him. I heard from Aunt Shui that this boy is indeed a bit different, but I don't know much about him. Aunt Shui, give your principal an idea." Wang Tianfeng smiled and threw the question to Aunt Li Shui. He and Jiang Wang had only known each other for a few days. Aunt Li Shui secretly scolded her uncle for passing the blame, and then there was a flash in her eyes. Judging from the fact that this boy did not look at his own beauty for the first time, but looked at the advantages of the alliance, this boy is a pragmatic person, so Aunt Li Shui stood up slowly and said with a smile, "Uncle Zhou, I am a registered disciple who is good at everything, but I can't afford to be early for nothing. Why don't you put your treasured biological warfare of the biological empire into the prize and give it a try? By the way, let me say a few words to him. I promise it will work." Zhou Qian was stunned when he heard this, and then laughed and cursed. "Okay, so you were waiting for Uncle Zhou here? You know, when the biological empire collapsed, a few items were kept as treasures, and the rest were destroyed. And the one in his hand happened to be an unfinished product of the biological empire. In terms of rarity alone, the entire Kaiyuan the Empire was all ranked high, but he didn't expect that Aunt Li Shui would actually have an idea for him. Seeing that Zhou Qian was still hesitating, Aunt Li Shui saw that there was something going on and added more firewood. "Uncle Zhou, there is an old saying among people from other worlds, 1,000 pieces of gold buys horse bones." Even though he was culturally illiterate, Zhou Qian, who had lived for hundreds of years, instantly understood the meaning of this sentence, took a deep look at Aunt Li Shui and said, "Okay, let's see if he has this ability. But let's start with the ugly talk. If he can't get it and is taken away by someone else, then you will not only have to compensate me, but you will also have to practice hard." After saying that, Zhou Qian immediately issued a district-wide notice without waiting for Aunt Li Shui, whose face suddenly fell, to say anything. District-wide notification. This reward is changed. The changes are as follows. Platinum level prizes added. Biological warriors. The current platinum level prizes are Seed of the God of Fire, S-Class military contract, 100 grams of tranquilizing essence, Platinum class Star Shuttle battleship, Rhythm of martial arts, biological warrior. The district champion will receive a gold level prize. The regional champion can choose a platinum prize. Everyone looked at the increase in the prize pool with some confusion, but the other responsible persons were greatly shocked. Although this platinum level reward cannot be said to be useful to everyone, it basically covers all seeded players. The biological warriors that the principal temporarily added privately may not look impressive by name, but they are real imperial legacies. You know, the biological empire was able to compete with the Kaiyuan Empire in the past. This biological warrior is extremely precious. On the other side, Jiang Wang was looking at the prize notification and the message sent to him by Aunt Li Shui. Notify, Aun Li Shui dos. Boy, don't say that I, as your master, don't take care of you. Did you see that biological warrior? Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Damn, if you dare not get that biological warrior, you will be dead. Expressions of waving claws and fangs. With the first message, she could still maintain her dignity as a master, but when she thought that if this kid didn't live up to her expectations, she would suffer a great loss, she became angrier and finally sent the second message. Looking at Aunt Li Shui's message, Jiang Wang fell into confusion. Ding, message from Aunt Li Shui. Biological warrior, semi-finished product legacy of the biological empire. It contains the most perfect gene chain of the biological empire. Legend has it that once it is completed, it will be possible to create powerful people who can break through the void. Aunt Li Shui, take care of yourself. In Jiang Wang's eyes, this message has 3 key points. Biology, the most perfect genetic chain. In an instant, Jiang Wang's mentality of slacking off, protecting himself, and collecting genes changed. He was already interested in genes, and after creating many genes himself, he developed an endless desire for more knowledge about genes. Chapter 36 Hanbin Yang. Immediately, Jiang Wang continued to devote himself to genetic research, and his evolutionary points grew rapidly. Jiang Wang did not stop his creation for the whole day. Others have to practice or kill thousands of races to become strong. But I am different. As long as I have enough evolution points, I can become a platinum tomorrow, a master the day after tomorrow, and a powerful void breaker in 3 days. But the problem is also evolving. Because of this evolution, not only did he regress to the 3rd level of dust, but the evolution points required for his improvement also increased significantly. After a day of hard work, he was finally promoted to the 5th level of dust. In order to deal with other dangers that might occur in the future, Jiang Wang began to expand outward and station troops internally. But based on Jiang Wang's current condition, although his personal strength has evolved greatly, his jumping worms are not good enough. After a short period of training in the academy, these lords are basically strong enough to face dozens or even hundreds of them without being at a disadvantage, or even facing the risk of being wiped out. Improving the attack and other aspects of the Zerglings requires a huge amount of evolution points, which is unacceptable to Jiang Wang, who is currently very poor. So Jiang Wang took a different approach. Through the use of egg-laying and proliferation, his Zerg army had a terrifying rate of growth. For a full 15 days, Jiang Wang was in the process of continuously developing troops and researching new gene chains. There are so many springtails that you can even see dozens of large black spots when looking from above. And this is just the surface. Under the ground, countless worker bees are continuously transporting ores to the hive. The entire underground has been basically hollowed out. There are even many Zerg hiding underground. Outside the hive, the fungal carpet has expanded outward for 8 kilometers. Around the hive, there are many buildings, all kinds of magical buildings standing among them. And these buildings are not like those in TV dramas, with wriggling flesh and mucus. On the contrary, under Jiang Wang's design, it is full of biological beauty, not only clean and tidy, but also arranged in an orderly manner. The fungal blanket is piled with supplies brought by the worker bees. Although the hatching energy of springtails is low, Jiang Wang cannot afford to make any mistakes in order to compete for the championship. The energy reserves ensure that Jiang Wang can enter the overload mode at any time. Even all types of troops have undergone dozens of waves of updates and replacements within these 15 days. Jiang Wang's actions confused the big guys in the observation room. Why did he become even more cowardly after the reward was announced? At this time, it is the front line against all races. No, I can't stop it. At this time, the Skyfire Corps, which had escaped the disaster, were numb when they saw the overwhelming crowds of races. As a result of the robbery and infighting in the early stage, 20% of the lords left the trial battlefield. The consequence at this time was that facing the aggressive races, humans could not say that they were powerless to resist, but they were defeated step by step. It was all thanks to a few brave men who held the battlefield and turned the tide to save several breakthrough points. Boss, retreat! Zhang Sen saw with his own eyes a fierce man charging into the myriad races, and then being besieged and killed by the leaders of the myriad races who were lying in ambush on the side, without even having time to be summoned back by the terminal. That's how war is. Nothing is foolproof. Danger on the front line? Everyone assemble. If we block it, even if you hide, it will only delay the time. Only when everyone unites can we resist the invasion of all races. The person who made the announcement on the district channel was a big shot from the front line. The Frost Lord once froze to death nearly all the races within a radius of several hundred meters, and even killed many leaders. It can be seen that the front line is in crisis. At this time, Jiang Wang's combined arms corps was already on its way to the front line. A legion has 100,000 poisonous cockroaches and tanks alone, and as for springtails, the starting number is 200,000. In such a legion, Jiang Wang has 30. He glanced at the 99+ information bar. I didn't even click on it to see it. There must be a lot of people scolding him. Although his points have now dropped to 9th place, many people are still impressed by him. And that is exactly the case. Bang! Han Bingyan slammed his fist on the table. This Jiang Wang, he really wants to reap the benefits? The other people present also had different expressions. Some were angry, some were disdainful. Just seeking fame and reputation. With someone like this, even if he lives longer, his rating will definitely be lowered. Li Si said disdainfully. Forget it, we can't hold this place anymore. Let's find a way to retreat. Xiao Yin guessed that Jiang Wang must be hiding somewhere and continuing to attack other soldiers, but he didn't know when he would come out. Retreat? How? Where can we retreat to? Han Bingyan looked at Xiao Yin and shouted angrily. Looking at the emotional Han Bingyan, Xiao Yin hesitated to speak. He really had no qualifications to command Han Bingyan. Although there are mostly selfish people in this world, there are also pure idealists. And Han Bingyan is one of them. The fearlessness and sacrifice he showed for the front line and all the lords made Xiao Yin feel a little ashamed and incredible. Looking at the silent Xiao Yin, Han Bingyan gradually calmed down. The front line is about to collapse. If we retreat, there will be huge casualties. So someone must cover the rear. Without further ado, I will just say one thing. I am willing to cover the rear. Please stand up. Han Bingyan glanced at the various big guys and powerful men in the account. Everyone he saw lowered their proud heads. Although there is a terminal as a means of protection, it is not 100% effective. As long as you are targeted by several leaders, you will die before you even have time to teleport. Silence. Someone couldn't stand the inner test and said to Han Bingyan, "Why bother? We finally awakened powerful abilities, and as long as we stay alive, we can create huge value." That's right. Why are you pretending to be a good person at this time? For a moment, the crowd was excited. People are like this. Once someone becomes so brilliant and great, you dare not look directly at yourself? People will try every possible means to extinguish this light, or make this light less pure. This way, everyone is on the same level again. Han Bingyan looked at the righteous faces of those people indifferently, and a trace of sadness rose in his heart. Sizzle. There was a sound of a stool being pushed off the ground. Han Bingyan looked at Xiao Yin, who had a relieved look on his face. He smiled knowingly. Then they left the tent side by side. Notigrits. Han Bingyan looked at Xiao Yin, who had a relaxed expression. It's okay. I feel a little regretful, but I can bear it. Xiao Yin joked. But in fact, at this moment he was relaxed and happy. In the original world, he was also a young man full of vigor and vitality. He bravely took the lead for his friends and brothers, just like the man who died yesterday. He stood in front of everyone and blocked the Black Tiger. But later, Jiang Wang's series of actions destroyed him. He thought Jiang Wang was wrong, but he did not stop Jiang Wang, nor did he dare to. He thought Liang deserved to die, but when Tang Si really died in front of him, and when the warm blood and cold hands grabbed him tightly and smeared his face, he was terrified. He fears death, so he was no longer the high-spirited young man he used to be. He joined Li Wang's team, even though he knew that Li Wang was also a selfish and sinister person, and even though there were so many people in the team that he despised, threatened, robbed, and insulted. When these things happened in front of him, he actually acquiesced, until I met Han Bingyan, a pure idealist. He hopes that his power can bring warmth to his fellow tribesmen in this alien world, although he is an ice type. Chapter 37. The Swarm joins the battle. So in this moment, when he stood side by side with Han Bingyan in front of the position, he seemed to feel that everything had returned to him. He returned to the time when he was full of vigor and vitality, and returned to the time when he was reckless. He is still that young boy. Xiao Yin took a step forward. In an instant, flames shot up from his body, black iron into bronze. He is a top genius, an S-level talent, an S-level fire lord. It should be so high-spirited. Han Bingyan looked at the pressure emanating from Xiao Yin in amazement. He said with a hearty smile, "Brother Xiao, it's my honor to stand shoulder to shoulder with you." Then, one ice and one fire, like a dragon and a tiger, fiercely crashed into the myriad races. The Lord, who had already been defeated, stopped and stared at this scene in a daze. Some people turned away with tears in their eyes. Some people joined the fight, shouting and cursing. "Fuck you." As all races collapsed, some people cried and held their heads in their arms. Some people hid and survived, but we Han people have the backbone of the Han people. Even in a foreign world, I would rather die singing in the rain than live under someone else's roof. Some of these people may be rescued by the terminal and brought back to the academy, but some will remain on this battlefield. Ice and fire are flying, roars and screams coexist. Inside the observation room, many big guys watch this scene. In the world of Kaiyuan, there were countless heroes like them who could snatch away piece after piece of land inch by inch from the hands of the fierce and brutal tribes. Although the people in the trial battlefield are as weak as ants, but their spirit moved many people in the alliance. Ready to start there? Wait. Zhou Qinggang was about to open the terminal in advance and save these future pillars, but suddenly he stopped when he saw something. Behind the battlefield, Zhang Xin looked back at Xiao Yin, who was tightly surrounded by thousands of people. TSK, what a shame. But when he turned around and retreated, he suddenly seemed to see something. Hey, boss, what do you think those black spots are? Zhang San stopped Li Wang, who was about to leave. If Zhang San hadn't been his little brother for several years, Li Wang would really want to call him to death right now. A rare large amount of smoke and dust. If it weren't for all races, how could it be reinforcements? Dong, dong, dong. The sound is getting closer and closer. The sound is so loud that all races are stunned. Are there more troops in the rear? Zhang San finally saw clearly the species under the dust. Insects, insects, insect swarm. Zhang San's tenor voice made everyone react. The swarm of insects is not scary. What is scary is the swarm of insects that is all over the mountains, and there is no end in sight. Jiang Wang's first batch of troops arrive. Countless springtails attacked the myriad races. Although the quality of individual soldiers is not as good as that of the 10,000 races, Jiang Wang wins in numbers. We don't have to die. The wounded Xiao Yin said to Han Bingyan behind him. Based on his understanding of Jiang Wang, once he starts taking action, he will be unstoppable like thunder. Let's talk about it while we're still alive. Han Bingyan said weakly. Xiao Yin was promoted to bronze and was able to fight for so long, but he was still at black iron 9 stars and almost died. Inside the insect nest, Jiang Wang was also watching the battle closely. Anna directed the operation personally, and Jiang Wang supervised it. To be on the safe side, Jiang Wang sent out 2 more armies to encircle the enemy from behind. When the Zerg go to war, not a blade of grass will grow. I'll scatter all your ashes. In the shocked eyes of everyone, the tanks leaped high and then slammed heavily among the myriad races. The poison mantis's covering attack also creates combat space for the springtails. Each branch of the army fights independently, but cooperates perfectly. It was a really primal and violent fight. This is the first sigh that comes from the heart of everyone who sees the Zerg fighting. Inside the observation room, Aunt Li Shui smiled proudly. My apprentice. Did you see that? My first apprentice. That expression was just like that of Wang Yusheng, a subordinate of Li Yunlong, but because of the different appearance, there was a different kind of cuteness and beauty in him. Some of the elders present couldn't help laughing. Assistant Li is not an ordinary disciple. The director of the resources department said to Aunt Li Shui with a smile. That's right. It seems that our principal Zhou's treasure can no longer be protected. The director of the finance department also gloated. Aunt Li Shui also felt a little embarrassed. It's all thanks to the college leaders. If it weren't for the cultivation of all the uncles, aunts, and sisters, I wouldn't have Aunt Li Shui's sharp eyes. These words caused everyone in the hall to burst into laughter. Ah, yes, that's it. Wang Tianfeng was also in a good mood after being teased by Aunt Li Shui, but when he saw her cute expression, he seemed to have thought of something. A trace of pain flashed in his eyes, and he sighed unconsciously. Everyone here who is not a human being immediately understood what Wang Tianfeng had in mind. Then the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. And Aunt Li Shui, who was so weird just now, also sat down a little lonely. What are you doing? Aren't you just a royal, a succubus? Just deal with the succubus. We are not afraid of the royal family either. Zhou Qian suddenly turned cold, exuding a terrifying aura, and said sternly, Uncle Zhou. Aunt Li Shui looked at Zhou Qian, who was always gentle and kind. Aunt Xiaoxue, if you don't want to, no one will force you, be good. Zhou Qian suddenly regained his smile and said to Aunt Li Shui. Aunt Li Shui smiled stiffly, but lost her previous spirit. Seeing this, everyone around her sighed inwardly. Aunt Li Shui can be said to be the person most likely to become the next void-breaking powerful one after Yi Chun, although she has just entered platinum. But she has double SS plus arms and talents. There is only one person like this among trillions of people. SS plus level troops, Succubus Lord. You can enter the enemy's spiritual world, charm the enemy, and kill people invisibly. It can also seduce enemies in reality. Those who are seduced will become slaves. After being drained dry, they will turn into flying flowers. Once they are contaminated by the flying flowers, they will be marked by the Lord of the Succubus and can enter the spiritual world. They can also control the other party through mental means. Although extremely powerful, it has a very serious flaw. The Succubus Lord can no longer be considered a type of soldier. She is even considered a person, a species. No person wants to be controlled by others, let alone a Succubus Lord. So she wanted to occupy Aunt Li Shui's body all the time. The Succubus gets stronger every day, and Aunt Li Shui must also get stronger every day to suppress the Succubus. But once she gets stronger, the succubus will also get stronger, and they are trapped in a vicious circle. Another point is that there will be one day every 3 months when Antli Shue will be extremely eager for a man, and once she really loses her virginity, she will be quickly possessed by the succubus. And the virginity will provide half of the cultivation of the man on the other side. But the royal family can pay a huge price to deal with the succubus. But the price is that Antli Shue has to marry the emperor. This is also the reason why the alliance is wary of the royal family. They have reason to suspect that the old emperor is likely to use Antli Shue to break through the void. SS plus level talent, Soul Stealing. Effect 1. Mental Aura. Enhances the host's mental attributes, greatly increases mental quality, and adds succubus mental attributes. Effect 2. Lord of the Succubus. Anyone who has a crush on the host can have their inner voice heard by the host, and anyone who develops a favorable impression of the host will be unable to resist the host's requests and orders. Effect 3. Succubus Lord draws upon the host's heartthrobs, spiritual power, and cultivation. Therefore, Antli Shue has been strictly protected by Wang Tianfeng since she was a child and has never come into contact with a man. But even so, there are many people in the entire Kaiyuan world who like her and want to get her by any means necessary. Chapter 38. The battle is over. This was also the reason why Wang Tianfeng was extremely furious after learning that Antli Shue had accepted a disciple and was living in the same room with him. Wang Tianfeng did not want to test Jiang Wang at the beginning. He really wanted to beat him to death. But after repeated tests between him and Antli Shue, they discovered that Jiang Wang had extremely strong resistance to both Antli Shue's charming mental power and the Lord of Charm, or even immunity. It's like he has no interest in women. As long as she was within Jiang Wang's spiritual range, she would feel a gentle sensation, instead of the constant heat from the succubus. This is also the most fundamental reason why Antli Shue felt that Jiang Wang was unique and wanted to talk to him, and even take him as her apprentice. Unlike the somewhat dull atmosphere in the observation room, on the trial battlefield, the fight between Jiang Wang and the 10,000 races has begun to enter a white-hot stage. After a brief period of chaos, all the races quickly adjusted their strategies, and a large number of elite races gathered on the flanks, determined to keep the Zerg out. Nearly 500,000 tribes, under the command of various leaders, like the Great Wall of Beasts, slammed into the Black Wave. Everyone stared in amazement at this unprecedented scene. Blood and limbs flew everywhere. The Zerg are fearless and brave, but the orcs are not the little Karamis from the original world. The purpose of the Novice trial was originally to reach an agreement between all races and humans. It is both a trial and a contest. Besides, the humans here are all newcomers from another world, while the people from all races have all heard of, seen, and received training. For a moment, the difference in combat skills was immediately apparent. The Wanzu who were blocking the Zerg gradually began to exert their advantages. Although they were not as fierce as the Zerg, they were also quite brave, especially considering the individual strength of the Wanzu and Jiang Wang's lack of means to control the air. The Zerg gradually fell into decline. The springtails and the poisonous cockroaches behind them have begun to suffer considerable casualties due to the continuous sneak attacks from flying beasts in the air. Seeing this, Anna began to sweat coldly. I was a little overwhelmed for a moment. "Don't panic, take your time." Jiang Wang's calm voice sounded beside Anna. "You are the queen of the Zerg, second only to the one who rules over all the other Zergs. You can't panic." With the soothing of her mental power, Anna gradually calmed down. His expression was stern, and orders were issued quickly. Groups of poisonous cockroaches appeared in the rear under the cover of tank troops, ready to go. Anna calmly examined the situation. Due to the lack of aerial capabilities, the enemy's aerial beasts often attack above and in front of the poisonous cockroach position in order to strike more comprehensively and efficiently. Now, just waiting for an opportunity. Suddenly, Anna's eyes fixed. The time is now. All poisonous cockroaches are fired at the same time, and the target is the poisonous cockroach position. At this time, above the poisonous cockroach position, a huge griffin was looking at the venom that covered the entire area. Let out a desperate roar. Even retreating at full speed would be of no avail. In an instant, the overwhelming swarm of poisonous cockroaches destroyed all the air forces of the 10,000 races. Not only that, because the poisonous cockroaches directly dealt a devastating blow to the front positions, The poisonous cockroaches and springtails also suffered devastating blows. But Anna still looked grim. With waves of tanks in front, it took the poisonous cockroach a full minute to reload successfully. This time it was not venom, but deadly spores. In front of the 10,000 races position, Xiao Yin and Han Bingyan also evacuated quickly after making sure that everyone had evacuated. Slow down, please, slow down even more. Xiao Yin kept shouting in his heart. Pong, pong, pong. The sound came from not far away. Xiao Yin was stunned for a moment. Then he sped up a bit. Run! Waves of spore attacks. Su Jin launches barrage-style attacks. It instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Xiao Yin and Han Bingyan also ran out of the attack range at the last moment and saved their lives. And in the spore smoke, a springtail with mushrooms growing all over its body still fiercely stabbed the sharp blade in its hand into the chest of the Wanzu in front of it. For a moment, it was purgatory among the beasts. The Zerg used up their last bit of life and strength to deliver the final blow to the Overlord. However, the orcs within the range of the spores were almost in despair. Countless races injured on the battlefield were the first to grow mushrooms. However, those tribes with slightly stronger leader-level power could still barely resist. It's not that the spores have become weaker, but that the opponent has become stronger. In addition, Jiangwang has not found a good gene to improve the spores. But even so, wrapped in the poisonous fog, only a few thousand leader-level creatures staggered out of the range of the spores. But what greets them is a new round of despair. The Second Legion, which had come from behind, also arrived. Chew! All the colorful peacock's feathers fell off. Behind her, tens of thousands of springtails and even a dozen tanks had fallen. A road of corpses of all races and Zerg was formed. She is the only one of the myriad races still fighting on the battlefield. As the supreme commander of this army, she fell to this state in just half a day. Even the other lord was not seen. Seeing that he couldn't kill all the springtails, Kong Yu's eyes were filled with sadness. Chew! Suddenly, a blood force rushed up into the sky, and under the guidance of the blood force, she left the battlefield in the blink of an eye. She could have done without the power of blood to guide, but the 500,000 tribes on the front line were all wiped out, and there was not even one person who could deliver the message. She could only burst out her blood to alert the remaining tribes in the rear. Jiang Wang felt a little sorry when he saw the colorful chicken disappear in the blink of an eye. In the siege just now, except for the low and medium-level races, basically all the ones that looked high-ranking left in this way in the end. But Jiang Wang also killed several members of the Wan clan with weak bloodlines with lightning speed. The Second Legion that arrived did not waste any time and quickly entered the battlefield, finishing off those who needed to be killed and dragging away those who needed to be dragged away. After all, the First Legion also suffered heavy losses, and how could it increase its troops without energy? As for life or death, the fungal blanket doesn't care whether you live or die. The worker bees quickly carried various corpses to the rear. Human front. Everyone stared at this scene in a daze. 500,000 races. Since there are 500,000 pigs, they will have to kill them all in a day and a night. And Jiang Wang only took half a day. Kill the animal, transport it, and digest it. Apart from the mushrooms on the ground and the land soaked in blood, no one would believe that a battle of 1 million level had just taken place here. Zhang San looked at the orderly Zerg in a daze and swallowed his saliva. Boss, he probably doesn't know that we were going to rob him, right? Snap! Shut up your crow mouth. Li Wang slapped Zhang San hard. Damn it. Bringing this up at this time? Are you trying to wash his pants? On the other side, under the protection of a large number of springtails, Jiang Wang began to move the insect nest. Chapter 39, Dragon. First of all, his current location was far from the battlefield, which was not conducive to the transportation of supplies. Secondly, all the surrounding materials, whether on the ground or underground, have basically been dug up. What's more, when the Second and Third Legions were taking a detour, Jiang Wang discovered a venue that was more perfect than the current one. For the Zerg, there is no need for any geographical advantage. As long as there is a vast plain, it is the best battlefield. What's more, the resources are abundant. Jiang Wang also had a rare chance to take a short break from his busy schedule. You know, he fought for that creature. I only sleep 3 hours a day at most. Even the donkeys in the production team didn't dare to do this. If it weren't for the talent to absorb energy from the void, he was afraid that he would become the first Zerg overlord to die of exhaustion. Jiang Wang and Guyu collapsed on the sofa, while Anna carefully massaged Jiang Wang beside them. There was no trace of his previous serious and indifferent look. "How does it feel? Is it familiar now?" Jiang Wang said to Anna with a smile. Anna lowered her head in embarrassment. She really had a feeling of dominance, just now, as if everything was under her control. A large number of myriad races and Zerg died in her hands. And not only did she not feel anything else, she even felt a strange sense of gratitude. It felt like pleasure. Jiang Wang looked at the shy little girl, smiled, and stopped teasing her. Let's start reviewing today's battle. Although Anna was a little nervous at the beginning, once she got into the state, every decision and timing could be said to be accurate. What Jiang Wang was thinking was, where should the entire Air Force go? Or, what is the prototype for creating an Air Force? On the other side, in the bright lobby, this is a trial battlefield composed of many noble families, and the contestants are also Earth Lords recruited by each family. Li Tian, the young master of the Li family, stared at the virtual screen in boredom. Really? Why did the old man insist on having me watch over him? He also said that we shouldn't look down on people from other worlds. TSK. Shaoli, I think you people from other worlds are trash. What do you think? Li Tian glanced at Liang next to him. Master is right. If it were you, no genius from another world would be worthy of carrying your shoes. Liang smiled flatteringly. Ever since Li Tian brought him home, Liang has been acting stupidly. Li Tian was planning to throw him out on the street to be a beggar. Unexpectedly, an idea suddenly came to his mind. But only Liang knew that his sudden inspiration was not what he wanted. Jiang Wang Yuan's original world, the last slap, crushed his spiritual world alive. And he too was in a state of confusion. Finally, with strong unwillingness, he pieced the two fragments together and got a chance to breathe. Although the two pieces were put together, the talents and arms were in an unusable state. When Liang found out that he was not registered, he stayed at the Li family for the time being. Although the Li family is not a famous family, it is also a good third-rate family. With his eloquence and shamelessness, he successfully climbed into the position of Li's young master's lackey. I'm tired, Santa. You stay here and watch while I go have some fun. Li Tian stood up with his arms around the two delicate beauties, a lewd smile on his face, and gave instructions to Liang. Li Tian gave Liang the name Sanair because he thought Liang didn't sound good. Okay, master. You are busy. Just call me if you need anything. Liang nodded and bowed hurriedly. When Li Tian walked out of the hall, many people looked back at the situation here, and Liang also bowed and nodded to everyone. When everyone stopped paying attention to this little guy, a hint of viciousness flashed across Li Ang's flattering face. Looking at the novice trial on the virtual screen, he knew that Jiang Wang must be among them. But when he thought of the alternation between light and darkness, he licked the corner of his mouth unconsciously. Novice battlefield. Jiang Wang has completed the move. Even various kinds of buildings have been built. Inside the insect nest, Jiang Wang ignored the various genes in front of him and plunged headfirst into the flying gene. He couldn't stand a day without air superiority. The right to fight externally was given directly to Anna, and she was told to defeat all invading enemies and protect the hive. After saying that, Jiang Wang began his research. In the dense flying genes, Jiang Wang even saw quite a few creatures similar to those on Earth. There were giant bird beasts similar to pterosaurs. There are also mosquitoes as small as flies and mosquitoes that are hated by people. Jiang Wang thought about it and couldn't help but ask himself a question. What is the most important thing in air combat? Is it attack power? Flying ability? Survival? Of course, Jiang Wang wanted all of these. For the race, the ability to fly is by far the most important. There are many types of flying abilities. Jiang Wang suddenly had an idea. Giant dragonfly? Right? This is a species that originated during the Cambrian period on Earth. Powerful hovering and flying abilities are exactly what Jiang Wang needs right now. As for the others, can you add them slowly? Now, Jiang Wang is going to use its genes as the blueprint for future flying troops. Just do it. Jiang Wang quickly retrieved the gene chains of several species that were most similar to dragonflies. Then start creating it yourself. Recovery ability, attacking genes, with the continuous injection of new gene chains. The originally harmonious and beautiful gene chain suddenly became bloated. Jiang Wang immediately gave up this genetic chain. An overly bloated gene chain will not only bring various conflicts to the created species, but will also activate various eliminated genes. The final product is likely to be a pile of mucus. Jiang Wang frowned and thought. Soon an idea came into his mind. If injection is not possible, then fuse them and allow the genes to freely select and combine. Jiang Wang directly retrieved hundreds of labeled high-quality gene chains from the gene bank and began a long experiment. And Anna began to take over the battlefield completely. A week later, fuck, I'm so fucking awesome. Jiang Wang's hair was disheveled and his face was dirty, but his eyes were the only thing that sparkled with amazing light. And in front of him is his final product, a genetic chain spiraling upward, along with a photo of what the initial estimate of the finished product might look like. Rare, Mutalisk, flight speed 50, survivability 80, attack power 75. Independently create a rare type of soldier, the dragon. Get plus 50,000 evolution points. The Allosaurus was nearly 8 meters long and had a wingspan of nearly 12 meters. By integrating the pterosaur genes obtained this time, the dragonfly's originally fragile and transparent wings were successfully transformed into special leather wings. And on the basis of the original dragonfly, the genes of the insect mantis were added. It has 2 large and sharp sickle blades. It was then integrated into the genetic chains of various bacteria, including parasites. Every time it flies, it can produce corrosive liquid, which is stored in the nozzles on both sides of its body. The tail end is inhabited by alien species and sharp blade parasites that can spray or pound. Even blood is corrosive. The entire dragon can be said to be a sickle in the sky. It can attack both air and ground targets, a double killer. Jiang Wang looked at the complete killing machine in front of him. As a scholar, some feelings, creation, this is God's authority. Chapter 40, I can't think of a title. Soon, the hatching pool quickly hatched according to Jiang Wang's requirements, but the alien dragon that came out of the hatching pool could not take off immediately. Although this was not a problem, once the war became intense, this little bit of time could determine the direction of the battlefield. Jiang Wang stepped forward to check the various functions of the strange dragon. Look left and right. He really didn't know what he was talking about. Perfect. This is the aerial killing machine he created. Then, the strange dragon slowly took off. Jiang Wang summoned a tank not far away and ordered the dragon to attack. Swish! Bang! Soon the battle was over. The tank's hard armor was vulnerable to the huge tail hammer of the alien dragon. It doesn't say how powerful the tail hammer is. Rather, due to the existence of parasites and pores, gas will be ejected every time the tail hammer is swung, instantly accelerating the swing of the tail hammer, and the spikes on the tail hammer are the most deadly weapon. But this is not the reason why tanks fell so quickly. The parasite on the tail will absorb the gas produced in the body of the dragon and produce a biological reaction, spraying out highly corrosive liquid. It can even condense into small balls for long-range attacks. The recovery ability of the alien dragon is also terrifying. It can even be said to be void recovery. They can recover quickly with the help of various gases produced during flight and biological bacteria. Judging from the battle just now, as long as the injury is not fatal, he only needs to fly out for 10 or 20 minutes before he can join the battle again. Jiang Wang immediately turned around and returned to the insect nest. The most urgent task is to quickly design an incubation tower specifically for the dragons. Anna looked at Jiang Wang, who was busy, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. The soldiers are hard to make, but the buildings are very easy to make. After a while, an insect nest building called Spire came into being. Added new insect nest building plus 2,000 evolution points. Soon, a new building was erected outside the insect nest. The massive spire rises into the clouds like a sentry tower. The huge sphere in the upper middle part of the spire is an incubation pool where the dragons can go directly into battle as soon as they are born. Above are some protective measures for the spire and a resting place for the dragon. Just as Jiang Wang was admiring his masterpiece, Anna's soft voice sounded behind him. Dominate. What's wrong, little Anna? Jiang Wang, in a good mood, rubbed Anna's head. She had worked hard during this period. Anna did not complete the task assigned to her by the Lord. Looking at the happy Jiang Wang, Anna's little face instantly fell. Instantly, Jiang Wang thought of countless possibilities, but when he looked around and saw millions of elite springtails in the Lord's space, his heart was relieved again. What's the matter? Inside the observation room, Aunt Li Shui looked at all the elders present with some embarrassment. My dear uncles, Aunt Shui really didn't lie to you. When I recruited him, I really felt that he could do it. Who knew he would be so powerful? The disciple you casually accepted slaughtered more than 6 million people from all races in 7 days? The director of the resources department said with an exaggerated expression. That's more than 1 million a day. What level is he at now? The director of the information office agreed, with a serious look. Okay, please stop teasing Aunt Shui. With such strong students, we will be more confident about the next Kaiyuan's secret realm. Wang Tianfeng smoothed things over with a smile on his face. Wait, look at this. Zhou Qian suddenly spoke. What was reflected on the virtual screen was the alien dragon and spire that Jiang Wang had just created. What is this? Why haven't I seen him use it before? When several people saw the new unit, they all thought it was Jiang Wang's backup force. But what the principal said next shocked everyone. Tell me, is it possible that he created it? Look, the wings and torso of this creature. Aren't these the wings of a pterosaur? Although the shape has changed, only the pterosaurs of all races have such leather wings. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked solemn. Genetic engineering? Aren't they all destroyed? Isn't he an alien? Su Kai, director of the resource department, said in shock. The biological empire was destroyed not only because he wanted to create the void-breaking powerful, but also because their involvement in genes threatened everyone in the Kaiyuan world. But even so, Kaiyuan world paid a huge price to wipe out the biological empire. Okay, that's it. The biological empire has been destroyed, and everyone's remnants have been wiped out. Zhou Qian suddenly turned his eyes and said in a solemn voice to everyone. Everyone glanced at Wang Tianfeng, then at Zhou Qian, and nodded lightly. On the other side, Jiang Wang looked at Anna, who was about to cry. You killed 6 million monsters? Yeah. Anna pouted, feeling a little aggrieved. We suffered heavy casualties? Jiang Wang continued to ask. About 900 W. Jiang Wang thought about it and thought it's okay. It's not a lot. And you? Wow. I didn't defeat them. Wow. They hid in a barrier and wouldn't come out. And I couldn't defeat them. Wow. Anna's tears fell one after another like beads from a broken string. Jiang Wang stood there in amazement. What a bad guy who made the first move to complain. You were killed by someone and couldn't leave your house, and you cried out a grievance. After Jiang Wang comforted her with potato chips and Coke, Anna finally got over the feeling of failure. Click on the public screen. Private message 999 plus. Notification 999 plus. Friend request 999 plus. Jiang Wang opened the private message with the mentality of giving it a try. Swish. The virtual screen mapped on the personal terminal was instantly full, refreshing at a speed of 999 per second. Good man, this plus limits your terminal. It took Jiang Wang an hour to take a general look at the message. Most likely they asked for it directly. The services here include, but are not limited to, bed warming, massage, and other services. 20% made Jiang Wang blush. Including but not limited to giving birth to monkeys, twins, triplets, transsexuals, etc. In a word, there is nothing they can't think of. When Jiang Wang clicked on the notification, notice, the novice trial will be held in a free-for-all in 1 week. Currently, the completion rate of the novice trial in Area 13 is 99%, ranking first. When the completion rate reaches 100%, mysterious rewards will be given to the entire region and MVP. District 3 notification message. District 13 is so powerful. Notification message from Area 6. I'm so confused. Is the difficulty of each dungeon different? Notification message from District 17. I don't think anyone will open it. Notification message from District 13. Ah, yes. Regional notification messages are visible to the entire region, but the cost is also very high, 1K points per message. To send a message, you need to kill 1,000 dust myriads, or 100 black iron myriads. Jiang Wang's name also spread among various regions. Chapter 41 title, Where's My Mom? District 1 notice. Just brag if you want. One-man sweep? Why don't you say that the monsters are lining up to jump into the river? District 13. Believe it or not, I won't talk anymore. I have no points left. Zone 6. 99% progress, but no points? District 13. It's really all gone. All the points are in the hands of boss Jiang Wang. By getting off the plane, Jiang Wang looked at the notifications sent 3 days ago and the constantly updated notifications. Adhering to the principle of Earthlings helping Earthlings. All districts are talking about the strength of the 10,000 races and the techniques and methods to become stronger. Each region shared their own techniques for fighting the 10,000 races and the strengths and weaknesses of some of the 10,000 races' powerful races. Of course, except for the 13 regions, there is no sharing. All the districts despised and disliked the behavior of District 13, but the people of District 13 said that it was really unfair. They didn't even touch the monster a few times before they were defeated by Jiang Wangping. After Jiang Wang finished reading the notifications, he smiled slightly. It was really nice to be praised by others. Then he started living the life of a capitalist, petting his dog, drinking Fat House Happy Water, and eating potato chips. Then they continued to send troops to harass the last territory of the 10,000 races. Northeast corner of the map. All the remaining races huddled together. They used their own blood to activate the protective formation that was originally left here. What's the point of us persisting like this? Those bugs will rush in and eat everyone sooner or later. A giant ape with a green face and fangs was on the verge of collapse and shouted to a golden lion in front of it. Yes, Boss Gene, let's go. What's the point of holding on? Besides, even if we hold on, how much blood can be shed? Boss Gene, leave a way for the brothers to survive. The black snake next to the lion also spoke. Each and every one of them is from a well-known group among all the races, and they were sent to the trial field with high hopes. However, they did not expect that what they encountered was not the path to becoming stronger, but an endless swarm of insects that appeared and disappeared mysteriously. The golden lion slowly opened its eyes, its golden mane becoming somewhat dim due to the loss of bloodline power. However, the moment it opened its eyes, it made all the other races feel tremendous pressure. Why, since we opened up the trial battlefield, we have never been forced into such a situation by humans. Even if we are as strong as Yi Chun, we have never surrendered. What do you think the barrier under our feet is? Is it to protect us? The golden lion's eyes were wide open. No, this is our trace. This is our mark. The proof that we were once powerful. This is the altar where blood was sacrificed for humanity and to comfort our ancestors. If humans achieve 100% completion, I'm afraid that even if you go back, you will become waste in the clan. The golden lion spoke passionately, his blood boiling. If there is any blood, a burst of applause sounded. The lion was originally pleased with his speech. Then he suddenly realized something and turned around. Damn it, everyone here is a monster. Who the hell will applaud? Outside the barrier, the larva version of Jiang Wang looked at the passionate lion. I didn't expect it. Brother Lion is so wise and righteous. I admire him. The alien species looked at Jiang Wang in front of them and realized that who else could be standing here at this time except the owner of these insects. All the ferocious beasts stared at Jiang Wang fiercely with vicious eyes, as if they wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Come on, you guys kill us humans to sacrifice to the gods, so it's not too much for me to kill some exotic animals to satisfy my hunger. Jiang Wang pretended to be very scared. This scene also made everyone in the observation room laugh. Annie Li Shui was amused, but she had her own thoughts. This little Jiang Wang was extremely mature in both his dealings with people and his intelligence, which meant he was not stupid. So, was he really not interested in her at all? Everyone was watching this scene. Since the opening of the trial battlefield, never before had all races been slaughtered to such an extent as today. It's not that humans in the past were too useless, but every time the killing reached a certain level, the party being killed would replenish their manpower. And the same was true for humans, with a total of 3 chances. And Anna was killed by all the reinforcements. Hey, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Next, I will have the Zerg attack day and night, and I will also have people come here to check in and take pictures. If you don't want your face and embarrassed appearance to appear on various platforms of Kaiyuan, it's not too late to leave now. Jiang Wang said playfully to all the races within the barrier. He had just tried this barrier. The blood of the bloodline was just a trigger. Its real effect was actually the accumulated blood of the human lords and many other types of soldiers who had been sacrificed in the past, killed humans, and used their blood to protect themselves. Jiang Wang looked playful on the surface, but a hint of coldness flashed in the depths of his eyes. Humph, lowly human, do you really think you have won? The whole region will be conducting a trial soon, and all of you will soon become food for my 10,000 races. Slaves! Come on, whatever you want, the golden lion said to Jiang Wang very arrogantly. Good. The next second, waves of ripples appeared on the barrier. Just now, Jiang Wang used nearly 1K of his mental power to launch a powerful hammer attack. In addition to the ripples, he was also affected by the emotions of fear and killing that many humans and soldiers experienced before their deaths. But Jiang Wang's attack really scared all the tribes inside. After evolving through evolution points, Jiang Wang has now returned to Bronze 1 star. But the quality of his spirit is no longer what it used to be. The mental power that a larva can mobilize alone is much stronger than before he evolved. Seeing that it wasn't going to work, Jiang Wang turned around and left. Fuck, I was so scared. Black Snake secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Following Jiang Wang's call, all those who wanted to witness the leaders of all races gathered in the northeast corner. The look on his face was as if he had seen a new animal in a zoo. Damn, this lion's head is so fucking big. The braised lion's head must be delicious. You know nothing. Did you see that Black Snake? Take the snake's gallbladder and boil it into soup. It will strengthen your virility. Strengthen your virility. That gorilla is so small. Alien beasts are alien beasts after all. If you ask these lords to fight against all races, they may not win. But if you ask them to curse and insult all races, then I can only say, Zon pianist screw civilization. The filthy bugs couldn't bear to hear the words anymore, so they retreated away to avoid being heard by Jiang Wang accidentally. Inside the insect nest, just tell me if you have any solution, Jiang Wang said while looking at Antly Shui on the virtual screen. Don't be impatient. Wait a minute. There are also many sounds coming out of the video. Inside the observation room. Hey, old Sue, I have something I want to ask you. How do you activate the heavenly sacrifice formation of the 10,000 races? Huh? Don't know? Old Zhao knows? Okay, I'm hanging up now. Hello. Many bigwigs have begun to use their own connections. Chapter 42, I'm going to bring the title girl back. Soon, a method for activating the altar was sent to Jiang Wang's personal terminal. Look at the detailed operation plan in an old video. Jiang Wang clicked on the video. The surroundings were slowly taken up by the scenes in the video. The breeze, the blue sky, the green mountains, and the myriad races that cover the sky. Countless roars and shouts came to Jiang Wang's ears. Looking at the altar not far away, the voices of all races were filled with excitement. On the altar, countless humans and soldiers were piled up like pigs and dogs. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood, with broken limbs and arms. The humans who were not completely dead emitted faint, gasping sounds. Jiang Wang seemed like a bystander among all the races. In front of the altar, a dozen humans were cut into pieces like human pigs. They squirmed, he screamed. They raised their heads with all their strength and looked at all the races with their empty eye sockets, as if looking directly at Jiang Wang. It also seems to be looking directly at everyone watching the video. They opened their mouths as if shouting something. But what came out was not a sound, but blood spurting out due to excessive force. The myriad races around laughed even louder. This was a victory for all races, and also a massacre for all races. A blood-red curtain of light rose into the sky. First came the corpses of soldiers, then the corpses of humans, and finally the human pigs. Blood oozed out from all parts of their bodies and drifted into the deep space. The process was slow and painful. But those human pigs did not struggle. They still looked into the distance and shouted silently. The sacrifice ended quickly, and a few golden raindrops floated out. All the tribes roared with excitement. This was the reward from their ancestors. The video suddenly stopped. Jiang Wang stood there with an indifferent expression. Through the information at hand, he also learned that those human pigs were famous talented young men at the time. They were killed and captured to be turned into human pigs in order to cover the human race's evacuation from the trial battlefield. In order to publicize their strength, the 10,000 races posted the entire process to the human network. Although the authorities responded quickly, it still caused an uproar. But none of this matters to Jiang Wang. He just looked at it again and again. The gaze from the empty eye sockets is hotter than the sun. There was a hint of a smile beneath the ferocious appearance. It's as if telling those who come later, don't be afraid, I will stand in front of you. Jiang Wang has never had any feelings for this world. Everything is a tool for Jiang Wang to progress. Killing all races is just to obtain genes and become stronger. Antly Shui was chosen because of her identity. Everything he did was for his survival. But now, he was being scrutinized by these eyes. He suddenly remembered a friend from his previous life who died in front of him to protect him from being kidnapped by other countries. He smiled and told Jiang Wang not to be afraid and to leave quickly. He was an excellent soldier, a warm husband, and a compassionate squad leader. He's a very nice person. But he died in front of Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang suddenly walked out. Countless Zergling armies roared angrily. The Zerg swarmed out in overwhelming numbers. The lords who kept cursing around the barrier also became a little discouraged. Fuck, what is Diawanzu? You don't fight back when you're beaten, and you don't talk back when you're scolded. You're really rubbish. Who says it's not? Even though the two of them were being weird, all the races within the barrier remained indifferent. Suddenly, several people seemed to have discovered something. Wait, brother, do you think there's something wrong with this Zerg? Damn it, I was just about to say that they were looking at me like they wanted to kill us all. Several people were feeling uneasy. They are the kings of the public screen, keyboard pianists, top omiogus. But unfortunately, their fighting ability is very weak, commonly known as death in the light. They were all hired by Jiang Wang to curse the beasts. But at this moment, I felt extremely nervous, because the Zerg is in a very bad state, and even hisses in anger. The swarm of insects that covered the sky in the distance also confirmed their conjecture. Strange dragons obscuring the clouds and mist, and insects covering the earth. Looking at such a huge swarm of insects, all the races within the barrier became a little panicked. When Jiang Wang stood in front of the barrier again, he had a different feeling. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to the position in the video just now. He stood outside the barrier and watched everyone being sacrificed. It doesn't matter if there are too many bugs. If you have the guts, come in and kill us. The chimpanzee shouted provocatively to Jiang Wang, who was outside the barrier. Hearing this, Jiang Wang suddenly smiled. The position did not change, but the one being sacrificed changed. Jiang Wang ignored the shouting of the 10,000 races and ordered the Zerglings to make way. Just on the way, he posted the video on the district-wide channel. Everyone saw that scene. Some are angry, some are afraid, some don't care. But when he told them that they only needed to contribute a little blood to make all the races within the barrier suffer the same fate. Everybody is here. Jiang Wang looked at the long queue. He smiled knowingly. I, Jiang Wang, promise everyone that 100 milliliters of blood can be exchanged for 10 points. I will not let you come here in vain. Brother Jiang, what are you talking about? If it weren't for you, I might have lost my life, not to mention my blood. Jiang Wang also made full preparations. With the arrival of teams of medical staff, the blood donation ceremony began on the spot. The people who were close to them immediately cut their arms. Blood flowed down his arm into the soil around the barrier. The activity lasted for half an hour, and nearly 100,000 people donated blood. All the races within the barrier were already terrified. As their blood was injected into the barrier altar, their ability to recall their bloodline had long been sealed. This ban was originally used to deal with humans. Jiang Wang, do you think you can destroy the barrier like this? So naive. All the races laughed at Jiang Wang madly, but their laughter was full of stiffness. Jiang Wang smiled slightly at the Wanzu who were trying to cover up their crimes. Not only do I know that the altar is activated with human blood, I also know that you can no longer be called away. Jiang Wang stopped talking halfway, which frightened the already extremely nervous Wanzu even more. What else do you know? The golden lion stared at Jiang Wang with red eyes. I know. What else do I know? Jiang Wang smiled and said nothing. He turned and walked away, ignoring the shouts and curses of all the tribes. If they had not released the video in order to undermine human morale, the altar would not have been broken into by hateful humans. If it weren't for, but Jiang Wang didn't tell them. Waiting for death and anxiety is much more terrifying than knowing about death directly. Chapter 43, The Title Girl is Back. Sacrifice. There is still half a day before the merger. The blood donation activity lasted for a day and a half. During this period, nearly millions of people donated blood. Despite Jiang Wang's repeated appeals, 100 milliliters per person is enough. But there are some ruthless people who donated 1,000 milliliters just by watching the video. After that, they were taken away by the Lord next to them for treatment. The soil around the barrier was filled with blood and the smell of blood. The Zerg around have evacuated, and in their place are silent lords. Jiang Wang looked at the golden lion with bloodshot eyes within the barrier. Guess, do I know how to open the altar? His cold tone suddenly made the golden lion feel like he was falling into an icy cave. Ignoring the reaction of the golden lion, Jiang Wang began to operate on his own. All the races, sensing something, shouted loudly at Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang, you can't. You are violating the agreement signed between humans and all races. Jiang Wang, please. We are willing to serve you as our lord. Jiang Wang, listen to me. We don't need to. As long as you are willing to let us go, our tribe will definitely give you a lot of resources. We are all. The 10,000 races' pleas for mercy did not stop Jiang Wang's actions. And all human beings are waiting in silence. Jiang Wang, aren't you afraid that all races will declare war if you do this? Aren't you afraid that we will vent our anger on other people next time? The golden lion is still making its final struggle. After hearing this, Jiang Wang finally paused. He raised his head, opened his thin lips, and spoke softly. What does it have to do with me? A burst of red light shot up into the sky, and all the races within the barrier roared at Jiang Wang with hatred and viciousness. Jiang Wang, you will not die well. All of you humans will not die well. The blood of all races oozed out of the body. Wisp by wisp, thread by thread, the bodies, blood, and souls of all races. The inside of the barrier is like hell. The mysterious deep space where the blood and energy were heading suddenly opened a red eye. Staring at everyone, you will have to pay the price. The old and majestic voice echoed throughout District 13. Bang! Pretending to be your horse? Another voice sounded in the deep space, and the giant red eye quickly moved away as if it had suffered some kind of injury. With the end of the sacrifice, the original golden rain turned into red blood, flying straight towards Jiang Wang. In the blink of an eye, he was immersed in Jiang Wang's body. This is the mark of all races. Once marked with this mark, all the races will fight Jiang Wang to the death. But he didn't care. He is not for this world. He is just for the guardians who were made into human pigs. They stood bravely in front of everyone and encouraged the rest of the people with their smiles. Or rather, he was doing it to commemorate his friend. Jiang Wang's actions quickly spread across major platforms. Goose platform. Fuck, it feels so good. So beautiful. What are you looking at me for? Pick up some food. I asked my kid if brother Jiang Wang was handsome, and he actually hesitated. I beat him, and he cried. Brothers, did I do the right thing? This scene is happening everywhere. A green planet. Grandpa, look. Lin Nansheng, who was lying in a rocking chair basking in the sun, suddenly heard his grandson calling him. What are you looking at? If you bring me black thigh high stockings again, I'll break your legs. Lin Nansheng shouted loudly. No, look. The boy panted and placed the video in his hand in front of his grandfather. The content of the video is exactly the whole process of Jiang Wang's blood sacrifice of all clans. After watching the video, the old man was stunned at first. Tears unconsciously fell from the corners of his eyes. Okay. The old man suddenly stood up from the rocking chair. Okay, woohoo, my son. Finally someone has avenged you. Then he spoke to his grandson. Pack your things now and go to the Star Alliance. In the observation room, the principal and others looked at each other in bewilderment. The giant red eye just now was exactly an ancestor among all the races. The one who spoke was also a strong man among them humans. Do you want to send the video to Professor Lin? Wang Tianfeng looked at Zhou Qian, who was in the first place, and asked. It has been sent. It can be regarded as the spirit in heaven that comforts his two sons. Alas! When Lin Nansheng was mentioned, everyone present shook their heads and sighed. Lin Nansheng was the professor who provided Jiang Wang with the method of operating the altar. 90 years ago, his second child was cut into a human pigeon during the Novice trial and performed a blood sacrifice. He conducted research day and night, and every time he conducted research, he witnessed the death of his own child. The youngest and most talented professor in Kaiyuan turned gray overnight. In the battlefield of all races, Jiang Wang, who returned to the insect nest, gathered the blood into a ball and wanted to expel it from the body. But I found that I couldn't push it even a little bit. Oh no! Jiang Wang became interested. If soft tactics don't work, you have to use hard tactics. Isn't it just a matter of bloodline? The destroyer, the primordial, the bloodline of the Zerg master. Surrounded on three sides, they moved straight towards the blood-red bead. After a period of pursuit and interception, Jiang Wang collapsed on the sofa and gasped as he looked at the blood-red beads wrapped in layers of crystal shells in front of him. Fuck you can run pretty fast. Anna was distressed and served tea and poured water. A long time. Jiang Wang slowly stood up and said to the blood bead in the crystal shell, "Just wait, little bastard. Directly put the crystal shell and blood beads into the differentiation pool, and disconnect the decomposition pool, leaving only one energy supply device. Supervise the entire process by yourself. Avoid obtaining your own information by reversing the decomposition pool." Soon, the decomposition pool began to operate. The blood beads rushed left and right in the decomposition pool, but were stopped by Jiang Wang's mental power. The decomposition lasted for an entire afternoon, and 3 energy supply devices were replaced. Only 1/10 of it has been decomposed. Attention all regions. A merger is about to take place. The battlefield is upgraded. In order to protect our Lord, we will have city-states. Please be brave to fight and kill, and do not rely too much on the city-states. Please take the troops back to the Lord's space. Countdown to merge. 1 hour. Battlefield? Myth? Jiang Wang looked at the information appearing in front of him and sneered. After several battles, Jiang Wang has come to understand that the Zerg is a race born for war. Time passed by minute, and Jiang Wang still did not take back the Zerg. Instead, he worked overtime and let most of the Zerg search for supplies on a large scale. Only a small number of Zerg were left to guard the home. Inside the observation room, do you want to remind him? When merging regions, the types of troops will not be transferred. Wang Tianfeng looked at Jiang Wang, who was looting the trial battlefield like he was robbing, and said with a twitching mouth, "I already told him. He said it's okay." Antli Shui said somewhat embarrassedly. On the other side, Jiang Wang looked at the countdown, which had 10 seconds left. Just one thought caused a large group of insects in front of him to enter the Lord's space. Then comes the mental scan and recovery. With 3 seconds left, Jiang Wang was the only one left in the entire insect nest. All the insect swarms enter the Lord's space, and all the energy in the hive is moved into the Lord's space. 3, 2, 1. Transmission starts. Chapter 4 merge. It is still a very annoying transmission experience, but fortunately, it is efficient enough. Have most people stand with both feet on the ground before vomiting. Jiang Wang rubbed his slightly swollen temples and looked around. There is a desolate desert all around. The sky was filled with yellow sand and billowing smoke. Transmission complete. Trial battlefield, giant rock. Trial duration, 60 days. Human architecture, the everlasting wall. Building of all races. Nest of the great wild. Victory conditions. The number of all races is reduced by 80%, or the victory crystal in the giant wilderness nest is destroyed. Gentlemen, this novice trial concerns your future. Please take it seriously. I wish you all good luck in military affairs, and may you move forward courageously. As Jiang Wang finished reading the news in front of him, his mental power was fully exerted. Because it was a random drop, Jiang Wang was attacked by something at the beginning and was killed as soon as he landed on the ground. I don't know whether it is fortunate or unfortunate, even though he expanded his spirit to the maximum. We covered an area of 10 kilometers but didn't find a single living creature. Jiang Wang opened the map. Although Giant Rockstar has the word rock in its name, it is not that desolate. Instead, it was chosen as a battlefield in order to better help the diverse lords of mankind. But Jiang Wang was more unlucky. The place where he was located was the largest desert in the entire Giant Rockstar. Desert of Death. Coordinates, Eternal Forest. Is there any big guy who wants to team up with me to go to the Eternal Wall? Coordinates, the spirit of the water, and the marsh asks for help from the boss. Coordinate. On the public screen, countless people began to announce their coordinates and headed to the Eternal Wall in groups. But after looking for a long time, Jiang Wang discovered that most humans were concentrated in wilderness, forests, swamps, and other places. Only a few thousand are left alone in the Desert of Death. Forget it, let's just make the best of it. There aren't many people around anyway, which is good. As he spoke, Jiang Wang summoned a large number of Zerg and began to search for a suitable location for a Zerg nest. Inside the observation room. At this moment, Jiang Wang's virtual screen was already at the top position. Why is he in the Death Desert? Isn't this the location where all the races would deploy? Several bigwigs began to wonder. Although the teleportation placement is random, you will not be directly dropped into the nest of all races. It is only delivered within certain fixed ranges, and we will judge your troops and deploy them in the appropriate environment. Jiang Wang, unfortunately, was dropped on the border between humans and all other races. This is also the reason why there is no living thing around him. and it is also very far away from human buildings and the Eternal Wall. On the other side, Jiang has found a good position, although there is yellow sand everywhere in the desert. But the resources beneath the yellow sand are indeed different. The location chosen by Jiang happened to have a huge underground river and several mineral veins right under his feet. At the sacrificial offering of the larvae, Zerg buildings are rising from the ground. Countless worker bees and springtail lords swarmed out of the space. Because of the characteristics of the sand, the worker bees can easily burrow into the ground. What surprised Jiang was that springtails were actually very well adapted to the desert terrain. I was very worried that the Zerg's combat effectiveness would be greatly reduced in the desert, but I didn't expect that. Because of the presence of webbed feet and hooded wings, springtails can actually run on the sand at a faster speed than usual. This made Jiang feel a little relieved. Inside the insect nest, Jiang looked at the blood beads surging up and down in the decomposition pool and felt inexplicably uneasy. Let me explain this on two sides. Inside the giant's nest, dozens of people from all races are gathering together. Some are big, some are small, but without exception, they all exude surging blood energy. These are the leaders from other districts, and they gather here for only one purpose. Humph! That rubbish of the Golden Lion was actually sacrificed by humans. What a disgrace to us! Han Tianxiang said disdainfully, shaking his huge nose. That can't be said. Although the Golden Lion is not very powerful, it used up 3 full support opportunities and was still slaughtered. This man named Jiang must be extremely powerful. A pure white fox said coquettishly. A giant beast that looked like a taudai suddenly spoke in human language. No matter what, the Golden Lion of Area 13 was sacrificed in blood. This is a great shame for our race. The ancestors have already issued an order to kill this man and take back the Z bead. Those who kill him will be baptized by the blood of the heaven-swallowing ancestor. After saying this, whether it was the ferocious Hantiangxiang or the white fox, all the tribes except the Taotai had red eyes and unconsciously increased their breathing. The blood baptism of the heaven-swallowing ancestor. That was a master-level baptism, only one step away from becoming a void-breaking powerful one. Tao Ye's eyes, filled with hostility, swept across the entire audience. However, since entering the battlefield, the ancestor's feeling for the blood bead has disappeared. The ancestor suspects that despicable humans have tampered with the blood bead. He ordered us to find Jiang as quickly as possible and take back the blood bead. Roar! All of a sudden, all the tribes in the giant wild nest came out in droves. The everlasting city. Didn't you contact Jiang? Sun Xintian looked at the huge virtual screen in the Eternal City and spoke to the person next to him. No, Jiang never replied. Listening to the reply from his confidant next to him, Sun Xuantian's eyes flashed with a hint of annoyance. Keep looking. It's similar to the situation in Giant Wilderness Nest. The top experts from each district also gathered around Sun Xintian. He, Sun Xintian, is the best among them. Sun Xintian. S-level troops, 4-winged angel. S-level talent, shrouded in holy light. The casualty rate on the battlefield in the area where he was located was second only to Jiang because of the presence of his angel. Let's ignore Jiang for now and formulate a strategic plan first. At the current rate, we can gather 80% of the lords on the 3rd day. The deployment of supplies and legions are all headaches. Sun Xintian turned around and said to the crowd. On the other side, after a day of exploration and excavation, Jiang has already figured out the surrounding material environment. Jiang looked at the 3-dimensional model in front of him with excitement. Who would have thought that beneath the reputation of the Death Desert, there is such a huge mineral deposit hidden? Mineral veins like giant dragons are sleeping quietly underground. Thanks to the efforts of countless worker bees, Jiang expanded the swarm by 2 in just one day. Countless springtails protect the worker bees as they explore and mark the Death Desert. These are all backup hidden energy sources. The edge of the Sea of Death. Several teams of the 10,000 races stopped. Why can we go to the Death Desert while Pig Girl can search the Eternal Forest? The huge lizard said angrily, sticking out its long tongue. If you had that big pig, but you could go to the Everforest too. The sand snake next to him glanced at him and said with disdain. You. That's good. Everyone can adapt to the desert environment, and there's no need to fight. How great! Besides, although the probability of meeting Jiang in the Death Desert is not high, This means that the probability of death is not high. A huge beetle covered in a shell said this to smooth things over. Since the Jui nest is a bloodline and strength determines everything, it is extremely efficient. While humans are still discussing strategies, all races have already sent countless teams to various areas, not only to search for Jiang Wang, but also to prepare for subsequent reconnaissance. Chapter 45, The Attack of the 10,000 Races. 3 days later, Jiang Wang looked at the figures of Wanzhou in the surveillance video. These are the only living things Jiang Wang has seen in the desert so far. Instead of killing the surrounding springtails quickly, he observed them. In the past, when he encountered various races, most of the time it was a fight to the death, and he rarely observed the habits and social methods of the various races. Surrounded by countless Zergs, several teams of the 10,000 races basked in the sun in the desert. This is their current state. Day 1. Nervous, afraid of actually meeting Jiang Wanging. The next day. How could it be such a coincidence? Day 3. Start the show. TSK, the quality of the sand is really good, much better than the sand in my hometown. Who says it's not? Look at the sun. The fluidity of this sand is superb. It's superb. The sand snake was already buried in the sand and was so comfortable that it didn't want to talk. The lack of water, high temperature, and ubiquitous quicksand, which are fatal to humans, are no problem for these tribes that originally belonged to the desert. It was so comfortable that I felt like I was in the Maldives. Jiang Wang was a little surprised when he saw some of the Wanzhou people who were almost dried in the sun and had switched sides to bask in the sun. Based on the information he obtained from the Kaiyuan world, all races are bloodthirsty, crazy, and value strength above all else. They have a strict bloodline system and are irreconcilable with humans. But from his observation, all races are actually just like humans. They can enjoy life, have language communication skills, and have a complete social system. In some ways, they are also like animal versions of humans. The other side. Humans have almost gathered in the everlasting city, and a large number of humans are pouring into the city. The large-scale evacuation of humans also created great convenience for all races in searching for Jiang Wang. Inside Yongjin's command room. What is the Wanzhou doing? Sun Xintian looked at the myriad races on the virtual screen, which looked like stars in the sky, and fell into deep thought. The densely packed tribes outside the city really put a lot of pressure on him. Humans have just entered the city, although they are making Legion-style changes based on the original districts. But there is still some confusion after all. Once all the races attack at this time, he cannot guarantee how the battle will go. The nest of the giant wild. Tao Dai looked at the information fed back by each leader and glanced at the leaders around him. Humanity has completed its assembly. What do you think we should do? Tao Dai was not an overbearing monarch. He was very good at getting everyone to brainstorm, but whether or not they listened was his business. Then Jiang Wangba is most likely in the Yongjin city. As long as we capture the Yongjin city. There was excitement flashing in Han Tianxiang's eyes. Tisk, brute elephant. Have you forgotten the ancestors' order? The white fox looked at its own claws, glanced at the white elephant, and said with disdain, "She really despises people like this who don't use their brains." "Then you say," Han Tianxiang said, unconvinced. "Humans have always been prone to discord. Let's first attack the everlasting city for 3 days. If we see Jiang Wang's insect swarm, we can alienate them or start a decisive battle. If not, we can also ask humans to help us find Jiang Wang. We just need to promise some promises." The white fox said casually. The surrounding leaders also echoed. White Fox's method is in the interests of most leaders. "Okay, let's do as White Fox said. Heaven-shaking phenomenon, saber-toothed tiger, crocodile, dragon, turtle, and colorful peacock will serve as the vanguard of the front army." Following Tao Ye's order, all the leaders began to take action. Behind the leaders, a trace of struggle flashed in the Black Tiger's orange eyes. Vertical day. Outside the Forever City, large numbers of people of all races began to gather. The everlasting city was built in a canyon. Its walls are 3,000 meters high and 100 meters thick. From a distance, it looks like a shield standing firmly between heaven and earth. We, the Wan clan, have come here today only for Jiang Wang. As long as you are willing to hand over Jiang Wang, we are willing to coexist peacefully with you until the end of the trial. In the command room, Sun Xintian listened to the earth-shaking voice outside the city. "Turn around and look at everyone. What do you say? Let's not even consider that Jiang Wang is not in Yongjin City. Even if he is, we can't just send one of our generals away right away. Yes, ceding 5 cities today and 10 cities tomorrow? Then we don't have to fight. After a brief discussion in the command room, a result was quickly reached. Just as Hantiangxiang was anxiously waiting for humans' response. The only response from the Everlasting City was an overwhelming attack. Boom, boom, boom. The myriad races were unprepared, and tens of thousands of exotic beasts were instantly evaporated under this wave of attacks. Damn it, my boys! Follow me and kill them. Han Tianxiang's eyes turned red instantly, and his huge body rushed out first. Under the leadership of several leaders, all races launched a charge, and hundreds of millions of them swarmed towards the Everlasting City like locusts. Although everyone was prepared for the battle, when they really faced this scene, everyone felt a little scared. Can it really be stopped? Under various types of arms and attacks, 10,000 races can be said to have 10,000 bloods in one step. Countless people from all races fell on the way to the charge. But there were also countless tribes who charged forward carrying the corpses of the former. They will pave the road with corpses. In the sky, millions of creatures circling were constantly harassing the city walls. The group of huge sky-shaking elephants acted as the vanguard and were the first to arrive under the city wall, while countless races quickly build a slope by overlapping their bodies. And as more and more races join in, the slope becomes higher and higher. The other side. Jiang Wang also learned the news that the Everlasting City was under siege through the public screen. He looked at the tens of thousands of people searching for him on the surveillance camera, hesitated for a moment, and still did not kill them. According to the information provided to him by Black Tiger through the Spirit Seed. At present, everything that all the races are doing is to find him, Jiang Wang. As for why he didn't go to the Everlasting City. First, the Everlasting City is not suitable for his Zerg warfare. Second, according to the news just sent back by Black Tiger, the primary target of the 10,000 races is him, and he does not believe in human nature. So he can't expose himself so early. Accumulating strength is the most important thing at the moment. The thousands of people who were basking in the sun did not know that they had just been to the gates of hell. Under the peaceful desert of death, millions of worker bees continue to dig for minerals. And the number of worker bees is still increasing. Inside the insect nest, Jiang Wang looked at the various kinds of information that were decomposed from the blood beads. He finally understood why all the races had to find him first. Inside the blood bead, there are tens of thousands of gene sequences arranged, and even some social information of all races is displayed. This also includes how to cast the mark of all races. Blood beads, also known as sky beads, can transform humans into all races, and can also enhance the blood power of all races and increase the room for promotion. It is honey to all races, but arsenic to humans. The sinister intentions of that blood-red eye were evident. But this also fulfills Jiang Wang's wish. He looked at the various advanced genes of all races displayed in front of him and smiled. Chapter 46, It Doesn't Matter. I will take action. 3 mornings. The Everlasting City. The shouts and cries of killing shook the sky. Under Taoye's personal command, all the tribes attacked for 3 days without regard for life or death. All races did not stop. Humans never closed their eyes. Sun Xintian stood on the city wall, looking at the myriad races that were so close at hand with a solemn expression. The 4-winged angel behind him continuously emitted holy light attacks, and everyone under the cover of his holy light gained all-round bonuses. Boom! The more the tribes under the city were killed, the more corpses piled up, underground in the sky on the cliffs on both sides. The omnipresent myriad races are destroying human nerves. There were even several damaged sections of the city wall. If several leaders had not arrived in time, the wall might have been broken. Sun Xintian already felt a little regretful at this time. Although there are still many lords in the city, they are unable to give full play to their strength due to the limitations of the city walls. The fighting lasted until noon. At this time, both humans and all races were exhausted. Let's retreat. Tao Dai looked at the city wall and said to the white fox beside him. The white fox was a little stunned. But, although humans and all races are in a stalemate right now, as long as we continue to attack for another 3 days, we will definitely be able to capture it. Retreat! Our first priority is not to capture the turtle shell. Don't forget, there are hundreds of millions of humans behind that wall. If we break through now, it will be a decisive battle. It will be unknown who will live and who will die at that time. Tao Dai said calmly. It's not that he doesn't dare to fight. The human wall is only the first line of defense. There are several traps and defense lines behind it. We can still stop now, but once the attack is broken, all the races in the trial field will have to participate in the battle, and then the weakness of all the races will be revealed. Withdrawing troops at this time can not only demonstrate the iron-bloodedness and terror of all races, but also appropriately deter humans. Following an order. All races are like a receding flood. Humans, this is just a lesson. We are always capable of breaking through the walls you are so proud of and enjoying the pleasure of killing. But our great ancestors of all races choose to live in peace. But the prerequisite is to hand over Jiang Wang. Tao Dai personally shouted to humans. With the blessing of his bloodline power, his words actually had the aura of his ancestors' great power. People were afraid when they heard them. Sun Xintian looked at the corpses of millions of tribesmen under the city, and a hint of murderous intent flashed across his eyes. He also wants to hand Jiang Wang over. Damn it! A black mask suddenly found him and said that as long as he killed Jiang Wang in the trial battlefield, he would have countless wealth and glory, and even get the chance to become a six-winged angel. Even if Jiang Wang choked to death while drinking water, he would still complete the mission. Otherwise, he would be dead if he failed to complete the mission. He now wants to find Jiang Wang more than all the other races, but the problem is that he can't find him. At this time, Jiang Wang was busy adding points to himself and his troops. Beneath the hive, there are nearly 80 million Zerg hiding in the peaceful Death Desert. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the Yongjian city had been relieved. If the 10,000 races really break through the Eternal City, then I can only make a long-distance raid to rescue them. By then, he would most likely be caught in a situation where he was attacked from both sides. But at this moment, inside the giant's nest, you said you don't want to fight anymore? What does that mean? Isn't my son's life his life? Shaking the sky roared at Tao Tai angrily. Although the other leaders were not as angry as Han Tianxiang, they were not much better. Bah! The terrifying aura of Tao Tai enveloped the entire place. All the strange beasts seemed to be targeted by their natural enemies, and the trembling in their blood prevented them from having the heart to resist. Here, I'm the boss. The ancestors' mission is to find Jiang Wang. Do you understand? Tao Tai walked in front of Han Tianxiang, and his powerful aura forced Han Tianxiang to kneel on the ground. Understand? Understood. Han Tianxiang squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Then Tao Tai turned his attention to the other leaders. Clear. Very good. Tao Tai nodded with satisfaction. Then he said to the White Fox, Tell me your speculation. The White Fox cleared his throat and spoke slowly. Based on the actions of our tribe over the past few days, we can basically confirm that Jiang Wang is not in places like Yongjian, Yongsun, and the swamp. She walked to the map with enchanting steps. Then there's only one place. Everyone looked at where the White Fox was pointing. Desert of Death. Inside the insect nest, Jiang Wang received He, whose message, and his eyes fixed. What is coming will eventually come. Countless Zergs emerged from the ground. There was no point in hiding at this time. The army led by Tao Tai himself had already set out. A conservative estimate is 10 million tribes. There is no need to hide at all. It would be better to expose your position and set an ambush. Following Jiang Wang's operation, an explosive insect specially made by Jiang Wang, carrying the mark of all races, hid towards the trap. Countless springtails have arrived at the designated location, just waiting for all the races. And in this quiet moment before the war, there was a heated discussion among the humans. People believed that it was Jiang Wang who caused the 10,000 races to riot, so they split into two factions. Jiang Wang asked all the tribes to look for him like this, so he must have some outstanding qualities. We should find Jiang Wang as soon as possible. Another faction believed that it would be better to let Jiang Wang stay outside, so as to reduce the pressure on all races. And a discussion was launched on this. Zhang San, I think Jiang Wang should be brought back to the city. Only in this way can we fight against the 10,000 clans. Li Si, if Jiang Wang comes back, it will only lead to a stronger attack from the 10,000 races. What if the city is breached? Wang Wu, I think what you said is right, but what about Jiang Wang? Countless people have tried to contact Jiang Wang, but since He Hu told him that the main goal of the 10,000 clans was to find him, he has not contacted anyone. But now it doesn't matter. At least see. It doesn't matter, I will take action. Jiang Wang was rarely naughty. Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang, where are you? I'm in the Death Desert. Okay, I won't say any more. I'm going to start killing monsters. Jiang Wang directly closed the public screen. In the next battle, Jiang Wang is prepared to teach all races and humans a severe lesson. What the hell? Group warfare. After countless races since the mark of all races, everything flying in the sky or running on the ground rushed towards it. Just like a pig lured by a carrot, it ignored the mark of the myriad races that had not appeared before but suddenly appeared now. Something's wrong. The white fox stopped Han Tianxiang next to him and said, "What's wrong? The mark is already there. What's there to hesitate about?" As he said this, he was about to rush towards the mark. He said he would fight for the ancestors' reward no matter what. Looking at the huge but fast-running Han Tianxiang, the white fox smiled coldly. It's hard to persuade the damned one with kind words. As all races defeated the Zerg, who were symbolically holding out with great force. A poisonous mushroom bomb shot into the sky, marking the beginning of the war. Chapter 47, First Confrontation. Boom! The violent explosion and the mushroom cloud rising into the sky declared its anger to everyone. Boom, boom, boom. The ensuing chain of exploding insects and spore bombs exploded one after another. Roar! Countless races became birds in the sky or charcoal-roasted beasts. Even Han Tianxiang was seriously injured. It was no big deal for him to fight for 3 consecutive days under the everlasting city. Cao Dai looked at this scene with some excitement. He was not sad about the loss of all the races. Instead, he was happy that he had found the right direction. Damn bug! I found you! Cao Dai took the lead and rushed towards the springtails that emerged from the ground. Roar! It's like a tiger among a flock of sheep. In front of the Cao Dai, the springtails are like ants, and it can be caught one at a time. However, in order to attract all races, Jiang Wang placed a lot of springtails around the trap. Millions of springtails emerged from the surrounding sand, rushing towards all races. Suddenly, a big melee started. Although nearly 1 million of the 10,000 races were blown away by bombs and various means, there is still a huge gap in strength between the two sides. Under the leadership of Cao Tai, the Zerg were slaughtered one-sidedly. Inside the insect nest, Jiang Wang rubbed his fingers, looking at the 10,000 races that were continuing to kill and penetrate deeper, his eyes cold. On the battlefield, as all races fought more and more courageously, Cao Tai gradually sensed something was wrong. Although the resistance of the springtails is very tenacious, but it's too weak. With this level, how could it be possible to dominate a region? Just as he was about to retreat, something strange happened under the sand. Several huge sandworms broke out of the ground. He breathed out fiercely towards all the races involved in the battle. The flames mixed with poisonous gas were like a blowtorch, instantly turning all the tribes in front of them into ashes. Cao Dai was also the focus of a sandworm. Faced with the gushing flames, a huge mouth suddenly appeared in the belly of the Cao Tai, and the flames were all swallowed up. Then he condensed the flame into a firebomb and shot it at the sandworm again. Just one hit. The sandworm, which just looked like a demon, was seriously injured. The corrosive blood corroded the surrounding sand, causing it to sizzle and smoke. Jiang Wang was watching this magical scene in the insect nest and was somewhat surprised. What is this? A great shift in the universe? On the other side, Cao Dai killed a sandworm in the shortest time. But before he could be happy, the huge sandworm corpse suddenly surged and swelled up. Sensing the danger, Cao Dai retreated immediately. Bah! All the races in the center of the explosion melted instantly. Corrosive liquids fell from the sky. Although Cao Dai retreated in time, he was still a little embarrassed due to the wide range of the sandworm explosion. And at this moment, a steady stream of Zergs emerged from the sand in all directions. The white fox who was healing the wound of Han Tianxiang suddenly changed his expression when he saw the overwhelming Zerg. A sneer appeared on Jiang Wang's lips. When friends come from afar, we serve them with green onion, ginger, and spicy food first. In order to attract these 10,000 races, Jiang Wang sent out 3 million springtails as bait and used 50 million springtails and 10 million alien dragons to surround the 10,000 races. And took out the sandworm that had just been created. Giant sandworm. Defective. Level, B-level troops. Skills. Flame gushing out. Self-destruction. This sandworm is a creature that worker bees encounter when digging mineral veins underground. Not only does it move fast, do high damage, and have thick skin, it can also spray flames. This caused a lot of trouble for Jiang Wang at that time. In the end, He had to take action himself and put in a lot of effort before he finally obtained the sandworm's genes. But due to the tight time and heavy tasks, Jiang Wang had no time to study the evolutionary direction of sandworms. Simply based on the characteristics of sandworms, it has been implanted with a self-destructive gene sequence, and once it enters a near-death state, it will explode directly. There are sandworms inside that constantly act as troublemakers among all races. There are countless Zerg surrounding us. Jiang Wang's lips curled up into a smile. Today he wants to swallow up all these tribes. Inside the observation room, there was a moment of silence. This kid has something. Wang Tianfeng couldn't help but sigh. What's scary is his speed of expanding his army. In just 3 days, he has expanded the Zerg to nearly 100 million if he is allowed to enter the battlefield of all races. Su Kai, director of the Resources Department, also expressed some emotion. In the vast Kaiyuan world, there are people who can produce more troops than Jiang Wang. Star Alliance Academy has it. The S+ level slime can be split infinitely, but its size will become smaller. As long as the division is fast enough, there will be countless molecular level slimes in an instant. Then it penetrates everywhere, whether it is a single soldier or a group fight. It can be said to be the best type of soldier. But this kind of large-scale battle is incomparable to Jiang Wang's. One sentence. It's faster than Jiang Wang's explosion, but not as destructive as his. It's more destructive than Jiang Wang, but not as fast as he can explode troops. This created a situation where Jiang Wang was almost helpless. I think I care more about his character than his military type. Zhou Qian spoke slowly. They always pay attention to what Jiang Wang does. Old Wang, what do you think of this boy's characteristics? Zhou Qian asked Wang Tianfeng with a smile. Characteristic? Wang Tianfeng pondered for a while. Calmness, ruthlessness, and ruthlessness are the qualities Jiang Wang displayed on the battlefield, and they are not considered characteristics. Looking at Jiang Wang on the screen, he suddenly realized. Careful. Zhou Qian will also smile heartily. Wang Tianfeng had the same path as he thought. The characteristics they gave Jiang Wang were meticulous and impeccable. In fact, during their observation, Jiang Wang made at least 12 preparations. What if all races don't fall into the trap? What should we do if all the tribes escape early? All races? Jiang Wang made more than a dozen plans, and he even budgeted what would happen if Wanzhou broke out of the encirclement, and created a variety of arms and war weapons for this purpose. It's like a sophisticated machine, impeccable. Although Zhou Qian and Wang Tianfeng spoke highly of Jiang Wang, Aunt Li Shui instantly beamed when she heard that her respected elders spoke highly of her apprentice. Look like my apprentice. Praise me. Expression. The people sitting there felt happy in their hearts. On the battlefield, the setting sun is like blood. The shouts of killing and roaring were deafening. The broken limbs of the Zerg and 10,000 races were scattered randomly on the battlefield. Due to the penetration of blood, the sand gradually began to develop into a bloody swamp. After nearly a day of fighting, the Taotai leaders were all scarred. Among these leaders, Sheikh Tianxiang was the worst. He was seriously injured, and because of his huge size, he was focused on by the Allosaurus and Springtail. If the white fox hadn't kept him alive, he would have already fallen to the Zerg. Under the sand, the only 3 remaining sandworms kept swimming under the sand, waiting for an opportunity to deal a fatal blow to the 10,000 races. There is only a glimmer of red sun left in the distance. Taotai was breathing heavily, and the big mouth on his abdomen was constantly bleeding due to overuse. Hasn't the support from Giant Wilderness Nest arrived yet? He stared at the endless Zerg with ferocious eyes and spoke viciously to the white fox. They're also being held back by the Zerg, the white fox said helplessly. As the only clan with healing abilities, she had almost no chance to take action and had to go back and forth treating various leaders. Chapter 48 Victory. Chief, let's break out. He really couldn't hold on any longer. He now wishes he could lose weight and become as thin as an elephant, because once he appears on the battlefield, he will be targeted by all kinds of fire. If the fighting continues, he might become the 3rd leader to die. Yes, 2 weaker 10,000 races have already died under the siege of the Zerg. Something kept flashing in Tao Ye's eyes. Finally gritted my teeth. Withdraw! The remaining 10,000 races finally received the order to retreat. They had long lost the will to fight again, but under the pressure of their bloodline, they had no choice but to continue fighting. Moment. The pressure from the surrounded Zerg doubled. Under the leadership of several lords, all races formed an arrow-shaped formation and broke through in different directions. Because of Hantiangxiang's huge size, the number of tribes that tried to break out with him was the largest. However, the White Fox and Taotai had already hidden in each breakout team. Inside the insect nest, Zhang Wang felt the disappearance of Taotai and the White Fox, frowned slightly, and gave his orders. All 3 sandworms broke out of the ground. One that blocks the biggest breakout team. The other 2 rushed towards an inconspicuous team of all races. Because the team changed too quickly, from being disorganized at the beginning and breaking out on their own to charging in an orderly and fearless manner later on. Zhang Wang couldn't help but become suspicious and took a gamble. Among the crowd of thousands of creatures, Taotai couldn't help but curse inwardly as he watched the 2 sandworms rushing towards him. Damn, you despicable butt. As the sandworm gets closer, Taotai launched a surprise attack. If these 2 sandworms were really allowed to wipe out this tribe of tens of thousands, then I would truly be fighting alone. Roar! Bah! Bah! One sandworm exploded instantly under his sonic attack, and the other was also seriously injured. Blood oozed from the corners of Taotia's mouth, and his bloodline power was almost exhausted. Although he could also kill the enemy in close combat, if he did that, the myriad tribes behind him would not be safe, so he had to choose this more costly method. The other side. The heaven-shaking phenomenon still attracted most of the firepower. One of the pure white and strong teeth was broken in the fierce breakout battle. However, as the sandworms followed and strangled him and shook the sky, he gradually lost his strength. The originally large team fell apart when it was on the verge of breaking out. The huge sky-shaking phenomenon fell heavily on the edge of the breakout. He tried to struggle to stand up countless times, but the myriad creatures behind him simply passed over him in order to break through quickly. Overwhelmed his final struggle, he stared with eyes as big as copper bells, watching hope gradually fade away. The White Fox hiding in it looked back at the fallen Hantiangxiang, sighed helplessly, and turned away. The outskirts of the Death Desert. The few 100,000 remaining alien beasts were desperate to escape from the desert. From time to time, a few spikes would suddenly appear from the desert and pierce the abdomen of all races. But the 10,000 clans who were only concerned with escaping had no time to rescue, so it was now a matter of luck. Otherwise, it would be a dead end. Not only were there ground spikes, but even the sudden outflow of Zerg made the entire fleeing team terrified. The original team of hundreds of thousands was reduced to only tens of thousands when they broke out of the Death Desert. Seeing that something was not right, the White Fox quietly left the team and hid in a secret corner. Waiting for these strange beasts are the Queen's guards who just intercepted them. The other side. After a bloody battle, Taotai finally broke out of the Death Desert. It was even worse for those around him, with only a few hundred of the 10,000 races. At this moment, Taotai sees enemies everywhere. Exploding bugs, sudden spikes on the ground, flying dragons in the sky. Taotai was receiving the most intimate care from Zhang Wang. But he still underestimated the strength of this leader of all races. During the pursuit, Zhang Wang had at least 3 chances to kill him. But Taotai actually directly devoured all the tribes that broke out with him, and suddenly increased his health and strength. He also used his magical powers to devour the springtail that was biting his tail. This caused Zhang Wang to lose control of his whereabouts for a while, which gave Taotai a glimmer of hope. Following his inner intuition, after devouring all the surrounding creatures, Taotai did not escape directly towards the giant wilderness's nest. Instead, he hid to both sides. At this moment, Taotai is on the verge of collapse. The big mouth on the abdomen had already collapsed and eroded, and he himself was in a state of depression. After a night of searching, except for the White Fox and Taotai, all the tribes that came to search have been buried in this Death Desert. And Zhang Wang also paid the price of nearly 40 million Zerg. The blocking force commanded by Anna herself suffered heavy casualties when facing 30 million Wanzu. If it weren't for the addition of the Queen's Guard, perhaps the surrounded Taotai could really wait for support. By then, under attack from both sides, Taotai might really be able to break through and head straight for his lair. Zhang Wang sat on the sofa in a daze. He had already overestimated the bloodlines and magical powers of these myriad races. But even so, I still underestimated their weirdness. Zhang Wang sighed slightly, drag back all the corpses of the 10,000 races, and prepare for a fierce battle. If Taotai was a truly far-sighted leader, The first thing he would do once he returned to the giant wilderness nest would be to send troops. Use all your forces to fight a decisive battle when the Zerg have no chance to catch their breath. In that case, Cao Dai still has an 80% chance of winning. Once Jiang Wang completely digests these more than 10 million people of the Wan tribe, it will be unknown who will live and who will die. In fact, what Cao Dai did was exactly as Jiang Wang said. But the difference is that Cao Dai was seriously injured and fell into a coma just after giving the order, and Baihu, as the commander-in-chief, could not convince the others. The will of all races to fight was not strong enough, which bought Jiang Wang some time. Inside the insect nest, Jiang Wang looked at Han Tianxiang's genes and fell into a frenzy of transformation. He really needed this kind of soldiers who could charge in a battle for him and attract a lot of firepower. He invested all the evolution points accumulated during this period into the proliferation of E-level talents and various types of soldiers. A full 120,000 evolution points. It was possible to evolve C-level talents to B-level. But a big war is about to begin, and Jiang Wang needs to improve his strength quickly in the fastest and most direct way. C-level talent proliferation plus 0/1000000. Evolution completed. Function: increase the host's explosion speed by 300%. The max evolution of the Zergling is complete. The poisonous cockroach max evolution is complete. Tank max evolution completed. Advance. Black Iron level 4. Advance. Black Iron level 5. Advance. Bronze 5th level. Jiang Wang made tremendous improvements to the existing military forces. Because soldiers become stronger as their hosts become stronger, Jiang Wang also upgraded himself to Bronze 5. However, because of his talents as a destroyer and primordial, Jiang Wang's intelligence and physical strength at this moment reached a terrifying 5,000 points. It may not seem like much, but because of the existence of the original one, Jiang Wang's mental power has been compressed again and again. If the mental power density was only 1 before, then the density is at least 10 now. Moreover, as Jiang Wang improves, the density is still increasing. The spiritual power at this moment is like an ancient pond with no bottom. Jiang Wang felt the endless power in his body and the vast spiritual force, and he felt a little safer. In fact, it only cost 40,000 evolution points to upgrade the troop type, but it took 80,000 to upgrade myself to Bronze 5. Because his base is higher, the spiritual power of Chun Hui, who is at the 5th level, is just over 100. Because of his talent, his original mental power of thousands was compressed directly to 400. As a result, Jiang Wang needs a huge amount of evolution points every time he advances to a higher level. Chapter 49. Cao Tai is dissatisfied and goes home to ask for help. As Jiang Wang's mental strength increased, when he looked at the gene chain of Han Tianxiang again, his ears and eyes suddenly became clear. Countless ideas burst into Jiang Wang's mind. At the same time, with Jiang Wang's exposure, the insect nest was no longer hidden, and the fungal mat quickly extended outward. With the hive as the center, the entire area with a radius of 50,000 meters is covered with fungal mats. On top of the fungal mat, various supplies are densely piled up. The entire Zerg race entered war mode, and the worker bees kept going in and out of the sand like they were full of energy. Inside the hive, thousands of hatcheries have springtails or new species being created every second. And as a huge figure gradually emerged from the incubation pool, the Zerg finally had their own heaven-shaking phenomenon. Jiang Wang walked out of the insect nest and looked at the soldiers that were modified based on the genes of the heaven-shaking phenomenon. Created an unknown soldier, Ultralisk. Arms level, A. Ultralisk evolvable. Attack, 888. Speed, 666. Life, 9,999. Evolution points obtained, 10,000 points. The Thunder Beast generally inherited the appearance of the heaven-shaking elephant and is roughly the appearance of a mammoth. But it is much larger and larger. In order to make the Thunder Beast more resistant to attack, Jiang Wang implanted some unknown beetle shells into it, making its skin harden like bones. Jiang Wang also made changes to the Thunder Beast's fangs. The original fangs only had a piercing effect, but Jiang Wang changed the fangs into sharp blades like sickles. Since it was a modification at the genetic level, the fangs were extremely sharp from the moment they were created. In order to enhance the Thunder Beast's ability to withstand blows, Jiang Wang incorporated the mineral diamond into it for the first time. The effect is that the originally bony surface epidermal armor is covered with a layer of diamond material, making it more resistant to impact. Originally, Jiang Wang wanted to make more modifications, but time did not allow it. After the Black Tiger sent back a message in the giant wilderness's nest, Cao Dai woke up and suppressed the internal disputes. He asked the White Fox to lead 80 million people of all races to guard the home and prevent sneak attacks by humans. He dragged his seriously injured body and led 10 leaders and 40 million tribesmen to attack Jiang Wang. The 40 million myriad races were so powerful that even humans far away in the City of Eternal Strength could observe the movements of the myriad races. What Jiang Wang meant by fighting monsters is not to fight the 10,000 clans, right? Someone raised a question in the command room. We observed that Cao Tai once led nearly 10 million of the myriad tribes to the Death Desert, and only a few of them escaped after a day. Deputy Commander Su Nuo said at this time. Because of the characteristics of the Lord, he was divided into battlefield logistics work. You mean Jiang Wang killed 10 million of the Wan clan in one day? Sun Xintian said with some disbelief. Statistically speaking, yes. Although Su Nuo didn't believe it, he still said it coldly. I think this is the best time for us to send out troops. Take advantage of the lack of troops in Giant Wilderness Nest and win the trial in one fell swoop. There was some excitement on Su Nuo's cold and proud face. What do you think? Sun Xintian did not answer Su Nuo's suggestion, but threw the question to all the Legion commanders present. Han Bingyan and Xiao Yin were also among them. I think Deputy Commander Su is right. We not only have to attack Jui, but also need to send troops to help Jiang Wang eliminate the 40 million people of the Wan tribe. Han Bingyan said passionately. But some people expressed different opinions. I don't think the Cao Dai will be completely defenseless. We are completely unfamiliar with the terrain of the giant wilderness nest. If we attack rashly, we will only suffer greater losses. I think we should do our best to rescue or help Jiang Wang, Xiao Yin said calmly. As soon as these words were spoken, there were different opinions in the command room, but they're roughly divided into two factions, radicals and conservatives. The conservatives believe that part of the troops should be sent to rescue Jiang Wang, and that they should take advantage of the opportunity to establish a stronghold outside the Yongjin city, gradually eroding the myriad races. The radicals believe that Jiang Wang should be used as bait, and the entire army should attack directly to the enemy. Sun Xintian had a smile on his face. His purpose was simple. Jiang Wang died, and he led mankind to victory perfect. So he did not agree to Su Nuo's proposal immediately, but raised the question. Seeing that the discussion was almost over, Sun Xintian spoke slowly. Soldiers, we are going out, but not to save Jiang Wang. We're going to get the Lord out of the city, to establish a territory and fully deploy our advantages. Sun Xintian glanced around with cold eyes. Jiang Wang thinks highly of himself and did not contact us at first. Being besieged by all races can be regarded as his last contribution to mankind. Of course, we haven't completely given up on Jiang Wang. I will post a message on the public screen. If Jiang Wang escapes, we will go to the Death Desert to pick him up. Sun Xintian spoke generously and awe-inspiringly. Although this statement did not receive support from the radicals, it did help the two sides reach a balance. We must not give up on Jiang Wang. His troops are the best choice to deal with the 10,000 races. He is definitely worth rescuing. At worst, we can send troops to besiege the 10,000 races. That's fine too. Enough! Xiao Yin was interrupted by Sun Xintian before he could finish his words. 60 million. Who knows how many other races are in the giant wilderness nest? What if they send troops to support? Are we going to put all humans on the gambling table just for Jiang Wang? Sun Xintian angrily scolded Xiao Yin with a serious face. Xiao Yin lowered his head and clenched his fists. He could be said to be one of the few people in the world who understood Jiang Wang. He knew very well how powerful Jiang Wang was, but he looked up suddenly. Then I'll go by myself. The chivalrous young man Xiao Yin decided to go and take a look, even though he might have to face internal suppression and external attacks from all races. Captain Xiao, even if you want to die, do your subordinates want to die too? Those are your brothers. They are your companions who have entrusted their lives to you. Sun Xuantian's words were harsh and sharp, hitting Xiao Yin like a heavy hammer. I know you come from the same primordial realm, but my condolences. Sun Xintian walked to Xiao Yin, patted his shoulder, and said, Then, this operation is named Operation Nesting. The leaders of each army begin to expand outward. Captain Xiao, due to personal reasons, Han Bingyan will temporarily take over as the commander of the corps. Yes. In the command room, all the Legion commanders received orders and began to walk out. Only Xiao Yin was left standing there dejectedly. If Commander Xiao can gather enough men, I can allow you to enter the edge of death to investigate the military situation. Su Nua walked up to Xiao Yin and said slowly. Xiao Yin suddenly looked up at the woman in front of him, who was incompatible with him. Xiao Yin was the Lord of Fire. Su Nua was the Lord of Water. Upon hearing this, Sun Xintian turned around suddenly. Looking directly at Sun Xintian with a fierce look, Su Nua said calmly, "As the deputy commander, I can still issue orders that I think are correct without violating the general direction, right?" Commander Sunday. Sun Xintian looked directly at this woman who had always been cold, arrogant, and capable, and suddenly smiled. Certainly. Chapter 50 Eros. Outside the Yongjin city, nearly 100 people gathered around Xiao Yin. These are the people who trust him and are willing to fight with him. Deputy Commander Su, I won't say anything else. If you don't die on this trip, you will be my brother from now on. Xiao Yin looked at Su Nua and Han Bingyan in front of him with a generous expression. If Xiao Yin hadn't persuaded Han Bingyan to leave by saying that he was worried about handing the army over to others, Han Bingyan would have been in his team at this time. Su Nua's smiling face instantly turned cold, but he still opened his thin lips slightly. Just don't die. After waving goodbye, Xiao Yin embarked on a path he believed was right. Death Desert, Insect Nest. With the blessing of Jiang Wang's talent and egg-laying. In just half a day, the lost springtails were replenished. Moreover, the newly born springtails were evolved and modified by Jiang Wang. Faster, stronger, more powerful, and longer-lasting. The Thunder Beast core displayed not far away, and the sandworms surging underground also increased Jiang Wang's chances of winning. On the other hand, Jiang Wang tried to delay the marching speed of the Wanzu. It can be said that every possible means are used. Bomb bugs, ground spikes, spore traps, springtail bait. But these are ultimately insignificant in the face of huge numbers. In the army of all races, Tao Dai was lying in a specially prepared tent. Although his spirit was weak, his eyes were bright. His blood is now almost exhausted. If he delays for a few more days, he might not be able to command these leaders of all races. If Jiang Wang becomes powerful by then, all of their races will be in disaster. Another reason that supported him to rush forward at night was that he needed to kill Jiang Wang to gain the blood power of his ancestor. Otherwise, with the injuries he suffered, even if he returned to the 10,000 races, he would fall from the ranks of geniuses. According to the tradition of their Tao Tai tribe, it would be better to die. He has already taken a gamble and has no way out. The vanguard of all races soon arrived at the edge of the Death Desert. No living creature can stand in the way. But Jiang Wang did not waste his troops at this time. With the information sent back by the myriad creatures in the sky, the location of Jiang Wang's insect nest has been determined. The army of all races was divided into 3 groups and marched towards the insect nest in a mighty force. On Jiang Wang's side, the Thunder Beast Corps was dispersed within the various Zergling Corps, forming a joint corps to guard in all directions at a distance of 40,000 meters from the insect nest, leaving a 10,000-meter fungal carpet as a battlefield. Inside the insect nest, Jiang Wang held his breath. Soon, flying dust began to appear on the virtual screen, followed by the flying creatures that covered the sky, and then the creatures that seemed like a wave. There was no communication. Kill as soon as you meet. The combined corps also began to charge, with the Thunder Beast taking the lead. Its huge fangs and massive body gave off an endless sense of oppression with every step. Bang! The Thunder Beast and the original Gene's earth-shaking phenomenon collided fiercely. How? The roar of the earth-shaking elephant shook the sky, and the broken tusks also proved the incomparable power of the Thunder Beast. The myriad races and the Zerg were killing each other fiercely. Although the combat power of the Zerglings has been greatly improved after evolution, they are still unable to fight against all the races one-on-one, and even 3-on-1 is difficult. After just one encounter, the Wanzu race advanced 1 kilometer. The Tao Tai assisting the Central Army watched this scene from afar. He frowned, not because the 10,000 races were attacking too quickly or was suspicious, but it's too slow. When they broke through, he led only tens of thousands of the Wanzu to kill nearly 1 million Zerg. But now the Zerg's improvement and reproduction speed are too terrifying. And that giant beast that can shake the sky. Looking at the fearless Zerg, Taudai suddenly trembled all over. If he doesn't die, a catastrophe will happen to all races. Thinking of this, he immediately sent out all 3 leaders around him. You must use the fastest speed, the strongest strength, the most overwhelming combat power. Destroy Jiangwang. The insect nest was hit like this on 3 sides. In just 1 hour, the Wanzhou advanced the battlefield by 10,000 meters. It is only 30,000 meters away from the insect nest, and the pace of breakthroughs hasn't slowed down yet. Observation room. Everyone frowned and watched this scene. The gap is still too big. Zhou Qian couldn't help but sigh that Jiang Wang had brought him too many surprises. He hopes that Jiang Wang can bring him a big surprise again, or even a miracle. But he was still disappointed. In the face of powerful strength, all Jiang Wang could do was to die slowly. Then, Principal, Aunt Li Shui said anxiously. She didn't want the pleasant little disciple she had just accepted to die on the trial battlefield before she was fresh. Zhou Qian frowned and thought, let Mr. Qian take action? Wang Tianfeng also spoke up. It's not like they don't have the strength to go out and grab people personally. But in the current war, the top leaders of both sides are watching. If it ends rashly, the consequences will be disastrous. That's all. Zhou Qian also nodded in approval. As for the master-level shots, they can only be concealed if the opponent's ancestor-level shots are not keeping an eye on the field. Other side. Anna's forehead was already sweating. A dozen days ago, she was a queen who could only command hundreds of thousands of people. But now, he has to command close to hundreds of millions and even fight on 3 fronts. This made her even more stressed. Wanzhou has advanced to less than 20,000 meters from the insect nest. Jiang Wang looked at the continuously advancing front and suddenly said, "Start!" As Jiang Wang's words fell, and he took over the battle directly. Today he wanted to let these races know the combat effectiveness of the Zerg on the fungal blanket and outside the fungal blanket. These are 2 different things. All the dead Tens and Zergs on the fungal blanket were absorbed into the fungal blanket in just a few minutes and directly supplied to the Zerg on the front line. Dozens of sandworms also jumped out of the sand. Flames gushed out towards all races. As a large amount of energy poured in, the hatching pool that had been prepared in the insect nest started to run at high speed. It was directly connected to the fungal blanket, and a hatching pool was built not far from the 10,000 races. The larvae implanted with the genes of thunder beasts and sandworms were directly transported to the back of all races by the fungal mat. With a huge energy supply, it turns into a thunder beast or a sandworm in the blink of an eye. For a while, the insects that appeared everywhere instantly disrupted the attack rhythm of all races. Taotai, who was at the back, stared at the stopped attack with narrowed eyes. He could even see the huge insect nest. But these damn Zerg actually still have the ability to resist. Taotia's eyes were almost red, and he used the last remaining power of his blood to pressure all the races to charge forward and fight regardless of life and death. And the 10,000 races did cause greater damage to the Zerg. And that's all. As Jiang Wang spread his spiritual power to all Zerg, all the Zerg's spiritual valves were completely opened. We are the executors of the great sovereign's consciousness. A sudden spiritual will suddenly emerged. Jiang Wang instantly locked onto the source of consciousness. It was a springtail. It is Jiang Wang's first Zergling. Considering its current strength, being alive is simply an unparalleled luck. The Zerglings of the mainstream troops have undergone several rounds of updates and replacements, and the ones like it have become the nutrients within the Zerg. Because fighting means committing suicide. But he survived tenaciously and gained consciousness. Complex genes were injected directly into the body of the springtail through the fungal mat. In just a dozen seconds, this old broken car, it instantly turns into a supercar Ferrari. It instantly became the Zerg's strongest combat force. Dominate. The nascent will expresses its endless loyalty in the most superficial way. Just call me Eros. Chapter 51. Keep calling people. Jiang Wang didn't know the reason why Eros was born with consciousness, nor did he know what his birth meant. The only thing he cares about now is whether he can wipe out all these tribes in one fell swoop. With the help of the fungal blanket, the Zerg successfully blocked the myriad races. But the myriad races gradually discovered the strangeness of the fungal blanket. They began to specifically destroy the fungal blanket in large quantities. Although it was not enough to completely destroy the fungal blanket, it did cause some trouble to the Zerg. There are 3 troops and the one closest to the hive is only 10,000 meters away. For a moment, the two sides fell into a strange balance. All the tribes were mad with killing intent, but they could not break in no matter what. The Zerg were fearless and brave, but they were unable to repel the enemy. Tao Ye's eyes were bloodshot. Almost just a little bit. Notify the white foxes. Come out in full force. Tao Dai made a prompt decision. The terrifying growth power displayed by Jiang Wang was too terrifying. The myriad races absolutely cannot tolerate the appearance of another Yi Chun. He tried to gather the leaders to carry out a decapitation operation, but the overwhelming number of strange dragons not only made them return empty-handed, but also almost killed 2 leaders. When the 10,000 races and the Zerg were evenly matched, Tao Dai knew that the two sides were no longer truly evenly matched. Instead, it was Jiang Wang who was preparing to launch a counterattack. Tao Dai looked with an unpleasant expression at all the races that had already penetrated deep into the fungal mat. There is no way to retreat. And inside the nest of Jui, even though Tao Dai has already explained to all the leaders that if this battle is lost, Tao Dai, will bear all the responsibility. To be honest, in the White Fox's opinion, apart from being a little arrogant, the decisiveness he showed when facing Jiang Wang was worthy of being the descendant of the top exotic beasts among all races. The White Fox looked at the leader who was still arguing. I sighed, helplessly inwardly. Why does he think that Tao Dai can shoulder such a big responsibility? After all, we are here to kill humans to gain a chance to evolve. He is a top race, and if he fails, he has his elders to back him up. What about us? Several emotional leaders said angrily. It's not their fault. From Tao Ye's point of view, what he did was to eliminate a huge hidden danger for all races. But from other people's perspective, it means revenge. He led his team to a Waterloo. His bloodline was damaged, but he made all the races pay the price. Bang! That's enough. The White Fox could no longer bear it. She had experienced the battle with Jiang Wang, and she also deeply understood Tao Ye's intentions. She gathered the power of all races and strangled Jiang Wang directly to eliminate the trouble forever. Her seductive eyes scanned all the leaders. White Fox, a first-class race, is only a step away from the top. When she put down her seductive charm, the gigantic fox demon figure appeared behind her. Leave 40 million people to guard the heart of giant wilderness. Everyone else, go to the death desert. This was her compromise, taking away only 40 million exotic beasts. She had lost her patience. Every second these leaders wasted, hundreds or even thousands of people from all races would die on the front line. Under her iron-blooded wrist, 40 million exotic beasts quickly set off. The other side, seeing that he could not break through the Zerg's defense line, Tao Dai finally gave the order to retreat. Through several battles with Jiang Wang, he has come to understand that once a stalemate occurs, the longer the stalemate lasts, the greater Jiang Wang's chance of winning. Tao Dai coughed up blood and patiently responded to the leader who came to question him. You have also seen that the strange mycelium will quickly help the Zerg replenish its troops. Although our soldiers are brave and good at fighting, they cannot sacrifice themselves in such a meaningless way. Today we have killed at least 30 million Zerg. I have notified White Fox to come to support us. When the time comes, we will unite our forces, and we will definitely be able to kill Jiang Wang. At this moment, Tao Dai no longer has the raging demonic flames and domineering aura it had before. Instead, it appeased several leaders. Seeing that the leaders in front of him still didn't buy it, Tao Dai restrained his smile and spoke slowly. Don't worry. When the time comes, Jiang Wang's life or death will be decided by you. I won't get involved. Tao Dai directly gave up Jiang Wang's life and death, which was equivalent to giving up the reward from the ancestor. Having said this, a few leaders responded to Tao Dai sporadically. Watching these leaders leave, blood oozed from the corners of Tao Ye's mouth. He already knew that the White Fox was on the way with only 40 million of his tribe. He hated them. He hated these leaders for being short-sighted. He hated himself for not choosing to break out at the first opportunity, but putting his hopes on these rubbish. He naively thought that as long as the support was in place, he would be able to counterattack Jiang Wang. He hates, but now he could do nothing about it. Inside the insect nest, as all races withdrew from the fungal mat in an orderly manner, the Zerg's pursuit came to an end. Jiang Wang frowned as he looked at all the races that were on high alert around the fungal blanket. He is not afraid if all races continue to attack, because the Zerg themselves survive by fighting. As long as you are on this battlefield of fungal blanket, the harder you fight and the more people die, the stronger the Zerg will become. But now that all the races have suddenly withdrawn, he can only think of one possibility. Waiting for backup, Thunderstrike. This is also Jiang Wang's most important shortcoming at present. His development time is still too short. If he were given another 3 days, let alone 40 million, even if all the races came, he would not be afraid as long as they were fighting on the fungal mat. Jiang Wang stopped the gene sequencing at hand and sat on the sofa to think. Suddenly, he swiped out the public screen. I am Jiang Wang. I have tied up most of the Wanzhu's forces, roughly 4 kilowatts, and there should be continuous reinforcements from the Wanzhu entering the Death Desert. Preliminary estimates are 2 kW, 6 kW. I hope everyone can seize the opportunity. To prove their authenticity, Jiang Wang directly posted several videos on the public screen. These are all scenes of today's battle between the Zerg and the 10,000 races. In the command room of the Eternal City, everyone watched the video uploaded by Jiang Wang. There are countless races covering the sky and the Zerg that seems to have no end. Blood, broken limbs. It's like a giant meat grinder. Even though everyone had experienced siege warfare, when faced with such a scene, they still felt infinite fear in their hearts. 2 questions arise in everyone's mind. Can I survive on such a battlefield? How strong is Jiang Wang? The one with the most interesting expression belonged to Sun Xintian. His mind is now full of MMP and greetings to the masked man. Let me kill Jiang Wang. What can I use to kill him? Looking at the extremely ferocious Zergs and the Thunder Beast that knocked down all the races with one charge. Sun Xian is sick. I think that since Jiang Wang has the ability to stop the 10,000 races, we should seize this opportunity. Whether it's saving Jiang Wang or attacking Zhui's nest, we should make a decision instead of just standing there. Su Nuo was the first to break the silence. I suggest that the 1st, 3rd, 6th, 9th, 13th, 16th, and 24th Corps, a total of 50 million people, rush to the Death Desert. Rescue Jiang Wang. The cold voice echoed in the command room. After a long time, Sun Xintian slowly spoke. No, our ultimate goal is victory. As long as we win, we can still save Jiang Wang. On top of Deputy Commander Su's original strength, we will add the 2nd, 3rd, 7th, 15th, 19th, and 26th Corps, totaling 70 million people. We will divide our forces into 2 groups and attack Huanglong directly. Gentlemen, may your military fortunes flourish. May your military fortune flourish. Chapter 52, Blood and Fire. Unlike all the other races who can go into battle by just raising their legs, it is relatively more troublesome for humans to go on expeditions. Leave the city in batches, who goes first and who goes later, which corps will assist in reconnaissance. After working for nearly a whole morning, the team finally started to move slowly. And Sun Xintian was also in the team. While repeatedly watching the video posted by Jiang Wang, he was thinking about how to fight this time. In fact, fighting at the tens of millions level is very difficult, and the orcs also have the command and suppression of bloodlines. But humans can only communicate, so the efficiency is actually relatively low. And this is exactly what Sun Xintian sees. Only by dragging it out slowly like this can Jiang Wang be killed at the hands of the 10,000 races, and then he can take advantage of the situation to devour the already exhausted 10,000 races, or directly win the trial. Not only did you complete the task, you also received the reward. Perfect. Looking at the people all over the mountains, Sun Xintian felt a sense of heroism. On the other side, Xiao Yin, who had already arrived at the Death Desert, was stunned when he saw the video sent by Jiang Wang. Boss, do we really need to rescue them? The younger brother beside Xiao Yin stuttered. With only 100 or so of their manpower, let alone rescue, if any of the 10,000 races' troops got lost, they would all be turned into desert fertilizer. Since we're here, it's okay if you don't want to watch from afar. Xiao Yin was also a little uncertain. The other side. The White Fox also received the news that humans were sending troops on a large scale, but she no longer cared about that. As long as they can win the battle quickly, it should not be a problem for her to hold on until they come back with the backup plan she left in the giant wilderness's nest. And now she has reached the edge of the Death Desert. Inside the insect nest, Jiang Wang heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the news that humans had sent troops to attack the giant wilderness's nest. To be honest, he didn't think these people would come to save him. After all, they didn't have much affection for each other. Moreover, his current points were at the top of the list. If he died, it would be a good thing for those behind him. Jiang Wang shrugged slightly. As long as he could send troops to contain the 10,000 races, it would be enough. After all, it was not a good idea to allow the 10,000 races to send troops continuously like this. Reassured, Jiang Wang threw himself into studying genes again. All the arms that can be upgraded have been upgraded. Jiang Wang could only focus his attention on more weapons. Research targeted spore bacteria and bombs based on the genetic characteristics of all races. Moreover, he squeezed out a drop of dominant blood, which was named by Anna. This drop of blood not only contains Jiang Wang's dominant power, but also some genes of the original destroyer. Just in case of need, the camp of all races. Tao Ye's aura became increasingly weak. The original blood overdraft was not limited to this. As long as he recovered well, although he could not recover to his previous strength, at least he would not die. But in order to intimidate the leader, Tao Dai not only did not rest well, but even stimulated his blood several times. At this moment, no one can save him except the ancestor. He had already begun to feel a little regretful. Would it have been better if he had rested well, defeated the humans, and then told the higher-ups about Jiang Wang? But it was no use regretting. At first, he was arrogant and conceited, thinking that the rewards from Jiang Wang and the ancestor were easy to come by, which led him to make the wrong judgment in the beginning. One wrong step leads to all wrong. Chief, the White Fox Chief is here. Hearing these words, Tao Ye's eyes suddenly lit up. Quick, let her come. As soon as he finished speaking, the White Fox walked into the tent. Leader, feeling the Tao Ye's weak breath, the White Fox felt a little sad. Good, you're here for the best. As long as we unite our forces, we will be able to defeat the Zerg this time. Soon, a battle plan gradually took shape through the discussion between the two. After half a day's rest, the troops brought by the White Fox and the remaining troops of the Tao Tai, as the sun was setting, all the races decided to launch a frontal attack. Because as long as they are on the fungal blanket, no matter which direction they attack from, the Zerg support will always be much faster than that of the other races. It's better to face it head-on. And outside the insect nest, countless newly hatched Zergs are ready for battle. After continuous military expansion, Jiang Wang only had 30 million soldiers. Zerg, 80 million. 10,000 races, 70 million. The difference in military strength is not big. Following the order from the White Fox, all the races launched a charge. Although Jiang Wang modified the genes of the Zerg, he was still unable to resist the attack of all races. Countless poisonous cockroaches spewed out poisonous spore mist. Some of the myriad races lost their combat effectiveness at the first touch, while others were not affected at all. This is a spore bomb developed by Jiang Wang based on the genes of all races. But even so, the battle line was still being advanced rapidly. 50,000 meters, 45,000 meters, 40,000 meters. In just 1 hour, the entire race advanced 10,000 meters. Jiang Wang also felt more pressure. There are countless hatching pools spread out near the insect nest. Continuously provide fresh blood to the front line. The Zergling fearlessly charges at an enemy that is several times stronger than it, just to inflict a wound on the enemy before dying and stop the enemy from moving forward. The tank jumped into the myriad races and was blown up in just a dozen seconds. Sandworms spewing flames. The Thunder Beast let out an angry cry. Ruin creep. All races launched an attack on the insect nest with the force of thunder. 35,000 meters. 30,000 meters. 25,000 meters. The battle lasted a day and a night. 50 million Zerg have been killed. If it weren't for the constant replenishment of life energy, Jiang Wang would have been pushed home long ago. And 20 million people from all races were killed. Inside the insect nest, Jiang Wang's eyes were red and Anna was exhausted. This time is different from the last time. Last time Jiang Wang was trying to wipe out the Tao Dai, so he had some spare strength. But this time he really can't hold on. Even the Wind Wolves were sent by Jiang Wang to add buffs to the Zerg. Jiang Wang clenched his fists. The offensive momentum of the 10,000 races still did not stop. 20,000 meters away from the battlefield, Xiao Yin and others watched the shocking scene in the night sky. The starry sky is bright, and the moon is hanging high in the sky. On the battlefield, the flames spewed out from the sandworms from time to time allowed Xiao Yin and others to see the densely packed myriad races and Zerg. The breeze carried a burning smell and a strong odor of blood. Xiao Yin was silent. He had S-level talent and was an elemental lord who could enter the form of a fire god. Whether among humans or in the Kaiyuan world, He belongs to the first batch of geniuses. Therefore, he had the capital to scold Sun Xiantian, and he had the arrogance to come to the rescue. He wanted to let Jiang Wang see that he was no longer the Xiao Yin from the original world. But when he saw the battlefield under the moonlight, he was silent. Suddenly, he smiled suddenly. What a fucking pervert. He is relieved. If you can't compete, then don't compete. It's no big deal. I can't beat you. But there are so many people who can't beat you. I can accept one more person. At this moment, Xiao Yan's heart knot was suddenly untied. They lay on this sand dune. They no longer considered whether they could rescue Jiang Wang. If you can save it, save it. If you can't save it, forget it. Don't take on a job if you don't have the skills. Suddenly, Xiao Yan seemed to sense something and stood up abruptly. He had the highest rank among them, and he had just clearly felt that several powerful leaders of all races were circling not far away. Chapter 53, Decapitation Operation, and several hidden leaders of all races also discovered Xiao Yan and his group. But if we go and kill those humans, this action will inevitably be exposed. Finally, under the command of the White Fox, they decided to focus on Jiang Wang first. At the edge of the fungal blanket, they attacked Jiang Wang's insect nest at the fastest speed. And the moment they stepped onto the fungal mat, Jiang Wang sensed their presence. Not to mention that these are all leader-level beings. How many Zergs are needed to stop them? The urgent war situation on the front line alone did not allow him to mobilize troops again. Jiang Wang rubbed Anna's head helplessly. Little Anna, I'll leave the frontal battlefield to you. I'm going to be out for a while. Of course, Anna also knew what Jiang Wang was about to face. But she could only suppress her rage to tear apart all races and continue to calmly command the battle. Because the Lord said that for a general, anger is always a negative emotion. Jiang Wang also walked out of the insect nest. He wasn't actually panicking, because his statistics are not very strong. However, due to the destroyer's absolute balance, his speed, strength, stamina, and intelligence are of equal quality. The cool wind blew on his face. The smell of gravel mixed with blood gradually made Jiang Wang's originally turbid mind clear. In front of him, there were several small dots approaching rapidly from far away. Baihu and several leaders also saw Jiang Wang's appearance for the first time. The black hair, black shirt, sparkling eyes, and handsome face in the moonlight made Baihu lose his mind for a moment. Is this the existence that defeated the Tao Dai and caused the deaths of countless races? Jiang Wang always has a special temperament, which is as gentle and elegant as his mental power. Under the moonlight, Jiang Wang showed his master's demeanor to the fullest, and the leaders of all the tribes were a little unsure for a moment. Both sides were in an awkward situation for a while. You leaders have come from afar. Are you ready to let Jiang treat you to tea? Jiang Wang opened his thin lips slightly. His calm expression and pleasant voice made people think that the leader in front of him was an old friend of Jiang Wang. Swish! A pitch-black poisonous sting stopped 10 centimeters behind Jiang Wang. The huge mental power prevented the poisonous needles of the Scorpion Lord from penetrating even a bit. Jiang Wang felt somewhat helpless, as he had thought that his martial arts master's outfit could scare off all these races. It seems that you do not want tea. Bang! It was as if the actual mental power was directly slapped down. The black scorpion hiding in the sand was instantly hit hard. Not only was the shell shattered, but even the mental power was covered with dense cracks. Baihu majored in mental power. He expected that a lord who could command such a huge Zerg race must have a lot of mental power. However, he did not expect that Jiang Wang's mental power could be as terrifying as a substance. But since they had already chosen the decapitation operation, the several major leaders no longer hesitated and swarmed forward. For a while, Jiang Wang fought with the leaders of all tribes. Although he lacked combat experience, Jiang Wang relied on his powerful mental strength and managed to tie with several leaders in a short period of time. Jiang Wang dodged left and right, and if he couldn't avoid it, he would just take it head-on. The more leaders I fight, the more frightened I become. They just thought that Jiang Wang was a summoning lord, and except for his mental power, he was vulnerable to all other attacks. But it was only after the actual battle that I realized, damn, this guy is even more powerful in close combat. When the two-headed deer butted him, he took 2 steps back and was fine after just showing his teeth. He slapped the two-headed deer and wished he could just blow its head off. The big black bear was looking at Jiang Wang, who was jumping up and down like he was performing acrobatics, with trembling hands and a sad look in his eyes. Those who didn't know would think that Jiang Wang was the one being bullied, but he was so big and powerful that even after a few slaps from him, His palms were numb, but he still couldn't break Jiang Wang's defense. He got slapped on the back of his head and fainted without a sound. On the other side, Xiaoyan also ran towards Jiang Wang. Although he can't play a big role on the battlefield, he is good at small-scale duels and group fights. From the beginning, when he saw Jiang Wang fighting against several leaders, he was furious and thought that Jiang Wang would die in front of him. Now he sees Jiang Wang full of energy and even fighting back and forth. The total distance covered was no more than 3,000 meters. No, at the beginning he was jumping up and down because of the beating, and he thought Jiang Wang couldn't hold on until he got there. But now that he was almost in front of him, why was he still jumping up and down? Why do those leaders seem to be dying? But he couldn't care less. Directly activate the strongest form and prepare to join the battle. Jiang Wang, I'm here to help you. Wait, go fight that big black bear. Jiang Wang finally had time to say to Xiaoyan. He also didn't know how strong Xiaoyan was. If he rashly joined the battle here, it would only disrupt the current balance. When Xiaoyan heard Jiang Wang shouting, he thought that Jiang Wang was afraid of the big black bear. Then the flames shot up into the sky and hit the big black bear that had just recovered. Xiaoyan was full of confidence. He had just seen clearly that this black bear was trash, and even Jiang Wang couldn't beat him. He had to make a quick decision by himself, and then defeat them one by one. The angry black bear looked at the human, who suddenly appeared in front of him and roared to the sky. For a moment, the power of the flame and the bear collided. Bang! The flaming phoenix that Xiaoyan had just rubbed with his hands was shattered by a slap from the black bear. The bear's paw, with its remaining power, hit Xiaoyan directly. Bang! Just like skipping stones on water, Xiaoyan bounced several times on the sand. Big black bear, I'm so fierce. Xiaoyan, why is it so fierce? Jiang Wang, is the black bear so fierce? After a brief period of confusion, Xiaoyan restrained her tendency to underestimate the enemy and rushed towards the big black bear again. This time he fought back and forth with the big black bear. But the more he beat him, the more frightened he became. If this black bear was beaten out by Jiang Wang, what about the rest? At this time, Jiang Wang was holding the black scorpion's tail in his hand and waving it constantly, but the huge poisonous needle had already been broken off by Jiang Wang. He was injured all over his body, but his spirit was very high. The leaders in front of him were afraid of the black scorpion's giant turtle and all retreated, especially Fenyu, who was famous for his defense and thick blood. His fat and meat were as crisp as paper in front of Jiang Wang. A slap would make him dry to pieces. Little did he know that it was not just him, but all the leaders felt this way. Jiang Wang's absolute destruction is real damage plus critical hits. Even if he throws a lot of punches, Fenyu will be broken if he gets hit by a few more punches. At this point, the decapitation operation had turned out to be such a failure that several leaders realized it had failed. The White Fox's mental power couldn't shake Jiang Wang at all. That charm was simply like flirting with a blind man. In front of Jiang Wang, the swift mouse's speed was like an old man sprinting. It was really a real amateur and extremely slow. Once it suddenly appeared behind Jiang Wang, ready to pierce his heart to end the battle. As a result, Jiang Wang appeared behind it the next second. A powerful shot almost sent it to death. As for the black scorpion, there is no need to mention it. The iron-black shell was full of cracks, and the scorpion looked like it was dying. Only the big black bear that fought with Xiaoyan didn't suffer any serious injuries except for a few pieces of burnt fur. The white fox, who had already seen the situation clearly, suddenly attacked Xiaoyan. Damn it, if I can't beat Jiang Wang, I can't beat a little jerk like you. Xiaoyan lost consciousness in an instant due to the mental interference of the white fox, and the big black bear seized the opportunity and slapped Xiaoyan with great force, sending him dozens of meters away. You are sick. The white fox shouted angrily at the big black bear. Chapter 54 Resources and Rights. She was really convinced. She just wanted the big black bear to kidnap Xiaoyan. Unexpectedly, the big black bear slapped Xiaoyan and sent him flying dozens of meters away. Jiang Wang, who had reacted, was already standing in front of Xiaoyan. He was even worried about Xiaoyan's safety and didn't even have time to take the big black scorpion. Seeing that there is no chance, White Fox directly ordered a retreat. The swift rat dragged the black scorpion away and disappeared, while the other races quickly retreated while being wary of Jiang Wang's sneak attack. Looking at the retreating tribes, Jiang Wang sighed. What a great opportunity! If it weren't for Xiaoyan, I might have been able to keep too. If the unconscious Xiaoyan knew what Jiang Wang was thinking at the moment, he might get up and vomit another 2 liters of blood. When Xiao Yan's brothers arrived, the battle was over. With no place to vent their passion, they could only take turns carrying the unconscious Xiao Yan. Inside the observation room, a lot of big guys are already numb. They were worried that Jiang Wang would die after being touched in the face, and they were even ready to send people to rescue him. However, they didn't expect that Jiang Wang not only had strong mental strength, but also had other abilities as well. What a loser! Wang Tianfeng was heartbroken. With the various abilities Jiang Wang had displayed, he could not only keep all the leaders of the invading tribes behind, but he could at least keep more than half of them. But it ended with the other party being disabled and Jiang Wang being slightly injured. And Shui, Jiang Wang's combat quality still needs to be improved. Zhou Qian also said with some regret. Aunt Li Shui felt the same way and finally found a direction in which she could teach. Inside the insect nest, Jiang Wang specially opened a new ear room for Xiao Yan and his little brothers to live. And he took over command of the battlefield again. Because the major leaders carried out beheading operations, no one from the 10,000 clans suppressed them. Although the attack was strong, they could still withstand it. Jiang Wang also took advantage of the absence of the leaders of the tribes to directly launch a counterattack. Roar! One by one, the Thunder Beasts launched a charge, and the surrounding Zerglings followed the trajectory of the Thunder Beast charge, finishing off the 10,000 races that were still alive. Jiang Wang took advantage of this opportunity to throw his Blood of the Dominant into the incubation pool. He understood that even though he had repelled the Lord of all races, but in terms of positive hard power, there is still a long way to go. If there is no support, it is only a matter of time before the hive is breached. Originally, Jiang Wang wanted to decompose his own genes. Without saying too much, as long as the ability of absolute destruction can be extracted, the improvement to the Zerg will be unprecedented. But unfortunately, the decomposition pool exploded as soon as it took in its own genes. As a matter of urgency, Jiang Wang had no choice but to put the animal into the incubation pool. Following Jiang Wang's choice, countless Zergs carrying the blood of the Overlord are about to be born after consuming countless energy. The camp of all races. Tao Tai looked at the black scorpions in front of him, all of which were injured and breathing heavily, with a look of shock on his face. You mean, you found Jiang Wang, and he invited you to have tea, and then you refused and got beaten up? Well, the white fox lowered his head in shame. But Tao Tai just felt dizzy and confused. After a long time, Tao Tai spoke slowly. There are only 2 options now. Either we attack Jiang Wang with all our strength and take down the insect nest within 3 days, or we retreat quickly and attack humans with all our strength and win in 3 days. Tao Tai sees things very clearly. Once you take down Jiang Wang, no matter how difficult it is for you next, it will not be more difficult than facing a crazy growing Jiang Wang. If Jiang Wang cannot be captured, then we can only attack humans within 3 days and capture the Everlasting City. For more than 3 days, Tao Tai couldn't imagine what Jiang Wang's Zerg would become after devouring so many races. No matter which one, all of them only have 3 days. He left the choice to the remaining tribes. He was tired, he wanted to move, but he couldn't carry it. A group of superior race leaders went to behead a summoner lord. With no Zerg around, they were discovered. One of them was half dead, and many were seriously injured. Vote it! There is nothing more heart-dead than this. But just as the leader hesitated, Jiang Wang's first batch of Blades of Domination was born and has arrived at the front line. The first batch was a full 5 million. Blade of the Dominator. Introduction. The Zerg were created by the Overlord using his own blood. Effect. Each attack has a 10% chance of causing true damage and critical hit effect. And with the addition of these Zerg, the Zerg instantly tore a hole in the Wanzu's defense line. A 10% probability may seem small, but when the base number reaches a certain level, it is no different from a 100% critical hit. When a heaven-shaking elephant is attacked by tens of thousands of Zergs, its death is almost instantaneous. The camp of all races. The white fox has made his decision. Retreat. In her calculations, the trial had already failed. The Wanzu are a race that only cares about results. They don't care how promising your opponent is when you destroy him. When they learned that you had killed a human, tens of millions of people died, and even lost the trial. Then you are a loser, a leader with no investment potential. Since failure is inevitable, the white fox can only think about how to get her back to an important position. There is only one way. It's natural to want to fail, That is what makes Jiang Wang so powerful and incomparable. This would not only allow the top leaders of all races to pay more attention to Jiang Wang and kill him in advance, but would also make their own failure less glaring. Even because of Tao Ye's half-disability, he will even become the chief advisor to deal with Jiang Wang. Although it is a tiger that brings trouble, but as long as the tiger eats other people, it has nothing to do with you. Tao Tai glanced at the white fox, who was determined to retreat, and smiled. He already understood the white fox's thoughts, but it doesn't matter. As the order to retreat was issued, countless races began to retreat. For these strange beasts, they're the lowest level of existence. Because of the suppression of their bloodline, they cannot even carry out the most basic resistance. So they can only fight desperately. Kill humans and kill everything that can help them advance. As long as they advance, they will no longer be controlled by others. But unfortunately, there are strong people who have emerged from the war. But most of them don't become stronger step by step. Some have potential power in their blood, which allows them to gradually become stronger and achieve high positions. But I made it purely by relying on my own luck and strength. Yes, but there is only one among all the races. All races retreated like a flood. The bodies of his fellow tribesmen were left behind. Their deaths mean nothing to all races. They're just numbers in the hands of the higher races. What died were not only the bodies of the lower class of all races, but also the dreams of the lower class of all races. The Zerg are still chasing us. At first, Jiang Wang suspected it was a trap. But after considering the overall situation, I soon realized the twists and turns. In some ways, the Zerg is a more harsh human society. After all, the Zerg have bloodlines, and humans also have something similar to bloodlines. For example, the family. After figuring it out, the Zerg then began their pursuit without any worries. He just doesn't have high combat skills, but his brain has always been good. The Zerg, which had just been facing a desperate situation, suddenly felt a second spring in the next moment. Alas, in the final analysis, it's all about resources and power. Jiang Wang said slowly. Anna behind them tilted her head with a confused look on her face as she looked at the master who was leading them to victory. Chapter 55. Allied Forces Under Attack. Revised Version. Chapter Upload Error. So the Jiang Wang immediately released the information about the retreat of all races to everyone through the public screen. It also explains the combat capabilities and various situations that all races currently possess. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Holy shit, Boss Jiang Wang is still alive? Is this really the Zerg fighting for supremacy in another world? Don't talk about this nonsense. Didn't you read the message? If 50 million of the 10,000 races attack the coalition forces directly, they will find us in a day at most. My goodness, Big Boss Jiang Wang can drive away so many of the 10,000 races by himself. So do we still need to be afraid of the 10,000 races when there are so many of us? Ask the person above. Did you participate in the siege of the city by all races in the first 3 days? No, but do you think that humans can rely on such a tall wall to suffer any casualties? Aren't all the races just going to be beaten? And you still say that all the races are terrifying? Don't blame the uneven roads if you are not good enough. Awesome. Just as Jiang Wang was swiping the public screen to warn everyone about the power of the myriad races, I was suddenly at by someone. Sun Xintian at Jiang Wang. If the myriad races launch an attack on our army, can you come to support us? Jiang Wang. No, the Zerg have suffered huge losses and cannot carry out long-distance raids. Sun Xintian. Not at all? Jiang Wang. The losses are huge, and there is no point in sending troops rashly. If support is needed, it will be 3 days at the earliest. What Jiang Wang said was true. Although the Zerg could fight back and forth with the 10,000 races on the fungal mat, once they entered the plains or forests to fight, only a swarm that outnumbered the 10,000 races by dozens of times could achieve the same effect as the fungal mat. After receiving Jiang Wang's definite reply, Sun Xintian looked at everyone in the coalition command room. Okay, Jiang Wang has clearly stated that he cannot provide support. Now, the biggest problem is, what should we do if those 50 million people from the 10,000 races come straight at us? What if there are still myriad races left in the giant wilderness nest, and they rush out towards us? The atmosphere in the command room was depressing. I suggest a frontal attack. Even if those 50 million myriads attack our coalition forces, there will be a tired army. Then we can cooperate with the flanking troops to divide and defeat them. Oppose. We have all witnessed the terrifying execution capabilities of the 10,000 races. As long as the leader is alive, there will be no rout. Once our army collapses first, we will be lambs to be slaughtered on the plains of the wilderness. Both sides held their own opinions, and Sun Xintian tapped the table anxiously. He didn't expect that tens of millions of people failed to kill Jiang Wang, and he didn't expect that his original advantage of slow marching would become a burden. Now, whether we retreat or attack, we may be ambushed. I suggest we establish a battle line right here. A legion commander suddenly stood up and took a middle approach. Sun Xuantian's eyes suddenly lit up. In his opinion, the risks of either attacking or retreating were too great, and this plan hit the nail on the head. That's it. The various legions set up positions around us. I don't believe that Jiang Wang can repel tens of millions of people by himself. Do we still need to retreat with so many people? For a time, although each legion was unhappy, it was still within an acceptable range. After all, whether attacking or retreating, there is always a vanguard and a legion that retreats first. Now each legion regards the people under its command as its own team, and try their best to protect it in order to maintain their sudden power. The other side, Jiang Wang prepared to see how Xiao Yin recovered. As soon as I came in, I saw Xiao Yin leaning on the bed, with a group of people surrounding him, making a lot of noise. Hey, what are you doing? When the people around saw Jiang Wang coming, they all made way for him. I saw a person holding a personal terminal with saliva flying. Let me tell you, at that time, our boss dodged and kicked. He kicked the big black tiger leader more than 100 meters away. Facing the siege of more than a dozen leaders, he was not afraid. He attacked from both sides. Jiang Wang's smile disappeared, and he made a single move of 6. When Xiao Yin saw Jiang Wang coming, his originally slightly red face suddenly became even redder than when he was in the elemental state. Bang! Xiao Yin slapped Lu Qingho. Boss, you hit. Ah, Boss Jiang is here. Lu Qingho instantly put on a smiling face. Jiang Wang smiled and said nothing. After checking that Xiao Yan's injuries were not serious, he left. Before leaving, I felt a little sad when I saw them having so much fun. The other side. Under the command of Bai Hu, all races rushed towards the coalition forces. Through the initial siege battle, she already had a basic understanding of human combat power. Except for the pervert Jiang Wang, most humans are still at a normal level. And the normal level means that as long as they are in the wild, all races will not be afraid of humans at all. Moreover, all races are in urgent need of a victory now. A magnificent victory. To make up for the morale lost at Jiang Wang's place. 50 million soldiers of all races divided into 3 groups and moved towards the coalition's position. Observation room. Zhou Qian frowned slightly as he watched the lord who started to build defenses in place. Madness. Don't blame Zhou Qian for saying this. A week before everyone entered the trial, everyone had been warned seriously. Lords, especially summoning lords, should never engage in field battles with the myriad races before reaching the silver level. That's why we went to so much trouble to build an everlasting city. When Sun Xintian received the news from Jiang Wang, he did not choose to evacuate or send reinforcements to the rear immediately. This is in contrast to the fact that an immature calf must be given to a hyena. Times of day. With the help of troops and elemental lords, the position was initially formed. There are fortresses rising from the ground, various traps on the periphery, and endless types of soldiers. These are his confidence. He is the strongest in District 1. 50 million troops. Several legions. He doesn't believe there is no way to fight. On the side of the 10,000 races, the White Fox determined the coalition forces' positions and fortifications through various reconnaissance operations. The reason for the delay in attacking was that all races also needed to rest, and the White Fox had also become much more cautious. She is always on guard against the movements of the Death Desert and the Everlasting City. When it was sure that there was no ambush, the Snow White Fox revealed a cruel smile. Kill! At once, the 3 armies of the 10,000 races launched attacks from different directions. Chapter 56. Overwhelming Power. Revised version. I uploaded it wrong before. Jiang Wang. If the 10,000 races really confront the coalition forces head-on, who do you think has a better chance of winning? Xiao Yin looked at Jiang Wang anxiously. It depends on the determination of the 10,000 races. I haven't fought with humans many times, but I think that given the current situation, the coalition forces have little chance of winning. Jiang Wang answered Xiao Yin while combining the genes. So many people have no chance of winning? If you think you can win by having more people, you are very wrong. If there is a battle of 100,000 people, humans have a higher chance of winning, because if there are even 30,000 summoners among the 100,000 people, then the number may be more than 100,000 more than the myriad races. But once the scale reaches tens of millions. Speaking of this, Jiang Wang began to recall the bloody scene when all races launched a large-scale attack. There are too many variables. Xiaoyan was still a little confused. At the level of tens of millions, if human lords reached tens of millions with those types of soldiers, it would be very easy to have tens of millions more than the myriad races. If the number reaches tens of millions, it's not that simple. Do you know what will happen if there is a rout or the army loses its morale? Jiang Wang also stopped what he was doing, turned around, and looked at Xiaoyan and spoke seriously. Once you flee, tens of millions of people are no better than tens of millions of pigs. Kill! Zhang Chang on the city wall roared with blood on his face. But the next second, a griffin grabbed him and tore him in half in midair. And this scene is happening everywhere. The originally tall and solid fortress was destroyed like a rotten wood with the cooperation of all kinds of strange beasts from all races. Report! The outermost line of defense has been broken. The myriad races are beginning to advance towards the fourth line of defense. Report! Commander Zhang Ruoxin is leading hundreds of thousands of troops to retreat towards the fourth line of defense. Requesting support. Report. The 27th Legion requests support. Report. Bang. What does Zhang Ruoxin do for a living? In the command room, Sun Xuantian's eyes were bloodshot. Zhang Ruoxin was the commander-in-chief of the fifth line of defense appointed by him. He was also the first strong man to surrender to him. Sun Xintian gave him the most troops and even asked people to help build traps for him. He didn't expect that in just half a day, the 10,000 races broke through the outermost defense line. Actually, this is not Zhang Ruoxin's fault. Although he has many types of soldiers and many summoners under his command, the Kaiyuan world has told everyone an iron rule from the beginning. Do not fight against the myriad races below the silver level. The main reason is that the summoners below the silver level cannot summon soldiers of the same level as him. This means that a bronze 5th level summoner may only have bronze 1st level soldiers, or even lower. Although other lords are not as exaggerated as the summoning lords, their strength will also decline to varying degrees when facing the myriad races of the same level. For example, the martial arts lord at this moment is simply unable to fight with the primitive instinctive beasts of the same level, as he has not yet comprehended the laws to that level. Although traps and troops also caused huge damage to all races. But under the suppression of killing and blood, all the races withstood the pressure and launched a powerful siege. Due to the shortage of time, it is called a city wall, but in fact it is just a small mound of several dozen meters. When the battle turns into hand-to-hand combat, it can basically be declared over. Under the stimulation of evolution, all races frantically harvested the lives of the escaped lords. Zhang Ruoxin also chose to retreat when he was powerless to save the situation. On the city wall, the white fox looked at the broken limbs and arms all over the ground and curled the corners of his mouth slightly. An idea arose in the minds of all the leaders. That's right, this is how humans should behave when facing the great myriad races. Jiang Wang, what kind of monster is that? But when they really thought of Jiang Wang, they shuddered again. What kind of summoner lord can fight against tens of millions of tribes in the bronze stage and can also hold down 7 leaders and beat them up? The strange beasts whizzing past them brought the leaders back to reality. Obviously, attacking such a fortress is much more fun than attacking Jiang Wang's. Some exotic beasts have not only evolved their bloodlines, but their strength has also greatly improved. Follow the team that was just let go and be ready to attack at any time. Baihu said calmly that she had just let Zhang Ruoxin and others leave on purpose in order to break through the fourth line of defense. Tell Money Rat to hurry up. As the strange beasts next to it retreated under orders, the white fox seemed to have regained its original confidence. On the other side, Zhang Ruoxin and his confidants retreated towards the fourth line of defense. Behind him, hundreds of thousands of lords fled for their lives. Zhang Ruoxin frowned as he looked at the Wanzu who had been following him. He was not a mediocre person, and he had also come out of battles along the way. When he saw all races driving all humans towards him, he felt something was wrong. But there was nothing he could do. He doesn't want to die. Sun Xintian also realized that this time the 10,000 races were more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Tell Zhang Ruoxin not to approach the fourth line of defense. I will have people open up a path through the fourth line of defense, but have him set up a position in front of the fourth line of defense to block the enemy. If he leads the deserters to charge, they will all be killed as members of the 10,000 races. Sun Xuantian's eyes were cold. There was dead silence in the command room. What's the point of opening a road? Aren't the legs of all races faster than humans? Besides, how can such a narrow path accommodate hundreds of thousands of people? Sun Xuantian's order was basically a death sentence for the 3 million people in the fifth line of defense. But Sun Xintian had no choice. There are traps everywhere outside the city. Once you arrive, you have to destroy some of them first. Although humans are fighting in the city, once all races are allowed to attack the city, it will not be long before hand-to-hand combat occurs. Therefore, they can only rely on traps and long-range attacks to consume the enemy. We strive to eliminate 10 million of the Wanzu before they break through the fourth line of defense. Fuck! Damn Sun Xintian! Zhang Ruoxin cursed loudly. Looking at the trusted followers who were guarding him and the humans who were fleeing with him, Zhang Ruoxin hesitated. He was originally a small executive who was lucky enough to awaken a good talent. By flattering and taking the lead in placing bets, he became the leader of the fifth line of defense. When he felt the admiration of countless people, he felt the taste of power. Suddenly, he turned around and faced everyone and shouted, "I'm Zhang Ruoxin. Command Center's order. Everyone, set up a defense line. Someone will be here to help us soon." In an instant, the crowd was excited. "Fuck you. I'll beat you up if I want." "Fuck, isn't that going to kill us?" "Ignore him. Go for it." For a moment, the scene was very chaotic, especially the people in the back who were being chased by the 10,000 races. Although the Wanzu received the order to drive them to the fourth line of defense, it did not specify how many people to drive away. Therefore, all the races did not restrain themselves. If anyone fell behind or slowed down, all the races would rush forward and kill them. The people in the rear had already collapsed under the threat of death, and now they only wanted to rush into the fortress in front of them. Chapter 57, City Gate Crisis, Revised Version. As the defeated soldiers and the myriad tribes got closer and closer. At the command of the commander of the fourth line of defense, countless attacks covered the entire area. Hundreds of thousands of people died in the attacks of their own people. Those who didn't die immediately were wailing, cursing, and getting angry. But gradually, they died. Buried with them were only tens of thousands of exotic beasts. The myriad races that came from the fifth line of defense gathered outside the attack range. Seeing such decisive humans, all races continued to gather more alien species, preparing to launch the next wave of attacks. Inside the insect nest, Xiao Yin was cursing. Jiang Wang looked at the information report on the public screen. I was speechless for a moment. From the perspective of war, Sun Xuantian's approach was correct, and even the observation room affirmed Sun Xuantian's decisiveness. But from the perspective of human nature, Sun Xintian is wrong and cruel. But war is not about right or wrong. The insect nest has absorbed all the genes of the dead races, and with Jiang Wang's further transformation, its combat power has been comprehensively improved. Jiang Wang closed his eyes and concentrated, thinking about what he would do if he were the 10,000 clans, and what he would do if he were the leader. Outside the hive, the Zerg army is growing every minute. Suddenly, Jiang Wang opened his eyes. He immediately decided to lead 40 million Zerg to the everlasting city, including nearly 5 million blades of the Overmind. Anna took charge of the insect nest and sent 30 million to the giant wilderness nest just in case. Only about 10 million was left. The war goes on. All the races were attacking cities and conquering lands without caring about life and death. The coalition forces were exhausted from dealing with the situation and kept asking for help from Yongjin City and Jiangwang. The people of Jui's Nest also left in full force, and less than 10 million people were left to defend it. Countless races began to gather. Baihu and other leaders have made plans. Or 2 days later, Jiangwang would lead his Zerg out of the Death Desert and kill them all, thus completely failing. Or they could seize the slim chance and bet that Everlasting City would send troops to support them. And then they could take advantage of the situation to attack Everlasting City and fight to the death to win the victory. After all, given the solidity of the Everlasting City, even if they gathered all the races to attack, it would not be enough to take it within 3 days. The attack on the coalition forces was just a cover. Only if the Eternal City sent troops to help them would they have a chance. Otherwise, it would be better to let Jiang Wang break through the core of Jui, where the death rate would reach 80%. Inside Yongjin's command room, Su Nuo looked at the many Legion commanders who asked to fight and still firmly chose to refuse. Deputy Commander Su, the coalition forces are in danger. As long as we send troops at this time, we can definitely unite with the coalition forces to repel the myriad races. The Legion commander who requested to fight still had some hope. Our mission is to hold on to the everlasting city and protect the core. Su Nuo shouted coldly, expressing her attitude firmly. Deputy Commander Su, is victory so important? We all come from the same planet. Countless people died in the primordial realm. Even if we win, what can it bring us? Those are our compatriots. Zhang Ro's eyes were filled with tears as she kept persuading Su Nuo. It's no wonder that she is like this. Sun Xuantian's strength is deeply imprinted in her mind, and she is also one of the first people to join Sun Xuantian. In her eyes, Su Nuo is not helping the coalition forces at this moment in order to eliminate dissidents. As long as she can clearly show her support for Sun Xuantian at this time, then Jiang Wang has just contacted me. He will be there to provide support in 2 days at most. The 10,000 races may raid Yongjin City at any time. Sun Xuantian has 50 million people. There is no need for us to take such a big risk. Besides, we are not here to win, but to survive. Su Nuo's cold eyes seemed to see through Zhang Ro. Seeing that persuasion had no effect, Zhang Ro suddenly spoke in a stern voice. Su Nuo, you ignored the facts, delayed the opportunity to fight, and used the 10,000 races to eliminate dissidents. You watched your compatriots trapped in the sea of fire and did nothing. You don't dare to send troops. Ido. Then he turned and left. Su Nuo looked at Zhang Ro's back coldly. In her opinion, sending troops might not necessarily save Sun Xuantian, and it might also allow all races to wipe out humanity's advantage in one wave. Within the coalition, Sun Xuantian has lost his former composure. The 10,000 races attack was really too fast. It was too crazy. The fourth line of defense has been captured, and the third line of defense will be captured in an instant. He had sent several messages of support to Yongjin City, but Su Nuo repeatedly refused to provide support, citing the fear of an ambush and her desire to defend Yongjin City. She also said that Jiang Wang would provide support in 2 days. This almost made him burst into curses. Given the current situation, who knows if he will still be there in 2 days? He can be cruel to his own people, but not to himself. All the races also became ruthless. Even if we lose, we must kill all these people with excellent talents before losing, improve our bloodlines, and go back to report. In the everlasting city, Han Bingyin stood in front of Zhang Ro. According to Deputy Commander Su's order, if Zhang Ro's troops force their way through the door, they will be killed on the spot. Oh, she doesn't dare to rescue us. And she doesn't let others rescue us? Let me see if she dares to kill all of us, Zhang Ro said with disdain. Several Legion commanders who were preparing to send troops along with her also echoed her words. Just as the two sides were pushing each other and preparing to exchange fire, Su Nuo suddenly appeared. You can send troops, but you can only open the city gates halfway. Otherwise, let's see who is stronger. A powerful aura enveloped everyone. After all, Zhang Ro had a large number of people, and the situation outside the city was calm. So Su Nuo chose to give in. Zhang Ro's eyes changed several times, and finally, she chose to compromise. As several city gates slowly opened, the troops began to leave the city in an orderly manner. The money rat lying in ambush not far away was excited when he saw the city gates slowly opening. More and more troops gathered in front of the city gate. The golden money rat and a group of other tribes that were good at hiding and attacking were lying in ambush not far away. As a team of soldiers successfully left the city, the money rat transformed into a flash of lightning and quickly rushed out. Whoosh! It shows the time when one corps had just left the city and the next corps was preparing to leave. In just a few blinks of an eye, the golden rat instantly rushed into the city gate. The lords around were still wondering where this golden rat came from. The next second, sharp claws scratched their throats. The money rat instantly controlled a city gate, and the many tribes behind him also rushed towards the city gates. For a moment, there was great chaos at each city gate. The army of all races lying in ambush in the distance began to rush madly towards the everlasting city. The White Fox of the coalition forces that was besieging the city received the news and immediately gathered all the tribes and began to attack the everlasting city. There is no time to gather them and let them continue to attack the city. Under the eternal city, Zhang Rou's troops were in chaos. The myriad races that were approaching from afar made them desperate to return to the city. However, there were so many strange beasts or human corpses gathered at the city gate that everyone was blocked at the entrance. Su Nuo and Han Bingyan were quickly clearing out all the tribes that had entered the city. But the Golden Money Rat did not fight with them at all. Instead, it ran back and forth in front of the city gates, killing those who wanted to close the city gates at all costs, and letting those who were blocking the outer gates in. Get out of the way! Relying on his impressive strength, Zhang Rou squeezed directly into the city. But Su Nuo saw that it was almost too late. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He waved towards the crowded crowd at the city gate. Bah! The people who were originally crowded at the city gate fell silent in an instant. Close the city gates. Chapter 58. The city gate was breached. Zhang Rou, who had just squeezed in, saw Su Nuo being so decisive. His expression changed several times, and he began to kill the people crowded at the city gates. Soon, some of the weaker tribes were killed on the spot by the Legion commanders who rushed over. The Money Rat was also in danger, and even took several heavy blows in its attempt to prevent the city gate from closing. Boom, boom, boom. The people on the city wall launched a mad attack on all races. An agile black tiger dodged left and right. It was Xiaohe who informed Jiang Wang. Several leaders took the lead, and they still understood that this might be the only chance to turn the tables. Inside the city gate, with Su Nuo's thundering actions, almost all the city gates were closed. There are only 3 remaining city gates blocked by alien species at the risk of their lives. The rat also had blood oozing from the corner of its mouth and a layer of ice on its body. The several leaders opposite him were not in a good situation either. Zhang Rou's abdomen was scratched open, and Han Bingyan was seriously injured despite fighting for his life. But even so, it still kept wandering around the battlefield, waiting for an opportunity, ready to strike anyone at any time. Seeing the footsteps of all races getting closer and closer, Su Nuo's long hair suddenly flew. Streams of blood flew out from the dead bodies and transformed into sharp blades that floated in the air like bloody raindrops. Suddenly, the blades changed direction and attacked the 3 city gates indiscriminately. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At the 3 city gates, both strange beasts and humans died under the bloody blades. And Su Nuo's face turned pale. The Golden Money Rat also seized the opportunity and rushed straight towards Su Nuo's heart like a golden lightning. Dream! In a hurry, Han Bingyan transformed into an elemental state and stood in front of Su Nuo in ice crystal armor. But even so, Han Bingyan's right shoulder was almost completely broken. If it weren't for the elemental state, Han Bingyan would have died from this attack. Bang! Bang! Seeing that 2 city gates had been closed and the only remaining gate was about to close, a trace of struggle flashed in the eyes of the Golden Money Rat. Then he gave up and rushed out of the city gate. In its opinion, even if Jiang Wang broke out of the Death Desert at that time, it would not necessarily die. But if it stayed for the sake of all races now, it would definitely die. They have an ancestral motto, Money Rat. Dead beasts, immortal rats. Shoo-shoo, I'm leaving first. But just as he was about to rush out of the city gate, a black figure suddenly crashed into the city gate. Bah! Under the heavy blow, the city gate was shaking a little. The one coming is Black Tiger. Relying on her gifted bloodline, she finally rushed over. It was this strike that gave all races a glimmer of hope. When the Money Rat saw that there was hope, he turned around and rushed back into the city. All the tribes outside the city gate, bearing wave after wave of attacks, finally reached the bottom of the city wall. The city gate that was about to close was slowly opened amid wave after wave of attacks. The Black Tiger was exhausted from the attack just now and was resting nearby. She was actually a little conflicted. In a way, she had an unshirkable responsibility for Tao Ye's disability and the current situation of all races. She can almost be said to be a traitor to all races. But on the other hand, she is from the 10,000 races, she has lofty ideals, she needs killing to advance, and she needs strength. So she did not hesitate and resolutely chose to crash into the city gate. She fights for herself. The city gate was completely opened, even though the city gates were guarded by the largest number of Legion commanders and men. But once the gap is opened, it is not easy to close. At the city gate, the corpses of all races had piled up into a small hill. But even so, all races are still rushing in like crazy, and the golden rats are also wantonly reaping human lives. As the city gates were breached one after another, the real hand-to-hand combat began. The other side, Jiang Wang was flying rapidly towards the everlasting city among the Zerg. When he put himself in the shoes of the 10,000 races, he found that there were only 3 ways for the 10,000 races to get out of their predicament. The first one is to hold on and refuse to move out. This is the stupidest method. The second option is to gather all the troops to attack the everlasting city. This is a more ideal option because the everlasting city is tall enough to support him or the coalition forces. The third scenario is the worst-case scenario for him, where all races break through the wall and head straight for the core of humanity. In order to prevent this situation from happening, she not only sent 30 million troops to the G Nest, but also specifically explained the pros and cons to Su Nua and said that she would be able to provide support in 2 days at most. But through the public screen, he knew that the worst had happened. At this time, it would take him nearly half a day to reach the everlasting city. Within the coalition, with the withdrawal of the White Fox, their pressure suddenly decreased. But before they could be happy, they received the news that the city gate had been breached. Bah! What on earth is Su Nua doing for a living? Sun Xintian almost smashed the table with a hammer, as if all the fault was Su Nua's. He completely forgot that he had cursed Su Nua for his ruthlessness and asked for help from the commanders of the major legions in Yongjin City. Sun Xuantian's expression was uncertain. Then he suddenly looked up excitedly. All troops, march towards Jui City at full speed. As long as he can capture the Eternal City before the human core breaks through, he will be the biggest winner of this trial. At that time, even if the man in black comes to your door, you don't have to be afraid. In the everlasting city, Han Bingyin continued to retreat with the exhausted Su Nua. Although the outermost city of the everlasting city was broken, but due to Su Nua's caution, she continued to strengthen the defenses in the city after receiving Jiang Wang's reminder. As long as the command is proper, we can't completely wipe out the invading enemy, but we can definitely hold them off for 3 days. The Black Tiger, which had almost recovered, continued to reap the lives of human lords along with all the races. And as she killed, waves of energy continued to strengthen her bloodline. This is why humans cannot coexist with all other races, especially for the human lords coming out of the original world, because they have the lord space, they can further increase the chances of their bloodline promotion. There is a saying among all the tribes: greedy humans have robbed the world of its last remaining energy, and we are simply recycling it. Observation room. Zhou Qian and others were also silent. They couldn't comment, because after all, they had never experienced such a large-scale battle. Many middle-level and high-level outsiders are also paying attention to this battle. Damn it, you can lose even if the flying dragon rides on the face. TSK, the Lord space given by the original world was wasted. What a waste. One thing to say, this Jiang Wang is still very strong. It's the first time I've seen such a fierce newcomer. The last time I saw him was Yi. A certain young master shut up instantly, as if he realized something, and the various pressures on his body also showed that when he pronounced that name, he would be close to death. In an instant, the atmosphere suddenly became depressing. Chapter 59, Humanity is going to lose? Kill. Han Bingyin dragged his seriously injured body and continued to kill the myriad tribes in front of him. The blood all over his body and the corpses around him showed the intensity of the battlefield. Under the pursuit of all races, humans were unable to form any effective resistance. When they reached the penultimate line of defense, Han Bingyin took action boldly, severely wounding a leader of the 10,000 races, and killed Zhang Ro, who was only concerned with escaping. This stopped the escape trend. After paying a bloody price, mankind finally gained a firm foothold. At this time, White Fox and her army had arrived at the bottom of the city wall. She jumped over the hill of corpses and the bloody pits one after another. The whole body is snow white, just like an elf in the forest. She took a deep breath of the air, filled with resentment and death, her face intoxicated. She's in a good mood now. The resentment and death energy from the large number of dead humans have made her strength continue to increase, and she is about to win. Suddenly, her expression changed drastically. Destroy the human core as soon as possible. Jiang Wang is coming to kill us. When Tao Dai saw the Zerg, he immediately sent a message to the White Fox on the front line. Inside the giant wilderness nest, Tao Tai commanded the remaining 10,000 races to continuously harvest the lives of the Zerg by relying on the terrain within the 10,000 races nest. It's not that he didn't expect Jiang Wang to kill him, but he didn't expect him to come so soon that he didn't have time to rush to the shelter he had found. After returning from the Death Desert, he has been in the giant wilderness's nest. On the one hand, he can recuperate from his injuries, and on the other hand, he can be on guard against certain tribes that might kill him and devour his bloodline. But Jiang Wang's arrival directly disrupted his plans. The Zerg that have emerged from the fungal blanket are still unable to fight the 10,000s one-on-one. Moreover, due to the terrain, even with Anna's personal command, there is no chance of taking down the giant wilderness core in a short period of time. Within the coalition, Sun Xintian selected the most elite troops, and they are still on the way to Jui's nest. And Jiang Wang could already see the outline of the Everlasting City. In the Everlasting City, second line of defense, there were corpses everywhere and rivers of blood between the human and white fox armies, and from time to time, wailing could be heard, not sure whether it was from humans or other races. Kill! Following the order from the white fox, countless races rushed towards the second line of defense. The white fox and the black tiger are also among them. Bang! All the races crashed heavily into the city wall under the attack. The dull impact made everyone on the city wall tremble. Su Nua had awakened at this time, and looking at the densely packed tribes, she knew that she might not be able to hold on, so she prepared to fight to the death, and she had already made arrangements for the last line of defense behind her. Although there were originally nearly 50 million people in the city. But in the short half-day that the 10,000 races rushed into the city, 2 Legion commanders were killed, and a large number of humans on the city walls were also killed by the 10,000 races that rushed up. Everyone was in chaos, and no one could gather the people's hearts and minds to form a combat-effective resistance. And she also fell into a coma at a critical moment because she forcibly used abilities that she had not mastered. If Han Bingyan had not stepped forward at the last moment, the human casualties would have been even more severe. After all, the fleeing humans were like defeated infantrymen, slaughtered at will by the cavalrymen behind them. Humans were defeated infantrymen, but the myriad races were not cavalrymen. They were more ferocious and bloodthirsty than the cavalrymen. Puff! Humans continued to kill all the tribes that climbed onto the city walls, although the casualties among all races were huge. But even so, as the corpses of the 10,000 races piled up, more of them climbed onto the top of the city walls. Withdraw! Following Su Nua's order, the various legions began to evacuate in an orderly manner. Su Nua followed the next group of people to evacuate. At this time, outside the city wall, the mountain of corpses was almost level with the wall. All races quickly crossed the city wall like a swarm of locusts. When Su Nua retreated to the last line of defense, flames shot up into the sky. The huge explosion echoed in the valley. Countless races flew into the sky. This was Su Nua's gift to the Wanzu. Long before the Wanzu broke through the city gate, he had left various explosives at various key points. The purpose is just in case. But unexpectedly, at the critical moment, the explosives were fine, she was unconscious, and there was no one who could help. The fire was burning fiercely. They flew across the flames one by one, like messengers from hell. There is no room for breathing. Boom! 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 Several leaders of all races attacked at the same time. No one held back. It was no longer a matter of winning or losing, but a matter of life and death. The White Fox's enormous mental power instantly bewitched thousands of lords, causing a commotion on the city wall for a while. The 2-headed deer that followed closely behind slammed heavily into the city gate. The commanders of various armies also went to fight. A variety of arms, gorgeous elemental attacks, and even mechanical lords' turrets and robots. Roar! The strange beasts attacked at the city gate, and the strange beasts in the sky also kept harassing the top of the city. Just half an hour. Roar! A strange beast stood on the city wall and roared loudly, announcing the victory of all races. Su Nua and Han Bingyan were seriously injured and dying. The latter, paved with corpses of all races, made humanity begin to fall into despair. Suddenly, insect, in the canyon behind the 10,000 races, a thunder beast gradually revealed its figure. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy footsteps made the earth begin to tremble, and the countless zerglings around the thunder beast moved forward in coordination. Above the thunder beast, Jiang Wang's mental power exploded. In an instant, all the races in the canyon seemed to be shrouded by demons. The various leaders who were just preparing to reap the lives of the human lords now looked extremely ugly. Chew! The white fox howled. All the races rushed towards the crystal like crazy. He even passed by the human lord who was within his reach. This is their last chance. As long as I can be before Jiang Wang. The money rat was the fastest, and it ran towards the crystal madly. He even gave up the chance to kill a super high-quality lord in just a few tenths of a second when he passed by Su Nua. Almost there. Almost there. The money rat looked at the crystal that was so close. Zong. Bang. Familiar figure. Familiar movements. Familiar flying movements. Jiang Wang kicked the golden money rat into the air and slammed it hard into the mountain wall. Bang! The huge force was evident from the splashing of broken boulders. The thunder beast, which was originally so powerful, was now wailing on the ground. The densely packed cracks on his forehead also fully demonstrated how much effort Jiang Wang put in to arrive in time. Jiang Wang stood in front of the crystal, like a god of war. The battlefield suddenly fell into an eerie silence. At this moment, all the races that participated in the beheading operation were as if dead. They are well aware of Jiang Wang's strength. The look in Black Tiger's eyes was more complicated. Jiang Wang's cold eyes swept across all the races in front of him. At this moment, the White Fox and other leaders gathered together and suddenly rushed towards Jiang Wang. Kill! Damn it. Try your best to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Black Bear takes the lead. But as he glanced, the little white fox that was side by side with him just now had disappeared. Roar! The battle is about to begin. Bang! Bang! Zong! Jiang Wang is like a god of war guarding the gate. Not only did he block the leaders of all races who were rushing towards him, but even the strange beasts that tried to sneak and were kicked to death by him. Chapter 60. Jiang Wang was not surprised. The Zerg have already fought with the alien beasts. The situation of all races is hopeless. The white fox had soiled its proud white fur and was quietly slipping away to the outside world like a piece of black coal. The golden money rat also rushed out of the canyon with one breath. Although Jiang Wang sensed the movements of the two myriad creatures with his spiritual power, the constant entanglement of the myriad creatures in front of him forced him to give up chasing the two beasts. The big black bear and other tribes are also suffering terribly. Jiang Wang's mental power was firmly locked on them. Even if they wanted to run, they couldn't. They could only try to break the crystal. The humans around them also recovered and joined the battle. Soon, the battle is over. In front of the human core, there were corpses everywhere. The leaders of all races who had been so arrogant just now had now all turned into cold corpses. Some of the living people stared into the distance in a daze. Some murmured and kept turning over the corpses on the ground, looking for the person they were looking forward to. Some hugged each other and cried, and some burst into tears. This battle, the everlasting city, was breached, with nearly 40 million humans killed and countless others injured. Except for 3 leaders and a few strange beasts who escaped, the rest of the tribes became fertilizer for the fungal mat. On the other side, Sun Xintian had just run to the entrance of Giant Wilderness's nest when he saw Chang Wei and saw the Zerg fighting the 10,000 races. He just shouted and was about to go up and collect the kills when he suddenly received a notification from the entire area. The loss of the 10,000 races reached 89%, and the victory conditions were met. Human victory. In order to capture the Yongjin city, the White Fox mobilized all the remaining military forces of the myriad races. And everyone in Jui's nest was killed by Anna. Except for the lords who escaped and the tribes scattered everywhere, the rest were basically killed by Jiang Wang. As all the races were summoned to evacuate the battlefield, the battle that was supposed to last for nearly 2 months was forced to end early by Jiang Wang because of the arrogance of all the races and the orders of their ancestors. When Sun Xintian learned that Jiang Wang was able to defeat 8 leaders of all races alone and not be at a disadvantage, he gave up the idea of assassination and returned early. After announcing the victory, Jiang Wangza led the Zerg back to the hive, digested all the corpses of the 10,000 races, and spread the Zerg all over the battlefield. Anyway, there was still a long time before 2 months, so Jiang Wang not only wanted to digest all the Zerg, but also wanted to fleece all the wool on the entire battlefield. 15 days later, Wang Tianfeng looked at the screen with a dark expression. When does this bastard plan to come back? Don't blame him for being angry. Jiang Wang has almost hollowed out the entire battlefield in the past 15 days. He said it would be soon. Antly Shui said softly. How fast? Wang Tianfeng frowned. Damn, he said it was fast 12 days ago. He said he's almost finished digging. Antly Shui was also a little embarrassed. Bang! Table HP. 100. Hey, Lao Wang, don't be angry. Look at how many people are waiting for him to come out now. It's better to let him stay inside so that he can come out later. Zhou Gan stopped talking midway through. Because of Jiang Wang's outstanding performance in the Novice trial, the door of the Starseed Alliance is almost broken. What about marriages, sponsorships? Even the royal family wanted to meet Jiang Wang. Of course, if that were all, it wouldn't be a headache for the Star Alliance. There are always undercurrents beneath a great reputation. There has even been a bounty on the black market. Capture Jiang Wang alive, 1 billion gold coins. 1 gold coin equals 1,000 silver coins equals 100,000 copper coins. 1 gold coin is enough to support a middle-class person's consumption for a year. One can imagine Jiang Wang's current situation. After all, some people would never hesitate to sacrifice other people's lives in order to make their descendants stronger. Inside the insect nest, Jiang Wang was eating potato chips and petting his dog. On the screen, various genes are constantly being deduced. Relying on the evolutionary points brought by the fusion of a large number of genes, Jiang Wang has become a first-level silver guy. However, his mental strength reached nearly 10,000. This means that all of his values are close to 10,000. It can be said that it is a silver belt that can reach the sky, and it can also fight with gold. Looking at Anna in the crystal shell not far away, Jiang Wang couldn't help but sigh. As expected, only war is the fastest way for the Zerg to evolve. The spirit spreads outward. There is no end to the Zerg. The surging sandworms, the fully evolved thunder beasts, the springtails. Among the Zerglings, there was a lavender-colored Zergling, Eros, who was also the first Zergling to be born with will. What surprised Jiang Wang even more was that he actually had an independent panel. Zerg, Eros evolvable. Speed, 1,000. Strength, 800. Stamina, 900. According to Jiang Wang's research, Eros's rank among the Zerg is higher than that of ordinary Zerg, but less than the Queen. It is a special Zerg of general level born from a unique type of troops. Theoretically, Jiang Wang can give birth to such a soldier in each of his arms. But he did not know how to be born. Click! A slight cracking sound came from behind. Jiang Wang patted the potato chip crumbs on his hands, smoothed his hair, and looked at Anna, who was about to hatch. Click, click, click. Master. Following Anna's intimate call, a purple figure suddenly rushed into Jiang Wang's arms. At this time, Anna has changed from her previous appearance of 12 or 13 years old to a graceful 16-year-old. If it weren't for the tentacles on her head, Anna would have reached Jiang Wang's nose. The snow-white skin and purple scales are as harmonious as ever, even better than before. Her unusually enchanting, yet pure beauty makes it hard for people to associate the girl in front of them with hundreds of millions of followers, and that she herself is also a cruel and ruthless Zerg queen. Anna was dressed, of course. Zerg queen, Anna. Power, 1,000. Intelligence, 10,000. Talent, deduction. Jiang Wang was amazed as he looked at Anna's new talent. Can Zerg also have talents? As for the role of deduction, it has been automatically fed back into Jiang Wang's mind. Deduction. As long as you are intelligent enough, I can deduce that you will doubt your life. I don't care what level you are on, I'm definitely above you. Jiang Wang said only 2 words after reading it. Abnormal. With everything finished, Jiang Wang was ready to return. After all, who would be a good person if he was asked about his life one after another every day and asked when he would go back every day? And this good person is definitely not Antly Shui, Jiang Wang didn't say. As Jiang Wang's mental power enveloped them, all Zergs entered the Lord Space. The Lord Space was further expanded due to Jiang Wang's promotion. Jiang Wang even suspected that as long as he was strong enough, his Lord Space could even be comparable to the universe. Following a beam of light, that sickening teleportation feeling came back. Because of this matter, Jiang Wang even asked Antly Shui specifically. Her answer was that the stronger the feeling of nausea, the safer the transmission. Simply put, comfort is for the dead. In response to this, Jiang Wang's answer was 6. Chapter 61, Another Primordial Stone. Jiang Wang tried hard to suppress his nausea. Without even opening my eyes, I suddenly heard applause all around me. Many students who have slept in class know that when they don't know anything and people around them suddenly applaud, They will also applaud for no reason, even though their eyes are not open. That's what Jiang Wang is like. As he gradually opened his eyes, only then did I realize that there were a bunch of people surrounding me. Almost all the middle and senior levels of the academy have arrived, and even those who are not of sufficient rank are on the periphery. But Jiang Wang didn't know anyone except Wang Tianfeng and Aunt Li Shui. He was like a child who was dragged by his parents to meet all his aunts and uncles when he returned home for the Chinese New Year. Although he didn't know any of them, Jiang Wang was fully polite and handled all kinds of interpersonal relationships perfectly. When he returned to the dorm, he had only one thought in his mind. If I had known, I would have rotted in the trial battlefield. According to the notice from the academy, he will hold a commendation meeting for the entire academy in 3 days, and even other forces in the entire Kaiyuan world will come to participate. As for the rewards, they will be distributed at the conference 3 days later. Okay, got it? If nothing else, I'll leave first. Jiang Wang said angrily. Damn it, formalism is killing people. If you don't give me a reward now, what the hell? Hey, wait. Aunt Li Shui shouted hurriedly as she watched Jiang Wang turn around and leave. Jiang Wang. Seeing Jiang Wang seeming impatient with her, Aunt Li Shui actually had an inexplicable emotion, the kind of, it's not annoying, but rather a bit fresh, even exciting. I heard that you got a primordial stone in the primordial realm, and I just happened to apply for one. Jiang Wang's eyes lit up instantly and said, now that you say that, I'm not sleepy anymore. You know, when I evolved, the primordial stone was able to enter that unknown space together. It must not be a simple object. Looking at Jiang Wang's expression, Aunt Li Shui smiled slightly. Originally, the primordial stone was a treasure that only appeared at the platinum level. Your master had to beg and plead for it to be included in the gold reward. Although the platinum level cannot be distributed in advance, the gold level can. As she spoke, a pendant appeared on her plump yet slender hand. The pendant was inlaid with the original stone, which was even bigger than his own. Okay, thanks. Jiang Wang stretched out his hand and was ready to take it. After all, his gold level had not been issued yet, so that primordial stone was a real bargain. Unexpectedly, Aunt Li Shui's hand suddenly dodged, and she smiled slyly. It was hard to imagine that this mature and charming face could make an expression like a little girl playing a prank on someone. I can give it to you. After all, Master has worked hard to get it. Can you just call me Master? I have to say, she is really good at it. Whenever Aunt Li Shui makes a request to Jiang Wang in a condescending or threatening manner, he will turn around and leave. But this half-coquettish and even slightly pleading look in her eyes made Jiang Wang a little confused for a moment. Who can resist a young lady with a plump figure, excellent temperament, and full of charm? Jiang Wang. Give it to me if you want. Jiang Wang said lightly and turned away. Hey, give it to me? Seeing that Jiang Wang wasn't buying it at all, Aunt Li Shui simply handed the primordial stone to Jiang Wang. Here, how can a master take his apprentice's things? After saying that, Aunt Li Shui turned around and left. Even his cheeks were slightly flushed. Just now, in a hurry, he actually grabbed Jiang Wang's hand. This was her first contact with a boy since she awakened her military branch. Unless the boy was much stronger than her and had good self-control, she would not do anything out of line. Those who are of the same age or slightly older than you, let alone touching them, even having normal conversations with them, will make you imagine a lot. So she can easily see the desire in men's eyes, see their longing. But Jiang Wang is a special case. He is also the only person who treats her indifferently and even coldly, so she not only doesn't hate him, but even cherishes him especially. Hey Professor Li, good afternoon. Wang Chao saw Aunt Li Shui finally appear and hurriedly greeted her, pretending to be indifferent. Aunt Li Shui just took a glance and left. Looking at Aunt Li Shui's arrogant and indifferent expression and her swaying and graceful back, Wang Chao wished he could execute her right there and then. But he still maintained his appearance. Aunt Li Shui felt the malice and desire coming from behind her, and she couldn't help but feel even more disgusted with other people. In his personal dormitory, Jiang Wang held the primordial stone on his head to see if he could discover more mysteries, but he was almost asleep, and the primordial stone had no effect except giving him a slightly cool feeling. Then he just put it in his pocket. Originally, he wanted to wear it directly around his neck, but after picking up the necklace that was obviously worth a lot of money and even had a fragrance, he decided to put it in his pocket. Everything from ancient times to the present tells us, a beauty that topples the whole country can bring disaster to the people. All beautiful roses have thorns. Zhang Wuji's mother herself said that you should never trust women. And the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. Jiang Wang has already entered the academy and successfully demonstrated his worth. Now he just wants to stay away from Aunt Li Shui. The farther, the safer. Inside the luxurious villa, Aunt Li Shui lay on the bed, savoring the gentle and soothing feeling that Jiang Wang's spiritual power brought her. Even the loose teaching uniform can't hide her plump figure. At this moment, Aunt Li Shui had already begun to unconsciously imagine what reason she should find to call Xiao Jiang Wang out next time. She might even suddenly swing her legs shyly. But she didn't know that Jiang Wang was already prepared to never have anything to do with him again. 3 days passed in a flash. Jiang Wang changed into the clothes Aunt Li Shui sent him. He was very confused. Did the clothes really need to be sent by a professor at this level? Star Alliance Plaza. All major media outlets, and even major families sent people to show their support. There were heads everywhere, and all kinds of banners were hung in the sky and on the ground to show that people from all walks of life attached great importance to this commendation. Even many families have already prepared various gifts early on, and the women are ready to recruit a few talented people who have long been favored by them. The commendation ceremony was held as scheduled. Jiang Wang was not among the crowd, but in the Star Alliance's exclusive team. On the one hand, it shows to the outside world that this person is ours. On the other hand, it is also a protection for him. In the team, Jiang Wang breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the professor next to him, and greeted him politely. But what I thought in my heart was, fortunately, it wasn't Aunt Li Shui. In fact, Aunt Li Shui was originally planning to stand beside him to protect and guide him, and to suck up some of Xiao Jiang Wang's energy at the same time. But due to her special physique, in order to avoid embarrassing other faculty and staff, he was forcibly brought to Wang Tianfeng's side. Friends, after nearly 2 months of hard work, the novice trial event was successfully held. Kaiyuan World and the people of Earth have worked together to overcome difficulties and challenges, and finally ushered in a new life. In this novice trial, classmate Jiang Wang, he helped the building from falling, turned the tide before it fell. Excellent performance. I hereby commend you. And there is Principal Zhou Qian, Principal Zhou's special reward, Biological Warrior. Snap, snap, snap. At the same time, there are equally outstanding students this time. Snap, snap, snap. Okay, now I invite classmate Jiang Wang to give a speech. Jiang Wang. Wang Tianfeng, I advise you not to add drama to me. Chapter 62, Establishing the Federation. Aunt Li Shui, who was next to Wang Tianfeng, was also a little stunned. The original process doesn't have this? In fact, this speech was added temporarily, and all leaders agreed. Wang Tianfeng's reason was that Jiang Wang must speak a few words, and he could not ask for a manuscript, because only true feelings could resonate with all the people from other worlds. He never mentioned the experience of how his back teeth were almost broken every time he saw Aunt Li Shui rushing to find Jiang Wang. And Jiang Wang had no choice but to go up to the podium. Jiang Wang's face was reflected on more than a dozen huge virtual screens around him. To be honest, although Jiang Wang is not particularly handsome, he is extremely good-looking, especially with his unique temperament, cool and gentle, just like a gentleman. Although Jiang Wang's fighting is extremely brutal, it does not affect the fact that some people have already started to praise Jiang Wang's appearance. Ah, so handsome. The constant calls made Jiang Wang feel a little embarrassed. As Jiang Wang fell silent, the scene fell into an eerie silence. In fact, he had already prepared a plan in his mind, and it was not difficult for him to give a speech. But every time he wanted to open his mouth to deal with it, the people in the original world who spoke uprightly for him would always come to mind. During the novice trial, when people donated blood for people they had never met or even had no relationship with, Yongjian would come to mind. The people in the city who sacrificed their lives generously and sacrificed their lives. It is true that along the way, Blue Star people have died one after another. In the face of death and the unknown world, some people choose to compromise, some choose to indulge their desires, some sacrifice themselves generously, and some turn into fire to illuminate everyone. A hint of direction, and he was just lucky enough to have awakened good talents and troops. So he had the opportunity to stand here, speak to everyone, and make the voice of Blue Star, so he threw the draft behind him. Just when Zhou Qian and others thought that Jiang Wang was going to overturn, they were about to step forward to rescue him. Jiang Wang's voice suddenly rang out. Don't listen to the sound of leaves being blown by the wind. Why not just hum and walk slowly? A bamboo stick and straw sandals are lighter than a horse. Who's afraid? A raincoat and a straw rain hat to protect you from the wind and rain throughout your life. The chilly spring breeze sobers me up from my drunken stupor. Slightly cold. The slanting sunlight on the top of the mountain greets it. Looking back at the bleak place. Go back. There is no rain or shine, and there is no clear sky. Finish. Jiang Wang felt that nothing could encourage the hearts of all the people from other worlds better than this song Ding Feng Bo. The spirit of indomitable spirits soars to the sky. When Jiang Wang read out the first sentence, the eyes of the princes and dukes in the audience instantly turned red, and they even held their wives' hands tighter. He had a good job in Blue Star, his parents were alive, he had a wife who loved him, and he had friends. But under a blue light, everything changed in an instant. In the primordial realm, if it wasn't for Jiang Wang, his wife might have been defiled by the beastly gene. In the novice trial, if it wasn't for his good luck, he and his wife might have died in the eternal city. But even though he had no fighting power, he still stood strong and firm in front of his wife. No matter how difficult the situation was, he was like a man, like a pillar, holding on tightly. But he hates it. He is not as strong as Jiang Wang, and he doesn't even have the strength to protect his wife. He could only barely survive by relying on Jiang Wang's reputation and Xiao Yan's care. But even so, his wife still stayed with him and supported him gently and firmly. He has been living stubbornly for his family and friends. But at this moment, his tense expression completely collapsed as a tear fell. Not only him, but all the Chinese people around him instantly understood the meaning of Jiang Wang's poem. Foreigners, however, accurately understood the meaning of this poem thanks to Kaiyuan World's precise translation. In an instant, many people thought of the scene of their friends dying in front of them. Many people recalled the moments they had never dared to look at. The body of a friend, the instructions of a relative, the expectation of a child. Even Jiang Wang, who had always believed in cold-bloodedness as his life creed, was moved and his eyes turned slightly red. Unconsciously, he clenched his fists. From now on, if there is no torch, I, Jiang Wang, will be the only light. This is his declaration and his promise to everyone. If you are poor, you should take care of yourself. If you are rich, you should help the world. As the last sentence came out, all the big guys behind Jiang Wang changed their eyes. Of course, they heard the meaning of Jiang Wang's poem, the fearless spirit contained in it, and they even heard the determination in Jiang Wang's last words. Jiang Wang could have become a respected and strong man, recruited by various forces, and enjoying the best resources, but he still chose a difficult path. Zhou Qian, Wang Tianfeng, and others behind him all stopped their contempt. Because the original intention of the creation of the Starsea Alliance is to let every person from other worlds live with dignity. With thunderous applause, the commendation meeting ended successfully, and Jiang Wang also fulfilled his promise. In the afternoon of that day, Jiang Wang established an association, Blue Star Federation. The prince was also hired by Jiang Wangcheng as a member of the federation. Although some people resisted Jiang Wang's group-building behavior, under the silence of Zhou Qian, Wang Tianfeng, and other senior leaders, everyone could only complain. It was already late at night when he returned to his personal dormitory. Jiang Wang sat on the bed, thinking whether he was a little impulsive today. How much trouble would so many people cause? How much blame would I have to shoulder? But when he saw the tearful expressions in the prince's eyes and the grateful eyes of more ordinary people, he still sighed. 1 week later, Jiang Wang has just finalized the more important matters within the Federation. Okay, that's it. Jiang Wang stood up and left the table, while Xiao Yan, Han Bingyan, Su Nuo, Wang Ho, and others stood up one after another. Looking at the figures standing up one after another, Jiang Wang suddenly stopped and said, "Thank you for being willing to help others." After saying that, Jiang Wang left. He still had to participate in Ant Li Shui's special combat training. When Jiang Wang selects talents, although strength is an important part, other abilities are more important. For example, Wang Ho has excellent management skills and can handle all matters in an orderly manner even in the busiest early stages. Jiang Wang was walking on the way to the training room. During this period, members of the Federation continued to greet him. The strong are always a minority, but the weaker people, because of the existence of the Federation, have a sense of warmth for a while. With this unique quality, it quickly became a well-known alliance within the Star Alliance Academy. When he arrived at the door of the training room, Jiang Wang suddenly stopped and took a deep breath. Only after calming down did he open the door. Chapter 63 Exercise. At first glance, the entire training room was snow white, and Aunt Li Shue stood in the center of the training room in black. Her curvaceous figure is still faintly visible even under the training clothes. The unique coldness of black combined with Aunt Li Shue's own charming temperament actually has an inexplicable charm. 10 seconds. Aunt Li Shue's voice just reached Jiang Wang's ears. The next moment, Jiang Wang found himself in a primitive jungle, surrounded by alien species. There are no less than 30 of them, big and small. Jiang Wang only needs 10 seconds to kill all the tribes at the same level as him. Bang! Jiang Wang raised his leg and stepped on the poisonous snake hidden deep in the ground to death. His mental power quickly expanded, and he rushed into the alien group like a flash of lightning, constantly attacking left and right. During this time, he kept doing various evasive moves. If you look closely, every time Jiang Wang dodges and attacks, he uses the least amount of effort and the smallest dodge range to cause the greatest damage. Although the battle was fraught with danger, the result was a crushing victory, and this was also the achievement of Jiang Wang during this period of time. Just when Jiang Wang was about to complete the task, he suddenly sensed something and instantly blocked his right arm to his chest. Duan! Jiang Wang flew out instantly, and Aunt Li Shue's figure appeared, and time was exactly frozen at 10 seconds. The embarrassed figure flew more than 10 meters, and during this time, he kept using various methods to relieve the force, and finally he managed to stabilize his body 2 meters away from the wall. A gleam of light flashed in Aunt Li Shue's eyes. Not bad, kid. The next second she appeared beside Jiang Wang and swept him with another attack. Jiang Wang, who had just stabilized his body, rolled over and a gust of wind brushed past his scalp. Jiang Wang turned over and leaned over to hug Aunt Li Shue. It wasn't that he wanted to take advantage of Aunt Li Shue. Instead, she swept sideways and then followed it with a whip kick. Given Aunt Li Shue's long legs, he was now unable to retreat from the attack range. He could only try his best to stay close to her to minimize the damage and wait for an opportunity to counterattack. But the next second, Aunt Li Shue kicked Jiang Wang away with such force that Jiang Wang felt like he was going to die in the air. Jiang Wang hit the ground one after another like a stone skipping stone, and finally hit the wall hard. Aunt Li Shue appeared beside Jiang Wang in an instant, looking at Jiang Wang, who had his eyes closed, with an obviously nervous expression. Just when Jiang Wang pounced on her, she was a little flustered and used fighting skills that were not available at this stage, and her force was a little too great. Puff! Cough, cough, cough! Jiang Wang exhaled a breath of foul air and started coughing violently, and his body almost fell apart as he coughed. After a long time, Jiang Wang looked at Aunt Li Shue, who seemed a little embarrassed, but was too embarrassed to say it out loud. How did you perform that kick? Seeing that Jiang Wang finally spoke, Aunt Li Shue finally felt relieved. In that last move, I saw you were trying to pounce on me, so I was anxious and used a more advanced technique. So, you've passed this little test. Aunt Li Shue said slowly. Her sparkling eyes seemed to tell Jiang Wang, "Do you want to learn? I'll teach you." Looking at Aunt Li Shue's feminine attitude, Jiang Wang was a little confused. This woman was pretty, had a good figure, a good family background, was rich, had a good background, and was powerful, but why did she seem to have a bad brain? In fact, this is also related to Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang's unique mental power made Aunt Li Shue let down her guard. It was as if Aunt Li Shue was the lynching lion cat that had tasted catnip and was extremely fond of Jiang Wang. But if that's the only reason, we can conclude that Aunt Li Shue is big-breasted and brainless. Then Witchly will let you know why the outside world gives her the title of witch. Of course, Jiang Wang didn't know all this. She just thought that Aunt Li Shue was easy to talk to. Apart from her strict training and being a bit clingy, she was a very good mentor. "Teach me," Jiang Wang said, rubbing his chest. "Okay." Aunt Li Shue's eyes curved in a crescent, and she said with a smile. With the sound of ping-pong in the training room, Jiang Wang began today's training. It was not until the evening that Jiang Wang walked out of the training room, and Aunt Li Shue handed a tube of reagent to Jiang Wang. "Remember to add it when you take a bath at night. Just 2 drops will be enough. You won't be able to handle more." Then he seemed to have thought of something. "Well, I can't absorb it. Let's go. Remember to come on time tomorrow." Looking at Aunt Li Shue's jumping figure, Jiang Wang felt secretly resentful. "Damn it, I will beat you sooner or later." As the sun sets, Jiang Wang is like an old man on his last legs. With his iron will, he slowly drags his body back to the dormitory. Jiang Wang fell asleep while lying in the constant temperature bathtub where the reagent had been dripped. Every cell in his body greedily absorbs all the nutrients it can. On the other side, Aunt Li Shui was reporting to Wang Tianfeng about Jiang Wang's recent training situation. Uncle, Jiang Wang is simply a martial arts genius. I taught him absolute control today, and he actually had some basic skills when he left. Wang Tianfeng listened to Aunt Li Shui talking about Jiang Wang's deeds and said impatiently, "What's the big deal? Professor Zhao's disciple has mastered absolute control in just 2 days. Why don't you say that he is a rare martial arts genius really? I think Jiang Wang can control it in 4 days at most. No, he can also have absolute control in 3 days." Looking at Aunt Li Shui's proud expression, Wang Tianfeng felt a headache. Damn it, why was she talking about pigs when she was just talking about cabbage? The next day, Jiang Wang's body, which was almost scrapped, was full of strength again, and the improvement in his physical fitness even led to an improvement in his mental strength. He took a look at the biological warrior who was still soaking in the decomposition pool, and then went out. His life is now extremely regular, attending classes, union meetings, getting beaten, taking baths, and watching biological warriors. It has been almost 4 days since he got the biological warrior and soaked in the decomposition pool. The unknown substance on the periphery only dropped by 1 centimeter, and it was a substance without any genetic information. Jiang Wang went out as usual. On the other side, Sun Xintian said helplessly as he looked at the masked man in front of him, "I really have no choice. You can see that there are a bunch of bugs around him. How can I kill them?" Looking at the cold eyes of the masked man in the video, Sun Xintian swallowed and continued. "But it's different now. Isn't Jiang Wang trying to show off? Doesn't he want to be the head of the Blue Star family? We can make him look bad, and when he gets angry and resented by everyone, won't we have a chance?" "Yeah, okay." Sun Xintian hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. He originally wanted to use his good performance in the Novice trial to find a backer to fight against the Man in Black. But since he saw the methods of the Man in Black, he has become obedient. Li's courtyard. Liang sneered as he watched the news about Jiang Wang brought by his servants. At this moment, he has recovered his original strength, and because of the destruction and reconstruction and the resources of the Li family, his strength has been further improved and is approaching that of Baiyin. Santa Li Tian called out to him. The originally vicious Li Ang's expression changed instantly, and he walked towards the inner room with a flattering face. Star Alliance. Federation. Jiang Wang looked at the unexpected guest in front of him with some confusion. "Hello, Jiang Wang. I heard from Uncle Su that a talented person has come to the Star Alliance, and he asked me to come and make friends with him. I just came back from the battlefield of all races. It's true that hearing about her is not as good as meeting her in person. She has an extraordinary temperament. Oh, by the way, my name is Anas Gaia. You can call me Gaia." Chapter 64, Fraud? Jiang Wang looked at the tall, blonde, blue-eyed nobleman in front of him, who looked like he came out of Greek mythology, and extended his hand politely. Gaia, the third son of Anas' family, was also the person Su Bo wanted to introduce to him. Anas' eldest son, Lao, was also in the academy, but the two sides did not seem to get along well. This information can also be found on the internet. It turns out to be Master Gaia. I've often heard Uncle Su talk about him. Would you like to come in and have a cup of tea? Although Su Bo never mentioned it once, Jiang Wang, who was already in charge of the Federation, knew very well that his own strength alone was not enough to support the long-term stability of the Federation. Exchanges with the forces of the Kaiyuan world were inevitable. He could take advantage of Gaia's visit to gain experience in dealing with the people of the Kaiyuan world. I know next time my teammates are waiting for me to submit the task. Gaia pointed at a few people in the distance, said hello, and left. It was as if he really came by to see Jiang Wang. Looking at Gaia's departing back, Jiang Wang turned around and walked into the Federation. However, after only a few steps, Jiang Wang received a message from Su Nuo. "Jiang Wang, someone is looking for you. He said he is here to thank you. He is very powerful." Looking at Su Nuo's message, Jiang Wang felt a bit of a headache, but there was nothing he could do. It was because his superiors wanted to establish some kind of federation at that time. Now he could only bite the bullet and deal with all kinds of people. Hearing Xiao Yan's laughter coming from the conference room, Jiang Wang pushed the door open and walked in. President. Su Nuo and Wang Ho stood up and spoke at the same time. Jiang Wang nodded and looked at the person on the sofa. If Su Nuo hadn't told him in advance, Jiang Wang would have thought that this was a real Blue Star person. The red plaid shirt, big black glasses, thin body, and slightly fragrant long hair make him look out of place. These were the clothes Lin Sun had picked out after specifically understanding Lan Xing's characteristics. A plaid shirt, jeans, and large black-framed glasses. They not only suited his job, but also his honest temperament. "Hello, I'm Lin Sun. Thank you for avenging my uncle." Lin Sun bowed deeply to Jiang Wang. "Why?" Jiang Wang hurried forward and held Lin Sun's arm. "No. Who is your uncle?" Jiang Wang had a confused look on his face. He had thought that this person would come to discuss cooperation or recruit him, but he didn't expect that he would come up and show such a great gift. "My uncle is Lin Qingyi, and he was the one at the front when all the races were offering sacrifices." Lin Sun's eyes were red. After some narration, Jiang Wang finally understood the whole story. The method to open the altar in the trial battlefield was not given to him by anyone else, but by Lin Sun's grandfather, Lin Nanxing. The warrior in the video who was cut into a human pig but still smiled and encouraged humanity was Lin Nanxing's second child. And he was ordered by his grandfather to come in person to thank him and to let him know if he could be of any help. Looking at Lin Sun's grateful face, Jiang Wang really didn't know what to say. It's just a simple thing. Anyone would do the same after seeing a video like that. "It's okay. I've already received your thanks. Go back and tell your grandfather about it." "No. My grandfather told me to join the Star Alliance Academy to protect you and keep you from being harmed by other people and the myriad races. Otherwise, break my legs," Lin Sun said with his neck stiffened. Looking at Lin Sun's appearance, Xiaoyan was also amused by this stubborn guy. "Then how do you protect our president?" Lin Sun looked at Xiaoyan, then at Jiang Wang, and said excitedly, "Is it because I'm strong enough that you guys will take me in?" Jiang Wang nodded slowly. Looking at Lin Sun's eyes that were shining brightly, he suddenly had an ominous premonition. "Oh!" A powerful mental force burst out from Lin Sun, even making Jiang Wang feel boundless pressure. You should know that Jiang Wang's mental power has reached 10,000. This shows how terrifying his mental power is. At the same time, Wang Tianfeng's office suddenly felt something. Why is there a fluctuation of Lin Laogui's spiritual power? Inside the meeting room, Lin Sun looked at Jiang Wang somewhat nervously, fearing that his strength was not enough. Xiaoyan was already gasping for breath, and Su Nua's eyes were filled with shock. She sensed that Lin Sun had a huge amount of energy, but she didn't expect it to be so strong. Although Jiang Wang's expression was a little strange, he still held himself together. After asking about Lin Sun's strengths, he was placed next to Wang Ho. When everyone left the meeting room, Jiang Wang quickly opened the terminal to search. But there is very little information about him on the internet. There were just rumors that Lin Sun had schizophrenia, so the Lin family rarely allowed him to go out in public. His grandfather is very magical. Lin Nanxing, former president of the Academy of Sciences. Lord of Wendao. Because of the tragic death of his beloved son Lin Qingyi, he gave up literature and turned to martial arts. First suspected to be the second-level master. The main research includes the death ship of all races, the 10,000 races Star Destroyer cannon. Main achievements. A Diamond Level 5 warrior was on the battlefield of all races, and he could kill a Diamond Level 7 alien with just 3 words. The Diamond 8th level escaped from the hands of the Grandmaster 3rd level Ransun. It can be seen that Mr. Lin's sentiment against all races is extremely high. As for Lin Sun's father, he is also quite mysterious. All we know is that they are stationed on the battlefield of all races all year round. Jiang Wang looked at the only information in front of him and thought for a while, then got up and went to the training room. Along the way, many people looked at Jiang Wang sideways. Because of Jiang Wang's speech at the conference and his mentor was Aunt Li Shui, people in the college would often look at him. But today I found that there was something wrong with these gazes. Just when Jiang Wang wanted to expand his mental power, a woman came towards him. She had a slim figure and a pretty face, but her eyes were tearful, and she looked as if she had suffered a great injustice. Seeing the woman's dazed look, Jiang Wang walked in another direction, trying to get away from the woman, but the woman also changed direction and rushed straight towards Jiang Wang, and her speed was getting faster and faster. He narrowed his eyes and changed direction several times, and the woman changed with him, just when the two were about to collide. Jiang Wang dodged by leaning sideways, but the woman was still unwilling to give up and threw herself into his arms. Jiang Wang took several steps back and saw the woman, who had missed her target, fall to the ground in a daze. Then he shouted loudly, "Jiang Wang, You are a beast in human form. You raped me and took my body. Why did you also attack my sister?" The girl's eyes were red, and pea-sized tears kept falling. Her crying appearance instantly attracted the sympathy of the people around her. "Is it really him? Someone just sent me a message, and I didn't believe it, but I didn't expect that they would force me to abdicate right now. Wow, he plays 2 games. I thought he was a big shot at the conference a few days ago. I didn't expect that. Fuck, the videos are all here, check them out." Jiang Wang looked at the people around him, pointing and talking, and knew that something was targeting him. Just as he was about to leave, a dozen strong men walked out of the crowd and surrounded Jiang Wang. "Hello, we are from the Inspectorate. We have received a report that you were suspected of rape, murder, illegal transactions, etc. Please come with us." After saying that, he took out a pair of strength-limiting bracelets and prepared to take Jiang Wang away without giving him time to refuse. Chapter 65. Jiang Wang was detained? Jiang Wang's eyes were cold. "Who are you trying to fool?" Just as someone blocked the road and complained, the next moment someone from the Inspectorate came to arrest him. "Inspection office? Why are you arresting me? What evidence do you have?" Jiang Wang took a step back to avoid the hand that was about to control him. Seeing that his action failed, the leading man simply took out the psychic weapon he carried with him. "You're resisting arrest?" Looking at the psychic weapon that had begun to accumulate energy, Jiang Wang quickly sent a message to Li Shui. "Square." After saying that, Jiang Wang raised his hands and remained alert at all times. Seeing that Jiang Wang did not make the next move, the leader caste sighed slightly inwardly. They suddenly arrested Jiang Wang in this way, just to make him resist, and then kill him. In this way, they can not only give an account to the people behind the scenes, but also have a well-founded basis when facing Li Shui's criticism. "But it doesn't matter, as long as I can bring a suppressor. What do you want to do?" Li Shui's voice came from not far away. Jiang Wang's lips curled up slightly. He actually didn't want to be a gigolo, but the information he could get was too little, and he didn't even know who wanted to deal with him. The appearance of Li Shui instantly made the male animals around her tremble. Cass forced himself to suppress his inner desire, swallowed his saliva, and spoke confidently. "Jiang Wang is suspected of raping others, persecuting colleagues, trafficking in human beings, and other illegal activities. We are just making a routine arrest and investigation." When he heard Jiang Wang's crime, his big eyes, which were originally flashing with danger, were stunned for a moment. "Jiang Wang? Rape? What does this have to do with that? How could she not know if he had such evil intentions?" She hung around in front of Jiang Wang every day, but Jiang Wang never showed any reaction, which made her a little unconfident. She thought that her succubus physique had improved, or that Jiang Wang was not good enough. "And now you tell me that Jiang Wang raped me? Okay, since someone has reported it and you have evidence, I'll go there." Jiang Wang doesn't care about the Tao. The main reason why I didn't want to be arrested just now was because it was obvious that these people were hired by someone to sue me. But now that there is someone here, there is no need for that. He didn't believe that these people would dare to kill him in front of Li Shui. If they had the ability, they would not use such despicable tactics. Another reason was that Jiang Wang wanted to try this suppressor. Although this inhibitor can suppress mental power and spiritual energy and seal the Lord's space, he wants to try whether it can suppress various data, such as speed and physique, that have become stronger due to absolute balance. Sure enough, as soon as the suppressor was in hand, the mental power that could originally cover tens of thousands of meters was instantly suppressed by 1/3, but a series of data such as speed and physique did not change. Looking at Jiang Wang, who had been arrested, Cass's face was as gloomy as water. If they had not failed to control Jiang Wang in the first time, they could have captured Jiang Wang before Li Shui and created an illusion on the way that Jiang Wang tried to resist and was forced to be shot dead by the Inspectorate. But it was too late to say anything now. They didn't expect Jiang Wang to react so quickly and contact Li Shui directly without even resisting. Looking at the cold light that flashed in Cass's eyes, Jiang Wang sneered inwardly. As Jiang Wang and Li Shui arrived at the Inspectorate, the college's union has exploded. The president was arrested on suspicion of rape and other crimes, which was a huge blow to the prestige and confidence they had just established. The rumor that Li Shui went to rescue her apprentice spread instantly. Even the video has gone viral. In the inspection department, Jiang Wang looked at the male and female protagonists in the video, a little dazed. Is the face-changing technology in Kaiyuan world so advanced? In the video, Jiang Wang fought against many heroes and played extremely abnormally. The woman's cries and Jiang Wang's wild and lewd laughter were extremely impactful. Anyone who has watched the video will feel a deep-seated disgust towards Jiang Wang. Truly speaking, Jiang Wang in the video is not a human being at all. Aunt Li Shue's ears turned red and her face turned pale after just one look. Jiang Wang, calm down. Can you believe me if I say this isn't me? Looking at Jiang Wang's cold expression, Aunt Li Shue's reason prevailed. The main thing was that she actually thought that was Jiang Wang at that moment. And she also associated a series of Jiang Wang's uninterested performances in order to get close to him. 10,000 words omitted here. Bang! Not you. The evidence is all here, and you still want to quibble? Cass looked at Jiang Wang and yelled, "Sir, if you are not eager to make a contribution, then you are too unprofessional. If the faces of these heroines were replaced with other people's, would you arrest them all?" Jiang Wang said calmly. Although Jiang Wang in the video is very similar to him in every aspect, whether it is his face or some details on his body, they're almost exactly the same. But there are still some omissions. For example, the small scar on Jiang Wang's heart. When Jiang Wang revealed the scar on his chest, Cass's face became even uglier. Then Cass produced a series of evidence. Forcing women into prostitution, trafficking in human beings. Looking at the pile of evidence, Jiang Wang was stunned for a moment. As the saying goes, it takes only one mouth to spread a rumor, but it takes a lot of effort to refute it. When a pile of carefully crafted evidence appeared in front of everyone, it was inevitable that Jiang Wang would be scolded. Even if Aunt Li Shue believed Jiang Wang, the evidence still needed to be refuted one by one. Jiang Wang has been detained in the inspectorate, and Aunt Li Shue has sent people to jointly supervise him to ensure his safety. In the monitoring room, Jiang Wang closed his eyes and concentrated. His mental power can already break through the limitations of the inhibitor, and he can open the Lord space at any time. But these are just some means of self-protection. He was wondering who wanted to get him and why. What is certain is that the inspectorate, as the administrative law enforcement unit of the Kaiyuan world, must be a person in a high position of power who can command him and spend huge costs to produce evidence and frame him. But it had not been long since he returned from the trial battlefield. So it's not that I have offended some people, but that my existence makes some people unhappy. So it is easy to conclude that there are only 4 reasons. 1. He was a disciple of Aunt Li Shue and was hated by certain powerful people. 2. Some people don't want to see the aliens unite together and want to sow discord among themselves. This is also very easy to understand. Judging from the evidence presented by Cass, most of the crimes committed by Jiang Wang were directed at the people of Blue Star. He knows without thinking that the video or various evidence or various headlines will be widely circulated throughout the Star Alliance Academy and the Federation. For example, the president of the Federation who claims to protect the people of Blue Star is actually committing all kinds of atrocities, such as rape and robbery. 3. His performance in the trial battlefield was too outstanding, and some people coveted his biological generals or his troops. This reason is not impossible. Jiang Wang accidentally found a piece of information when he obtained information from the internet before. The Empire destroyed the biological empire, eliminating the possibility of stealing other people's talents from the source. As for 4, because he sacrificed blood to all races, he was hated by all races. Although he was not killed in the trial battlefield, the same might not be true in the Kaiyuan world. After all, there is no shortage of lackeys at any time. Although Jiang Wang felt that the possibility was small, it was not impossible. Chapter 66. Riding alone for thousands of miles. Inside the Star Alliance Academy. Just as Jiang Wang expected, the messages were brewing and spreading rapidly. Especially this character, who was established as a star a few days ago. For a time, there was a wave of condemnation against Jiang Wang within the Academy. How can such a beast become the president of the Federation? I was actually deceived by him. He is a beast in human form. The evidence is irrefutable. Why hold a trial? Just execute him directly. You know nothing. I heard from someone in the inspectorate that the Academy is already preparing to rescue him. Do you Blue Star Country bunkins really think Jiang Wang is the same as you? Federation. In the conference room, all the senior executives have arrived. I suggest that Jiang Wang be removed from all his positions immediately, and that we announce to the public that what Jiang Wang did had nothing to do with the Federation. Sun Xintian stood up and said. He had joined the Federation a few days ago, just for this moment. His reputation has always been good, and he immediately attracted a lot of people to agree with him. The nature of this matter has not yet been determined. Isn't it a bit too ruthless for us to do this now? Han Bingyan said with some embarrassment. Although he had a good impression of Jiang Wang, the videos and some evidence that were circulated made him doubt. Although Xiao Yan wanted to defend Jiang Wang, he couldn't find the angle. He felt that Jiang Wang was wronged, but he had no evidence to prove that Jiang Wang was wronged. Wang He wanted to argue something, but he always stopped himself from speaking. Lin Sun next to him just watched coldly. I think that Jiang Wang should be retained in his position until the dust settles. After all, the establishment of the Federation does not rely on you, but on Jiang Wang. Moreover, everyone present here should owe Jiang Wang a favor. Su Nuo said indifferently to Sun Xintian and others. She only does what she thinks is right, and she doesn't think Jiang Wang is really as rumored. But the voices supporting Jiang Wang were still very weak, and finally the Federation voted to remove Jiang Wang from all his positions. Su Nuo will take over temporarily, and Sun Xintian will assist him as vice president. Somewhere in a luxurious villa. The masked man frowned slightly as he looked at the information sent back by his men. Let's proceed to the second step of the plan. As the executioner of the royal family, the only purpose of the masked man and shadow guard is to protect the interests of the royal family. However, Jiang Wang was destined to be dead the moment he became Aunt Li Shui's disciple. Wang Tianfeng's residence. Uncle, I know, Jiang Wang is not that kind of person, but where is the evidence? Wang Tianfeng looked at the aggrieved Aunt Li Shui in front of him and said helplessly, Don't worry about this. It's not as simple as you think. But, nothing but. Seeing her uncle's resolute attitude, Aunt Li Shui returned to her room like a deflated ball. Looking at Aunt Li Shui's appearance, Wang Tianfeng also regretted that he was a little serious. Then he received a call from Zhou Qian. What do you think? The Shadow Guard, the Li family, the Wang family, the Zhao family. All these forces are involved. How can I see it? I'll just sit and watch. Wang Tianfeng said angrily. Jiang Van Kenoti. Zhou Qian ignored Wang Tianfeng's complaints and said directly. This Blue Star summons has the largest number of people in the past 500 years. We have already compromised by throwing newcomers with no experience into the trial field. We can no longer compromise. I know it too, but nothing but. Jiang Wang must be protected, not only for the people from other worlds, but also for us. After saying that, Zhou Qian hung up the phone. Wang Tianfeng touched the prickly part of his head. What the hell is this? Jiang Wang's guess was basically correct. They were indeed the people he expected, but he didn't expect that these people would want to kill him together. The next day, Jiang Wang slowly opened his eyes. After a night of thinking, he had guessed a direction. Oh, we might as well go to the battlefield. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Okay. Got it, feeling the bloody battle intent coming from Anna, he smiled. Star Alliance Academy. Damn, the latest gossip. Jiang Wang actually killed someone to silence them in order to eliminate future troubles. Quick, send it to me. Soon a highly inflammatory story went viral. Jiang Wang used his power to force Nanako to have sex. Then his boyfriend came to confront Jiang Wang and was beaten to a cripple. He appeared as a witness yesterday and was silenced today. Aunt Li Shui was stunned when she saw the message in front of her. The Federation was also confused. Some of them knew about the affair between Nanako and her boyfriend Wang Rong, and it even caused quite a stir at the time. But what happened is totally different from what has been circulated. These two are not a couple, but husband and wife. Relying on Wang Rong's outstanding strength, Nanako successfully passed the original world under his protection. But in just 1 week in the Kaiyuan world, he hooked up with a Kaiyuan native and had a relationship with him. However, since Wang Rong worked hard to improve his strength to protect Nanako, he did not notice it. However, on the trial battlefield, in order to protect Nanako, Wang Rong had his arm bitten off by an alien species, and his strength was greatly reduced. Nanako cried bitterly at the time and swore to follow him through life and death. As a result, she flew into someone else's bed that night. After returning to Kaiyuan world, the friend who couldn't bear it told Wang Rong everything about Nanako. Wang Rong even beat up his brother because of this. That day he rode alone for 1,000 miles to find Nanako. As a result, when he saw Nanako, she came out of someone else's dormitory in a disheveled state. Wang Rong was furious and went forward to argue. But all he got was a slap from Nanako and some cold sarcasm. You are already a useless person. What can you use to protect me? You can't even protect your own woman. Why do you ask me to follow you? Nanako spoke with confidence, and even her adulterer joined forces to beat him up. Although Wang Rong, who was filled with rage, fought back frantically, he lost one arm after all. Not only was he beaten half to death, he was also arrested by the inspectorate. Finally, when Jiang Wang heard about this, he not only beat up the adulterers, but also redeemed Wang Rong at a considerable price. Many people in the Federation knew about this matter, and Jiang Wang also arranged Wang Rong's subsequent life. This incident became a hot topic within the Federation for a while. But who would have thought that Jiang Wang would just be imprisoned and the situation would turn around? Several people quickly opened the terminal. A huge blood-red title came into view. Jiang Wang covers the sky with one hand and plays with others. Nanako asked and cried, saying that she and Wang Rong were a loving couple, but Jiang Wang, a good wife, forced Nanako to have sex with him. And after Wang Rong found out, he pushed the blame on other righteous people who were ready to help Wang Rong. Then Jiang Wang came forward to win over the people's hearts and consolidate his position. He could also increase the Federation's hostility towards the indigenous people and maintain the Federation's rights. In this article, Jiang Wang became a conspirator with ulterior motives. He helped Wang Rong just to win over the hearts of the people, and this matter itself was planned by Jiang Wang. Wang Rong is still a warrior charging for love, but Jiang Wang has become a villain. Chapter 67 Death of Wang Rong. Xiao Yin and others became furious after reading this article. Damn it, I was the one who arranged this. The prince simply couldn't help himself. It was he who told Jiang Wang about this matter, hoping that Jiang Wang could do justice. There was no doubt at all about the nature of the matter, that Nanako had cheated on Wang Rong, and Wang Rong was beaten when he asked for an explanation, and Jiang Wang could not bear to see it and helped Wang Rong. But now the article is well illustrated with both text and pictures, a self-consistent logical chain, and also includes a video of Jiang Wang threatening people. It feels like a ruthless hand is playing with the people in its hands. After the final video of Wang Rong's death was released, people's emotions were pushed to a climax. Even several nobles spoke out. Such aliens will only bring disaster to the civilization of Kaiyuan world. I suggest that they be executed immediately. Jiang Wang was clearly very powerful and had enough strength to spare in the trial battlefield, but he still let the Everlasting City be breached. If he had gone to the Everlasting City first, so many people would not have been killed. This is murder. Murder for power and honor. The noble's words actually won praise from many members of the Federation. Little did they know that they had to enter the trial battlefield without sufficient preparation because of the oppression of this group of nobles, and they were just lucky to survive with Jiang Wang's protection, while some of the other trial battlefields were even completely wiped out. But the truth will never be exposed to them. When the wall falls, everyone pushes it. Jiang Wang listened to Antly Shui talking about what was happening outside with a calm expression. When Antly Shui talked about Wang Rong's death, Jiang Wang's spirit finally began to fluctuate. This brave and passionate boy actually died? Afterwards, Antly Shui handed the video to Jiang Wang. In the video, Jiang Wang issued an order through the college's channels, stating that anyone who dared to provide evidence to the prison would be killed. The next photo is of Wang Rong's death, with his eyes wide open and a letter of complaint and evidence next to him. Jiang Wang didn't say anything, just watched. But Antly Shui actually discovered a hint of crimson in his spirit. That's anger. It is an incomparable anger. Jiang Wang had thought that someone would attack the people around him, and even specifically asked Antly Shui to protect the people around him. But he didn't expect that Wang Rong, whom he had only met a few times, would become the butcher of these people. Looking at Jiang Wang, who seemed a little dazed, Antly Shui sighed. The academy is under great pressure at the moment. All the nobles are putting pressure on it, trying to force the academy to make a statement, while Wang Tianfeng and others can only refute one piece of evidence at a time. A lot of evidence has been proven to be false, but no one will continue to pay attention to these pieces of evidence that have been overturned. Reason always belongs to a minority of people, and sometimes it is not useful to prove your innocence. Is there any way? Jiang Wang asked calmly. We have already rejected the previous evidence, but subsequent evidence is constantly being added, and someone wants you dead, so... Looking at Jiang Wang's calm eyes, Antly Shui hesitated for a moment and continued. So if things get out of hand, we are prepared to take back your reward and exile you to the Shura battlefield of the 10,000 races battlefield. Antly Shui lowered her head with some guilt. Through the investigation of Jiang Wang in the past few days and his own understanding, he was just a person who wanted to survive in the other world, and if he had the energy, he wanted to help others survive as well. She was at least half responsible for Jiang Wang's fall. Seeing Antli Shue's somewhat guilty expression, his expression eased slightly. It's okay, as long as I can stay alive. Although this time it was aimed at me, I think it should be aimed at all the aliens. If I'm not mistaken, it should also be aimed at the Star Alliance. Jiang Wang's calm eyes frightened Antli Shue. Just relying on the information learned on the internet, we can make a rough judgment about what is happening in the outside world. Looking at Antli Shue, who has been running around these days, Jiang Wang felt a little warm in his heart. Although I wouldn't be so miserable without Antli Shue, it would be almost the same. In fact, I am still alive now because of her. If I'm not mistaken, you must have something you want, or some powerful person wants to use you to form a marriage alliance with the Star Alliance. But it doesn't matter. You should pay attention to your safety. Only by becoming strong can you get out of the current predicament. After Jiang Wang finished speaking, he stood up and prepared to go to the monitoring room. By the way, help me find out who killed Wang Rong. With Jiang Wang's departure, only Antli Shue was left with a look of shock. In someone's bedroom. Snap, snap, snap. It's all your fault. Kappas whipped the round buttocks. Nanako said a little aggrievedly. It's all Wang Rong's fault. If he hadn't insisted on proving Jiang Wang's innocence, he wouldn't have died. He deserved it. That's enough. Stop talking. I've already killed him. Another person sitting on the sofa said, there are 3 men and 1 woman in the room. Although Nanako is not good-looking, she is quite sexy. Unexpectedly, they failed to control the behavior of their lower bodies and ended up getting themselves involved in this matter. Let's go back to last night. What's the matter? Wang Rong looked at his former wife with a stern expression. Nanako was a little embarrassed and resistant. Looking at Nanako's expression, Wang Rong said no more and turned away. Wait, I was wrong about what happened before. Nanako hurriedly hugged Wang Rong from behind. Wang Rong seemed to be stuck by something disgusting, and he shook it off instantly, glaring. Don't fucking touch me. Looking at Wang Rong's expression, Nanako shouted with red eyes, feeling a little aggrieved. Wang Rong, listen to me. Are you going to help Jiang Wang prove his innocence tomorrow? Don't go. Wait a minute. I have some evidence here that may be able to help you. When he heard that it was about Jiang Wang, Wang Rong stopped, relaxed his expression, and took the materials handed to him by Nanako. But when he opened it and read the contents, are you crazy? You actually want me to join you in slandering Jiang Wang? Wang Rong's eyes instantly became bloodshot, and even blood oozed out of his broken arm due to his excitement. Listen to me. As long as you join us in slandering him, not only can we do it, no, you can become rich and powerful instantly. Someone will also provide you with a prosthetic limb, not a blue star prosthetic limb, the kind that looks just like your own hand. Then we can live together. Nanako's eyes flashed with blazing flames, as if she had already seen the carefree life that Wang Rong would live after he got the money. Looking at Nanako's crazy appearance, Wang Rong's expression slowly calmed down. He originally felt that it was because he was not strong enough and could not provide Nanako with a sense of security that she looked for other people. But now he understood. Wang Rong threw the materials in front of Nanako and said coldly, but as if relieved, Jiang Wang is my benefactor. I will not go along with you. Don't look for me again from now on. Looking at Wang Rong's ruthless look, Nanako's face twisted instantly. Wang Rong, you are so selfish. Can't you just lie for me once? Wang Rong ignored everything Nanako did. The next moment, Chapter 68, Breaking Out of the Cocoon, Alice. 3 people suddenly rushed out from the darkness and used all their strength to control Wang Rong. What are you doing? Because Wang Rong had a broken arm, his strength was greatly reduced, and he was no match for his opponent at all. The 3 of them firmly controlled Wang Rong and then spoke to Nanako. You come. I saw a person throwing a thin thread in front of Nanako. Ah, you can just kill him directly, Nanako said with an awkward giggle. If he doesn't die, you will die. Looking at the cold eyes of the 3 people, she knew that there was no room for turning back. She suddenly picked up the silk thread on the ground and walked quickly behind Wang Rong. The silk thread was directly tied around Wang Rong's neck. It's all your fault? It's all your fault? Nanako tightened the silk thread like a madman. Wang Rong's life force was shattered, and his wide-open eyes were filled with anger, sadness, and unwillingness. In the end, he repaid Jiang Wang's kindness. After several people left in a hurry, Sun Xintian walked out from the shadows. Really? How can we deal with it when it's like this? Because of the conflict with the Federation, they were naturally targeted by Sun Xintian, who put pressure and threats on them in the identity of masked men. As expected, these people chose to take action under pressure and because of their dissatisfaction with Jiang Wang. Looking at Wang Rong lying on the ground with his eyes open, Sun Xintian curled the corners of his mouth into a sneer. TSK, how pitiful, but I can't help it. I was forced to do it. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being blind and finding a woman who kills people. The other side. Wang Tianfeng was having a headache at the moment. Zhou Qian is in front, but he needs to find clues among the many carefully compiled evidences. Squeak. Looking at Antli Shui, who opened the door and walked in with a look of confusion, Wang Tianfeng said with some doubts, "Didn't you tell Jiang Wang? What's wrong with you?" Antli Shui pondered for a while and then told everything about the contents of the inspection room. You mean he guessed your characteristics just by relying on the information he knew before? And also predicted most of the current situation? Don't be alarmed when dealing with things. Don't be confused when faced with danger. Although Wang Tianfeng was a little frightened after thinking about it carefully, he felt that Jiang Wang had such ability. Oh, what a pity, if he had come 500 years earlier. Uncle, I apply to escort Jiang Wang to the Shura battlefield and apply to be tested in the trial battlefield for 1 year. Nonsense. Wang Tianfeng, who was still sighing just now, stood up instantly. Don't forget, your period is about to start. Antli Shui clenched her fists and bit her lips. But this is all because... Annie Shui, all this is not because of you. Jiang Wang should even thank you. If it weren't for you, if someone wanted to deal with him, he would have died in prison now. Seeing Antli Shui's somewhat self-blaming expression, Wang Tianfeng suddenly comforted her with some heartache. Uncle, I can't live under your wings forever. Antli Shui suddenly looked up and said with a firm look in her eyes. In the final analysis, Antli Shui is actually the pearl of their star alliance, their child. Because of her special physique, they have been carefully protecting her, even though she has grown up. But now, Wang Tianfeng was silent. After a long time, we'll talk about it then. Just go back and rest. No, I still have to help Jiang Wang find out who killed Wang Rong. Okay, Jiang Wang, you go to rest. I'll check. Okay, Uncle, hurry up and check Uncle. Antli Shui smiled slyly and walked out of the office. Looking at Antli Shui's back, Wang Tianfeng pondered for a while and dialed Zhou Qian's phone number. Aunt Shui is going to the battlefield of all races. What? Now? Yes, I don't know what got me excited. You have to go. Why don't you want to live under our wings? What's wrong? Am I old? Am I old? Wang Tianfeng suddenly said loudly, as if he was stimulated by something. Oh, why are you excited? It's good for the child to have his own ideas when he is older. Whose jurisdiction are you going to let her go to? When it came to serious matters, Wang Tianfeng became serious and thought for a while. Lin Qingya. Zhou Qian's shocked voice came from the phone. Yes, as for Lin Qingya, doesn't his grandson Lin son already come to our college? Doesn't he, Lin Nanxing, still owe a favor? Okay, I'll go tell you, Zhou Qian said helplessly. On the other side, after Lin Nanxing received the message from Zhou Qian, he pondered for a while and replied. Xiao Sun has already told me. Antli Shui, you can go, but Jiang Wang cannot die. If you can't protect him, then I will do it instead. Also, as long as he can come out of the Shura battlefield alive, we will send him to Qingya. In the surveillance room, Jiang Wang looked up at the ceiling, but his mind had already penetrated deep into the Lord's space. In the decomposition pool, the biological warfare general had been decomposed to only a thin shell. Through the dim liquid, a slender human figure can be vaguely seen. After a not-too-long wait, click, as the first crack appeared, the entire thin shell shattered in an instant. Thump! The moment the liquid flows into the decomposition tank, a large amount of genetic information suddenly flooded into the gene bank. The amount of information was so great that Jiang Wang and Anna both felt a mental pain. Warning! Unknown gene sequence invasion. Hundreds of genetic sequence data were detected, opening the first-level biological lock. Thousands of genetic sequence data were detected, opening the secondary biological lock. Hundreds of millions of genetic sequence data were detected, opening the 10th-level biological lock. Qualified to be the heir to the Empire. All biological locks have been opened, unlocking the ultimate weapon Alice. The Azure Beast gene is 2-star. and has the ability to breathe freely in the ocean and swim quickly. This ability also applies to the giant tortoise is a 4-star level creature with a powerful shield gene and extremely strong self-healing ability. It can be combined with the gene of the cloud worm to obtain extremely strong all-round armor. Water bear 6-star. The ultimate weapon Alice, semi-finished product, is a 10-star weapon that combines the most perfect genes of the Empire to create an immortal, a man-made powerful voidbreaker. Successor. Hello, when you see this message, I believe you have obtained the inheritance of the Empire, and the biological empire no longer exists. The Empire tried to change humans from the genetic level, but the result was counterproductive. Under the siege of the Kaiyuan Empire and many other forces, only the inheritance is left. I hope you can inherit the mantle of the Empire and unlock the secret of the end point of the genetic sequence. After reading all the information, Jiang Wang rubbed his temples, placed the primordial stone on Anna's forehead, and asked Anna to go see Alice when she felt better. Judging from the name, this should be a woman, and she was not wearing any clothes when she entered the decomposition pool. After a long time, Jiang Wang looked at Alice, who was wearing Anna's little skirt, standing expressionlessly in the insect nest. And most of the energy of the insect nest was also absorbed by her. This made Anna very angry. Wearing her clothes, absorbing her energy, and taller than her, with a better figure, Anna's angry look made Jiang Wang laugh. As Jiang Wang's spirit descended, Alice suddenly turned her head and looked into the void, wondering what she should say. Those who play with genes are good at it. There is no flaw in Alice's face from any angle. The bright white teeth and slightly heroic sword-like eyebrows made the originally very gentle face more sharp. Her tall and straight nose and lips as soft as jade make people fall in love with her the moment they see her. Different from Aunt Li Shui's charm, elegance, and mature beauty, Alice is like a goddess, with a slender and upright body and waist-length hair. If Jiang Wang were asked to give a summary, it would be that she is the ceiling among mature women. Suddenly, Alice opened her thin lips. Dominate. Chapter 69 Murder. By the time Jiang Wang received all the information, Alice had already entered the Zerg sequence. His rank and authority are only second to Jiang Wang, and even on par with Anna. You have to know that Anna was evolved by Jiang Wang and fed with various bloodlines. And Alice was rated as queen level without any blessing. Anna, who was originally angry, felt even more aggrieved, especially after seeing Jiang Wang's slightly appreciative eyes. She felt a little aggrieved besides being angry. After all, she is no longer the ignorant queen who knows nothing. Jiang Wang instantly caught the subtle fluctuation of mental power. Little Anna? Unhappy? No. Oh, okay. Seeing Jiang Wang turning his head away and not asking any more questions, Anna's big eyes suddenly filled with mist. Seeing that Jiang Wang was almost done, he hurried to comfort poor little Anna. Okay, don't cry. You are still the queen of the Zerg, the queen of Alice's so-called race. Okay. Jiang Wang actually had no choice. Alice's position was determined by the genetic sequence. That is to say, except for Jiang Wang's orders and the queen's guards, Alice has the right to command any Zerg force. And he has absolute responsibility and loyalty to Jiang Wang and the Zerg. For the Zerg, once they are within the genetic sequence, their loyalty to the Overlord is absolute. In other words, among the Zerg, any lack of loyalty means absolute disloyalty. After comforting Anna, Jiang Wang turned his gaze to Alice. Ultimate weapon Alice, unfinished product. Intelligence, 18,000. Stamina, 20,000. Speed, 23,000. Attack, 25,000. Skills, infinite self-healing, transcending limits, absolute calmness, XN. Overall combat power, 30,000, 70,000. Disadvantage, unable to become a powerful person in the void-breaking realm. When Jiang Wang saw Alice's nearly 10-page list of skills and talents, he finally understood why Alice was called the ultimate weapon by an empire. And these are Alice's silver level 1 data, which means that as Jiang Wang becomes stronger, Alice will gradually break free from the restrictions of her genes and become stronger. This is the ultimate killer weapon. Jiang Wang found Alice's location in an instant. Isn't this a pure female killer on the battlefield? Where else can Alice's strengths be better utilized than on the battlefield? Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. The spirit walked up to Alice. Do you have feelings? Alice will resolutely carry out the Lord's orders. Jiang Wang stared at Alice in front of him. Although it was still very weak, Jiang Wang felt a hint of Alice's emotion. Suddenly, Jiang Wang seemed to suddenly think of someone. Violet, there are no orders. I hope you can have your own emotions like her. Yes. After arranging the remaining matters, Jiang Wang left the Lord's space. Alice and Anna were left staring at each other with eyes wide open. After all, they were both beautiful girls. None of them had small eyes. And Jiang Wang digested the information in the gene bank. As long as you are busy, time flies. During that period, Aunt Li Shui came several times. 10 days later, the Academy can no longer withstand the pressure. It is no longer a question of evidence. It is a confrontation between new and old forces. Lin Sun has even reported to Lin Nanxing several times whether he should take Jiang Wang back directly. The only reply I got was, "Don't worry about it, let him come back first." Just one day after Lin Sun left, the college issues notifications to everyone. Due to some personal problems and external reasons of Jiang Wang from our school decided to confiscate all rewards given to Jiang Wang and send him to the 10,000 races battlefield, Shura War Zone, and will depart in one day. One stone stirs up 1,000 ripples. Within the Star Alliance, the top leaders are all gloomy, while the old forces are celebrating. Because the Shura War Zone is equivalent to a death sentence. Call! Jiang Wang stepped on the sunlit ground and took a deep breath. The golden sunlight sprinkled on his face. Soft hair, angular face. Aunt Li Shui was a little stunned for a moment. Compared with all the people she had seen, Jiang Wang's appearance was not the best, but at this moment, Jiang Wang was the only one in his class. After greeting Wang Ho, Su Nuo, Xiao Yin, and Han Bingyin in front of him, Jiang Wang saw an unexpected figure. Gaia. He first greeted Aunt Li Shui, and then spoke casually to Jiang Wang. Ah, it seems there is no way to have tea. It's not too late to drink now. No, I'd rather wait until you come back from the 10,000 races battlefield before drinking. Uncle Su is very optimistic about you, and I represent the new forces, so if you come back alive, don't even think about drinking tea. You can do whatever you want. Gaia suddenly said seriously. After saying that, Jiang Wang turned around and left. He didn't know why he came here today. All the people from the new forces thought that this was a complete failure. But when he saw Jiang Wang for the first time, he felt that Jiang Wang would never die so easily. That's why he took some risks and came to meet Jiang Wang again. As Jiang Wang was walking back to the dormitory, people kept pointing and talking at him. But because of Aunt Li Shui who was standing next to them, everyone put away the rotten eggs and vegetable leaves in their hands. All the way in silence. Jiang Wang temporarily lives in Wang Tianfeng's mansion. Looking at Jiang Wang, who seemed fine, Wang Tianfeng was furious. I thought you had to lose a few pounds in there. Fortunately, thanks to Master, I am not hungry, Jiang Wang said with a smile on his face. After hearing this, Wang Tianfeng turned around and left. Night. Jiang Wang quietly slipped out the door. Wang Tianfeng happened to be smoking at the door, as if he had expected Jiang Wang to sneak out. Why? To seek revenge? Wang Tianfeng was smoking and glancing at Jiang Wang behind him. And Jiang Wang did not hide it. Aren't you afraid of really dying? I can't die. If I were to die, they would be waiting for me in the Shura War Zone. They're just a few small shrimps. How about I avenge you? Wang Tianfeng still wanted to persuade Jiang Wang not to kill anyone at this critical moment. Jiang Wang suddenly remembered the man's stubborn and strong expression. I remember that he insisted on contributing his part under such circumstances. Thinking of his eyes that refused to close before he died. Need not. Jiang Wang turned and left gently, but firmly. Looking at Jiang Wang's figure, Wang Tianfeng took a deep puff of a cigarette. Good. Jiang Wang just walked calmly on the campus, on the road to killing people. When he pushed open the door, the cigarettes and alcohol scattered on the floor, the pungent smell filling the room, and the 4 naked figures on the bed told Jiang Wang what a crazy night they had spent. Do not go gentle into that good night. And don't let your enemies die gently. Under the influence of Jiang Wang's spiritual power, several people died miserably, not physically but mentally. He died in a very miserable way. When Jiang Wang walked out of the room again, he let out a breath. This was the first time he killed someone with his own hands, but it would definitely not be the last time. He had to get used to it, but it felt good. Humming a little tune, Jiang Wang slowly returned to his mansion. Chapter 70, Who Can Bear This? The next day, there were no onlookers and no rotten eggs to send off. Zhang Wang boarded Antli Shue's private ship early and flew towards the battlefield of all races. Watching the ship leave, he ultimately failed to persuade Antli Shue. This time, the ship not only has multiple rooms, but also has simple training rooms and entertainment rooms. In Antli Shue's words, more training means a greater chance of survival. Zhang Wang lay on the sofa and watched everything about the Shuro War Zone. Shuro War Zone, also known as the Death War Zone. Because of its unique membership composition and the battlefield it is heading to, it creates a unique war zone. The people of the Shuro War Zone may not be the strongest on the battlefield, but their density and death rate are definitely among the best. On average, a battle involving tens of millions of people occurs every 3 days, and a battle involving hundreds of millions of people occurs every 7 days. The death rate was as high as 89%. A legend spread in the Shuro War Zone. There are no friends in Shuro War Zone. Anyone who can survive in the Shuro War Zone for a year is considered a golden reserve. Anyone who can survive for 3 years will have the qualifications of platinum. As for the next 10 years, they will definitely be diamond powerhouses. No matter whether you are gold or platinum, you must be prepared to die in such a high-intensity battlefield. This is the Shuro War Zone. Zhang Wang even found a few videos. It's basically extremely chaotic, with a wide variety of arms and abilities. Strange beasts and myriad races from all directions. Even Zhang Wang, who had fought in wars involving tens of millions of people, frowned. "Oh, now you feel nervous." Antli Shue took out a bottle of wine that looked very valuable from behind the counter. "I'm not nervous. I just want to learn more about it in advance." Zhang Wang put down the terminal and picked up the wine glass. The reddish slurry reflects an attractive luster in the glass cup. "Don't worry, I will also go to the battlefield of all races this time, and I will protect you then." Antli Shue took a sip, and her charming eyebrows wrinkled slightly under the stimulation of alcohol. Zhang Wang smiled slightly, took a quick sniff, and swallowed it in one gulp. "It's okay. You won't die, just do what you need to do. This kind of place is suitable for me." The spicy feeling instantly penetrates the heart and lungs, but after the burning sensation, there is a light aftertaste and a unique flavor that fills the nasal cavity. Thanks to the alcohol, Zhang Wang's expression did not change, but his mental strength was not as calm as he appeared. How can I not be angry? When the chivalrous spirit of a cold-blooded boy was ruthlessly extinguished, when his friends died tragically because of his negligence, when he was imprisoned and powerless. Zhang Wang never claimed to understand human nature, but he also never trusted human nature. But, well, when he looked at Antli Shue, his eyes did not change, but the subtle fluctuations in his spirit showed that he was, at least at this moment, a little bit depressed. Anyone who has such a stunningly beautiful master, who is open-hearted and uncomplaining, will also develop some other emotions. But Antli Shue, who was not drunk, keenly caught this slight change. Her eyes turned several times, first surprise, then anger, and finally a hint of sadness. After 3 rounds of drinks, the two returned to their own rooms. Midnight. Zhang Wang looked through the window at the light of the exploding stars in the distance, at the gorgeous nebulae, and at the black hole that could swallow everything. Suddenly, the door slowly opened. Zhang Wang turned his head and saw Antli Shue standing at the door in her silk pajamas. The proud curves of the body are outlined vividly. Her slender, white legs are like a dragon hidden in the clouds, and she is stunning at first glance. The lofty mountains, the perky buttocks. It was as if Antli Shue was the only daughter beloved by God, who had given him all the beautiful and tempting things. But all this could not compare to Antli Shue's eyes full of love and temptation at this moment. Little Zhang Wang. The strong smell of alcohol made Zhang Wang frown. This shouldn't be the case. Although Antli Shue is usually not very serious, she has always been very careful in this regard. Why is she so? A fragrant breeze blew over. The snow-white arm was placed on Zhang Wang's shoulder, and the towering peaks were flattened bit by bit. Hot body temperature, strong smell of alcohol, light body fragrance. The room was filled with a charming atmosphere. In an instant, Zhang Wang's mental power underwent the biggest fluctuation in history. But when he met Antli Shue's eyes, everything stopped. "Who are you?" Zhang Wang's cold and angry voice echoed in the room. "This is not Antli Shue. At least, it is not the Antli Shue that she knows who is controlling her body now." "What are you talking about? I am the master, little Zhang Wang. With a rosy face and flaming red lips, she breathed out hot and humid air in Jiang Wang's ear, and even exposed her chest intentionally or unintentionally. Although the movement was very stiff, it was still extremely tempting. I'll ask again, where's Antly Shui? A huge amount of mental power exploded instantly, and more than 10,000 high-quality mental powers were all concentrated in one room. In an instant, Antly Shui, who was possessed by the succubus, felt boundless pressure. The pressure he was under was even greater than that of Wang Tianfeng. Seeing that it wasn't going to work, the succubus-like Antly Shui gave a charming smile. Isn't my body good-looking? I'm not even interested in this, alas. Aunt Xiaoshua's sincerity is wrong. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, and the already towering mountain peak was about to come out. The succubus's seemingly indifferent slant is actually full of temptation. But when he saw that Jiang Wang's anger and coldness had not changed at all, he knew that this plan had failed again. A burst of mental power quickly disappeared from Antly Shui, and Jiang Wang seized the opportunity and rushed forward with mental power. He instantly caught a trace of the remnant of mental power and crushed it directly. Ah! A piercing scream resounded in the void, and Jiang Wang's face turned pale instantly. Seeing that Antly Shui's eyes had returned to the clear, stupid, and familiar look before, Jiang Wang fainted. And this scene shocked Wang Tianfeng and Zhou Qian in front of the screen. How could they leave Antly Shui, who was about to burst in a succubus, alone on the spaceship with Jiang Wang? This spaceship can be said to be carefully made. If Jiang Wang takes the next step, he will be killed instantly. In their opinion, 100 Jiang Wangs are not as good as Antly Shui. But Jiang Wang not only held on just as Antly Shui expected, he also severely damaged the succubus lord. At this moment, Antly Shui stood in front of Jiang Wang at a loss. As her period was approaching, it was very dangerous in itself. And today her heart suddenly moved, which made the succubus master think it was an opportunity. Moreover, she did not expect that the succubus lord would come with such a strong force this time. In the past, the temptation was just a look, but this time he actually controlled her body directly. That means that the succubus lord had been accumulating strength and preparing to liberate himself all at once. But he did not expect to meet a monk like Jiang Wang. Antly Shui was both shy and angry. I feel shy because of what I just did. What made me angry was that even though I was in such a state, Jiang Wang didn't take any other action. But the next moment, Antly Shui actually smiled happily, and the look she gave Jiang Wang was filled with a bit more tenderness from the bottom of her heart. All I can say is, women's hearts are as unfathomable as the sea. Chapter 71. Vertical Day. Jiang Wang's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Although he used all his mental strength to retain a trace of the succubus lord's mental strength, it was not without cost. At this moment, his spiritual world was in a state of conflict. On one side is Jiang Wang's pure white with a hint of black, and on the other side is charming pink. The succubus lord was also very angry at this moment. Antly Shui's face was twisted and crazy in her anger. Jiang Wangza continued to devour and squeeze the succubus's living space inch by inch by relying on his mass advantage. Seeing that the erosion she was so proud of had no effect, she started to seduce again. Unlike in reality, she couldn't fully control Antly Shui's body. At this moment, she was using Antly Shui's body to madly seduce Jiang Wang. Little brother, can you see clearly? Do you want me to push it down further? The snow-white rabbit is faintly visible through the half-covered clothes. The deep ravine seemed to be able to eat away anyone's soul. The skirt was lifted to the thighs, showing off Jiang Wang's plump and perfect thighs perfectly. The erotic scenes are irresistible even to the most devout pilgrim. But unfortunately, if the succubus failed to seduce Jiang Wang in reality, it would be even more impossible in the spiritual world. Jiang Wang was determined to get her. He didn't know why he was so angry. In fact, after he finished drinking that night, Jiang Wang's heart was moved for a moment. But he restrained himself. And when Antly Shui came to him that night, he began to waver a little. But when he saw the deeper struggle in those charming eyes, all he had left was anger. I don't know why. Maybe he was standing up for his master, or he was angry at being fooled, but it didn't matter. This succubus, Musti, seeing that her clothes had been peeled off, but Jiang Wang's mental power remained unchanged, and even devoured her remaining mental power mercilessly, she finally collapsed. Are you still a man? A look of bloodshot eyes and hysterical screams. After the last piece of mental power was devoured, everything returned to calm. Jiang Wang stood in the spiritual world in a daze. Indeed, Aunt Li Shue's body has unparalleled charm, not to mention with the blessing of the succubus. Everyone wants to have a taste of her. But her soul is not Aunt Li Shue. So Jiang Wang just felt disgusted. That was not Aunt Li Shue, but she used her body to do such a thing. When Jiang Wang woke up, Aunt Li Shue was wiping Jiang Wang's sweat carefully beside his bed. The worried eyes flickered as they looked at Jiang Wang, and they looked at each other. Yeah, there's soup on the table, drink it yourself. With that, Aunt Li Shue ran out of the room like the wind. After returning to her room, Aunt Li Shue threw herself directly onto her bed. The scene from last night, and the look in their eyes just now instantly flashed through her mind. Her cheeks instantly turned red, and even her head was emitting smoke of mental power due to excessive tension. As for Jiang Wang, he remained extremely resolute even when facing the naked body. At this moment, I feel a little more shy. When the two appeared in the living room again, they were both more or less awkward. But as the saying goes, there's nothing a glass of wine can't solve. If so, too, Aunt Li Shue, whose cheeks were flushed from drinking, spilled all her secrets in one breath. Jiang Wang looked at Aunt Li Shue gently, as she was sometimes angry, sometimes amused, and sometimes using exaggerated metaphors. From her talent and military service to the unique feeling Jiang Wang gave her, to the anger and sadness for Jiang Wang in the end due to rumors and persecution, Aunt Li Shue was like a chatterbox, talking nonstop. At this moment, Aunt Li Shue seemed to have become the apprentice, and Jiang Wang seemed to have become the master. Until finally Aunt Li Shue fell drunk on the table. Jiang Wang gently helped her up and placed her in the room. Before leaving, I saw Aunt Li Shue's crystal saliva and the smile on her face. The other side. I don't know how many pieces of Wang Tianfeng's table have been broken in front of the screen. Old Wang, actually, you can talk, but you can't shut up. Wang Tianfeng's face was gloomy, as if the cabbage he had carefully protected and fed was accidentally pushed away by the wild boar coming down from the mountain. It's too early to say now. If Jiang Wang can come out of the Shuro war zone alive, it might not be a bad idea. Roll! Zhou Qian looked at the phone that hung up instantly, and he guessed that Wang Tianfeng turned the table over. But Wang Tianfeng, on the other side, calmed down after a moment of anger. After what happened that night, he also thought that if Jiang Wang was able to protect Aunt Li Shue in the future, then it would indeed be acceptable for them to be together. But thinking about Aunt Li Shue's military units, that's SS plus level. It doesn't mean you can resist the temptation. Well, the sigh like an old father's voice echoed in the huge room. Star Alliance Academy. As the storm subsided, although people still remembered the incident, their attention was gradually attracted by other things. The bodies of Nanako and others were crushed to ashes by Wang Tianfeng and dumped into the toilet. This was also Jiang Wang's specific instruction. As for the investigation, Wang Tianfeng knew nothing about anything. When he checked the surveillance footage, he found that all the surveillance systems had short-circuited that night. The investigators were so angry that their eyes turned red and their necks thickened. They angrily scolded Wang Tianfeng for being shameless. Quantum monitoring has the nerve to say it's a short circuit. Why don't you say it's a power outage? Wang Tianfeng had a shameless look on his face, as if he just didn't know, wasn't clear, and had no evidence. Aren't all of you inspectors in this position anyway? And under Su Nua's leadership, the Federation gradually got better. Sun Xintian was able to save his life temporarily because of this wave of conspiracy, and obtained a bottle of potential stimulating liquid provided by the masked man, which allowed his strength to quickly increase to the first level of silver in a short period of time, and formed his own party to fight against Su Nua. After Jiang Wang left, the nobles gave him resources, power, and all kinds of good things, and kept trying to win over and divide the people of the Federation and other Blue Star people. People were grateful to the nobles, grateful to the Kaiyuan world, and grateful for everything except Jiang Wang. Just like Che Guevara. But Jiang Wang didn't care about these. Time flies, and happy times are always short. The ship had arrived at the battlefield of all races without anyone noticing. Jiang Wang looked through the glass and saw the countless vast battlefields. Planets one by one, meteorite belts one by one. There are also countless battlefields with no end in sight, and fortresses suspended in the air. Mechanized armies and lords are combined, and elemental lords and martial arts lords can fly directly in the universe. Soon, a troop in gorgeous uniforms appeared. The leading man's tall and straight figure looked extraordinary and heroic in his military uniform. As the hatch slowly opened, Kumandeli. The handsome man quickly stepped forward and extended his hand, very gentlemanly, to support Antli Shui. Antli Shui just glanced at him and passed him by. And he was not embarrassed, after all. He was not the only one who had experienced such a thing. But the next second, he suddenly shouted loudly, "Get it, presumptuous!" Antli Shui's sudden outburst of momentum made the people around her pause. After Jiang Wang took away some of the succubus's mental power that night, her strength increased a little bit. My mission is to send him to the Shuro war zone, and I am only here to meet an elder, not to take over. Antli Shui's cold eyes made Carl a little dazed. He could feel that Antli Shui was actually really angry because of this murderer and rapist. Angry and jealous eyes came from all directions. Jiang Wang smiled helplessly. This is so. Who can I talk to? Chapter 72, Lin Qingya. Jiang Wang followed Antli Shui to meet the elders stationed on the battlefield of all races. Jiang Wang also fully witnessed how popular Antli Shui was and how much charm she had. Wherever he went, there were all kinds of noblemen, and the young general showed off his talents in all kinds of ways. In the huge command room, an old man with gray hair but a resolute face kept asking Antli Shui about her well-being. "Come here, Aunt Xiaoxue, let Uncle Sun take a look." "Oh, you've grown taller again." Judging from his position and the military rank on his shoulder, Jiang Wang recognized at a glance that this man was the famous commander-in-chief of the 10,000 races battlefield, Sun Mingyuan. Since the Star Alliance has always been at the forefront of resisting the invasion of all races, after years of operation, it has firmly grasped the authority of the commander-in-chief. But it was hard to imagine that the old man, who could give Jiang Wang great pressure even with just a glance, was actually like a daughter slave, constantly asking about Antli Shui's recent affairs. After a while, Sun Mingyuan seemed to have just thought of or seen Jiang Wang. "Are you Xiaoxue's apprentice?" The mental force filled with coercive aura instantly enveloped Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang's expression remained unchanged, but he couldn't stop shaking his head in his heart. Here it comes, the traditional art of Star Alliance Academy. But Jiang Wang is no longer the same as before, especially after devouring a part of the succubus lord's mental power. His mental power instantly soared to 1.6 W. Although it was still like a lone boat in Sun Mingyuan's spiritual power, which was like a vast ocean, it was already a slightly larger boat. Looking at Jiang Wang's determined expression, Sun Mingyuan increased his mental strength without making a sound. But Jiang Wang still maintained that attitude of, "I'm still doing okay." Then he suddenly withdrew his mental power, and Jiang Wang's mental power did not riot. This control over power also won Sun Mingyuan's praise. "Yeah, not bad." Sun Mingyuan nodded slightly. Jiang Wang smiled politely, but he couldn't help but complain in his heart. "What kind of people are these? You guys should leave later. There happens to be someone going with you who will explain some things to you." Sun Mingyuan explained to Antli Shui. Antli Shui and Jiang Wang sat side by side on chairs in the operations room. People kept coming to the command room to report military intelligence. None of the young men could resist glancing at Antli Shui, even the female soldiers. After a long time, the war room was opened. A strong smell of blood wafted into my nose. A middle-aged man with blood on his clothes and shoes walked into the command room. "General Sun." The man saluted Sun Mingyuan with a standard military salute. "Well then, tell them. Also, remember what you promised us." Sun Mingyuan obviously disliked the person in front of him, but he didn't say much. He smiled at Antli Shui and left the command room. The man in front of him, with a head full of white hair, soft eyebrows, and slightly upturned lips, looked like a handsome young man walking out of a painting, but the military uniform and blood-stained boots on his body were in sharp contrast to his temperament. "Hello, my name is Lin Qingya. I guess you were Jiang Wang." Lin Qingya walked straight towards Jiang Wang, took off his white gloves stained with blood, and stretched out his white but calloused right hand. Jiang Wang instantly thought of Lin Nanxing's other child. "Yes, Lin Nanxing is my father. Thank you for standing up for my brother." Looking at Lin Qingya's gentle gaze, Jiang Wang suddenly felt as if he was being stared at by a giant python. If Sun Mingyuan was like a mountain, pressing down on you with great force, then Lin Qingya gave him the feeling of being stared at by a giant python, and this python was extremely poisonous. But that feeling was fleeting. After some pleasantries, the two followed Lin Qingya and boarded his ship. Different from Antli Shui's luxury, Lin Qingya's ship was much plainer, with a dark red hull, several sharp scratches, and a striking black snake logo on the right side of the hull. But when Jiang Wang got closer, he found that it was not a dark red shell at all, but blood that had been stained for a long time and several huge scratches that had not even had time to be repaired. The conditions in the military camp are average, so we had to find this ship temporarily. It's really... Lin Qingya said somewhat embarrassedly. It's okay, it's fine. Jiang Wang and the others spoke quickly. Just kidding, a big boss is driving a car that obviously just hit someone and says his car is not good. That is because he is humble and treats you as his own. If you follow suit and say that his car is really broken, then you are ungrateful. The two men sat on the iron seats and fastened their seatbelts. With a roar, the ship quickly climbed. Jiang Wang and the other man also understood why they had to wear seatbelts. Whoosh! The powerful horsepower gave Jiang Wang and the other man the feeling of being pushed back to the maximum. As the flight gradually became stable, Lin Qingya turned around and said to Jiang Wang, "Father also mentioned you to me. Although the fighting in the Shura war zone is extremely fierce, I think it is an excellent place for training. I have specially used my connections to find a team for you this time. I believe you will be able to adapt quickly." Lin Qingya kept telling Jiang Wang about things happening on the battlefield, just like an uncle next door taking care of his nephews. Soon, the ship hovered over a large camp. Through the glass, Jiang Wang saw many people coming and going, some with sad faces, some drunk. But when they looked up and saw the ship's logo clearly, they all moved away with horror, as if there would be some bad consequences if they were even a second late. The hatch slowly opened, and Jiang Wang had arrived at his destination. Shura war zone, military camp. Not far away, a tall man in a meticulously dressed military uniform quickly stepped forward and saluted Lin Qingya behind him with an impeccable military salute. "Get out alive? This is the fastest way for you to gain strength and freedom." Because of the roar of the ship, Lin Qingya could only shout loudly to Jiang Wang. Just as the ship was about to take off, Antly Shui could no longer sit still and shouted loudly at Jiang Wang, "Stay alive! I'll come find you." As a heat wave hit, the ship quickly took off. Jiang Wang watched the ship turn into a small dot and then disappear. The soldiers around him seemed to let out a sigh of relief. "Damn it, brother. What's the matter? Black Snake delivered it personally? Are you cheating on the Emperor?" Jiwuli took off his hat and loosened his belt while talking. "Oh, by the way, my name is Ji Jua. You can call me Jida." The originally sharp military uniform suddenly became weird. Looking at Jiang Wang's puzzled eyes, Ji Wuli laughed playfully. "Don't pretend, brother. If I saw correctly, the person behind Lin Dusha should be Antly Shui. You two have a special relationship. No wonder you have to come to the Shura war zone. You dare to seduce the Emperor's intended wife, tell me. How does it feel?" Looking at Ji Wuli's lewd smile, Jiang Wang became even more confused. Are all the soldiers here like this? He could only find information about the severity of the Shura battlefield on the internet, but little other information. Chapter 73, Shura War Zone. Looking at Jiang Wang's confused face, it didn't look like he was pretending. Ji Wuli frowned and suddenly thought of something. "Brother, you're not Jiang Wang, are you?" Jiang Wang nodded helplessly. "It turns out you don't even know who I am, yet you're just chatting with me like this." Then Ji Wuli's expression became strange. "Are you that unlucky little bastard?" Jiang Wang. TSK, 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 come on, I'll lead your team." Looking at Ji Wuli's expression that contained both pity and gloating, Jiang Wang suddenly had a bad feeling. "Hey, Baji, don't blame me for not reminding you," Ji Wuli said as he ate beef jerky that he had taken out from somewhere. "Since you're a newcomer, I'll tell you the rules so that old Tao doesn't deduct my reward. First of all, auxiliary medical doctors and nurses must not engage in any obscene or other forms of insults. Secondly, don't be a deserter. Third, private killing is not allowed in the military camp. Either go to the life and death stage or go to the battlefield. Let me explain first. In the Shura war zone, apart from these 3 rules you must keep in mind, there are no other rules as long as you are strong enough. Remember this. Otherwise, you will only have a 60% chance of dying in the Shura battlefield. But if you violate these 3 rules, you will be 100% dead. Also, in the Shura war zone, there are no military ranks, only badges indicating position and how long you have lived. A star represents a month, a moon represents a year, and as for the sun, as he spoke, his eyes revealed sincere admiration. The sun is not obtained by time, but by establishing great military merit under extremely harsh conditions. For example, Lindusha, the one who sent you here, once led a team to raid the rear of the 10,000 races in a large-scale battle. Not only did he kill the grandson of the ancestor, he also fought back from the rear to the front, and then fought back again. He went in and out 7 times and forcibly reversed the situation. He was awarded the Sun Badge only then. Of course, this kind of thing is nothing to worry about. People like Lindusha are not comparable to ordinary people. As they went deeper, Ji Wooly brought Jiang Wang to a military supply department. A few burly men at the door were playing finger-guessing games and drinking contests enthusiastically. "Hey, isn't this Ji Wooly? He's here with his little chick." Several burly men whistled and teased loudly. "What? Want to try it?" Ji Wooly stopped and said with a teasing look on his face. "Oh, there's such a good thing? Execution on the spot?" Several fencing masters instantly became interested. "Hey, don't say I didn't remind you. If you can't protect your flower, it will definitely become a man-eating plant in the future." Ji Wooly took a few steps back and smiled at Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang looked at Ji Wooly behind him expressionlessly and asked, "Is it okay to be crippled?" "It's up to you, as long as you don't die." Ji crossed his arms weakly, with an expression that looked as if it had nothing to do with me. But when he looked again at where Jiang Wang was standing, his figure had disappeared, and even disappeared so quickly that it left a barely visible afterimage on the ground. Bang! Bang! Duan! Ah! In just a few seconds, several big men were lying on the ground in a twisted state, with their hands and feet twisted to varying degrees, but the footprints on their faces and the teeth on the ground were surprisingly consistent. The next moment, Jiang Wang appeared in front of Ji Wooly, looking at the thin man in front of him with cold eyes. "Oh shit, I was scared to death. You're awesome, bro." Watching Ji Wooly's exaggerated performance, Jiang Wang tilted his head slightly and glanced at the moon on his chest. "The same as you." Afterwards, Jiang Wang registered his own information and walked towards the depths of the military camp. In the tents around, some people were exercising, and some were exercising their waists and abdomens. Obscene sounds kept coming from behind a tent, or directly from the tent. The Shura War Zone was originally managed as half prison and half military camp. Most of the people here are troublemakers and criminals who are difficult to discipline. In addition, the death rate is extremely high, and no one knows whether they can see the sun tomorrow. So basically, apart from the 3 major regulations, they can do whatever they want. Soon, Jiang Wang came to a relatively clean and tidy tent. "Big bear, second bear, third bear. I've left the people from your team at the door." Then he ran away at a whirlwind. By the time Jiang Wang turned his head, the door curtain had been lifted. I saw a burly man over 1.9 meters tall standing in front of Jiang Wang, and 2 almost identical heads popped out from behind him. "Is this our new member?" A soft voice came from the tent. When all 3 of them walked out of the tent, Jiang Wang felt as if he was surrounded by 3 huge bears. "Hello, my name is Xiong Chuntian. You can call me Xiong Da. My name is Xiong Xiatian. You can just call me Xiong Air. My name is Xiong Xiutian. You can just call me Xiong San." Jiang Wang looked at the 3 people around him in astonishment. It is true that the voice and appearance are very inconsistent. Except for Xiong Air, the voices of Xiong Da and Xiong San are like that of a child who has not gone through the voice change period. Can you imagine Schwarzenegger saying it's cool to eat a peach? After some conversation, Jiang Wang found that the 3 men were unexpectedly easy to talk to, and the 2 moons on their chests showed that they were all tough guys who had survived in the trial battlefield for 2 years. And these 3 are triplets, and maybe because they are triplets, they are not only all lords of light elements, they even have the same talents. Their talents can connect to each other and perform treatment or energy transmission through this connection line. There are 3 light attribute players in a team, and their healing ability is maximized, making them the dream team in the Shura War Zone. Countless people are scrambling to join. But without exception, except for the Shonda trio, no one could walk out of the Shura War Zone safely. Either dead, seriously injured and dying, or missing some parts. Later someone observed, since they have no exclusive talents, there is no way to connect. Once these 3 people are on the battlefield and connected, the bonus will triple, and they will rush into the beast pack like mad dogs. The remaining person cannot recover to full health instantly by relying on the treatment of these 3 people, so the mortality rate remains high. For this reason, some people in the Shura War Zone jokingly gave them this nickname, and over time, their team was called the Death Squad. But some people are more superstitious and believe that the Xiongda trio can absorb other people's luck to replenish themselves, or other similar statements. Anyway, no one wants to play with the three of them, until Lin Xingya personally arranged him into the death squad. Chapter 74. The Land Where God Fell. While several people were still talking, suddenly a shrill alarm sounded, and the faces of the three Xiongda people suddenly became serious. Big Bear stood up and spoke softly. "Let's go to the battlefield." And Xiong San said to Jiang Wang, "I wanted to tell you a few things to be careful of on the battlefield, but I don't have time now. Let's go. If you stay away from the three of us, you won't die." After saying this, several people walked out of the tent. Following Xiongda and his three companions, Jiang Wang came to a teleportation array not far away. There were already quite a few people standing in the teleportation array. "Hey, is this the unlucky little fellow? It's such a pity that he has such delicate skin and tender flesh." A short, skinny man spoke to Jiang Wang with a gloomy face. Xiongda and Xiong Sin glanced at him and said nothing. But Xiong Er's voice suddenly sounded. "If you want to die, keep talking." I saw that Xiong Er not only imitated Xiongda's body, but also figured out Xiongda's tone and what he wanted to say. Suddenly, there was a flash of light and a nauseous feeling. The next second, everyone arrived at an unfamiliar battlefield. The sky is filled with yellow sand, and the soil on the ground is dark red. It is not difficult to imagine how many people's corpses have been buried in this land. "Follow us." Big Xiong took the lead and rushed out of the teleportation array. The others also scattered. Soon Jiang Wang and others arrived at a huge fortress. The fortress is so big that even the 1,000-meter-high everlasting city is nothing compared to it. But they did not enter the city. Instead, they bypassed the nearby battlefield and ran towards the distance. "Stay away from the battlefield and protect yourself," Xiong Er said to Jiang Wang. Because the main battlefield of the Shura war zone is different from other ordinary battlefields. Humans call it the Land of Fallen Gods. All races call it the Tomb of the Gods. Because the main battlefield of the Shura war zone is an independent space. No one knows when it was formed, and no one knows what it is. When humans and all other races arrived here, they discovered this mysterious space almost at the same time. The resources contained in this space are coveted even by those who are at the platinum level and above. Both sides invested nearly tens of billions of troops in the battle. But when killing and blood awakened this space, people discovered the weirdness of this space. Every day you stay in this space, a life will be killed, and the number of people entering and leaving will never be equal. Sometimes 100 people go in, but only 50 can come out. That is 50%. Sometimes it's 70% or 30%. The value is uncertain. I remember the worst time in history was 0%. This means that everyone has to kill in this space until the next time the space is opened, which usually takes a month. Of course, there are also some strong men who choose not to go back, but to kill and obtain resources to earn points. But such people usually reincarnate 3 or 4 times. Some people also try to exploit the bug to kill their own soldiers, but this would not change anything except reducing their loyalty and strength. The only way to do this was to kill the people who came in this time. Moreover, the Land of the Fallen God can be opened multiple times. That is to say, it may be opened 4 or 5 times within 1 or 2 days, and it can be postponed for 1 month based on the time of entry. High intensity and high quality combat often means extremely high casualties, especially a place like this Colosseum. At one point, some high-ranking officials decided to give up the fight for this land because the casualties were too great. But it was discovered that once the Land of the Fallen God was opened and no one entered, the space would move randomly, and those covered by it would directly enter the Land of the Fallen God, and the return time would be extended from 1 month to 3 months. Because of this incident, an entire army in Kaiyuan world was completely covered, with hundreds of millions of people. When the space opened for the first time, no living person walked out. It is like a living ghost that needs to be irrigated with blood. But such a severe price is not without benefits. Not to mention the abundant spiritual energy and abundant resources in the God-fallen space. What makes countless people jealous are all kinds of treasures that are unheard of in the outside world, including fruits that can increase mental power several times. There are also fruits that can enable a person to unlock an elemental ability. Some can even directly change their fate and help those who don't have a Lord space to open up a Lord space. In short, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. In the end, A Shuro war zone was established in the Kaiyuan world, specifically waiting to be entered after the gods' fallen land began. This not only meets the requirements of the gods' fallen land, but also allows more resources to be obtained from it. And many people who have been in a bottleneck period for many years, or those who think highly of themselves, will also have other channels to enter the Shuro war zone. But the lucky ones are ultimately very few. Zhang Wang ran around the battlefield. Due to the instability around the gods' fallen battlefield, everyone entering the Shuro war zone needed to use the surrounding teleportation devices. And that means sometimes they need to cross a battlefield. All the mental power burst out. Everywhere covered is a battlefield. The scale is close to billions, and this is only part of the battlefield. The troops in the Shuro war zone would just pass by and kill any blind creatures of the 10,000 races that block their way. After all, those who fight in this kind of battlefield for a long time are the most powerful among all the troops in the entire battlefield of all races. After more than 10 minutes of running, Zhang Wang and others came to an empty barrier, and all around are destroyed teleportation arrays and various ruins. The exposed bones still sparkle with a certain luster despite the erosion of wind and sand, which shows how powerful they were in life. This is the trace left by the struggle between humans and all other races for the place where God fell. As Zhang Wang took a step forward, he felt as if his entire body was scanned. The next moment, he appeared on a battlefield. A countdown also appeared on the back of his right hand. The left hand shows the killing value. The more you kill, the more favor you will gain from the land of the fallen gods, and the more chances you will have to obtain treasures. The rich spiritual energy and bloody smell around are like a bloody mist. The deafening shouts and screams in the distance, and the aftermath of explosions in the air also showed that the place they were about to land in was probably not a good one. Roar! As soon as the few people entered this place, they ran into an aggressive group of the 10,000 tribes. Superior. The first bear was holding a big hammer and leading the way, followed closely by the second and third bears. If you look closely, you can only see that they are connected by a faint thread. Boom! With one blow of his hammer, shown to knock the leader of all the tribes flying, and he was also besieged by other tribes. His life and death were in the blink of an eye. But the next second, a burst of holy light enveloped him, and his severely injured body healed instantly. Demasha! The bears shouted in their native language. The addition of Xiong Air and Xiong Sun also made Zhang Wang realize what a mad dog trio is, the nanny dancing with a sledgehammer. The hammer in his hand, which was nearly half a person's height, flew up. Zhang Wang also released the Zerg to join the battle. The battles fought by Xiongda and others were almost all at the 9th level of silver rank, and the Zerg would die instantly if they were touched. Even Zhang Wang found it difficult to face an enemy of this level. The two sides are in a stalemate. Although the attacks of the strange beasts are fierce, if they cannot kill any of the 3 members of Big Bear's group with one blow, they will have to face the heavy hammer that has light attribute stun effect. 80! 80! 80! As the Mad Dog Trio fought more and more courageously, the balance of victory began to tilt towards Zhang Wang and others. Chapter 75: Alice's First Battle. That's right. It's definitely the energy fluctuations of those 3 mad dogs. Not far from the death squad, there was a small team approaching them quickly. The leader was a bald man with a scar on his neck and right eye that looked like a dragon. The people around him were almost the same, full of bandit spirit. They are also from the Shuro war zone and are killers hired by the Li family. In order to match with Zhang Wang and others, they entered the Shuro war zone almost at the same time, paid 10,000 killing points to the God-fallen space, and found Zhang Wang's location. This Li clan was the one that Liang belonged to, and their goal was to kill Zhang Wang or capture him alive and study his military style. Zhang Wang was targeted by many families, and Liang also contributed a lot, even attracting the attention of the masked man. On the Death Squad side, as the various races were being hammered to death one by one, the battle was nearing its end. Zhang Wang also killed 3 silver level 7 Wanzu with his powerful comprehensive abilities. The kill value on the right hand also increased to 30. Just when Zhang Wang wanted to help the Death Squad, his mental power was suddenly triggered. Due to the existence of the blood mist, his mental power was compressed to only 1 kilometer. He looked back at the mist not far away. The Death Squad also sensed something unusual. Swish, swish, swish. Several ice spears in a triangular formation cut through the mist and rushed towards Zhang Wang. Careful! Zhang Wang leaned back, and the ice spear flew past his face. He could even feel the biting cold. But that's all. The bald men rushed out of the mist and looked at the death squad fighting and the lone Jiang Wang not far away, with a flash of cruelty and surprise in their eyes. Superior! Jiang Wang, come here! Xiongda shouted at Jiang Wang while hammering him. In the God-fallen space, murder and robbery, as well as hiring someone to kill, are all too common. But even so, Xiongda still chose to protect Jiang Wang. This may be the reason why Lin Qingya chose the death squad. But Jiang Wang just took a look, turned around, and ran in the opposite direction. See you again if we are lucky enough. It was obvious that this group of people were here to look for him, but Jiang Wang, who had only been with Xiongda for one day, was very touched by Xiongda's unhesitating protection, but he was still a little skeptical. So he chose to go alone, which not only could lure away the bald guys, but also would make it easier for him to use his own methods. Jiang Wang continued to move quickly through the mist. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Jiang Wang made an abrupt stop and turned to avoid another wave of ice spears. Fuck, your legs are weak from having sex with a woman? Can you be more accurate? The consecutive mistakes made the bald guy curse loudly. The one being scolded felt very aggrieved. It was as if Jiang Wang had eyes behind his back, and he could always dodge the ice spears in various ways. Although Jiang Wang's speed was almost as fast as several others due to the absolute balance, the distance between them was getting closer and closer with each wave of consumption. Looking at the few people who were following closely behind him, a hint of cruelty flashed across Jiang Wang's eyes. As Jiang Wang arrived at a plane, he stopped and looked back at everyone. Fuck, you're really good at running, kid. Run. Why don't you run anymore? A man with a mouth full of gold teeth and a thin body like a monkey, panting slightly, shouted loudly at Jiang Wang. But the next second, he instantly appeared beside Jiang Wang, and the dark red dagger in his hand slashed straight towards Jiang Wang's neck. They were not rookies who were carrying out a hunting mission for the first time, and they also knew that the villains died because they talked too much. Moreover, according to their research on Jiang Wang was capable of massing troops at any time, so they could quickly decapitate them in this way. Clang! The sound of metal colliding was heard. As Alice appeared behind Jiang Wang with a spear in her hand, the corners of Jiang Wang's mouth curled up slightly. Everyone, I hope you can take the initiative to explain who hired you to kill me. As Jiang Wang's voice fell, a black swarm of insects slowly emerged from the surrounding mist. If you could look down through the mist, you would see that the vast plain was filled with only a dark swarm of insects, and everything around had been submerged by the huge swarm of insects. The bald guy was also frightened when he saw the Zerg appearing from all directions. Although they knew that Jiang Wang had a very strong ability to produce a large number of troops in the later stages, due to the limitations of his personal lord space, everyone outside still thought that Jiang Wang could only store tens of thousands of Zergs. But there are more than tens of thousands of Zerg around. Superior! The bald guy took the lead. They also walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. No matter how many Zergs there are, just kill Jiang Wang. The big gold tooth just now instantly retreated into the surrounding space, waiting for an opportunity to move. A strong wind blew past me, bringing with it a fragrant breeze. Although he could have used the huge Zerg to kill these people long ago. But Alice's request to fight aroused Jiang Wang's interest, which led to the chase just now. Clang! Bang! I saw that tall figure waving a spear in his hand. With just the strength of the first silver level, he could fight against 7 people alone and was not at a disadvantage. Alice looked indifferent, and the spear in her hand was like a swimming dragon, able to attack or defend from all kinds of tricky angles. As the ultimate weapon, when the biological empire created her, it not only incorporated all the combat skills that could be collected in the world into it, but also implanted the fighting will of many top masters, so that she not only has perfect combat skills, but also has the most powerful and top combat awareness. With a spear in his hand, the bald guy and others were all injured and gasping for breath. But Alice refused to give in. Change people. The bald guy shouted loudly after taking 2 consecutive sweeping attacks. There's no way, it's just too fierce. The bald guy was breathing heavily beside them. Originally, they wanted to drag Alice away and then go and kill Jiang Wang, but later they found that this idea was extremely wrong. It was already a great achievement for them to survive Alice's gun. Alice's spear tip was sometimes as light as a feather's probing blow, and sometimes as heavy as Mount Tarzan's striking blow. He could control priorities and speed at will, and was better than any gun master he had ever seen. even comparable to Lin Dusha he had seen before. Now we can only place our hopes on Big Gold Tooth, the only one who took the initiative. At this moment, Degenia was in great pain. If he hadn't been surrounded by the invisible Zerg, he would have been ready to run away. Although Jiang Wang's close combat skills were not top-notch, he was always able to accurately predict his next move and even knew where he would attack from. Especially in the midst of the gods' fallen battlefield that can block mental power. Countless strong men died because of his strong hidden talent and poison-tipped dagger. Jiang Wang was already feeling a little sleepy. While keeping an eye on Alice's direction, he also took the time to deal with Big Gold Teeth. He didn't quite understand why Big Gold Fong was wandering around in the mist. Relying on his powerful control, he compressed his enormous mental power within a 10-meter area around him. Within this 10-meter range, he was like someone with a perspective cheat. All of Big Gold Teeth's movements seemed to be slowed down in his eyes. Even a breath, a slight contraction of a muscle, or the swaying of a hair were all extremely clear in Jiang Wang's perception. Even though Big Gold Teeth disappeared for a short time, the air currents and mists sliding around would not lie. They clearly told Jiang Wang the location of Big Gold Teeth. In short, among people of the same level, Jiang Wang is invincible within 10 meters. Chapter 76, Iron Mountain. Swish! The poison blade cut through the mist and pierced the air. Degenia stabbed Jiang Wang fiercely from behind. In this attack, he used all his strength. Whether it was the angle, speed, or the surrounding light, he was in perfect condition. It could even be said that this was the strongest attack of his life. But unfortunately, Jiang Wang seemed to have foreseen everything and dodged it by slightly turning sideways. Not only that, he also reached out his hand in advance and firmly grasped the joint of Degenia at the predetermined position. Just as Degenia was stunned, Jiang Wang approached closely. Boom! A muffled sound. Jiang Wang used his Iron Mountain lean-back kick, and Degenia's right arm seemed to be torn apart, but everything was not over yet. He used the techniques taught by Antli Shui. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, hidden forces exploded in Big Gold Tooth's body. Blood oozed from the corner of Degenia's mouth, and his face turned grim. He instantly kicked back and pulled his right arm down. After all, if Jiang Wang continued to hit him, he would definitely die. It would be better to give it a try. But Jiang Wang is no longer the newbie he was before. He instantly snatched the dagger in his right arm and threw it out. Phew! The dagger pierced Degenia's back accurately. Toxic outbreak. Big Gold Teeth's eyes were wide open with anger. Until his death, he never understood how Jiang Wang locked onto his position, nor did he expect that he would die from the dagger he had carefully forged. On the other side, Alice's battle is coming to an end. The bald guys were almost being beaten. Unlike Jiang Wang, who cheated with mental power, Alice had extremely strong combat skills and awareness. Every move she made was masterful, with no unnecessary movements. All to kill the enemy. As the people around him died one after another, the bald man tried his best to jump high. The shining long sword reflected a captivating light. Alice's expression remained unchanged, and suddenly the spear fell out of her hand. Puff! The spear pierced the bald man's head. The force was so strong that it sent the bald guy flying. Bang! The butt of the gun couldn't stop shaking on the ground, but the bald man had already fallen silent. There were corpses all around. Each one was killed in one blow. Alice just stood there, blood seeping through the hem of her skirt. There was a drop of blood on the fair face at some point. Like the white spider lily blooming in the land of death, its reddish petals fluttering in the wind. Seeing this, Jiang Wang was silent. He is the master of the Zerg, but when he saw Alice, who was like a killing machine, he felt a strange feeling in his heart, as if pitiful. This reminded him of his former self, a tool. Well, Alice, don't fight anymore. Swish! Alice raised her foot slightly, picked up a long knife, and was about to cut the neck in an instant, etc. Alice paused, the sharp blade just millimeters away from the snow-white skin. What are you doing? Jiang Wang shouted angrily. Unnecessary tools have no value in existence. Alice had a blank expression on her face, as if her life was worthless. For a moment, Jiang Wang didn't know what to say. After a long time, Jiang Wang spoke slowly. Okay, I get it. Put the knife down. Yes. As larvae appeared one after another, insect nest buildings rose from the ground. Alice followed Jiang Wang quietly. Batches of Zerg were summoned out by Jiang Wang. It's not that it's impossible to summon the Zerg in the space instantly. The Lord space is a trump card, and Jiangwang generally doesn't want to use it. In just over 10 minutes, the insect nest had taken shape. All arms are fully equipped directly. On the other side, the death squad looked at the road that had no trace left and stood there worrying. Brother, what should we do? Brother Jiang will not be hacked to death by the one-eyed wolf? Then how can we complete the mission assigned to us by General Lin? Xiong'er looked at Xiongda anxiously. I don't think so. Xiongsun also said with some guilt. Forget it. Life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are determined by God. Xiongda thought for a long time, and then sighed. In the place where God fell, countless races and humans fought each other. A life is lost every second. The fight between people and the fight between people and animals. There are some things that you cannot protect just because you want to. Jiang Wang's insect nest has entered the development stage, different from the overwhelming victory in the trial battlefield. Even though Jiang Wang has reached the first silver level, the Zerg is still not good enough when facing the myriad races that are all at the 5th silver level or above. But if Alice is sent, Jiang Wang looked at Alice, who was silent and like a puppet, and finally chose to give up. Springtail, I really would thank you. But near Jiang Wang, there were at least 3 teams searching for traces of Jiang Wang. Boom! After a kick, Jiang Wang quickly followed up and stabbed the assassin's chest with his long knife. The surrounding Zerg couldn't even intervene in such a battle. He had no time to rest. He raised his sword again to block an arrow shot from a distance. The archer didn't even have time to bend his bow and shoot again before he was taken down by Alice's smooth little combo. Jiang Wang and Alice joined forces to take away the last Wind Lord. Jiang Wang was covered in wounds and stood there gasping for breath. Alice wasn't much better. There was a shocking wound on the waist and abdomen, but thanks to its powerful self-healing ability, the bleeding had stopped, but it would take at least some time to heal. How many times has this been assassinated? Jiang Wang was panting and chatting with Alice in a random manner. He knew that this was the nth assassination attempt, but at least he simply wanted to arouse Alice's desire to talk, so that this queen warrior would not really become a dumb killing machine. 5 times. Alice replied expressionlessly. Jiang Wang shook his head helplessly. Since he established an insect nest throughout the wilderness, hunters who had spent killing points to lock onto his location came right after smelling the scent. Although there is heavy protection from the insect swarm, but facing these lords with complete equipment and strong individual combat capabilities. The Zerg's encirclement and beating tactics have failed and can only serve to consume the enemy at best. This is also the biggest pain point for summoning lords. You are not strong enough, and your troops are not strong enough. If it weren't for Alice. Alas, why is life so difficult? The surrounding worker bees send the invading corpses into the decomposition pool. Jiang Wang also returned to the insect nest. Looking at Alice, who was covered in wounds and whose clothes were a little ragged, Jiang Wang also became furious. Damn it, you made me do it! As more and more Zerg poured out of the Lord space. A Zerg army numbering nearly 1 billion began to assemble. Not strong enough? Then I will pile you up to death. I will evolve. I will spawn more troops. Let's see whether you have more lives, or I have more genetic evolution. The strong sense of crisis made Jiang Wang play all his cards without reservation. As long as you evolve fast enough, you won't need any trump cards. With the rapid reconnaissance of the Springtail, Jiang Wang soon discovered an army that was killing people of all races. And he also saw a familiar figure among the group of people being killed. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his gentle eyes flashed with a dangerous light. Then it's you guys. Chapter 77, Goodbye, Li Qing. In the canyon, a man in green clothes was fighting and retreating. Many tribes were afraid to move forward because of his excellent leg skills. Retreat! While Li Qing was resisting the endless tribes that were charging forward, he shouted at the people behind him to retreat. No, Guardly, we're surrounded. Li Qing turned back suddenly. The surrounding canyons had been unknowingly surrounded by all races, and among the heavy guards, there was a pretty girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, with tears in her eyes, but she bit her lips tightly and said nothing. This group of people were the guards of the Anos family. This blonde, blue-eyed woman, who obviously had a distinguished status, was the 3rd daughter of their family. The 3rd young lady entered the fallen god space in a fit of anger, and the guards and others rushed in to look for her. Unexpectedly, the young lady was found, But she also accidentally encountered a large-scale march of all races, and they were discovered by a small team within the army and have been hunted down ever since. Li Qing glanced at the third lady in the crowd and suddenly shouted, "Everyone, get ready to take the blood pills and fight to the death. Wang Wu, you lead 3 people to protect the third young lady." Li Qing looked ferocious. When Lilia heard what Li Qing said, her eyes suddenly turned red. She hated her own willfulness and let the loyal guards be imprisoned. Li Qing turned his wrist, and a crystal-clear, blood-colored pill appeared in his hand. Those who heard Li Qing's words also took out blood pills. When the leading tribes saw the blood pill in Li Qing's hand, a trace of fear flashed across their eyes. Suddenly, it raised its head sharply. Shuh! Countless springtails quickly appeared around. Jiang Wang didn't know what Li Qing was holding in his hand, but in this situation, if he could take out something, it must mean he was prepared to risk his life, so he no longer hid it. Batches of Zerg emerged. As Li Qing looked at the densely packed insects covering everywhere, the newcomer from the original world suddenly appeared in his mind. I thought of the rising star who was in the limelight some time ago. Jiang Wang. There was disbelief in his eyes. How is it possible? Li Qing couldn't help but murmured. But when he thought about Jiang Wang's recent experience, he instantly understood the relationship between the two. Wait, we still have a chance. Li Qing shouted to the people behind him. At this time, the Zerg still did not move, staring at the canyon and all the races in various places in the canyon like an audience. Countless Zergs were still mobilizing. Jiang Wang originally wanted Li Qing to hold on for a while, and then he would take down all these Zergs in one fell swoop after he completed the encirclement. But seeing that Li Qing and others were ready to fight for their lives, he had to expose himself first. Wanzu was a little unsure of what these densely packed insects meant, but the seemingly endless numbers alone were enough to make him dare not act rashly. The scene fell into silence for a moment. As more and more insects gathered, the leader of the 10,000 Races team became more and more uneasy. Roar! The leader of the 10,000 Clans team roared. Suddenly, all the races began to charge towards the Zerg in a cone shape. It can't wait any longer. With such a large number of insects, it needs to report the news to the army of all races. Puff! Ordinary Zerglings are as fragile as paper in front of this elite team. But Jiang Wang in the insect nest sneered. If the 10,000 races had broken through at the first moment, then maybe a few of them could have escaped. But now, nearly 10 million alien dragons arrived at the battlefield in overwhelming numbers. The battlefield was filled with the sound of wings flapping the air and the roars of all races. At this time, all the races could no longer tell the direction when facing the densely packed Zerg. Although they can kill a large number of Zerg with a single strike, even the most ferocious tiger can only struggle to death if it is trapped in the mud. All the members of the Anos family fell into a strange silence, and the Zerg quickly passed by Li Qing and his companions as if they could not see them, until a larva appeared in front of them. A familiar face appeared in front of Li Qing. Long time no see. Jiang Wang spoke first. He had a good impression of this guide of the primordial world. Yeah, I didn't expect that we would meet in this way. Li Qing also sighed. It's only been a short time. When he heard that Jiang Wang, the rising star, was about to be extinguished and fall in the Shuro war zone due to the intersection of various forces, he felt extremely regretful. Unexpectedly, the two sides met here. Boom! The huge explosion created a vacuum area for the Zerg. But soon, the swarming swarm of insects filled up all races like the air. Anos and his men kept moving away from the battlefield along the path made by the swarm of insects. It was not until half an hour later when they finally walked out of the Zerg's encirclement that they realized the scale of the Zerg that their millions of people were facing. When they arrived at Jiang Wang's insect nest, Li Qing was shocked by Jiang Wang's terrifying speed of becoming stronger. It's like the scale of a city complex. Hundreds and thousands of Zergs rush out of the hive every minute and every second. Jiang Wang stood in front of the insect nest, just like he did in the original world. But compared to the politeness at that time, Li Qing now is more shocked and has other little thoughts. I didn't expect that. I was worried about you when I heard you were exiled to the Shuro war zone a few days ago. Wang Wu couldn't stop sighing. They originally thought they were doomed this time. Not only did they fail to bring the third young lady back, but they would also die tragically in the belly of the Wanzu. The guards around Lilia and the crowd suddenly approached Li Qing and said something. Li Qing's expression also changed suddenly. But Jiang Wang saw all this. His expression remained unchanged as he spoke to Wang Wu in a familiar manner. From these words, Jiang Wang had a rough idea of the identities and purposes of these people. Thanks to you. Otherwise, our third miss would have to... Wang Wu's face suddenly changed, realizing that he had said something wrong, and quickly shut up. Li Qing, who was not far away, saw that Wang Wu had already let the secret slip, so he simply stopped hiding it and walked straight towards Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang, we won't hide it from you. You saved us this time, and my Anos family will never forget this favor. As long as you can get out of the God-fallen space safely, I, Li Qing, want to promise you that I will reward you handsomely, even if you want my life. Li Qing said to Jiang Wang with a serious face. He concealed the existence of Lilia in the team from Jiang Wang. After all, the Godfall space was full of killing and distrust. Although the other party had just saved his group, who could guarantee that the illusory communication would make Jiang Wang ignore the immediate interests? What's more, the third lady went out to train secretly this time and brought a lot of good things. Although Jiang Wang saw through Li Qing's concealment, he didn't say anything. Instead, he smiled carefreely. Without your guidance in the original space, I would not have lived so long. I have built a simple shelter here. If you don't mind. I don't mind. Wang Wu took over the conversation directly beside him. They're already halfway into the time they have been in. As long as they can hold out for 15 days, they can return safely. Chapter 78 title, Where is My Mother? With the rapid construction of the worker bees, 2 stone houses large enough to accommodate hundreds of people rose from the ground. Jiang Wang even thoughtfully prepared a set of furniture. Li Qing was still telling Jiang Wang something, while Lilia behind him was biting her lip as if thinking about something. Then she suddenly looked up and walked towards Jiang Wang with big strides, ignoring the obstruction of the guards around her. Hello, I am the third daughter of the Anos family, Anos Lilia. Thank you very much for helping us. You have won the friendship of the Anos family. Looking at the girl who was obviously shy, but still stretched out her hand with a firm expression, Jiang Wang smiled and gently held her white fingers. Hello, I'm Jiang Wang. I heard that you were exiled from the Star Alliance Academy. Can you join our Anos family? I promise to give you the best resources. Lilia used all her strength to speak to Jiang Wang. Li Qing, who was standing next to him, was also frustrated by his mistress and smiled at Jiang Wang awkwardly. Our Lady. I'm sorry, my teacher is Aunt Li Shui, so I won't join any faction. Jiang Wang's expression did not change. Instead, he spoke to Lilia seriously. Hearing Jiang Wang's refusal, Lilia was stunned at first, and then instinctively wanted to refute something, but suddenly she turned around and left like a deflated person. Li Qing couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the lonely back of the third young lady. Just as he was about to say something, batch after batch of worker bees brought back batch after batch of corpses of all races. In the siege of the 10,000 races elite team, Jiang Wang lost nearly 1,010,000 races, equivalent to 1:10,000. I am afraid that no active army except the Zerg can accept this loss ratio. But it doesn't matter. As long as you can keep evolving, becoming stronger is only a matter of time. Inside the insect nest, Anna is responsible for monitoring the whereabouts of Li Qing and his group. After all, you shouldn't have the intention to harm others, but you should be on guard against others. Jiang Wang watched as the genes of all races were uploaded to the gene bank. Gradually, I discovered something was wrong. Unlike the various gene fragments and characteristics left over from the biological empire, among the myriad of exotic beasts this time, there are several that are archived in Jiang Wang's gene bank. For example, the bronze and silver-leveled green beetles. When he compared the 2 sets of genes, however, they found that although the 2 sets of genes were generally the same, a section of genes in the middle had completely changed. It's as if someone took a scalpel and cut and spliced it directly. This discovery shocked Jiang Wang. That's impossible? Could it be that all races can undergo selective genetic evolution? Jiang Wang took a deep breath, his face full of disbelief. Even though he plays with gene sequences every day, he may not be able to complete the simplest gene editing. He performs hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of gene fusions every day, and this is when the gene library is developed so that it can combine genes on its own. It was through such high-intensity experiments that he came up with the current types of troops. Now someone tells him that all races will improve their genetic fragments as long as they evolve. This is equivalent to a mouse that suddenly becomes able to fly or spit fire after advancement, without any signs. Jiang Wang quickly searched the gene bank. The killer's gene chain that was thrown into the decomposition pool a few days ago was retrieved. After careful comparison, it was found that the Lord's gene chain was more like optimization rather than the same tailoring as that of all other races. He kept searching and comparing in the gene bank. Suddenly, two sets of data appeared in front of Jiang Wang. One group is the human genes contained in the biological empire, and the other group is the genes of all races. Although the arrangement of the two groups is completely different. However, a section of the Wanzu's genes is exactly the same as the Lord's genes. And the information contained in that gene is the control of air fluctuations. In other words, the myriad races obtained human gene fragments by killing human lords. It reminds me of the natural and mortal enemy relationship between all races and humans. Jiang Wang stood there in a daze. Natural evolution. It is impossible for such an incompatible result to occur. He muttered absent-mindedly, because if this was all designed, so the entire Kaiyuan world is a huge arena and the experimental institute. Such speculation made him a little creepy. After a long time, Jiang Wang suddenly sealed the results in front of him and classified them as top secret. Primary school students don't study gunpowder blindly. People should not study things that are far beyond their abilities when they do not have the abilities themselves. Putting these things behind his mind, Jiang Wang quickly extracted those special gene fragments from all the races. Although I don't know what this thing represents, but it was enough for him to slightly increase the strength of the Zerg. The genetic combinations that fill the screen are constantly being deduced. Outside world. The Zerg continuously transported all kinds of supplies needed for the hive at the cost of huge sacrifices. The newly produced Zerg has been optimized. Death brings rebirth, which is also one of the terrors of the Zerg. During these few days, Li Qing and others also deeply witnessed Jiang Wang's terrifying ability to produce troops and the absolute loyalty of the Zerg. Any summoning lord actually signs a contract with the soldiers. Both parties are loyal. The soldiers will go through life and death for the lord, but it does not mean that the lord can criticize the soldiers at will. If the loyalty drops to a certain level, the soldiers can even tear up the contract, but this situation is ultimately rare. But Jiang Wang is different. He doesn't even have loyalty. This means that everything in this insect nest is absolutely loyal to Jiang Wang, which is even more terrifying than Jiang Wang's ability to produce a large number of troops. The Zerg's high efficiency and fearlessness of death also deeply frightened Li Qing and others. At this time, Jiang Wang had hunted at least 8,000 tribes, if not 10,000. The killing value also quickly increased to nearly 500,000. After all, every hunt he makes is a cross-level kill and comes with rewards. But this brilliant achievement did not come without a price. Nearly 100 million Zerg died in the hunt. By obtain the adapted green fire beast gene, evolution point +1. Jiang Wang has already obtained a lot of such evolutionary points. He has not researched any new types of soldiers recently, but just these consolation evolution points brought his assets to nearly 400,000. But even with such a huge sum of money, Jiang Wang still felt it was not enough. Anna's all-round evolution, 20W. Alice's all-round evolution, 30W. E-level talent proliferation, 1W. C-level talent evolution, 10W. Jiang Wang looked at the list and fell into deep thought. Jiang Wang has given up on strengthening each type of soldier. Instead of using precious evolution points to strengthen them, it is more cost-effective to use genetic modification. Alice. Jiang Wang looked back at Alice, who was like a wooden stake. After thinking for a while, he gave up reluctantly. After all, 300,000 yuan was still too much for him. In the end, Jiang Wang chose to raise both talents to level B. And Anna also had an all-round evolution. With the instant deduction of evolution points, Jiang Wang couldn't help but sigh that evolution points are so damn fragile. Anna entered the crystal shell as usual and started her evolution. When Jiang Wang was ready to enter the crystal shell, but I found that this evolution was different from the past. The cells in his body exploded one after another under his perception, bursting out with a lot of energy and information that Jiang Wang could not understand. Soon, the explosion spread throughout the body. Jiang Wang felt like he was about to burst at any moment. Even the mental power felt as if it was being torn apart. Waves of energy were rushing through his body, tearing it apart. In Jiang Wang's spiritual world, the ray of black mental power that had been surrounded by the milky white mental power was like a swimming dragon, madly biting and devouring the surrounding milky white mental power. For a time, Jiang Wang was in double torture, both physically and mentally. Chapter 79, Where is my title girl? Jiang Wang didn't expect this evolution to be so violent, and he didn't even have time to make arrangements. At this time, the Zerg were still hunting the 10,000 races under the original orders. In the past 3 short days, the Zerg had hunted nearly 10,000 of the 10,000 races, which was enough to attract the attention of all parties. But in this case, the supreme ruler of the Zerg is in physical and mental torture, and his life or death is unknown. Anna was also in the process of evolving her crystal shell and had no time to take care of anything in the hive. It can be said that the insect nest at this time was in an unprecedented weak position. There is no need for all races to take the initiative to attack. Li Qing and others can even kill Jiang Wang and others. Jiang Wang lay on the sofa, with pea-sized beads of cold sweat constantly appearing on his forehead. The skin was cracked and bleeding, but he knew very well that he could not fall down now, so he opened his tightly closed eyes slightly. Alice seemed to sense something and quickly squatted in front of Jiang Wang. But Jiang Wang was speechless at this time. His arm was slightly raised, and blood seeped out and dripped down his fingers. The cells exploded and healed, and what was even more terrifying was that due to the instability of the spiritual world, he was very sensitive to everything at this moment. Every minute and every second was 1,000 times more painful than being cut into pieces. Clatter. Drops of blood had gathered on the ground to form a small pool of blood. Jiang Wang's hand was almost reaching Alice's face, but he no longer had the strength to lift it even a little bit. The blood had blurred Jiang Wang's eyes. But at this moment, clatter! For some reason, Alice took the initiative to move forward a little. A bloody fingerprint was on Alice's forehead. The red blood looked so glaring on Alice's fair face. Bang! Jiang Wang's hands fell down without any more strength, but a smile appeared on his face. And at a certain moment, a ray of light flashed across Alice's originally empty eyes. She placed Jiang Wang's right hand on his chest, and then stood up. At this moment, she seemed to no longer be the killing machine that had always followed Jiang Wang, but a person with flesh and blood and emotions. There was a twinkle in Alice's eyes that she hadn't had before. At this time, a horde of millions of Zerg were killed in a battle with all the other races. Have you found out? The giant rock alligator turtle spoke in a deep voice to the myriad races nearby. We found the Zerg in 3 locations in total. We wiped out 2 of them. As for the last one, we pretended to retreat. We haven't found the location of their nest yet. But these Zerg are so weak. Isn't this a waste of time? Said the strange beast surrounding the giant alligator snapping turtle. They are a tribe of tens of thousands of people. They were allowed to enter as a legion only after paying a huge amount of killing value. They were entrusted with an important mission, but now they were fighting a bunch of bugs. If this matter delays the ancestors' plans, the giant alligator snapping turtle was also a little nervous at this time. There was a flicker of struggle in his eyes, and then he spoke. I just wonder if this Zerg is the Jiang Wang that the ancestor specifically asked to hunt down. As soon as these words came out, a gleam of light flashed in the eyes of several superior beasts around. Ever since Jiang Wang opened the altar during the Novice trial and beat the descendants of Patriarch Tunshin to a cripple, causing great damage to their bloodline, and causing a group of Novice trials of Patriarch Tunshin to completely fail, his name is spread among all races. Some even said that if it weren't for the human master-level strongman who took action at that time, the Tunshin Patriarch would have killed Jiang Wang on the spot. In a short time, Jiang Wang's name spread quickly among all races. After some hesitation, the generals around also decided to stay for 3 more days. Regardless of whether he is Jiang Wang or not, they must be captured within 3 days. Otherwise, if they delay the mission of the 10,000 races army, then no matter whether this person is Jiang Wang or not, even if he is, they will still die. The other side, Alice, who took over the insect nest, had everything about the insect nest flashing through her mind. Energy storage, genes being simulated in the gene bank, and even her genetic records. But her hands moved quickly. It finally freezes on the Zerg strategic plan and the images that the Zerg is transmitting back in real time. The recorded scenes played quickly before my eyes. The scene flashed by quickly, and batch after batch of Zerg were slaughtered by a group of races that cooperated well with each other. After several consecutive scenes like this, suddenly, I saw the 10,000 races being defeated by the Zerg, and being defeated. Press the pause button. The handsome and heroic brows were slightly wrinkled. Then play it repeatedly and even watch it from multiple angles. Finally, she issued 2 instructions to all the Zerg who were still outside. All Zerg outside the hive should stay where they are and stay put. The Zerg inside the hive set up defenses around it. Alice could easily tell from the clues that this was a strategy of the 10,000 races to lure the enemy, and the target was most likely the insect nest. This was not difficult for her to understand. After all, the biological empire manufactures the ultimate weapon, and a qualified weapon requires not only powerful military force, but also outstanding wisdom and excellent strategic command. Therefore, even if Alice has never really commanded a battle, the countless battle cases in her mind can make her an excellent commander of the war in the first place. The Zerg that received the order hit on the spot, and the Zerg that were still fighting were killed immediately. But such a large-scale change naturally attracted the attention of those who were interested. Various types of troops were interspersed in an orderly manner to form a joint combat corps, which were distributed around the hive by Alice. Under Alice's control, the entire insect nest is like a war fortress. On the other side, the giant alligator-snapping turtle also discovered the abnormality of the Zerg, because they found that once they fought with the Zerg, it would be a fight to the death. I simply stopped fighting and just followed the Zerg. Things were going well. The Zerg successfully hunted down their prey and were preparing to bring it into the nest. But suddenly, all the Zerg stood still as if possessed, and some even killed their prey on the spot. Then they dug the ground and hid in the soil on the spot. The flying dragon was pulled directly into the sky and circled freely. Even if all races take the initiative to deliver their prey to their doorstep, the Zerg remain indifferent. But once a battle breaks out, everything returns to the starting point, and the fight continues until everyone is dead. This made it very difficult for the leaders who were preparing to capture Jiang Wang. In the outside world, they might be able to determine Jiang Wang's direction simply by smell and footprints. But in the God-fallen space, the mental limitations and sensory abilities of both parties have been greatly reduced. In addition to Jiang Wang, whose mental power is at the bug level, there are also hundreds of millions of Zergs acting as spies to light up the surrounding map. For other people, except for the area within 100 meters around them and through specific communication methods, the rest of the map is black. For a time, all the races were in a dilemma. They could only rely on the most primitive methods to search. If there are any deficiencies, please point them out in the comments. I am a new author, so please forgive me. Chapter 80 is the title girl here. Inside the insect nest, after Alice made the arrangements, she stood in front of Jiang Wang, looking at the master who was covered in blood but had a smile on his face. Alice tilted her head slightly, as if trying to see through this person. The sofa was soaked with blood. A strong smell of blood spread in the core of the hive. Alice looked at the person in front of her, who was surrounded by blood. She suddenly stretched out her slender fingers and touched the bloody fingerprint on his forehead, but then quickly retracted her fingers as if she had been electrocuted, as if she was afraid of erasing the mark on her forehead. She just stood in front of Jiang Wang, not knowing what she was thinking about. But at this moment, Jiang Wang's body was not as calm as it seemed. The initial cell explosion and repair are almost complete. But at a deeper level, each genetic sequence is constantly being optimized, like it is shedding its skin. On the spiritual level, the black spiritual power seemed to be full, lazily swimming in the milky white spiritual power. Outside the insect nest, Li Qing glanced at Lilia behind him and decided to find Jiang Wang to find out. Of course, the large-scale mobilization of the Zerg could not escape their attention. They wanted to know what Jiang Wang's purpose was and what dangers it would bring. After all, for them, protecting the third young lady is the top priority. But unfortunately, Jiang Wang has fallen into evolution. When he walked to the entrance of the insect nest, suddenly a figure blocked his way forward. Li Qing looked at the long knife at his neck, a little dazed. It's like you go to see your friend, and a strange, super pretty girl opens the door and then hits you on the head with an AK-47. In an instant, the atmosphere became extremely tense. Li Qing and others thought that Jiang Wang was dissatisfied with them and was going to kill them, or that Jiang Wang had already been killed by the woman in front of them. In fact, Alice simply didn't want anyone to get close to Jiang Wang or the insect nest. "We are the Anos family," Li Qing asked tentatively. If it was a simple assassination, then they would not kill Anos so completely after hearing his name. But Alice remained unmoved. "Excuse me, Jiang Wang. The master is in trouble. No one is allowed to approach." Alice's cold voice sounded. Even though she wanted to eliminate these hidden sources of danger directly, she finally restrained herself. Li Qing also breathed a sigh of relief. Only his army called Jiang Wang the master. It was just the woman in front of him. Just when Li Qing was about to ask some details, Alice suddenly kicked out, and Li Qing flew out horizontally. But then Alice threw out the long knife. Ah! The guard next to Lilia covered his arm that was pierced by the long knife and screamed miserably. But the next moment, Alice appeared beside the man, stepped on his chest, and pulled out a long knife and placed it on Lilia's neck. And all this happened in just a moment. Etc. Li Qing and others quickly surrounded Alice. The surrounding Zerg also moved unusually and surrounded Li Qing and his group. And all this was just because the guard strung his crossbow? Lilia felt the chill emanating from the long sword. Although she was afraid, she still tried to remain calm. "What do you want?" Alice just glanced at her. In her eyes, Lilia had the greatest strategic value, so she chose to control Lilia and use her to control the people in front of her. There was no other reason. As Lilia looked at Alice's proud figure and her cold eyes that were devoid of any emotion, she suddenly felt a shudder in her heart. She knew that if she made any unusual movement, the woman in front of her would kill her without hesitation. But she was both scared and somewhat excited. She is not a masochist. On the contrary, she has been very afraid of pain since she was a child. She did not come to such a dangerous God-fallen space out of mindless willfulness. She also has her own little thoughts. The Anos family seemed to be in great prosperity, but in fact they were on the verge of collapse. A long time ago, Anos was still a small family. The head of the family at that time, with his excellent vision, not only secretly helped Yi Chen many times in that era when everyone rejected people from other worlds, but also provided a lot of resources. After Yi Chen became the supreme powerful person in the Kaiyuan world, they quickly became a first-class family. For a time, the new forces were in the limelight. But after Yi Chen entered the broken void and left, the undercurrent of the Kaiyuan world began to surge. 100 years passed in a flash. The old forces gradually gained the upper hand again. Many new forces were liquidated openly or covertly, and their Anos family was one of the targets of liquidation. The leading new force, the Star Alliance, is struggling to protect itself. What's more, they're the Anos family. In the end, they could only cause the two most outstanding geniuses in the family to turn against each other and stage a drama of brothers splitting up the family. Anos Lyle, led by the eldest son, rebelled against the family, chose to join the old forces, and launched a frenzied attack on his younger brother Anos Gaia, who was in the new forces. This wave of operations not only weakened the power of the Anos family, but also allowed the old forces to ease the intensity of their attacks and gain some breathing space. As the third daughter of the family, she has been doted on since childhood. Her two brothers, for the sake of the family and to prevent her from becoming a victim of an arranged marriage, were willing to turn against her. When she was little, she always wondered why her two brothers, who were so close to each other, turned against each other. When she grew up, she realized that they had taken on the responsibility of continuing the family line. This also made her so eager for strength. She also wanted to contribute to the family and even went so far as to secretly enter the God-fallen space. She had to either advance or die. In short, she could accept that result. But when she really faced death, she suddenly lost the courage to enter the God-fallen space, allowing the family's loyal guards to sacrifice. But at this moment, when she felt the coldness on her neck and looked at Alice, who was standing proudly and resolutely, she finally realized that she had always been just a selfish child who wanted to prove herself at all costs. But all along, she had been at all costs, but it was others who paid the price. She did not have the strong and resolute willpower like Alice, nor did she have the determination to devote herself to the family and to be willing to compromise through marriage. Lilia suddenly realized herself, and tears burst out like a flood. Her actions really confused the surrounding guards and Alice. In the eyes of the guards, although the third young lady is naughty, she is very strong and has always wanted to share the family's worries. In Alice's eyes, why was this female creature crying? Suddenly, Alice seemed to sense something and returned to the insect nest in the blink of an eye. Only a knife scar 100 feet long, and 4 words were left. "If you come close, you will die."